The Pinacleoft Heva stagiaresques, a mythical bird withawing spinof 1,000 meters soarage restfully. Its powerful wing steering up wind, scape a beof toplinkities. Int the profound depth softy earth's abyss, a slumbering giant serpent twisted neats dreams. An action the teen advertent lie triggered a seismic upheaval off magnitude 7. The size saner ramerkid be the resurgency of spiritual energy and the frequent emergency of celestial beasts, where a tradition all firearm shavelos their former potency. While ancient martial arts have a blossomed with unprecedented vitality. Within this realm, there exist formidable warriors capable friending the fabric of space, descendant into thestari domain stow engage in fire seabitals, safeguarding the ember sophaman civilization. Simultaneously, the highly anticipate annual Global Campus Championship is being hosted here, a resplendent stage for the master soft martial arts. In this age, fraught with peril yet brimming with boundless opportunities, Su Yiting, armed with his indomitable will, tireless diligence, and a minuscule from the sword hidden pavilion in his mind, steadily ascends towards the zenith of martial arts. Thrilled regard shine with deep reverence, bestowing upon him the tight leaf sword immortal. Conversely, the ferocious celestial beast harbor profound fear of him, privately dubbing him Fierce Butcher. In February of the year 2074 of the Blue Planet, at the fierce Thai-Skolofnanshan district in Thichiti of Qingyuan, Jiangnan Province, Theklas Room of Class 37 is current live broadcasting commentary from the Martial Arts Television Network. The 74th Global Campus Championship is concluded, with the contestant from the United States, Apumiji Ali, losing consciousness. Will let the contestant from Sakura Nation, Kitakaze Masamune, has claimed the crown. Our nation's representative, Chen Guangzhou, triumphed in the contest for third place. We eagerly anticipate a histoler performance St. Hennick's competition. Despite merely watching through a screen, the students of Class 7 can still sense the commentator's tone of disappointment. On the screen, in the Grand Square arena, a youth clad in a kimono from Sakura Nation waves at the camera. Damn it, Kitakaze Masamune didn't even make height past the elimination rounds last time, and Noah's won the championship. Who knows, he might even akiviak consecutive victory next time. The most critical point is that our nation's contestant shave been devoid of that championship for 3 years. Just a few days ago, during the quarterfinals, 4U7 defeated B Kitakaze Masamune Singalo. Yet the four contestants competing are real readith the strongest among the injured generation entry. We cannot solely blame them for the loss. As the students of Class 7 gazette the triumphant Kitakaze Masamune on the screen, they engage in animated discussions, with the majority expressing vehement dissatisfaction. Once renowned for its 3 consecutive championships, Xiaokun Tri no finds itself relegated to third place. Especially with the title claimed be a contestant from Sakura Nation, a reality that is difficult for them to. Everyone, do not fret. If it run diligently, it will sure libre glory to our nation at the next championship. Let alone Nanshan District, even within Qingyuan City, there are a very few who can participate 10th Global Campus Championship. What can you do with your 6.5 vitality? If Iowarito can get both the former Su Yiting, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Alas, Hito has fallen, yet no through example of Shangzhongyong. The mention of Su Yiting's name will incest the students of Class 7, their eyes instinctively drawn at the throne at the corner of the classroom. There, a handsome youth in and white uniform sits, resting in his right hand. His eyes light lie squinty dash a gaze out window, seeming lost in thought. He peers subtly indifferent to the highly publicized competition on the screen, and the gaze saw his classmate seemed to hold no sway over him. Hito es no to ventern hes. One SETI top student in thementhly exams, held as the foremost Guinea soft swordsmanship in Anshan District, nor reduced to mediocrity. Not merely mediocrity, his mental strength is a 5.0, inferior reven tatato fem middle school student. Has been in a regular class for near light 1.5 years now, and his physical fitness shows how knows and so improvement. In fact, it has declined. With a mental strength below 6.0, he cannot enter the apocalypse world, and this wordsmanship is stagnant, deathy secondary, I subtly wasted. The students of Class 7 whisper amongst themselves, their words stinged with both regret and Schadenfreude. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps issued outside the classroom. The king of hell has arrived. All students immediately sit up straight. A few however still monking gone potatikip shastilu hold their breath, fearful of making a sound. A towering figure, Near Latumeter stall, strides in Tathi classroom with an impasing presence. His spearsagaza sweeps across Herum, and heckled lyre marks. Theperpozov Schoenjouth Global Campus Championship is to learn from the combat technique soft he talented. Those were complacent, do not blame me for special treatment in martial arts class. Several mischievous students immediately lower their heads. Their martial arts class instructor, affectionately known as King of Hell, Yinjingwa, I saved rank known for strictness, holding a formidable reputation at Nanshan First High School. Students who have received a special treatment invariably find themselves jutterlagshousted, struggling to with the next day. Ancioni Haxbury incident, Nunuishisto endured a second time. After instilling fear, Yinjinku activites the central skirsen in the classroom. Displayed on the screen are enemies so fall students in class 7, along with their abilities, vitality, speed, punch strength, mental strength, and skills. Yinjinku Gland sees at the screen and states, their salt soft elastability test have come in, and no tasking Yonophia has awakened. In terms of vitality, the highest is Luchi, reaching 7. 6. Beauty our mental strength has improved too slowly. If I wish to enter Provincia Martial Arts University, you must Putin Mori Fortenthi's area. The students listen intently. Though Yinjinku is exceeding Leistern, he's also not hemostatin to Vediakersin the Shul. Providing tailor-read training suggestions for each student's circumstances, never giving you ponyoni. Su Yiting, no abilities, vitality 6. 0, speed 11.3 ms, punch strength 297 kg, mental strength 5.0, skill level 50. This lesson continues until 5 in the afternoon. When Yin Zingwa reaches Su Yiting, Horanks last, have find sit difficulty come in tan caneth help but sigh, class dismissed, Su Yiting, come to my office. Ask the students back their bag stow leave, they cast peculiar glances at Su Yiting, all thinking that, this fallowison for no their boot off misfortune. One seal the student shaved departed, Yinjinku glances at the throny in the classroom. Onlato find the youth still resting his skin, staring out the window. His anger boil soverish pick Supa training grubber bullet from the classroom and flicks it with his fingers. Ouch! Su Yiting feels a sharp pain in his head, awakening from a stupor, and groans, what happened? Who won? Only when Hesies Thegrim faced Yinjinkuo at the podium and the empty classroom Dusher realize a Thoth Global Campus Championship has ended. And class is already over. Yinzengwo stride a suverto Su Yiting, slamming Gishand in Thedisk, and exclaims, in just a few months, the college entrance examination will take place. Is this laziness a method you can justify to your parents? Do you even know, while manitami your father has pleaded with me in your behalf? If a Tori and other student witnessing Yinzengwo's fury, they would undoubted like cower in fear. Yet Su Yiting responds seriously, you understand, Uncle Yin. I've been working hard and want to word down. At school, you should address me teacher. Yinjingwa, up in hearing this, feels no sins offerly fandreterts, what Tony Arthurio working hard for? Hen Su Yiting's father, Su Hongchao, grouped together, served in the militaritagathar, and suffered injurious dagathar. Ha holds a great deal of affection for this nephew. Of course, that was in the past. Ever since Su Yiting's decline, the affection has morphed into a frustration of unfulfilled potential. Su Yiting stands up, offering a sheepish smile. There is Noonie around, uncle. Just give me an emeronite. After all, a sharp sword is forged through tempering. Having heard Su Yiting's fervent promises countless times before, Yinzengwo cold liar spawns, one night? Evan Airwild buseless. How can you make up for the progress you've lost over the past 1.5 years? You might as well choose the literary exam at least you won't starve. Yinjingwa ultimately could not retain Su Yiting for long. Sitting in the driverless bus, Su Yiting gazed out at the high-rise buildings passing by the window, silently reflecting. Had it not been for Uncle Yan's interruption, I would have already completed the assembly of the Tsangjin Pavilion within my mental realm. However, even after completion, I remain uncertain of what might transpire. Perhaps it is for the best that I do not accomplish this within the confines of the school. With such thoughts, he gradually emptied his mind, allowing his consciousness to delve deep into the recesses of his brain. Before him, a pavilion emerged, reminiscent of the ancient architectural style of the Xia nation. Upon closer inspection, the pavilion bore no plaque, and a black tile was conspicuously absent from its roof. It has been 2.5 years, and to this day, I remain unaware of the nature of this place or why it has manifested. Yet I trust my intuition. You can provide me with what I seeked. Su Yiting sat upon a brown stone inscribed with Shijian stone before the pavilion, his gaze wandering to the last plaque and the vacant spot on the roof. He was acutely aware that his vitality and mental strength were waning. He understood that his classmates, parents, and teachers were perplexed by the fact that the once promising swordsmanship prodigy seemed to have succumbed to a stupor shortly after entering high school. Lost in thought each day. Yet only he knew that from the second month of high school, countless fragments of pavilions had invaded his mind. Initially, he felt nothing but confusion and trepidation, reluctant to acknowledge this sudden intrusion of the unknown. However, he could not deny that since the emergence of the pavilion fragments, his heart had become unsettled. Regardless of whether he was meditating, standing in posture, or practicing swordplay, he found his consciousness irresistibly drawn to this mental realm. As if without visiting this place, something vital was missing from his life. In this state, his martial cultivation naturally suffered, yielding minimal results. Ultimately, he resolved to complete the assembly of the pavilion. This was an immense undertaking. Although it resided in his mental realm, moving the fragments would subject him to tremendous mental strain, akin to physically moving bricks in reality, and the burden felt like a ton each time. Consequently, after each session of mental labor, his state of mind would become increasingly depleted, further diminishing his vitality and mental strength. Even his once proud swordsmanship had not progressed in quite some time. Regardless of whether this was merely a figment of his imagination or foolishness, it had to be completed. This was the final night. Assembling the pavilion on the bus was evidently not a wise choice, and Su Yiting's consciousness returned to the realm of reality. Jianglin, North Road. Please disembark. Kindly ensure you have all your belongings and watch your step. 20 minutes later, Su Yiting arrived at the Chinning Noodle House on Jianglin North Road in Nanshan District. This was a 3-story building. The first floor transformed into a shop, named after Su Yiting and his sister, Su Qianqian. As the sun began to set, a few patrons occupied the noodle house, while a modest middle-aged couple busily attended to their tasks. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Su Yiting greeted as he entered. The middle-aged woman, donned in an apron and boiling noodles, did not notice him at first, lifting her head only upon hearing his voice, expressing concern. You're home later than usual. Did Uncle Yin say something to you again? Have you eaten? Su Yiting found an empty seat and replied, Not yet. I'm starving to eat. That moment, the middle-aged man approached with a bowl of noodles, his steps slightly heavy, indicating some discomfort in his legs. Su Yiting recognized this as the lingering injury his father, Su Hongqiao, had sustained on the Star Domain battlefield. Su Hongqiao placed the bowl in front of a customer and grumbled. Old Yin is only looking out for you. Look at yourself, lacking ambition and wasting your talent. Su Yiting had no words to counter this. Ever since he began constructing the pavilion in his mental realm, his father had maintained this attitude towards him. He understood that his father meant well, but he found it impossible to explain. The notion of a pavilion existing in his mind would only lead others to deem him mentally unstable. The middle-aged woman, displeased by her husband's words, retorted, There you go again. I've told you countless times not to practice martial arts. For Xiaoyi, choosing this path is the correct decision. Why should he end up like you? Returning with a leg injury? Su Yiting lowered his head upon hearing this. A man of great stature, blessed with exceptional talent. Should he not aspire to protect his homeland and serve his country instead of leading a life of mediocrity? You did protect your homeland, but look at you now. You struggle to walk? Indeed. The couple began bickering again in Su Hongqiao's eyes. Having bestowed his son with extraordinary talent, Su Yiting should become a warrior, slaying star beasts to safeguard their nation. Conversely, his mother, Chen Xian, believed that the safety of their child outweighed all else. Neither perspective was incorrect, yet in these moments, Su Yiting remained silent. After a brief quarrel, Chen Xian recalled that her son had yet to eat, quickly preparing a bowl of noodles and bringing it over, saying, Don't pay attention to your father, he's just a rough man. It's perfectly fine as it is now. In the future, managing this noodle house safely is far more important than anything else. Su Hongqiao could not help but retort. Star beasts can appear at any moment. When has this world ever known peace? Only by becoming a high-level warrior can one truly attain safety. With that, the argument reignited. Su Yiting, long accustomed to this dynamic, quietly finished his noodles, leaving not a single drop of broth, before bidding them farewell and heading upstairs to his room. On the second floor, to the left, was the room of his parents, Su Hongqiao and Chen Xian, while the right side served as the living room on the third floor. To the left was Su Yiting's room, and to the right was his sister Su Qianqian's room. Su Yiting opened his door to find a sparsely furnished space, a bed and a home virtual network pod, with only a few scattered daily necessities remaining. In due time, I might just be able to enter the apocalypse world, Su Yiting mused, casting a longing glance at the virtual network pod. This era was unlike the old, a time belonging to martial arts. 300 years ago, the revival of spiritual energy strengthened every individual's physique and extended lifespan, breathing new life into ancient practices. Thus, martial arts emerged. Humans who had undergone training possessed creativity far surpassing that of the past, leading to the birth of the virtual network. The Apocalypse world was a virtual network created by the Blue Star Federation, serving as humanity's second realm with numerous applications. Enter. One needed a mental strength of 6.0 or above. Su Yiting, having spent so much time constructing the pavilion in his mental realm, found his mental strength waning, rendering him unable to access the Apocalypse world, while his curiosity about it only deepened. Completing the pavilion, regardless of the benefits it might yield, meant he would no longer need to expend mental energy in the mental realm, allowing his vitality and mental strength to recover swiftly. There was still time. Su Yiting thought to himself, then locked the door and lay down on his bed. Regardless of the outcome, only a plaque and a tile remained unconstructed. It was imperative to complete the task. Chapter 3. Qingping Sword Technique. As his consciousness sank into the mental realm, Su Yiting found himself once more before the pavilion. He did not hesitate. With a thought, he lifted a tile from the ground. In the mental realm, what felt like a few kilograms in reality now seemed exceedingly heavy, and he struggled with the effort, his consciousness moving painfully slowly. After several minutes, he finally positioned the tile in the gap on the roof. Next, he reached for the golden plaque inscribed with Songjin Pavilion in regular script. This was the final piece of the puzzle. The plaque was heavier than he had anticipated. As he lifted it, he felt his consciousness's hands tremble. After half an hour of labor, he managed to hang the plaque on the pavilion. The pavilion seemed to pulsate with newfound vitality, the golden characters shining even more brilliantly. At the moment that Songjin Pavilion was completed, a brilliant light radiated from the Shijian stone, and characters began to materialize on its surface. Songjin Pavilion construction successful, first floor now open. Acquired Yangjian method. Divine light in the eyes. One opportunity for transmission of teachings. Your vitality increased from 6.0 to 6.7. Your mental strength increased from 5.0 to 10.0. Su Yiting furrowed his brow slightly. With the completion of the Songjin Pavilion, his mental realm felt as if it had obtained a stabilizing anchor, and his mental strength soared to 10.0. Since vitality depends on physical quality and mental strength, the latter's increase also restored some of his vitality, which was entirely within his expectations. The reason for his frown was his dissatisfaction with the benefits derived from the Songjin Pavilion. Had he followed a more methodical training regimen, his strength would surely have surpassed this. It seemed that Songjin Pavilion could hardly be considered an extraordinary boon. Nevertheless, he still needed to evaluate the Yangjian method and the effects of the divine light in his eyes. With a thought, the information on the Shijian stone shifted, revealing the Yangjian method text. The breath of the sword corresponds to the ethereal mind, each inhalation and exhalation imbued with spirit. Inhaling energy sharpens like a sword, exhaling like an arrow piercing the clouds. Gathering energy around the sword body can transform it into a swimming dragon, agile and responsive, defeating foes like the wind in the moment of breathing, lie supine. Legs straight, fingers curled back, envisioning the spring of life. The entirety of the Yangjian method was little more than 1,000 words, and Su Yiting quickly read through it. It was a method of breathing. A trace of astonishment flickered in his eyes. If the Yangjian method was not mere deception, it would allow him to communicate with the sword through breath, channeling his vital energy and spirit to wield it in an extraordinarily profound manner. True energy only manifests within a master's body. If he could successfully cultivate the Yangjian method, would it not mean a smooth passage to the master realm? Su Yiting pondered quietly, but to cultivate the sword, he first needed a sword. Within the borders of the Xia Kingdom, it is an unlawful act to privately possess blades and swords without authorization from the Martial Arts Bureau, and one must not act in haste. His thoughts then shifted to the vision of the sword mentioned by the Songjin Pavilion. This is a remarkable detection skill that requires no practice to wield. The information of the opponent will appear on the trial sword stone. Creatures with vitality exceeding twice that of the user cannot be detected. This is indeed commendable. Su Yiting nodded, feeling relatively satisfied with this skill used for detection. He then directed his gaze towards the grand entrance of the pavilion. According to the text that had appeared earlier on the trial sword stone, he was now eligible to enter the first floor of the Cangjin Pavilion. With a creak, he pushed open the ancient and hefty door. And a wave of musty yet rich fragrance of books enveloped him. Before his eyes lay an array of neatly arranged bookshelves, adorned with various tomes. All of them were foundational sword techniques and body methods. Su Yiting picked up a few volumes and opened them, astonishment blossoming within him. The first rank sounded feeble, yet aside from a few basic martial arts that were freely available, any ranked martial arts within the Xia Kingdom required purchase for study. The price of first-rank sword techniques in the Martial Arts Academy's marketplace and Linglong Pavilion's commerce ranged from 10,000 to 100,000. Su Hongqiao and his wife operated a noodle shop in the South Mountain District, earning a mere 200,000 blue star coins a year, leaving scant resources after basic living expenses and mortgage payments, especially with both Su Yiting and Su Qianqian training in martial arts. They could hardly afford to purchase ranked martial arts. Had he diligently practiced in the past, the nation and school would have rewarded him with first-rank sword techniques. However, to freely select from so many was an impossibility. Su Yiting was quite exhilarated, being a sword enthusiast at heart. Now, faced with such a plethora of sword techniques, he could hardly contain his excitement. Falling Dust Sword Technique, Drifting Dragon Sword Technique, Evening Snow Sword Technique, Green Leaf Sword Technique, Carefree Body Method.as. He scanned the covers of the various sword manuals. His gaze ultimately settled on the green leaf sword technique. This technique had emerged in the ancient era, created by the celestial master of Longhu Mountain, the onset of the spiritual energy revival. Many sword masters had practiced these ancient techniques. However, the human body, nourished by spiritual energy, was evidently unable to adapt to the ancient methods. Thus, they had undergone modifications. The green leaf sword technique, refined by martial artists, was now included in the Martial Arts Bureau, priced at 100,000, making it the highest tier among the first ranks. Having considered his family's situation, he had never mentioned his desire for a ranked sword technique to his parents, yet he had not anticipated acquiring one in this manner. Su Yiting opened the green leaf sword technique, and the content on the first page mirrored the trial version he had seen online, dispelling any lingering doubts. Being in the realm of the spirit world, Su Yiting could perceive everything around him. After turning a few pages, he noticed new text appearing on the trial sword stone outside the pavilion. Green leaf sword technique can transmit skill. Transmit skill? Su Yiting stepped outside. Approaching the trial sword stone, he contemplated the phrase transmit skill, consuming one transmission opportunity. Suddenly, a faint white light manifested in the small square before the pavilion, coalescing into a figure clad in white robes, wielding a sword. The features of the white-robed figure were indistinct, and upon appearing, it immediately sprang into action, unfurling its sword techniques with movements that were at times swift as the wind, and at others, fluid as flowing water. Once considered the foremost in swordsmanship at Nanshan No. 1 High School, Su Yiting now felt he could not even claim to be a novice compared to this white-robed figure. The disparity in skill was stark. Su Yiting watched intently, feeling as though the white-robed person's swordplay flowed effortlessly, without pause or hesitation. Each motion imbued with a certain wonder. He was entranced, and the pace of the white-robed figure's swordplay only quickened. Clang, clang. Ultimately, the white-robed figure's sword danced through the air, the flickering shadows of the blade striking with lightning speed, the sound of the sword ringing out in a symphony akin to that of 100 birds in chorus. Su Yiting's pupils constricted. The green leaf sword technique comprised 5 forms: flying rainbow across the river, wind sweeping fallen leaves, shattered golden bell, python emerging from its hole, and 100 birds facing the phoenix. At this moment, the white-robed figure executed 100 birds facing the phoenix, indicating that it had mastered the green leaf sword technique to its utmost limit. Chapter 4. Flying rainbow across the river. The white-robed figure slowly sheathed its sword. The ringing ceased, and its form gradually became transparent, dissipating into the ether. Su Yiting savored the swordplay of the white figure, each move now etched deeply in his memory. With a slight focus, he could recall them vividly. A perfect image of executing the green leaf sword technique now resided in his mind, ensuring that during his sword practice tomorrow, he would achieve twice the results with half the effort. The speed of his skill enhancement would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. After wandering around the Songjin Pavilion, Su Yiting committed the carefree body method to memory and withdrew his consciousness from the spirit realm. Returning to his room, click, click. The sound of a door opening echoed in the corridor. It was 9 o'clock. Glancing at the time on his smart wristband, Su Yiting realized that his sister, Su Qianqian, had returned. Reflecting on the past few years, he had been so engrossed in the construction of the Songjin Pavilion that he had not guided Qianqian in her sword practice for quite some time. The thought of Su Qianqian filled him with a sense of guilt. This sister had always looked up to him as a role model, striving diligently since childhood and after entering high school. She practiced daily at the campus martial arts hall from 5 in the morning, only returning home late at night. In the earlier days, he would often take time to offer her guidance. However, since the construction of the Songjin Pavilion began, their interactions had gradually diminished. Su Qianqian seemed to have sensed her brother's change, becoming less clingy and instead focusing silently on her training. In the future, he would no longer need to immerse himself in the spirit world daily. He could return to a normal life, striving to earn a scholarship and purchase basic life potions. The immediate priority remained to enhance vitality and skills. Becoming stronger, Su Yiting knew that Su Qianqian had just finished her training and would be exceedingly fatigued, so he refrained from disturbing her and instead began to contemplate the future. His motivations for wanting to grow stronger were quite simple. First, he genuinely loved martial arts, particularly swordsmanship. Second, only by becoming a formal martial artist could he improve his family's circumstances. His father's leg ailment, along with the future training resources for both his sister and himself, could only be secured through strength. With aspirations for a brighter future, Su Yiting sank into a deep slumber. The following day, at 4 in the morning, Su Yiting rose early, with only the faint glow of streetlights visible outside. He did not wake anyone, and after washing up, he boarded the 24-hour unmanned bus to school. After breakfast in the cafeteria, he headed straight for the campus martial arts hall. Following the revival of spiritual energy, spatial rifts occasionally appeared within Blue Star, which people termed star domains. These domains were teeming with star beasts, many of which would traverse the rifts to attack human settlements. Thus, the Xia Kingdom had embraced a culture of martial arts. And the martial arts hall was naturally expansive. Upon entering, he beheld a spacious and brightly lit hall, flanked by an array of unsharpened cold weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds, alongside various training equipment like sandbags, dumbbells, and barbells. Even before 5 o'clock, scattered students were already engaged in their training within the hall. These individuals, aspiring to attend martial arts universities, were notably more diligent than those who chose the liberal arts. Su Yiting's arrival went unnoticed. He retrieved a long sword from the weapon rack and found a corner adorned with human-shaped wooden dummies to take his stance. He did not rush into practicing the green leaf sword technique, but instead warmed up with the basic sword technique, which he was already well versed in. The basic sword technique was freely accessible by the nation, consisting of 16 forms of strikes: point, collapse, thrust, cloud, wipe, hang, lift, tease, raise, intercept, cleave, block, parry, entangle, sweep. Su Yiting was thoroughly familiar with these 16 forms. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword swiftly darted out like a serpent emerging from its lair, striking the wooden dummy's brow with incredible speed. This strike was executed with precision and ferocity, showcasing his superb mastery of the sword technique. Having not practiced swordsmanship for quite some time, he felt no sense of unfamiliarity, only a wave of nostalgia. After executing a strike, Su Yiting's demeanor shifted to one of intense focus, the long sword in his hand dancing up and down. Carving sharp arcs through the air, swordsmanship necessitated the harmonious coordination of hand, eye, body, technique, and footwork. Soon, Su Yiting began to incorporate the carefree body method into his swordplay, pivoting his waist and moving his feet with agility. During this process, his breathing gradually quickened and sweat began to drip. Unconsciously, thoughts of the breathing techniques from the sword nurturing methods surfaced in his mind, prompting him to adjust his breathing accordingly. Although the sword in his hand was unsharpened and could not communicate through breath, the rhythm of his movements became increasingly fluid and natural with each inhalation and exhalation. Flying rainbow across the river. Suddenly, Su Yiting sank his shoulders and dropped his elbows, abruptly altering his sword stance. Twisting at the waist, he guided the energy within him towards his limbs, thrusting the long sword straight out, penetrating the wooden dummy before him in an instant. Bang! The dummy shook and emitted a muffled thud. Splinters scattering in all directions. Flying rainbow across the river fundamentally involved utilizing the waist to channel internal energy, unleashing explosive power over short distances, akin to delivering a strike through the sword. Su Yiting stood at attention, exhaling a long breath. After practicing the basic sword technique, he immediately proceeded to train in the green leaf sword technique, and with his first strike, he successfully executed a sword move. This progress far exceeded his expectations. A thought crossed his mind, and the trial sword stone displayed his current status panel. Vitality, 6.7, unranked, punching power, 468 kg speed, 11.8 meters second mental strength, 10. 0 martial arts techniques, Qingping sword technique, Xiaoyao body movement technique skill levels, sword technique, second stage 80, body movement, second stage 50, after witnessing the swordsmanship of the Sword Dao master performing the Qingping sword technique. My mastery of swordsmanship will progress at an astonishing rate, perhaps allowing me to reach the third stage before the assessments in April. Su Yiting pondered to himself. Not long after the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Blue Star Federation established standards for martial arts proficiency. The first stage requires a proficient grasp of basic skills, attainable by most individuals after several years of practice. The second stage demands not only foundational skills but also a clever application of weapons, merging strength with the weapon itself. The requirements for the third stage are even higher, necessitating mastery of advanced techniques, with the weapon wielded with such finesse that every move flows seamlessly. This is the realm of unity between body and weapon. During high school, only a select few prodigies could achieve the third stage. Qianqian, isn't that person your brother? As Su Yiting immersed himself in his thoughts, a soft whisper reached him from behind. Two young ladies stood a short distance away. The girl on the left, clad in a red and white school uniform with a ponytail, had fair skin and held a sword, bearing a resemblance to Su Yiting. The girl on the right was strikingly beautiful. Tall for a high school senior at 1.7 meters, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, with her long black hair elegantly tied up, a few strands cascading down her forehead. Chapter 5. Guidance. Both young ladies were exceptionally attractive, instantly drawing the attention of many onlookers. Isn't that Su Qianqian from the sophomore elite class? And the other one is Ji Wanga from the senior elite class. Who is the person in front of them? I don't recognize him, but I heard Su Qianqian has a brother. Could it be him? That's Su Yiting from class 7, once the top of his craft, but he hasn't been seen in a long time. It's understandable that you guys in your second year wouldn't know. For high school students, beautiful girls always capture their attention, and at the same time, they noticed Su Yiting, who held a sword. However, Su Yiting had been silent for so long that many had forgotten him, and students from the first and second years hadn't even heard his name. Dressed in a red and white school uniform, Su Qianqian could not help but inquire, "Brother, why are you here at school so early today?" It was no wonder she felt astonished. Since her enrollment, she had never seen Su Yiting in the martial arts hall. Aside from their meal times together, he usually stayed holed up in his room. Su Yiting wiped his sweat and replied, "From now on, I will come every day. If you have any questions about your skills, feel free to ask me at any time." That Su Qianqian was unsure why her brother had suddenly begun to put in effort again, but seeing him revitalized made her genuinely happy. "Dad would be so pleased to know you're back on track. However, speaking of guidance, perhaps it will be I who instructs you." Su Yiting, observing his sister's proud demeanor, shook his head and chuckled, "You little imp, you are getting ahead of yourself. There is still some time before class. Let us practice together and see how much you've progressed over these past 2 years." Hearing this, Su Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to demonstrate her abilities. As a member of the elite class, her talent was undeniably high. Yet, as a sophomore, her vitality had already reached 7.3, and her skills stood at second stage 5-1. In a real fight, she believed she was stronger than the long-fallen Su Yiting. Nevertheless, she thought to herself, since my brother has finally found his drive, if I easily defeat him, it might diminish his confidence. Su Qianqian shook her head and found an excuse to decline. "I've made plans to practice with Sister Wanga." "Oh, brother, let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Ji Wanga." Su Yiting, unaware of Su Qianqian's inner thoughts, assumed she truly had other commitments and smiled lightly. "Hello, Ji Wangi. It seems we were classmates before. I can't believe you still remember." Ji Wang replied, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. During their first year, she and Su Yiting had both entered the elite class together, that time. Su Yiting was full of vigor, even in the elite class. He was the most dazzling presence, and she could only look up to him. The once prodigious youth had now fallen to an ordinary class, and upon meeting again, he had lost the arrogance he once bore. The roles had seemingly reversed. Now, she was the one Su Yiting looked up to, which left her quite reflective. Su Yiting smiled. Of course I remember. You two practice. This space is yours, I'll just observe. Su Qianqian was eager for her brother to witness her progress and readily agreed. Ji Wang, with her long legs, retrieved 2 Amei daggers and full protective gear from the rack, standing opposite Su Qianqian. Su Yiting could not help but be intrigued. The Amei daggers, being a dual-handed weapon, were relatively obscure compared to the more popular swords, knives, and guns, requiring high proficiency in body movements, and this was the first time he had seen someone wielding them. Ji Wang let her arms hang casually at her sides, smiling lightly. Qianqian, I want to go easy on you just because your brother is watching. Su Qianqian donned her protective gear, grasping her sword with both hands. It's no shame to lose to Sister Wang. Let us go. Be careful. Ji Wang slightly shifted her body, stepping forward with her left foot, followed by her right, thrusting the dagger forward towards Su Qianqian's chest with fluid motion. This series of movements exuded grace. To Su Qianqian, it seemed as though Ji Wang's left foot had barely moved forward when the Amei dagger was already at her chest. However, as they had practiced together before, Su Qianqian was prepared for the attack and immediately crossed her sword in front of her to block. The dagger struck against the blade, but Ji Wang appeared to have anticipated this. Swiftly shifting her right foot to the left, her hidden left hand suddenly rising, slicing horizontally towards Su Qianqian's neck. Whoosh! Su Qianqian's eyes widened, her head till Su Yiting listened with exceptional attentiveness. He had previously spent a considerable amount of time immersed in the realm of the mind, and as a result, not only had his martial arts regressed, but his academic studies had also suffered. Although he aspired to gain admission to a martial arts university, even if he chose a martial track, cultural scores would contribute 10 to the overall college entrance examination score. This was also intended to ensure that students possessed an understanding of history and culture, rather than becoming mere brutes. What surprised Su Yiting was that after listening for an entire morning, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. This was the benefit brought about by the enhancement of his mental strength. His cognitive abilities had become markedly more agile. Should he continue to improve, he might even be capable of multitasking. This revelation delighted Su Yiting, for having spent years in the mental realm, he had achieved only a score of 300 in cultural studies during the final exams of the first half of his senior year. With his current mental strength, dedicating just 1 hour a day to cultural studies could potentially elevate his score to around 600 by the time of the college entrance examination. Even if only 10 of that were to be counted, it could lead to a commendable increase of 30 points. In the afternoon, martial arts class was scheduled. With the global campus competition concluded, the martial arts lesson would naturally not take place in the cramped classroom but would be relocated to a spacious auditorium within the teaching building. This auditorium spanned nearly 1,000 square meters. While not as large as the campus martial arts hall, it was equipped with superior facilities, including various cold weapons, as well as instruments for measuring vitality, striking power, and speed. No-one dared to arrive late for Yin Wang's class. By 1 o'clock, over 60 students had already begun practicing stances within the classroom. Standing in place was a prerequisite for martial arts training. Akin to laying a foundation before erecting a building, it was fundamental. The standardized foundational stance practiced at Nanshan High School was the Hunyuan stance. However, the students of Class 7 exhibited a variety of postures, many struggling with issues of leaning forward, tilting back, or swaying sideways to varying degrees. Yin Jinghua, known as Yin Wang, entered the classroom as class commenced. Upon surveying the room, he immediately noticed Su Yiting, whose feet were shoulder-width apart, chest slightly contracted, back straightened, breathing deep and even, and whose eyes shone with clarity. Yin Wang instantly detected the changes in Su Yiting compared to before. A perfectly executed horse stance. Could it be that my reprimands yesterday had awakened him? Yin Wang mused quietly. Yet, as the homeroom teacher of Class 7, he could not focus solely on Su Yiting during class and soon shifted his attention to the lesson. Emph! Yin Wang let out a cold snort before stepping into the ranks. Lu Yuan, when will you correct your pigeon-toed stance? And you, Changjian, why are you tensing your body? Standing in place isn't merely about lowering your stance or enduring it for a long time. Your center of gravity should align with the midline between your feet. With a stern expression, Yin Wang's voice boomed, commanding great authority, and the students whose names were called quickly corrected their postures. Do not think that the Hunyuan stance is merely about standing in a horse stance. Pay close attention to the energy within your body. In the future, attempt to integrate your techniques with the stance. Only by truly mastering this can you transform your localized power into unified strength. Elevate your skills from the second tier to the third. This understanding is essential. Yin Wang was exceedingly strict, admonishing each student as he passed by, while also assisting them in adjusting their stances. Some students who had opted for the liberal arts should not think that this did not concern them. Star beasts could appear in urban areas at any moment. Do not find yourself in a situation where you struggle to escape. Under Yin Wang's stern reprimand, the students fell silent. Su Yiting. Is having a standard posture of any use? You only understand relaxing the waist and allowing the hips to flow but are oblivious to suspending the crown and energizing the top. Finally, Yin Wang approached Su Yiting. A flicker of unnoticeable admiration glimmered in his eyes. Even as he scolded, you can relax everything, but not the top of your head. Your crown is sinking, compressing your shoulders and chest, which increases the physiological curvature of your spine and neck. Suspend your head to reduce the curvature of your cervical spine. Don't ask me how to suspend it. Imagine your Baihui point is perpendicular to the heavens. If you cannot envision it, think of your head being tied to a rope. Engrossed in the practice of the stance, Su Yiting's eyes brightened at Yin Wang's words. The principle of suspending the crown in Hunyuan stance meant that when the head was upright, the gaze would be clear. How enlightening! He promptly followed Yin Wang's instructions. Before long, he noticed changes within himself. Beyond correcting his cervical spine, his thoracic vertebrae were also realigned. By suspending the crown above and relaxing the waist and flowing the hips below, not only could energy circulate smoothly within, but it also benefited the central nervous system, allowing for immediate mobilization of energy. Otherwise, it would inevitably be obstructed. Yin Wang nodded in satisfaction and then stood outside the ranks, his gaze scanning each student of Class 7 intently. An hour later, the stance practice concluded. Yin Wang clapped his hands, and the students collectively exhaled with relief, eagerly straightening their postures. Only Su Yiting felt a lingering desire to continue, wishing he could practice for another 2 hours. If he sustained this for a month, he could unify his cervical, thoracic, and lumbar vertebrae into a cohesive whole, at which point he could attempt to open the dragon spine, significantly enhancing his vitality, striking power, and speed. Naturally gifted, Su Yiting's comprehension seemed to have improved alongside his elevated mental strength. With Yin Wang's slight guidance, he grasped the concept of suspending the crown and began contemplating the opening of his dragon spine. However, it was still class time, and the stance practice was only a part. He could not neglect the rest. Yin Wang approached the weapon rack and retrieved a large knife, stating in a solemn tone, "In 2 months, the April assessment will arrive. From today onward, we may have practical combat classes at any time. I will seize the remaining time to maximize your skill enhancement." Chapter 7. Skill Levels. The April assessment is the final large-scale examination before the National College Entrance Examination in Xia Country. The content of the exam is similar to that of the college entrance examination, except for the direct confrontation with star beasts in the star domain. Most students will decide whether to pursue liberal arts or martial arts after the April assessment. At this moment, Yin Wang, wielding the large knife, stepped into the center of the classroom and activated the skill testing permissions on his wrist-mounted smart bracelet. As he spoke, a circular arena constructed of silver metal rose in the center of the classroom, accompanied by a display screen. The students below the arena instinctively swallowed hard. A practical combat class meant they would have to face Yin Wang in combat, and it was impossible not to feel nervous. Yin Wang ascended the arena, casting a glance at the students in line, and said in order, "The first row will begin, from left to right. Sun Yin, you go first." The student called upon was tall and regarded as an exemplary student in class. His vitality reaching 7.3, during the previous practical class, he achieved a skill level of 53 at the second tier, earning a skill score of 210 points. This score was generated by the classroom's precision instruments, adhering to the same standards as the college entrance examination. With a maximum score of 300,210 points indicated a significant opportunity to enter a municipal martial arts university. Sun Yin stepped forward from the ranks, retrieving a long sword from the weapon rack, yet he did not don protective gear. Yin Wang was vastly stronger than the students, capable of controlling the situation without concern for safety. As he ascended the arena, a beam of pure white light descended from the instruments in the classroom, enveloping him. Subsequently, the screen displayed a segment of information. Sun Yin, student, Vitality 7.4, skill test about to begin. Yin Wang nodded in approval. Good, your vitality has increased by 0.1. If you can reach 7.8 before the college entrance examination, your chances of entering Qingyuan Martial Arts University are quite promising. A vitality score of 7.4 placed Sun Yin at the lower end of the elite class. Yet among ordinary classes, it was already considered above average. In Class 7, only about 10 students boasted vitality above 7. However, elite class students generally excelled beyond ordinary class students in skill and mental strength as well. These combined factors were sufficient to create a significant gap between them and their peers. Now you initiate the attack. The rest of you, pay close attention. In martial arts, the competition is not solely about vitality and mental strength. Skill is equally crucial. The power of skill can lead to a transformation of the body. Yin Wang admonished the students from below the arena before fixing his sharp gaze upon Sun Yin. Gripping the large knife, Sun Yin took a step forward, charging towards Yin Wang with remarkable speed, swiftly closing the distance and thrusting his long sword. Bang! Yin Wang neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he raised the large knife high and struck directly against the sword blade, causing Sun Yan's hand to tingle, nearly losing his grip on the sword. While his speed and strength were commendable, facing a swordsman with an unvaried sword technique made it challenging to gain the upper hand. Su Yiting shook his head from below. In the skill class, Yin Wang would naturally refrain from using his full strength, employing only around 400 kilograms of force. Yet, even with this restrained strength, a single cleaving strike from Yin Wang had caused significant trouble for Sun Yin. As the saying goes, a knife is as fierce as a tiger, a sword as swift as a phoenix. To wield a sword effectively relies on the combination of footwork and swordplay, achieving victory through variation, especially against a swordsman. Unless one's strength and technique far exceeded that of the opponent, it would be an unwise endeavor to engage in a direct contest. In Su Yiting's eyes, Sun Yin was merely strong but lacked adaptability, rendering his swordplay rigid. However, this was merely a lesson, and Yin Wang did not pursue the attack. Once Sun Yin regained his composure, he continued, again. Sun Yin gritted his teeth and stepped forward to strike once more. This time, Yin Zhenghua did not engage with the blade. Instead, he slightly shifted his foot to evade the thrust of Sun Yan's sword. Sun Yin attempted a backhand strike, but Yin Zhenghua deftly retreated a step, effortlessly avoiding the attack once more. Swish, 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 Sun Yin unleashed a flurry of strikes, his long sword darting and stabbing, executing every technique from the basic swordsmanship with dazzling flair. Yet, not a single blow managed to graze the hem of Yin Zhenghua's attire. Uncle Yin seemed to be toying with him. At that moment, Su Yiting attentively observed Yin Zhenghua's footwork. Sun Yan's swordplay failed to impress him, yet Yin Zhenghua's agile steps were worthy of emulation. After a brief interval, Sun Yin was panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, clearly exhausted. He needed to practice his footwork more diligently and not grow complacent merely because of his enhanced vitality. Ultimately, Yin Zhenghua lunged forward, his wrist elegantly rising to strike the back of Sun Yan's hand with his large blade. The long sword clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The King Yin remained as formidable as ever. It was baffling how, despite his power and speed being ostensibly inferior to theirs, he could still easily triumph. Even having witnessed it countless times, the students were once again astonished by Yin Zhenghua's displayed prowess. This was the chasm of skill. I have recently devoted less time to practicing my stance, relying instead on vitality potions to boost my life force, which has allowed me to focus on my technique. Now that my skill has advanced to 61 in the second tier, I feel I could easily surpass two versions of myself. Among the group, a strikingly beautiful girl spoke softly. Lu Qi, your skill has reached 61 in the second tier? If you had achieved 61 last semester, Qi, you could have entered the elite class. The students turned their gazes towards her, each displaying a look of astonishment. 61% in the second tier sounded close to Sun Yan's 53%. Yet the qualitative difference was vast. In terms of skill tiers, 0-30 is considered the initial stage, 30-60 the intermediate stage, 60-90 the advanced stage, and the final 10 signifies perfection. The 8% gap between Lu Qi and Sun Yin effectively represented a minor realms difference. It is important to note that as one progresses, the path becomes increasingly arduous. Currently, many students in Class 7 are at the intermediate stage of the second tier, yet only Lu Qi has touched upon the advanced stage, highlighting the magnitude of the disparity. Relying on vitality potions to enhance one's life force, such as the life of the affluent, Su Yiding gazed at Lu Qi with envy. For him, achieving 61 in the second tier was inconsequential. However, even the basic vitality potion costs 5,000 per bottle, a price his family could never afford. Just as the students marveled at Lu Qi's prowess, the scoreboard displayed Sun Yan's score, 211 points. Approximately 53 in the second tier. Previously, Sun Yan had scored 210 points. This time, he had only improved by 1 point. He was evidently dissatisfied, descending the stage in a daze. Chapter 8. The Rainfall Pear Blossom Spear after a round of combat. Yin Zhenghua showed no sign of fatigue, not a single drop of sweat on his brow, and called out, "Next. It's my turn." Another student stepped onto the stage, weaker than Sun Yin, ultimately scoring only 198 points. Without improvement before the college entrance exam, he would likely bid farewell to the martial arts university. Next, Lu Qi. One by one, students ascended the stage until it was time for the strongest student of Class 7, Lu Qi. With a confident demeanor, she retrieved a 2.5-meter-long red tassel spear from the rack and stepped onto the platform. Lu Qi's previous skill score was 220, and having recently made a breakthrough, she might even reach 240. That would meet the provincial university's admission standards. She had certainly accumulated experience, and in a real combat scenario, those in the elite class who relied on drugs to gain strength might not even surpass her. The issue was that she, too, had taken drugs, though perhaps not as excessively as those in the elite class, where few were impoverished except for Su Qianqian in her sophomore year. Su Yiding is right behind us. Let us not let him hear us. All the students focused their attention on Lu Qi, whispering comparisons between her and the elite class students. A few even mentioned Su Qianqian, which left Su Yiding feeling quite vexed. Lu Qi, Yin Zhenghua regarded her with admiration. Among Class 7, he believed she was the only one with genuine prospects of entering the provincial martial arts university. Teacher Yin, let us begin. Lu Qi held the spear in a middle-level stance, her rear hand resting on her waist, the front hand positioned evenly, her stance slightly crouched, with the spear tip aimed at Yin Zhenghua. She seemed eager to witness how her 61 skill in the second tier would fare against Yin Zhenghua. And after a brief exchange, she suddenly unleashed her force, propelling herself forward like an arrow released from a bow. With only a few meters separating them, and the spear extending 2.5 meters, she swiftly thrust her hands forward, driving the spear with fluidity and power, devoid of any hesitation. As the saying goes, the middle-level spear is the king of spears. The center point is the hardest to defend. Lu Qi's thrust, powered by her waist and tendon strength, surged forth like a hidden dragon emerging from the depths, the air seemingly torn asunder by the spear, issuing a sharp whistle. Excellent. Yin Zhenghua's eyes brightened at the sight. The middle-level spear thrust emphasizes stability, speed, and precision. Lu Qi adeptly channeled her internal strength into her arms, producing force far superior to that of Sun Yin. Clang. Though this was another thrust, this time Yin Zhenghua did not counter with a slashing blow. Instead, he positioned his blade horizontally before him to intercept the spear. After dissipating the force, he aimed to push the spear aside. To his surprise, Lu Qi anticipated his move, swiftly retracting her spear and stepping forward again. Her spear swirling like a silver phantom, its tip continuously targeting Yin Zhenghua's chest, face, and lower body. This was the first-tier spear technique. The Rainfall Pear Blossom Spear. Yin Zhenghua let out a hearty laugh. Previously, Lu Qi had practiced only the basic spear technique, but it seemed she had recently mastered a first-tier technique from the Rainfall Pear Blossom Spear series, thus advancing her skill. Delighted, he did not slow his movements. His robust figure leapt and flipped across the stage, his blade synchronizing with each motion, successfully intercepting all of Lu Qi's spear strikes. Lu Qi was taken aback, unprepared for Yin Zhenghua to deflect her attack so effortlessly. I concede, I've lost. Lu Qi lowered her hands, decisively admitting defeat. Within less than a minute of engagement, her back was drenched in cold sweat, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Huh? Why surrender so soon? We've barely begun. Look at Lu Qi's condition. That last move clearly exhausted her considerable energy. This is merely a practice session, not a life or death struggle. Continuing could lead to injury. Yin teacher is still formidable. His skill must be at least in the advanced stage of the third tier. The students gazed at Lu Qi with admiration. The techniques of a first-tier spear technique could only be mastered by the elite classes prodigies during their high school years. A distance that felt insurmountable. Well done, Lu Qi. I knew I had not misjudged you. However, your weakness lies in your mental fortitude. Should you enhance it, I believe you can enter the Provincial Martial Arts University. Yin Zhenghua praised her while encouraging her to strive harder. Yes, teacher. Lu Qi responded with determination. Given her talent, the possibility of entering one of the 4 great schools of summer was slim, yet she held hope for a provincial university, for which she had been diligently working. At that moment, the scoreboard displayed her score, 236, approximately 61 in the second tier. Wow, she truly broke past 230, but what caliber of individual achieves full marks? In Shenyang and the key high schools of Magic City. Some prodigies reached the mid-third tier during high school. Full marks were merely arranged for them in our school. Only Shen Zhongping has a chance of hitting 270 points. His skill has already reached the pinnacle of the second tier. That elite class's top genius? I've always admired him. The last time he entered the school gate, he even glanced at me. Who knows, he might have a crush on me. Graduation is approaching. Otherwise, you should confess your feelings. With your charm, don't forget to mention it to him soon. Observing Lu Qi's score, all the students were filled with envy, but given her status as the top student of Class 7, no one felt resentment towards her effort. As the class continued, it soon became clear that only Su Yiting remained to take the stage. Yin Zhenghua glanced at Su Yiting and called out, Su Yiting, step up, it's his turn. All that remains to be seen is his skill, average. I heard someone mention that he was at 50 in the second tier during his freshman year. After 2 years, he is still at 50. Had he not squandered his potential, he might have surpassed Shen Zhongping by now. Just look at his previous lethargy. He must have watched too many films. While Shen Zhongping appears righteous, this highlights their disparity. One possesses talent but fails to cherish it. However, he seems different today. He was quite serious during the stance practice. It's too late to be serious now. Each practical lesson, Su Yiting faced the scrutiny of his classmates, and this occasion was no exception. Before he even stepped onto the stage, his peers had begun to lavish their critiques, typically along the lines of how, if they possessed his talent, they would undoubtedly win global campus competitions and subsequently hunt star beasts to protect their homeland. Su Yiting had long grown accustomed to such remarks and remained unfazed by their evaluations. He casually picked up a long sword from the weapon rack and stepped onto the stage. The moment he grasped the sword, the audience fell silent. All the students discerned a significant transformation in Su Yiting's demeanor. Shifting from his former tranquility to an imposing intensity, akin to a sword unsheathed. Chapter 9. Practical Combat. As Su Yiting took his stance on the arena, beams of light from the testing instruments in the classroom cascaded down. On the screen, Su Yiting's vitality information was displayed. Su Yiting, student, vitality 6.7, skill test about to begin, vitality 6.7? How is that possible? If memory serves correctly, Teacher Yin mentioned his testing data yesterday, which was 6.0, wasn't it? Has it increased? Or is the instrument malfunctioning? A stir of disbelief rippled through the ranks of students as they gazed at the information on the screen. It was not that a vitality of 6.7 was particularly extraordinary, but rather that Su Yiting's rate of improvement was astonishingly rapid. A leap of 0.7 in vitality overnight was simply unfathomable. Yin Zhenghua's eyes narrowed. He had sensed a change in Su Yiting's condition during their earlier training, but he had never anticipated it would manifest to such an extent. An enhancement solely in mental power could not account for such a vitality increase. Su Yiting's skills must have undergone a breakthrough. Or perhaps he had consumed some rare treasure? Yin Zhenghua mused internally, yet with students surrounding him, he refrained from inquiring further. Meanwhile, standing 3 meters away from Yin Zhenghua, Su Yiting cast a piercing glance. The sword-testing stone displayed a message. Target vitality exceeds 13.4, specific data undetectable. Indeed, Yin Uncle's injuries from the star domain were not as severe as his father's. His vitality still remained at the level of a budding warrior. If his father could be healed, perhaps he too could regain his status as a budding warrior. Su Yiting contemplated Yin Zhenghua's information. What are you dawdling for? Attack, after standing for a lengthy moment without Su Yiting making a move. Yan Jinghua barked impatiently. He was eager to witness whether Su Yiting's skills had indeed progressed. All right. Su Yiting snapped back to focus, propelling himself forward with a powerful leg push that transmitted energy from his legs to his waist. Launching his body like a cheetah, despite possessing only 6.7 vitality, the velocity he exhibited in that instant rivaled that of Lu Qi, who had a vitality of 7.6. Subsequently, the explosive force from his legs surged through his waist and into his arms. As the energy reached his wrist, Su Yiting raised his hand, slightly angling the sword, its tip directed towards Yan Jinghua's chest. Excellent. His control over his body surpassed that of Lu Qi, enabling him to display such speed and strength. Yan Jinghua's eyes glimmered with excitement. His arm muscles tensed as, when the sword tip was a mere 0.5 meters away, he swiftly raised his hand to parry. The great blade unleashed a terrifying force. Ripping through the air in an instant, Su Yiting's movements mirrored those of Sun Yan. How could he have forgotten something that had just occurred? As the students marveled at Su Yiting's velocity, they could not help but critique, noting that he too utilized a thrusting technique akin to Sun Yan's. It seemed he had acquired some rare treasure that restored his spirit and a modicum of vitality. Yet his skills still required further refinement. Lu Qi's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Su Yiting. For a fleeting moment, she had believed her position as the top student of Class 7 was in jeopardy. However, it now appeared that, at least in terms of skill, she still held the advantage over Su Yiting. No, it is different. I am employing a thrust, while he is executing a point. Moreover, this is merely a feint, his arm movements. Among Class 7, Sun Yan possessed the most refined swordsmanship, and he stared in astonishment at Su Yiting, instantly recognizing the vast chasm that separated their abilities. Before anyone could inquire further, Su Yiting's arm abruptly stiffened. Transitioning his side sword into a standing position, the blade rising to slice towards Yan Jinghua's wrist, where he gripped his knife. Excellent! Yan Jinghua could not help but exclaim. This upward flick was something Sun Yan might also achieve. But he could never replicate its fluidity or the rapidity of the sword transition. Instead of opting for evasive maneuvers, he utilized wrist strength to lift the front of the blade, deflecting Su Yiting's longsword. What an astonishingly swift manipulation of force! The speed of his strike was remarkably rapid. Su Yiting's entire being trembled, his grip loosening slightly. He immediately adjusted his posture, flipping his wrist to launch an upward strike towards Yan Jinghua's chest with an inverted sword. Ha ha! Yan Jinghua chuckled, bending his body in an odd manner, allowing the sword tip to glide past his chest by merely 3 inches. His reaction time, vision, and body control far surpassed mine. Su Yiting felt a jolt of surprise. During previous practical combat lessons, he had sparred with Yan Jinghua. However, at that time, he was still in the process of establishing the hidden sword pavilion, his strength significantly inferior to now, and Yan Jinghua had naturally held back. After all, Yan Jinghua was there to teach, not to dominate. Be careful. Before he could dwell on his shock, Yan Jinghua's offensive surged forward in an instant, the great blade becoming a blur as it descended. I must evade. Su Yiting swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding the strike. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, the blade darting like a venomous serpent to intercept Yan Jinghua's wrist. At this juncture, he still refused to adopt a defensive posture, leveraging the fluidity of his swordplay to seek opportunities for attack. Yet, Yan Jinghua was evidently quicker. The moment Su Yiting raised his hand, he had already initiated his action, the great blade slicing downward. Directly anticipating Su Yiting's trajectory of attack, a resounding clash echoed through the classroom as sword met blade. Are you telling me this is Su Yiting? Is there anyone in our class capable of engaging Yan Wang to this extent? The students erupted in astonishment. While they could hold their own against Yan Jinghua under lenient circumstances, Su Yiting's engagement with him had already begun to exhibit the essence of martial artists clashing. Had he perhaps been rejected by a school beauty? Did he suddenly attain enlightenment? Is there even a school beauty at our institution? I've never heard of one. I can only think of Ji Wanga. Lu Qi would suffice, or perhaps Shaoli if all else fails. Everyone pondered the cause of Su Yiting's sudden transformation, while Sun Yan remained transfixed, his gaze hungrily fixed on Su Yiting, of course. This hunger was for the art of swordsmanship. Although he often viewed videos of sword masters online, witnessing such a fierce display of swordplay in reality stirred his emotions profoundly. Yin Uncle consistently maintained a level comparable to mine, allowing me to unleash my potential. Practical combat still invigorated me as it once did on the stage. Su Yiting's hair was drenched in sweat, strands falling haphazardly across his forehead, his breath growing increasingly labored. Yet his starry eyes shone ever brighter, flying rainbow across the river. As Yin Zhenghua unleashed another swift strike, he finally executed the first move of the Qingping sword technique, flying rainbow across the river. Clang! This strike's speed eclipsed that of his previous thrusts, the long sword seemingly animated in his grasp, emitting a resonant sound akin to a silver rainbow surging forth. Excellent! Yin Zhenghua exclaimed in delight, twisting his forearm inward, the great blade tracing a perfect arc in front of him to meet the long sword. When the blades clashed with a thunderous impact, a tremendous force coursed through Su Yiting's wrist. His face paled immediately, retreating under the shockwave, blood seeping from his palm. Yet he still clutched the long sword tightly. Chapter 10. Spring of Life. Good, good, good. Yin Zhenghua ceased his assault, exclaiming good 3 times in succession. Ever since Su Yiting transitioned from the elite class to the ordinary class, he had lamented the loss of potential, often wishing to converse with him privately. However, Su Yiting had proven unresponsive, resulting in 2 years of squandered time. Now witnessing Su Yiting's resurgence, he felt an authentic joy. That final move of Yin Uncle's had fully integrated the force into the blade. Should I encounter a master of such caliber again, how should I respond? Yet Su Yiting felt little elation. Standing on the arena, his mind began to analyze the reasons for his defeat against Yin Zhenghua, seeking ways to counter his approach. A swordsman must capitalize on opportunities to advance. If no openings exist, retreat is essential. In the face of someone as powerful and skilled as Yin Uncle, I could only employ guerrilla tactics and defensive maneuvers, awaiting a flaw to exploit his physical form. The earlier flying rainbow across the river was executed too hastily. In the past, after each practical combat session, Su Yiting would meticulously reflect on the details of the battle. This instance was no exception. However, unlike before, those details now appeared vividly clear, as if a video played in his mind, revealing numerous areas for adjustment. At the same time, the classroom screen displayed his skill score, 265 points, approximately 81 at the second tier. Upon seeing the score, the classroom fell into a stunned silence. Moments later, the students reacted, collectively inhaling sharply. 265 points, 81 at the second tier. How many in the elite class could achieve such a score? An increase of 31 in skill within a single day. He must have attained enlightenment. Or perhaps he had been cultivating a particular mental technique prior to this, only now reaping the rewards. Su Yiting's advancement in skill astounded them even more than the increase in vitality. After all, vitality could be attributed to the consumption of rare treasures. Skill, however, was different. Even those of high status could only seek guidance from martial arts masters to expedite their improvement. The notion of someone like Su Yiting elevating his skill tier by 31 in a single day was inexplicable outside of sudden enlightenment. After all, how often does true enlightenment occur in this world? Sun Yin gazed at Su Yiting with admiration, and upon hearing the remarks of his classmates, he retorted, all moments of enlightenment stem from cumulative effort. I have only ever heard of insights gained through diligent study and practice. I have never encountered anyone who achieves enlightenment simply by sleeping every day. Now, enough of the noise. Today's class concludes here. You may disperse. Yin Zhenghua pressed down with both hands to quell the clamor of the students in Class 7. After an afternoon of rigorous training, many students were already quite fatigued and ceased to dwell on Su Yiting's transformation. Scattering in various directions, Xiao Yi, wait a moment, Su Yiting, preparing to head for a meal, was called back by Yin Zhenghua. First, let us bandage that up. I've saved some strength, so after the dressing, it shouldn't hinder your movements. But it would be unwise to let the wound become infected. Yin Zhenghua retrieved some lightweight medical gauze from the classroom and wrapped the slight injury on Su Yiting's palm, reflecting, after so many years of teaching, this is the first time I've injured a student. Su Yiting quickly reassured him, it's nothing serious. I am the training of a martial artist. How could one avoid injuries altogether? Even when I practice swordplay alone, I occasionally exert too much force and cramp up. Yin Zhenghua nodded, then suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, have you been cultivating some form of mental secret technique? Yes, Su Yiting replied with a composed expression, feeling that this statement was not a deception towards Uncle Yin. as constructing the Hidden Sword Pavilion indeed consumed a significant amount of mental energy. Thus, it could be considered a form of mental cultivation. Excellent! There is still time. It seems you have achieved remarkable progress in a short period, but your future cultivation speed may likely slow down. Nonetheless, you now possess the potential to enter a provincial-level university. The only drawback is that your vitality still needs improvement. Yin Zhenghua's face lit up with excitement, stroking his chin thoughtfully. With your skill level, you should be eligible for a scholarship. I will speak with Principal Tu shortly. If we can procure some vitality elixirs, it could greatly mitigate your shortcomings to a scholarship. Su Yiting's eyes sparkled with hope. He had previously received a $10,000 scholarship during the monthly exam in his first year. But due to the family's struggling restaurant business, he had used the funds to pay the mortgage. After being transferred to an ordinary class, his strength had declined, and he had not seen a scholarship since. Now, with Yin Zhenghua mentioning it, his immediate thought was not about the vitality elixirs, but rather how it could relieve the financial pressure on his family. Suddenly, recalling the scholarship, Su Yiting asked, "By the way, Uncle Yin, do you know if there are any treatments available for my father's leg?" Yin Zhenghua furrowed his brow, instantly realizing Su Yiting's intentions, and admonished, "Foolish. Even if you obtain a scholarship, your first priority should be to enhance your own strength. With strength, you can earn more effectively. Wasting your talent in your prime years is something your father would never agree to." "Uncle, I'm not foolish. It's just that my dad has been struggling to walk lately. If this continues, that leg may truly become useless." Su Yiting's expression turned serious. "Moreover, I'm merely inquiring. Soon, I will enter the apocalypse world. With my skills, it is entirely possible to earn a rank reward there." Yin Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered that Su Yiting, whose mental strength had previously been weak, could now enter the apocalypse world. Indeed, Yin Zhenghua pondered for a moment. However, martial cultivation does not rely solely on medicine. Guidance from experts, combat weapons, armor, and techniques are all of paramount importance. With your talent, as long as you are willing to train diligently, you are destined to become a martial artist. All of these elements are indispensable. Su Yiting smiled at this, replying, "Then you should tell me more. Having a goal will motivate me to work harder. Won't it? You rascal." Yin Zhenghua found it amusing, realizing that Su Yiting had a point. In the realm of martial arts, one's mindset is indeed crucial, and Su Yiting's filial piety was commendable. Old Su was injured by a second-tier star beast. The state has provided considerable assistance, but ordinary medical methods cannot fully heal him. He requires the fountain of life. However, do not rush. Your martial path is the most important matter, and I believe your family thinks the same. After giving a few more instructions, Yin Zhenghua hurriedly departed to speak with the principal about securing a scholarship for Su Yiting. Once Yin Zhenghua left, Su Yiting activated his smart wristband and searched for the Fountain of Life in the browser. Fountain of Life, sourced from the third-tier star domain Snake Orchid Forest. Price: 10 million per bottle, 10 milliliters. Effects: possesses astonishing healing abilities, particularly for physical injuries. Chapter 11. No money 10 million? For just 10 milliliters? Su Yiting could not help but exclaim. It was no wonder. If ordinary treatments could restore his father's leg, given his father's character, he would not have retired. After some contemplation, Su Yiting began to understand. The current medical technology was remarkably advanced, and if even the military hospitals in the star domain could not cure it, the cost for complete recovery was evidently steep in the third-tier star domain. Even masters could encounter danger. With that in mind, the price did not seem so exorbitant. With that settled, it was time to eat. Su Yiting tucked the idea of the Fountain of Life away in his mind and quietly exited the classroom. As dusk fell, the gentle rays of the setting sun bathed the campus, casting a golden hue over the teaching buildings. Students, filled with laughter and chatter, clustered together, either heading home or entering the dining hall. Resuming training, the physical exhaustion was significant. Simply returning home for a bowl of noodles would not suffice in terms of nutrition. Su Yiting rubbed his stomach as he entered the dining hall, approaching the serving window to fill a bowl with rice, a plate of chicken thighs, a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork, and a platter of mixed vegetables. I'll also have a piece of iron arm beef. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yiting decided to order a small piece of iron arm beef. The iron arm beast, a non-tier star beast, roamed in the first-tier star domain, and its tender meat contained immense energy. Just a small piece could rival several pounds of regular beef. making it one of the best sources of energy for ordinary martial artists. The masked cafeteria lady plated the food and said that LLB 100. Su Yiting winced at the payment. While the rice and chicken were inexpensive, totaling around 10 to 20 yuan, the piece of iron arm beef alone cost 80. My sister and I are at the age where our physical qualities are rapidly improving. If we both eat like this, we'll soon be living on air. Tonight, he planned to enter the apocalypse world to obtain rank rewards as quickly as possible to alleviate some pressure. Su Yiting was acutely aware of his shortcomings compared to other prodigies. Lack of money in martial arts, aside from talent, money was undoubtedly the most crucial factor. For someone like him, consuming a piece of iron arm beef daily was still considered frugal. Wealthier families, on the other hand, would not only purchase star beast meat but also hire professional martial artists for guidance at martial arts academies. Some even went so far as to hire private instructors. The fees for certified martial arts instructors remained exorbitantly high. Su Yiting's family's annual income would not suffice to cover the cost of hiring a polished, skilled female instructor for even a month. Including medicinal baths and single training rooms at martial arts academies, if possible, I must arrange for Qianqian, my sister, to have the same opportunities. She must not fall behind at the starting line. As Su Yiting pondered these matters. He carried his tray in search of a seat. Su Yiting, over here. A voice called out. Su Yiting looked over to find several classmates from Class 7 seated in a corner. The one calling him was Sun Yan, ranked among the top 10 in the class. Hello, everyone, Su Yiting greeted as he approached. He was not one to avoid classmates. On the contrary, he enjoyed making friends, but he simply hadn't had the time previously. Aside from Sun Yan, he recognized the other three. One was a buzzcut boy named Chen Jian, with a vitality score of 7, who was quite diligent but lacked talent. The remaining two were girls. One was Lin Xiuxiu, with a vitality score of 7.2, and the other was Lu Qi, the student with the highest vitality in Class 7. At this moment, both girls were gazing at Su Yiting with expressions of astonishment. In fact, until Su Yiting arrived, they had been discussing the afternoon's practical class, and now, facing him, Lu Qi finally could not contain her curiosity and asked, Su Yiting, were you hiding your abilities before? Su Yiting took a bite of his meal and replied, not exactly. I encountered some issues in my training that I only recently resolved. I see. Lu Qi nodded, her expression one of realization. It was quite common to experience setbacks in training, especially if Su Yiting had suffered mental damage. A prolonged period of silence was understandable. Sun Yan, being quite sociable, threw an arm around Su Yiting's shoulders and asked, Brother Su, how did you practice that sword technique? Why are my movements not as fluid as yours? Su Yiting chuckled, want to learn? I can teach you. Sun Yan was taken aback by Su Yiting's willingness, his face lighting up with excitement. Really? Recalling Sun Yan's performance, Su Yiting explained, I observed your movements this afternoon. Teacher Yin was right. Your main issue is your footwork. Additionally, you lack a solid grasp of your physicality. In swordplay, you must first engage your mind before your body. You seem to know what to do in theory, but your body struggles to keep up. Exactly. I've always felt that way. I've even imagined my impressive maneuvers, but when it comes to executing them, it all falls apart. Sun Yin responded with palpable enthusiasm, eager to learn how to overcome this hurdle. Su Yiting replied calmly, on this matter, Teacher Yin has also mentioned that during stance practice, one must lead with the crown's energy. When you return, integrate the sword techniques into your stance practice, and with diligent effort over time, your thoughts will manifest into action, allowing your sword to move in harmony with your mind. However, I must admit, I have yet to fully achieve this myself. Sun Yin and Su Yiting were engrossed in their discussion of swordsmanship, while the other three listened in bewilderment. They had no experience with swords and could not comprehend the intricacies, yet they sensed that Su Yiting truly possessed remarkable prowess. Lu Qi gazed intently at Su Yiting, feeling a twinge of discontent for not qualifying for the elite class. Seizing a rare opportunity, she asked, Su Yiting, you once attended the elite class. Does that mean everyone there is like you? Su Yiting reflected for a moment before sincerely replying, no, during my time in the elite class, I was indeed the best. Lu Qi rolled her eyes in exasperation, unsure of how to respond. The meal continued for half an hour amidst casual chatter. But Su Yiting, eager to return home and enter the awakening world, quickly made an excuse and departed. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, Sun Yan, and the others remained at school, preparing to digest the information before heading to the martial arts hall for further training. I'm back, Su Yiting announced as he stepped through the door, greeting his family before heading upstairs. Chun Xian was skillfully cooking noodles, Noticing Su Yiting's rush, she called out, "Dinner's ready? It's barely time to sleep." "I've already eaten," he replied, changing into his slippers as he ascended the stairs. He hurried back to the staircase and called out, "Dad, I've started training in martial arts again." Su Hongqiao, seated and watching the news, responded without turning, "Do I look like I believe you? Ask Uncle Yin if you want proof." Without waiting for Su Hongqiao's reply, Su Yiting dashed up the stairs, opened the door to the narrow home virtual network capsule. A unique scent wafted out, a blend of electronic components and the capsule's characteristic enclosed atmosphere. Inside lay a virtual helmet, adorned with a myriad of neural connection interfaces. Chapter 12. The Awakening World. This was a gift from Dad for my 15th birthday. I never imagined it would just sit here gathering dust. Su Yiting wiped the dust off the virtual helmet, powered it on, and donned it, pressing the start button on the side. A sensation akin to having his soul pulled surged through him. And before his eyes, a blinding white light appeared. As the light dissipated, his virtual image materialized within his field of vision. "Welcome to the Awakening World. You may choose to adjust your appearance," a voice, imbued with magnetism, resonated. Su Yiting quickly regained his composure, deciding it best not to resemble his real self too closely. He maximized the beauty settings. Manipulating the interface with his mind, his virtual image transformed. His skin took on an unreal porcelain white, and his chin sharpened to a point. "Let's tone it down. I'm not a live streamer," he thought. Finding the overly beautified appearance too exaggerated, Su Yiting made slight adjustments until he resembled a youthful figure with a serene demeanor, retaining about 70% similarity to his actual self before confirming his choice. The virtual image faded, replaced by a long frame. "Please enter your nickname." Partial understanding of sword techniques. Nickname already in use, registration failed. Qingping Sword Immortal. Nickname already in use, registration failed. What ridiculous names are already taken? Nickname already in use, registration failed. Frustrated after several attempts, he casually typed Su Gu. Nickname not in use, registration successful. Is that acceptable? Enter. With a thought, the scenery shifted again, revealing a vast, white expanse adorned with a UI interface, offering him a selection of destinations. Personal space, city space, combat space, entertainment space, and even red light districts. Please select your desired space. You may also construct a personal space and access beginner tutorials here. The magnetic voice chimed once more. Instinctively, Su Yiting replied, "Initiate beginner tutorial." The Awakening World beginner tutorial has commenced. Half an hour later, Su Yiting completed the tutorial. Although he'd heard of the wonders of the Awakening World, he did not anticipate it would be so astonishing, nearly akin to reality, albeit with a degree of virtuality that fell short of the real world. In the Awakening World, he could choose any city he wished to visit, engaging in activities mirroring real life, such as drinking, socializing, martial arts training, and foot baths. Naturally, many of these activities required payment, evident from the recharge portal prominently displayed in the upper corner of the UI interface. However, the virtual realm remained just that, a realm of illusion, unable to match the authenticity of the real world, and it consumed mental energy, preventing prolonged habitation. Its primary feature was the ability to train in martial arts within the combat space. Su Yiting took some time to design his virtual personal space as a loft, a task well within his expertise, and with the system's ready materials, it took merely half an hour to complete. Subsequently, he willed his presence to the martial arts street within the combat space. This street was 100 meters wide, bustling with people, all armed with various weapons, while gentle white lights flickered, signaling participants entering matches. The combat space offered entertainment matches, 1v1 arena ranking matches, 5-player MOBA modes, and 100-player Battle Royale modes, with the 1v1 arena ranking match being the most crucial. Only through ranking matches could one earn points to elevate their rank and receive rewards from the Blue Star Federation. Recalling the beginner tutorial, Su Yiting's goal in entering the Awakening World was to participate in 1v1 arena ranking matches. While he found other aspects of the virtual world intriguing, he was unwilling to waste time. He opened the UI interface, selected the combat space, and then opted for the 1v1 arena ranking match. Clicking to match.as, it was his first match. He was categorized as a stubborn Black Iron rank. The Black Iron rank was the most populous tier within the Awakening World, and he quickly found an opponent. Match successful, entering ranking match. Opponent is a stubborn Black Iron rank, 10-20 points. Please select your weapon. He chose the long sword. The scenery shifted once more, and his figure vanished from the martial arts street. reappearing on a colossal arena. The arena, constructed of yellow stone, was expansive and flat, bordered by a shimmering pool of water. Surrounding the arena were tiered spectator stands, reminiscent of rice terraces, extending skyward to accommodate thousands. Just by observing, Su Yiting could sense the immense pressure that combatants would endure if the arena were filled with spectators. Of course, he need not bear such pressure now, as no one would be inclined to watch a black iron rank match. 10, 8, 3, 1. The countdown concluded. A flash of white light heralded the appearance of his opponent. A girl with an overly beautified virtual image, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age, clearly having just met the mental energy requirements. "Hello, uncle. Could you let me win? I'd like to impress my classmates in the bronze rank," she pouted, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Her voice reminiscent of a primary school student, laced with innocence. Su Yiting knitted his brows and inquired, "How old are you?" The girl swayed playfully, replying, "I'm 16, uncle." Su Yiting was perplexed further, retorting, "I'm only 18, just 2 years older than you. Why call me uncle?" The girl, wide-eyed with innocence, responded, "All right, chicken feather uncle. Prepare for a swift conclusion," Su Yiting declared as he sprang into action, his right foot thrusting backward, leaving a deep imprint in the ground as dirt flew. Simultaneously, his left leg shot forward like a spring, and as he raised his right hand, the sword's glimmer flashed past, leaving a shallow cut on the girl's neck. Her figure dissipated into white light. Victory over Innocent Little Fairy. Points 10, current points, 1010, current rank, Stubborn Black Iron. Each ranking match yielded points ranging from 8 to 12, with 5 months remaining until his 18th birthday. Should he advance to the Question Me silver rank before then, he would earn a vial of life potion, and if he achieved floating light gold, he would receive 66,000 blue star coins. Without a moment's pause, Su Yiting continued to click for matches. A new opponent soon emerged, a middle-aged man in his 30s. This time, Su Yiting offered no words, swiftly piercing the man's chest with his sword. Victory over turkey-flavored puff. Points 8. After 2 battles, Su Yiting found himself increasingly acclimated to the awakening world, reflecting, everyone's vitality is capped at 10.0, with speed and strength equalized, resulting in a pure contest of skill and body control. With such continuous practice, I may reach the 3rd tier even faster than I initially anticipated. Chapter 13. How Could It Be You? Victory over Milky White Snowchild. Points 8. Victory over Fallen Tua Xiangzi. Points 9. Victory over Black-Headed Turtle. Points 11. In the subsequent matches, Su Yiting secured victory after victory. His skills, at 81 proficiency in the 2nd tier, allowed him to dominate the peak of the Black Iron rank with minimal effort. Arriving home at 7, it is now merely 9. There is still time to press on, and with any luck, I may reach the rank of Ask Me About Silver tonight. Glancing at the clock, Su Yiting decided to continue matching. By 10 o'clock, his score had soared to 1150 points. The tournament ranks are classified as Stubborn Black Iron, Tenacious Bronze, Ask Me About Silver, Floating Light Gold, Rare Platinum, Eternal Diamond, Glorious Star, Legendary Hero, and Peak Martial Saint. Newcomers are awarded 1,000 rank points upon entry, and for every additional 100 points, they can ascend to a new rank. Excluding the time spent on beginner tutorials and establishing personal spaces, Su Yiting ascended from Black Iron to Bronze 1150 points in just 2 hours. His opponents appeared increasingly formidable, all above the 2nd rank. However, this also served to hone his skills. Currently, his abilities only require a brief reacquaintance with the real world to achieve over 90, which would signify a complete mastery of the 2nd rank. For those with lesser mental fortitude, enduring 2 hours of combat in the apocalypse world would undoubtedly lead to extreme fatigue. Yet, Su Yiting was different. His mental strength was akin to that of an entry-level warrior. And not only did he feel no weariness, but rather, he became increasingly exhilarated and swiftly sought out new matches. Match successful, entering rank competition, opponent is Tenacious Bronze rank, 1180 points, has chosen a long sword as their primary weapon. No further reminders will be provided. Countdown. 10, 9, 3. Su Yiting, is that you, Jiwanga? On the arena, both Su Yiting and the tall girl opposite him exclaimed in unison. Although the apocalypse world possesses beauty enhancement and appearance alteration features, the extent of change is limited, and some familiar faces can still be recognized. This is also to prevent individuals from deceitfully altering their gender for food, drink, or even emotional manipulation. Simultaneously, a flash of white light flickered in the audience. And another girl appeared on the arena, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. "Brother, is that really you?" Su Qianqian was somewhat bewildered. It wasn't that Su Yiting's entry into the apocalypse world surprised her. After all, she had seen him start to regain his spirits that morning. It was just that in ranked matches, the point difference between opponents does not exceed 30 points. Since her friend Jiwanga was at 1,180 points, Su Yiting matching with her implied he had reached 1150 points. How little time had passed since school ended. Even if he were grinding points in a lower rank, it would be improbable to reach such heights so swiftly. Su Yiting was equally taken aback to discover that his opponent was indeed Jiwanga, shrugging his shoulders. "It's just a coincidence. I happened to be in a ranked match and ran into you all." Su Qianqian excitedly suggested, "Brother, why not concede? If you let Wanga win, she has been stuck at 1180 points for 2 months." Upon hearing this, Su Yiting immediately frowned. His sister was growing up and turning her elbows outward. It wasn't that he cared deeply about winning or losing in a virtual match. The issue was, wouldn't he that just be giving away points for free? Jiwanga's frown deepened even more than Su Yiting's. "Qianqian, what nonsensical remarks are you making? If I were to ascend to silver without relying on my own abilities, I would rather not participate." Moreover, pausing for a moment, Jiwanga stated earnestly, "In our first year of high school, our homeroom teacher always said you were the strongest in the class. I have long wished to duel with you, and now, the time has come." With that, Jiwanga suddenly made her move. The arena for the bronze rank measures 50 meters in length and width, with a distance of 30 meters between the two combatants. With a vitality of 10.0, her explosive speed reached 15 meters per second, and in just 2 seconds, she closed the distance to Su Yiting. The Amei dagger in her hand danced like a swift serpent, launching simultaneous attacks from both above and below. It seemed to be some sort of first-tier technique, albeit rather obscure. Such practical experience was exceedingly rare. From the moment Jiwanga initiated her assault, Su Yiting had already entered a combat state. He propelled himself backwards with a light push of his feet. Jiwanga pursued relentlessly, employing the Amei dagger, which excelled in close-quarter combat. Moreover, she had undergone considerable practical training in the apocalypse world, knowing that sword-wielding warriors are typically incredibly agile. If she allowed Su Yiting to create distance, her 30-centimeter short weapon would hold no advantage whatsoever. Su Yiting's expression remained calm. As Jiwanga approached within half a meter, he suddenly twisted his forearm inward, causing his long sword to spin and trace an arc towards Jiwanga's wrist. This was a technique used by Yin Zhenghua during the afternoon practical lesson, and by evening, he had already mastered its application. Jiwanga sensed danger, and, in a moment of panic, her footwork faltered slightly. An opportunity. Su Yiting's eyes brightened as he keenly perceived the shift in Jiwanga's movements. He instantly channeled his strength into his arm and, like lightning, thrust his sword directly at her. Jiwanga felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on her. Almost instinctively, she leaned back, using her remarkable flexibility to bend her body like a bow, narrowly avoiding the thrust. Just as she was about to relax, another flash of the sword gleamed before her eyes. She hurriedly raised the Amei dagger to parry, and with a resounding clang, the long sword struck the dagger, sending sparks flying. A swift reaction. Su Yiting praised silently, applying force to his arm and pressing down fiercely. Jiwanga desperately held the Amei dagger against her chest, her eyes filled with astonishment. Despite having the same vitality of 10.0, Su Yiting's strength at that moment enveloped her in a sense of suffocation. This pressure was akin to that exerted by Shen Zhongping, perhaps even stronger. Her waist bent further, her knees trembling continuously. This sensation of oppression was one she had only ever experienced from her classmate Shen Zhongping. When did my brother become this strong? Su Qianqian in the audience was dumbfounded, unable to believe that Jiwanga was being completely overwhelmed by Su Yiting in just a few exchanges. Earlier I have exchanged only a few words with your brother. Now that he has shed his hermit-like demeanor, won't he be more sociable in the future? You dismissed the numerous suitors vying for your affection. Yet I cannot help but worry that you may end up alone for a lifetime. You have received quite a few love letters, and I recall you mentioning that a classmate confessed their feelings to you. Bah, those immature fools are of no interest to me. Time passes. Defeated if you are a brother, come and fight me. Points 10. Current points, 1191. Current rank, Resolute Bronze. Just 9 points away from advancing to the Ask Me About Silver rank. earning a life potion as a reward. However, the opponents are becoming increasingly formidable. Just now, that person had a skill rank of at least 2, nearly leading to my defeat. Su Yiting took a deep breath. In the previous arena match, he encountered a warrior wielding a staff, and he found himself in a tough battle, but fortunately, he emerged victorious. After that last match, he won and went asleep. With this thought, he clicked to match. Match successful, entering ranked match. Opponent is Resolute Bronze rank, 1199 points, ranked 97th on the Qianlong list of Shanbei Province. A ranked expert. Su Yiting's heart raced. To encourage warriors to participate in ranked matches. The world of Tianqi has designed a ranking system, divided into the Qianlong list, Ren list, D list, and Tian list. The Qianlong list only includes warriors under 20 years old, ranking them based on age, rank, and win rate. This is not a futile exercise. Being on the leaderboard means gaining recognition among the multitude of Tianqi world users. After all, people possess a certain vanity, especially the youth. Entering the leaderboard makes it much easier to show off. For instance, when an ordinary warrior finds themselves in a dispute in reality and is reluctant to resort to violence, they often inquire, "What is your rank?" But for a genius, the question is, what is your ranking? At 97th place, just 1 point away from silver, he must be a prodigy from some school. Su Yiting felt a surge of pressure. Despite his efforts, he had yet to make it onto the Jiangnan province Qianlong list. 10, 9, 8, 1. As the countdown ended, his opponent appeared before him. As he had anticipated, the opponent was also a young man, clad in a black martial arts uniform, carrying a bow and arrows. Unlike the previous opponent, this youth bore a bronze shield atop his head, which displayed his rank as 97th on the Qianlong list of Jiangbei province. Swish, swish, swish. In the audience, flashes of white light flickered. In an instant, dozens of spectators appeared, half of whom were girls. Brother Zhang Qing will win for sure and advance to the next round. The opponent, though young, appeared somewhat dazed, and without a ranking, this match should be a guaranteed victory. Today, Senior Zhou Zhangqing returns to the silver rank. At the sight of the audience, they immediately began to cheer for the bow-wielding youth. This opponent must be a celebrity at his school to attract such a crowd. However, the ranking from Shanbei province does not carry the same weight as that from Jiangnan province. Su Yiting listened to the cheers from the audience, contemplating. Depending on the region, the value of provincial rankings varies. And in the Summer Kingdom, there are 23 provinces, but some provinces struggle to place even in the top 30 nationally. The rankings with the highest prestige are not provincial but rather municipal. Especially from the cities of Modu and Shengjing. These two cities are directly governed by the central authority, and their educational and economic standards far exceed those of other provinces. Their top 100 would even surpass the top 50 of other provinces. Amid the cheers, the youth named Zhou Zhangqing coldly declared, "You might as well concede now to spare yourself the pain." Su Yiting was about to assert his unwillingness to surrender when he saw Zhou Zhangqing retreating to the edge of the arena. Swiftly drawing his bow and pulling back the string to its full moon shape, bang. The sound of the bowstring snapping echoed like thunder, sending a sharp arrow flying with a deafening crack. Chapter 15. The Seven Stars Align, a Sneak Attack. Su Yiting never anticipated that Zhou Zhangqing would act so unethically. He rolled awkwardly on the ground, the arrow grazing his hair before embedding itself deep into the audience's section. The arrow's tail quivering incessantly, bang, bang, bang. Before he could rise, the whistling sound of arrowheads slicing through the air rang out again. This time, it was a rapid succession of 3 shots. How swift the arrows! No wonder he made it onto the provincial ranking. A look of surprise flashed in Su Yiting's eyes as he executed the carefree swimming technique, swiftly leaning to the left, his body nearly parallel to the ground. Evading one arrow. Almost simultaneously, the second arrow followed the trajectory of the first, speeding towards Su Yiting's position, its tip slightly inclined downward. Having rolled to evade the first attack, he assumed the third arrow would follow suit. Utilizing the inertia from his body tilt, Su Yiting performed a quick roll, then raised his right hand like lightning, thrusting his sword forward at an incredible speed and angle. Clang! The sword tip struck true against the arrowhead, halting its advance and creating a slight fissure that rapidly spread, dissipating the force of the shot. The arrow quivered a few times in the air before plummeting to the ground. Such agility and reflexes. Zhou Zhangqing was taken aback that his 2 attacks had failed. He often employed this tactic of conversing with opponents before launching a sudden assault. easily piercing the hearts of less experienced fighters. To his astonishment, Su Yiting, despite appearing young, reacted with remarkable speed. Ah? The sneak attack failed. Could he possibly be a monster from Shangjing or Modu, merely unranked? No matter. Senior Zhangqing still has the bow shake technique and the 7 stars align arrow technique. I must close the distance. Archers typically have weaker melee capabilities. Once I get close, it will be my turn. The moment he blocked the 3rd arrow, Su Yiting launched his counterattack. With a slight bend in his knees, his powerful tendons exploded, and he leaned forward, dashing towards Zhou Zhangqing like a bolt of lightning. Zhou Zhangqing, fully aware of the consequences of allowing Su Yiting to close the gap, drew back his bowstring once more. However, this time, his movements altered. The arrow on the bowstring trembled outward, and in the instant it returned to the bow, he released his fingers, bang. The arrow shot forth on a misfire. Su Yiting's expression tightened as he perceived that Zhou Zhangqing's aim appeared to have strayed this time. He felt he didn't even need to dodge, as the arrow would miss him in the next instant. However, the errant arrow inexplicably curved in midair, tracing a graceful arc as it sped toward his chest. No, it's the bow shake technique. Su Yiting was taken aback. The bow shake technique involves manipulating the arrow's deviation and draw distance upon release, creating a lateral curve, corrected by the arrow feathers in the latter half of its flight. A highly difficult maneuver. Beyond its flamboyance, it carries an element of surprise. Su Yiting was caught off guard by this instantaneous change, unable to react in time, and could only rely on instinct to evade, slightly turning his body. Thud! Though he avoided a fatal blow, the arrow pierced through his left shoulder, blood gushing from the wound, causing him to falter in his stride. That hurts, Su Yiting involuntarily grunted, his face turning as pale as a sheet. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like rain in his settings. The actual damage taken is set at 100, and the pain from this arrow felt nearly indistinguishable from being shot in the real world. I won. Senior is amazing. Although this guy has some skills, he is still no match for Senior. Even at 50 of real damage, the pain would be enough to hinder his full potential. A warrior with slightly less fighting spirit would have jumped off the arena by now. This match was a crucial bout for Zhou Zhangqing, and the spectators held it in high regard. The prospect of advancement was imminent, and they cheered exuberantly. Speaking of which, this was the first time in his life he had sustained such a serious injury. His lack of practical experience had left him unprepared. The pain blurred Su Yiting's vision, but he gritted his teeth, listening to the audience's cheers with a bitter smile. This arena match felt like an away game. However, with the same trick, I won't fall for it a second time. Su Yiting quickly regained his composure and charged forward once more. Despite his injury, he exhibited no sign of cowardice, but rather a fiercer and more determined demeanor. Bang! Another arrow was shot, and from the subtle changes in Zhou Zhangqing's finger movements, Su Yiting discerned that this was yet another arrow released using the bow shake technique. He immediately sidestepped, his movements as swift as lightning, and once he dodged, he surged forward again without a moment's hesitation. Even while injured, he demonstrated remarkable tenacity, and his ability to see through the bow shake technique so quickly made him a troublesome opponent. Zhou Zhangqing retreated laterally, continuously increasing the distance between himself and Su Yiting. Unlike the audience, who believed that Su Yiting's injury guaranteed a victory for him, Zhou Zhangqing understood that an injured person often experiences one of two outcomes. They may become timid out of fear of pain, or they may become more dangerous, like a wounded beast. Without a doubt, this opponent belonged to the latter category. Zhou Zhangqing retreated while taking a deep breath. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes, and the muscles in his arms tensed instantaneously. A powerful force surged through his limbs as he pulled the bowstring back to its full extent, the longbow bending like a resplendent full moon. Exhaling sharply, he released his fingers, and the bowstring snapped back, sending a sharp arrow flying forth in an instant. Without the slightest pause, he swiftly drew another arrow from the quiver at his back, knocking it onto the string once more, executing the same fluid and forceful motion to pull the bowstring taut again, and unleashed it yet again. This sequence of actions was repeated 7 times. His hands moving so swiftly that they appeared as mere blurred afterimages. Bang, 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 bang. The 7 sounds of arrows striking resonated through the air, the arrows shooting forth in rapid succession, firmly sealing off Su Yiting, rendering him with no avenue of escape. The 7 stars linked arrows technique, life elixir, 5,000 blue star coins. I cannot afford to lose. In Su Yiting's pupils, the glimmering arrowheads reflected a chilling light. At this critical juncture, what came to his mind was not the evasive techniques of the carefree Rome, but the figure clad in white before the sword concealment pavilion, wielding a sword. That ethereal silhouette seemed to dance before his eyes, accompanied by the profound breeze stirred up by the long sword's movement. The wind swept away the withered leaves. Su Yiting halted, raising his right hand like a tempest, thrusting forth. Chapter 16. Jiangnan Province. Rank 98. Ding. The thrusting sword met the first arrow mid-flight, knocking it down. The second arrow was upon him in an instant. Su Yiting transitioned from thrusting to slicing, the blade gliding at a clever angle, severing the second arrow into 2 segments. For the third arrow, he changed his technique once more, delivering a downward slash. Thrust, slice, cleave, sweep, flick, intercept, lift. In the blink of an eye, Su Yiting transformed his martial techniques 7 times, striking down 7 arrows. The second form of the Qingping sword technique, the wind sweeping away leaves, is not only remarkable for its speed and power, but also for its adaptability, by changing techniques consecutively 7 times. The sword transcended its nature, becoming an impenetrable barrier, a technique that embodies both offense and defense, the wind sweeping away leaves. Su Yiting executed the second form of the Qingping sword technique, and in his exhilaration, he could not help but let out a long howl. His momentum surged to its peak. Accompanied by his howl, Su Yiting charged forward like a galloping steed, closing in on Zhou Chongqing with an awe-inspiring presence. Zhou Chongqing, of course, would not remain passive. However, the 7 stars-linked arrows technique demanded tremendous physical exertion, and at this moment, his fingers trembled slightly from the strain of drawing the bow. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to fully draw the bowstring back, leaning slightly backward, expending his last ounce of strength to release the final arrow. This arrow was noticeably slower, its trajectory somewhat unstable. Bang! Su Yiting sensed that Zhou Chongqing appeared to be exhausted. Yet he did not dare to let his guard down, deflecting the arrow with the blade of his sword. Immediately thereafter, he dashed to the front of Zhou Chongqing, who was rendered incapable of further combat. The flying rainbow across the river. The long sword was unleashed once more, emitting a sound akin to a sword's cry, piercing through Zhou Chongqing's chest like a long rainbow, blood gushing forth as his form dissipated upon the arena. Victory against the bowman. Points 11. Current points. 1202. Your rank has been upgraded to Ask Me Silver. Congratulations. You have entered the Blue Star, ranking 98 in Jiangnan Province, Xia Country. Congratulations. You have unlocked personal exclusive customer service on the Blue Star. You have achieved the Ask Me Silver rank before the age of 18. Receiving a reward of 1 bottle of basic life elixir. Please fill in your delivery address in the system message. A series of messages popped up in Su Yiting's vision, overwhelming him with information. Among them, the final message captured his utmost attention. Life elixir, a substance that accelerates the enhancement of vitality. What I need most now is vitality. Su Yiting let out a sigh of relief. The basic life elixir costs 5,000 blue star coins in the real world, and given his family's financial situation, purchasing a single bottle would be a source of distress. Earning it through his own efforts brought him immense joy. Brother Chongqing actually lost. He must be feeling quite disheartened. Don't anyone compete with me. I must go comfort him right now. The problem is, do you have him on your friend list? The more it came to this, the more we cannot overlook him. Brother has only us left. Ladies, don't leave just yet. Let's report this Su Gu first. Perhaps he has said something inappropriate. The female students in the audience clamored, and after reporting Su Yiting, they all departed. Returning to his personal space, Su Yiting noticed a change. A young girl dressed in ancient attire appeared in his virtual loft. Greetings, master. The girl in traditional dress gracefully approached Su Yiting, bowing respectfully. Please refrain from calling me master. I dislike that term. Su Yiting frowned. Although he understood that the girl before him was a virtual customer service representative, he found the title to be quite awkward. The girl smiled brightly and replied, Very well, master. Su Yiting maintained an expressionless demeanor. Change to someone else? The girl customer service representative instantly panicked and said, No need for that, Su Gu. I thought you meant you didn't like it as part of the play. How about Su Gu as a title? Su Yiting contemplated for a moment and responded, Just call me Xiao Su. Su Gu is a name I randomly chose. Understood, Su Gu. The girl nodded and added, Su Gu can also give me a name. Sighing, Su Yiting felt that his virtual customer service representative was somewhat lacking in wit. However, he did not dwell on the issue of titles for too long and said, let's call you Xiaoer. All right, Sugu, this is your first time obtaining virtual customer service. Here is my user manual. As Xiaoer spoke, Su Yiting's UI interface displayed an exclusive customer service entryway. Upon clicking to enter, he found that the customer service indeed offered various functions, including companionship, crafting training plans, expanding personal space, purchasing goods, and more. There are services for space modification? Isn't it limited to this size? Su Yiting asked in surprise. Xiaoer smiled lightly and replied, of course not, as long as you desire it. The owner of the personal space can freely increase its area. Hearing this, Su Yiting was overjoyed and said, then increase my space to 10,000 square meters, add a swimming pool, a martial arts room, a foot bathroom, and include virtual technicians. Xiaoer seemed even more excited than Su Yiting, exclaiming, all right, the total cost is 5 million. Please proceed to the recharge channel. Any service offering recharge at a discount is a scam. Su Yiting was furious. Even virtual world properties cost money. Why not go rob instead? Xiaoer replied without flinching. Robbing is not as quick as doing business. Su Yiting pondered for a moment and found some merit in Xiaoer's words. Jiangnan Province, Qinyuan City, Nanshan District, Jianglin North Road 4396, Qianting Noodle House. Ultimately, Su Yiting decided against modifying his personal space, filling in his address in the system interface before exiting the apocalypse world. His consciousness returned to reality. He removed the helmet, stepped out of the virtual network pod, and lay down on his bed to sleep. A night of adventures in the virtual world had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. The next day, Su Yiting awoke promptly at 4 a.m, and a message on his smart wristband captured his attention. Xia Country Bank, your account 0417 has received 3,000.00. Available balance 4,116.96 yuan. Sender, Su Hongqiao. His father must have inquired with Uncle Yin yesterday, realizing the significant expenses of martial training, and specifically increased his living allowance. Su Yiting remained silent for a moment. 3,000 yuan was not an insignificant sum for their family. If they needed to regularly spend an additional 3,000 yuan each month, it would be a tremendous burden. The expenses associated with martial training were still too great. This 3,000 yuan would only suffice for an additional piece of star beast meat each day. To reliably obtain training resources, he must rely on demonstrating his talents. Now that he was approaching adulthood, he absolutely could not become a burden to his family. Su Yiting swiftly got out of bed, donned his school uniform, washed up, and headed downstairs. His parents and younger sister were still asleep, and the first floor was deserted. He quietly opened the door, boarded the driverless bus, and set off for school. Chapter 17. Scholarship. There were fewer people today. As Su Yiting entered the martial arts hall at school, he scanned the area, retrieved a sword from the weapon rack, and found a corner to stand. He did not rush to practice the Qingping sword technique, but instead held the long sword, practicing the Hunyuan stance. Attempting to refine his sword techniques under the principle of virtual leading, the strength should expedite my skills breakthrough to the 3rd tier. Through the breathing techniques in the nurturing sword technique, Su Yiting quickly adjusted his breathing, dispelling worries, and focusing his spirit inward. The sword form emerged, beginning with the combat techniques of the basic sword technique, followed by the first 2 forms of the Qingping sword technique. After a night of intense battles in the apocalypse world, Su Yiting's swordsmanship became increasingly exquisite, and his control over his strength deepened. Just as he swung the sword, all the techniques he had comprehended the previous night manifested in his physical being. Your skill has improved from 80 to 95 at the 2nd tier. Your vitality has increased from 6.7 to 6.9. Your mental strength has risen from 10.0 to 10.2. Your punching power has. Messages appeared on the trial stone before the sword concealment pavilion. Skills at the complete 2nd tier. If one could comprehend the 3rd and 4th forms of the Qingping sword technique, perhaps they could ascend to the 3rd tier. With the memory of the swordsman in white robes, the progress would undoubtedly be swift. Su Yiting noticed the information on the sword testing stone. Instead of feeling complacent, he exerted himself even more. He was aware that his current skill level might be considered genius level at Nanshan No. 1 high school, yet on a global scale, he was merely a drop in the ocean. Zhou Chongqing, ranked at the provincial level in the northern mountains, could pose a threat to him. Only by advancing to the 3rd tier could he truly distinguish himself from his peers. Su Yiting tirelessly practiced, completely absorbed in his training. During this time, Su Qianqian and Ji Wang visited, but they did not disturb him. It was not until 7 o'clock that Su Yiting paused his training and, slightly fatigued, made his way towards the teaching building. Su Yiting, a voice called out, interrupting his stride. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, leaned against a stone pillar outside the martial arts hall, his gaze piercing as it fell upon him. He quickly responded, Uncle Yin. Teacher Yin.it, seems you have truly rallied yourself, Yin Zhenghua said with a smile, patting Su Yiting's shoulder. It had been a long time since he had seen Su Yiting emerge from the martial arts hall, and he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, he did not forget the matter at hand. Regarding what we discussed yesterday, the principal has agreed. Su Yiting was taken aback, then exclaimed in delight. Are you saying that a scholarship? Indeed, Yin Zhenghua nodded, noticing the comings and goings at the martial arts hall. He pulled Su Yiting into a secluded corner before continuing. However, it is only a third-tier scholarship. 10,000? Su Yiting felt a tinge of disappointment. The school scholarships were categorized into 4 tiers. Third tier at 10,000 blue star coins, second tier at 30,000, first tier at 50,000, and special tier at 100,000. He had already received a third-tier scholarship in his first year. If he continued diligently, given his family's circumstances, he was likely to qualify for a special tier by now. Yet, the benefits from the Sword Concealing Pavilion would undoubtedly surpass any scholarship. Su Yiting quickly composed himself, thinking to himself that after entering the first floor of the Sword Concealing Pavilion and receiving the transmission of skills, he had transformed from a dismissive stance to one of genuine appreciation. Principal 2 still harbors some reservations about you. After all, you have a criminal record, Yin Zhenghua explained, pausing before adding, however, there is no need for you to feel disheartened. The principal said that if you advance to the silver tier in the awakening world, he will elevate you to the second tier. If your skill reaches 95 in the second tier, you will be upgraded to the first tier, and if you attain the third tier, you will directly receive a special tier scholarship. This is essentially a period of evaluation to see if you are truly a wayward son returning home. The scholarships at the school were entirely funded by the state, primarily aimed at assisting students from impoverished families or those with average backgrounds who displayed exceptional talent. Su Yiting had once fallen from grace, and granting him a scholarship was considered a risky investment. Hence, the school exercised considerable caution. A silver tier? 95 skill in the second tier. Su Yiting was momentarily stunned. Yin Zhenghua assumed Su Yiting was daunted by the high expectations and reassured him, yes, but you need not feel pressured. Do not overexert yourself for the sake of the scholarship and risk your health. After regaining his composure, Su Yiting smiled and said, No, Uncle Yin, the issue is, I have already achieved that. What? Impossible! Yin Zhenghua jolted in surprise. While entering the silver tier at 81 in the second tier was feasible, it required a substantial accumulation of battle experience against weaker opponents. Su Yiting had only reached 81 in the second tier yesterday. It was improbable that he had managed to advance to silver through mere luck. As for achieving 95 skill, that seemed even more unattainable. One might attribute a sudden leap in skill to enlightenment, but who could experience 2 consecutive epiphanies? Even the top student in the elite class. Shun Zhongping took an entire semester to progress from 80 to 90. Su Yiting said little, simply activating his smart wristband and stating, 10249120048, Uncle, this is my ID in the awakening world. You can check for yourself. As for my skills, shall we head to the classroom for a test? No need for that. Yin Zhenghua added Su Yiting as a friend on the Awakening World Assistant app on his smart wristband. Upon viewing the panel, he murmured, Su Gu, 100 win rate, ranked 98th in Jiangnan province. I call you uncle, and you call me brother? Get lost. You rascal. You've truly surprised me. Had I known, I would have spoken confidently to the principal instead of being so subservient. Yin Zhenghua exclaimed with excitement, quickening his pace towards the principal's office in the administrative building. You handle your classes. I will go request your scholarship at Nanshan No. 1 High School, in the principal's office. An elderly man clad in a white martial arts uniform sat in his office chair, reviewing student files. Yuan Xiaodai from the elite class has broken through to 6.8 vitality, skill at 40 in the second tier. Her parents perished in a star beast attack. She only has her grandparents at home. Let us apply for a second-tier scholarship for her. Alas, poor girl, he sighed. The old man tapped the desk, preparing to make a call on his smart wristband. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and a towering figure strode in without so much as a greeting. Old Yin, when will you change that reckless disposition of yours? The old man rubbed his forehead in exasperation. While Yin Zhenghua had many commendable traits, his brash personality was unchangeable. Yin Zhenghua chuckled. Principal 2. Should I not have knocked before entering? Principal 2, disinterested in such trivialities, leaned back and waved his hand dismissively. No need. What brings you here? I have already agreed to Su Yiting's matter. BY writes, we should observe for at least another month. After all, state funds cannot be squandered. That 10,000 should still be considered my personal sponsorship. Chapter 18. The favored one. Yin Zhenghua grinned. 10249-12048. This is Su Yiting's ID in the awakening world. What's this about? Are you suggesting he has entered the silver tier today? Principal 2 was taken aback. A glint of intrigue in his eyes. Yin Zhenghua wore a mysterious expression. You can see for yourself. Even if one were to advance through sheer luck, accomplishing it in a single day was implausible. No one was that fortunate. 100 win rate. Su Gu. Upon seeing Su Yiting's data, Principal 2 shot up from his seat. A 100 win rate meant what? It indicated he had never lost. I need to verify if it's truly him. Principal 2, filled with disbelief, pondered. The awakening world was exceptionally protective of personal privacy. Unless one disclosed their ID, only the school, the Martial Arts Bureau, and the management of the awakening world could access a player's true information. Yin Zhenghua had no doubts. He trusted Su Yiting's character. However, Principal 2 remained cautious. If Su Yiting had genuinely advanced to silver, it was far more significant than merely awarding a scholarship. It meant that Nanshan No. 1 high school had produced a talent that could rank in the entire province. He accessed the Awakening World Assistant backend, utilizing his permissions to check the IDs of all students in the school. It really is him, Su Gu, ranked 98th in Jiangnan Province. Upon seeing the prominent bronze emblem in the front row, Principal 2 had initially thought that Su Yiting would need a month or two of hard work to achieve the silver tier before he settled on a second-tier scholarship. If that were the case, it might require re-evaluation. Principal 2 tapped the desk, his mind churning with excitement. Talents capable of entering the provincial rankings on the potential dragon list had emerged from Nanshan No. 1 high school before. The crux of the matter was that Su Yiting was progressing at an astonishing pace. If other students were struggling to advance, Su Yiting was soaring ahead. Yin Zhenghua relished Principal 2's expression and added, Principal, Su Yiting has also reached 95 in the second tier. The existence of a 100 win rate suggested that his skill was indeed perfected in the second tier, and Principal 2 readily accepted this. After a long contemplation, he finally said, Old Yin, to be frank, I had high hopes for Su Yiting since his first year. Although he has made remarkable progress, I still harbor some concerns. Therefore, I will provide a first-tier scholarship of 50,000, and I'll personally supplement an additional 20,000. If his skills reach the third tier, I will apply for a special tier scholarship and simultaneously report it to the Martial Arts Bureau. The Martial Arts Bureau? Yin Zhenghua's face lit up with joy. He understood that Principal 2's mention of reporting was not merely procedural. It indicated an intention to have Su Yiting sign a contract with the Martial Arts Bureau ahead of time. Scholarships are essentially funded by the National Martial Arts Administration, aimed at supporting gifted individuals. However, such talents may not necessarily join the Martial Arts Bureau. They could opt for martial arts schools, other companies, or even choose to remain independent. Signing a contract in advance was altogether different. It meant that the signatory was obligated to join the Martial Arts Bureau upon graduation. In this scenario, the resources offered would vastly exceed those of a scholarship. A starting investment in the millions, indeed. You are aware that the Martial Arts Bureau does not sign contracts with just any talented individual. There is a political review process involved. However, Su Yiting should have no worries on that front. Your dedication is also due to the fact that he is the son of your comrade, a soldier who was injured and retired from the Star Domain. He will easily pass the review. Principal 2 lightly drummed his fingers on the table, revealing an expression of eager anticipation. He too hoped to witness a student from his school sign a contract with the Martial Arts Bureau ahead of time. After all, the Martial Arts Bureau's early signing process is exceedingly stringent. Take Shen Zhongping from the elite class as an example. Does he qualify for an early signing? Indeed, he does. However, given his affluent family background and the fact that state assistance is, to be frank, somewhat superfluous, it is highly likely that upon graduation, Shen Zhongping will simply opt to join the family business. Individuals of this ilk are not the targets of the Martial Arts Bureau. It is the exceptional talents from ordinary families, imbued with a sense of patriotism, who are truly worthy of the Bureau's investment in early contracts. Moreover, martial arts inherently demand a vast array of resources. Families lacking such resources may find even those with considerable innate talent falling behind their wealthier counterparts. The state lacks the capacity to alter this reality. After all, one cannot fault them for spending their hard-earned money on their own children. Thus, only the genuinely gifted individuals from modest backgrounds can hope to emerge from the throng of privileged offspring born with golden keys in hand. Su Yiting is one such anomaly. As for the matters concerning the Martial Arts Bureau, we shall address them later. For now, you should expedite the disbursement of the first-class scholarship. What he needs most at this moment is an enhancement of his vitality. Yin Zhonghua pondered for a moment, yet he felt it prudent not to aim too high. Transitioning from the second to the third level is notoriously difficult, and many students from martial arts universities often find themselves stuck at this juncture. Su Yiting is currently making rapid progress, but there will inevitably come a time when he encounters a bottleneck. I will take care of it for you right now, Uncle Yin. Principal 2 replied respectfully, swiftly accessing Su Yiting's student records before placing a phone call. Meanwhile, Su Yiting entered the classroom. Su Yiting. Unlike before, many classmates greeted Su Yiting, with Sun Yin and Lu Qi being particularly effusive. Su Yiting responded with a smile to each greeting before taking his seat. The morning continued with cultural classes, during which Su Yiting diligently took out his textbook and paid close attention. In the afternoon, during the martial arts class, Yin Zhonghua entered the room and discreetly nodded at Su Yiting. It is done. Su Yiting clenched his fist, knowing that Uncle Yin had resolved the scholarship issue, alleviating his concerns regarding training resources for the foreseeable future. Yin Zhonghua activated the classroom screen and stated in a deep voice, "Today, we shall not proceed to the larger auditorium. The footage of the National Campus Competition Finals has been released, and I am here to review the match between Beiteng Xiongwu and Apumigale. This will also serve to enlighten you on how the planet's top talents engage in combat." The screen displayed a young swordsman from the Cherry Blossom Nation clad in a kimono alongside a golden-haired, blue-eyed youth with pristine white wings. Beiteng Xiongwu, Apumigale, an extraordinary martial artist, a favored child of the heavens. Su Yiting's eyes narrowed. During the finals, he had been constructing the Songjin Pavilion, and now, witnessing this, he could not help but feel a jolt of astonishment. It appeared that Beiteng Xiongwu possessed no supernatural abilities, yet he managed to triumph over a favored child of the heavens. Supernatural abilities, which are considered extraordinary powers, emerged at the onset of spiritual energy resurgence, and numerous scientists had once endeavored to study how these abilities awaken. Ultimately, however, they abandoned their inquiries. After all, elemental abilities associated with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth can still be explained through the presence of elemental spiritual energy in the world. Yet, how does one account for sprouting wings, transforming into a werewolf, or enlarging in size? Recently, there was even an individual from Xiagua who awakened the barefoot ability, which is quite peculiar, granting a 20 increase in strength simply by removing one's shoes. Is it to be explained as the fearlessness of going barefoot, or as the awakening of a queen's trampling technique, resulting in a surge in combat prowess? Such matters defy explanation. Consequently, individuals who awaken supernatural abilities are referred to as favored children of the heavens. Blessed by divine favor. Chapter 19. The will to fight. Apumigale, wielding the Archangel ability, is a third-tier master, with his specific vitality and skill level remaining unknown. Those competing in the global tournament deliberately conceal their skill levels upon confirming their participation. But I estimate that he is at least at the 5th tier. Yin Zhonghua focused the screen on Apumigale and spoke gravely. A youthful master, 5th tier skill, signifies that his abilities possess momentum. Sounds formidable, doesn't it? Yet he lost. Sun Yin, sitting in the front row, raised his hand to inquire. "Teacher, what is momentum? Could you demonstrate it for us?" Yin Zhonghua scolded sharply. "Do not ask what is inappropriate. We are in class. Today's lecture does not revolve around that." Laughter erupted in the classroom, and Su Yiting chuckled as well, clearly aware that Uncle Yan's skills had not yet reached the 5th tier. In fact, it was questionable whether he had even attained the 4th tier. Cough, cough. Yin Zhonghua's dark complexion flushed, and he coughed to mask his embarrassment, continuing. "Before discussing the reasons behind Apumigale's defeat, I must introduce Beiteng Xiongwu, who is also a youthful master, possessing the Flowing Water ability, 5th tier skill, and wielding the famed Cherry Blossom Sword Shueyue." At this moment, Sun Yin raised his hand once more. "Isn't he a swordsman? Why is he referred to as a sword wielder?" Additionally, Can high-quality weapons be used in the global tournament? This seems unfair to those without means. I will address your first question. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, swords and blades are indistinguishable, as their initial swords were introduced from Xiagua. Their sword techniques are also more akin to swordsmanship, leading them to all refer to themselves as swordsmen, a habit that has persisted to this day. This time, Yin Zhonghua did not lash out at Sun Yin, but patiently explained. As for your second point, do you think that representatives from a nation participating in a global campus tournament would lack access to weapons? It entirely depends on your capability to wield them. Can you utilize a weapon weighing hundreds of pounds if handed to you? Indeed, I have no issues with that, Sun Yin realized and lowered his hand. Power, speed, skill, and mental fortitude. These four elements often dictate the outcome of battles. Yet there is another crucial aspect. As Yin Zhonghua spoke, he began to play the footage. In the video, a Pumagale wielded a crimson trident, extending his pristine wings as he soared through the air. With each beat of his wings, feathers rained down like a shower of blades upon the arena. Beiteng Xiongwu was equally extraordinary, his sword Shuiyue seeming to transform into flowing water under his command, creating waves with each movement. The clash between these two top talents from Blue Star was nearly dizzying, and the students from Class 7 could only glimpse the blurred shadows of their rapid exchanges, with the sounds of their collisions drowning out the cheers of the audience. Look here, Yin Zhonghua pressed pause. The global campus competition is no mere exhibition match, and the weapons used are all sharpened. Both competitors in the arena were already bloodied and battered, a testament to the ferocity of their encounter. Did you see the look in a Pumagale's eyes? After sustaining injuries, he felt fear, or rather, he became uncertain. This is what I aim to teach you today: the will to fight, beyond power, speed, skill, and mental fortitude. Yin Zhonghua spoke solemnly. Why is there a practical combat segment facing star beasts in the college entrance examination? It is fundamentally to test your fighting spirit. Each year, during the martial arts examination, we witness geniuses experiencing a fall from grace. Why? Because in the face of formidable beasts, they feel trepidation, a fear of death, an emotion inherent to all. Su Yiting's expression turned serious. There was indeed merit in Yin Zhonghua's words. Many martial artists are typically fierce, yet when confronted by star beasts, they tremble, eager to flee. At its core, this fear stems from a dread of injury and death. This is entirely understandable, as the more powerful a martial artist, the higher their social standing, the fellow can easily enjoy a life of luxury in the city. How much would one have to pay for him to risk his life? Even when both parties are evenly matched, a Pumagale treated the finals as a stage for his performance, whereas Beiteng Xiongwu was there to fight for his life, thus securing his victory. This, indeed, illustrates the disparity in their combat will. As Yin Zhonghua concluded, the students in the classroom fell into deep contemplation. After allowing them a moment to reflect, Yin Zhonghua continued. I share these insights not to encourage you to act recklessly, engaging in reckless confrontations under any circumstance. Rather, I wish for you to cultivate your fighting spirit. Furthermore, this lesson serves as a final admonition. If you lack the courage to face star beasts, then you should reconsider your decision to participate in the martial arts examination. The stakes of the college entrance examination are indeed perilous. The classroom fell silent, with the sound of a pin drop audible. The students were acutely aware that the state was vigorously developing martial arts to cultivate warriors capable of combating star beasts and defending the nation. Yet, when Yin Zhonghua solemnly uttered the word death, several individuals faltered. Su Yiting felt little disquiet. Having never faced a star beast nor engaged in true life-and-death combat, he was uncertain of his own reaction to fear. However, he understood that to become a true master of the sword, one must cast aside distractions when wielding the blade. This principle was articulated on the first page of Fundamental Swordsmanship. A swordsman is decisive. Is severance. After school that afternoon, Su Yiting's smart wristband buzzed with a notification. Your package has been delivered. Please check it. Life-enhancing elixir? A surge of joy filled his heart. Having initially intended to practice further at the martial arts hall, he promptly returned home. Xiao Yi, your package is in your room. Upon returning home, Su Hongchao's expression was noticeably brighter, exuding a sense of ease, clearly pleased that Su Yiting had resumed his martial pursuits. In contrast, Chen Xian wore a worried expression, yet she understood that Su Yiting had long aspired to martial arts, making it difficult for her to voice any objections. Very well, Su Yiting replied, entering his room to find a gift box adorned with a bow quietly resting on his bed. Upon opening it, he discovered an exquisite vial and a note congratulating player Su Guan advancing to the silver tier. Su Yiting casually discarded the note into the trash before carefully picking up the vial. Through the transparent glass of the bottle, one can observe the vibrant green liquid flowing within. Under the illumination of the room's lights, the liquid appears to be veiled in a pristine halo. This is the life elixir frequently utilized by numerous martial artists. The variant in Su Yiting's hand is the basic model. Beyond this, there exist higher tiers, first and second grade life elixirs, but of course, those are beyond his current financial reach. It is said that in certain star domains, there is an abundance of rare materials, the very essence from which life elixirs are derived. If only I could gain access to those star domains, fortune would surely follow. Yet, as it stands, venturing there would be akin to courting death. Su Yiting suppressed his wandering thoughts and tilted his head back, consuming the life elixir in one swift motion. Chapter 20. Going live. The moment the elixir touched his tongue, an extraordinary sensation surged through him. First came a refreshing coolness, akin to a mountain spring cascading down his throat. Following that was a gentle warmth, as if his muscles, parched from years of neglect, were greedily absorbing the energy bestowed by the elixir. No wonder the affluent experienced such rapid enhancements in vitality. The energy contained within the life elixir surpasses that of ordinary star beast flesh. Su Yiting felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, his heart brimming with gratitude. However, he was acutely aware that medicine was not an omnipotent solution. With varying talents, the rate of energy absorption differed from person to person, and excessive consumption could lead to diminishing returns. He recalled a news story about a martial artist whose meridians were damaged due to overindulgence in cleansing elixirs. One must not become overly reliant on drugs. Contemplating this, he rose to his feet, slightly parted his legs, and began practicing his stances right within the confines of his room. 2 hours later, 3 notifications appeared on the sword testing stone. Your vitality has increased from 6.9 to 7.0. Your punching power has increased from 480 kilograms to 500 kilograms. Your speed has increased from 11.9 meters second to 12 meters second. Having neglected his training for an extended period, his muscles were exceedingly starved, allowing for such rapid absorption. What would typically require a week to fully assimilate, he feared he could complete in merely 3 days. Su Yiting was somewhat taken aback. He realized his body was unusually ravenous due to years of laxity, yet he had not anticipated this level of hunger. A quick shower was in order before he entered the world of Tianqi to hone his skills. Understanding the principle of moderation, Su Yiting refrained from further stance practice, took a shower, and then stepped into the virtual network pod to enter the virtual realm. Jiwanga is live streaming in his personal space. Su Yiting opened his friends list and, upon spotting Jiwanga's name accompanied by the words live streaming, his curiosity piqued. He clicked into the stream, observing Jiwanga on an island, with the upper left corner of the screen displaying 59 remaining players. This was a 100-player battle royale mode. Su Yiting lost interest after a few glances, but when he saw that Jiwanga's stream had hundreds of viewers, and that the top donor had spent over 10,000 blue star coins, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. If she can stream, why can't I? This thought exhilarated Su Yiting. He believed his skills surpassed those of Jiwanga, and if she could earn money through streaming, surely he would attract even more viewers. More viewers meant more gifts and blue star coins. With this in mind, Su Yiting sent Jiwanga a small gift that required watching a 15-second advertisement to express his support. Before returning to his personal space to summon Xiao'er, Sugu. Xiao'er appeared amidst a burst of white light, greeting him with a smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yiting inquired, "Can I start a live stream? What are the requirements?" Xiao'er chuckled, "Of course. Any player can choose to start a live stream. However, to gain traction, you will need to pay a technical service fee." A technical service fee? Indeed. Streamers are a vast demographic, and Tianqi World cannot cater to every individual. To attract viewers, some expenditure is necessary, and of course, you may also rely on your own skill. If your viewer retention rate is high, big data will detect it, and you will receive promotional support. Xiao'er shared fundamental knowledge about streaming, emphasizing the need for Su Yiting to recharge his account. Let us not speak of recharging. Su Yiting had no intention of spending money. His goal was to earn, not to invest. After some back and forth, Xiao'er, realizing Su Yiting was quite frugal, resignedly stated, "All right, if you want T recharge, I'll go ahead and apply for your streaming permissions. But if you lack viewers, don't blame me. Players can apply for streaming permissions in Tianqi World, but must wait 3 days for approval. As Xiao was his dedicated customer service representative, the process was expedited, and within mere minutes, Su Yiting received a contract document in his message inbox. The gift revenue platform would take a 50 cut, and if he joined a guild, they would take an additional 30. So, if I don't have a guild, I am only left with 20. Su Yiting reviewed the contract. Its content was straightforward, as Tianqi World spanned the globe and would not risk its reputation with hidden traps. However, the commission from gifts left him feeling uneasy. It seemed more akin to extortion than business. Xiao explained, you can choose not to join a guild, but most guilds cooperate with Tianqi World to distribute more traffic if the guild leader finds you promising. Your viewer count may surge. Su Yiting understood that if he neither recharged nor joined a guild, it would be akin to going solo, leaving him without any promotional support in the streaming space. Joining a guild would require signing another contract. He preferred to manage things on his own. After all, he wasn't genuinely aspiring to be a streamer. He merely sought to earn a little on the side. After contemplating the matter, Su Yiting confirmed the contract was satisfactory and signed his name. This contract stipulated no promotional support, a base salary of 0, and relied solely on gifts for income. After verifying the contract, Xiao added, if you can enter the national rankings on the Qianlong list, the system will only take a 45 cut of gift revenue. If you rank globally, it will drop to 40. In the most favorable scenario, only 30 will be deducted. National rankings? ID need to achieve at least the 3rd tier to have a chance. Su Yiting was currently ranked 98 in Jiangnan province, and only the top 1,000 in Xia country would appear on the national leaderboard. He was well aware that his current abilities would not allow him to break into the top 1,000. Enough. I'm going to start streaming. Su Yiting dismissed Xiao and navigated to the settings to initiate his live stream. Once activated, a small screen appeared in his view, displaying his streaming room. Viewers would be able to witness his every move within Tianqi World. To avoid hindering his combat, this small screen could also be hidden, but doing so would prevent the streamer from seeing their viewer count. He decided to keep the chat overlay visible. Even a couple of viewers would be invaluable at the outset, and he had to engage with the chat. After some exploration, Su Yiting entered the combat space and initiated a match in the arena. Having achieved a silver rank, his opponents would at least possess skills of the 2nd tier, making for formidable competition. In the first match, he found himself struggling but ultimately prevailed. However, in the second match, he faced a master of the 3rd tier and, as expected, suffered a defeat, shattering his 100 win rate and nearly relegating him back to the bronze tier. Chapter 21. Martial Arts Street without 3rd tier skills. It was exceedingly challenging to maintain a position in the gold tier. Moreover, why were there no viewers in my streaming room? After suffering a loss, Su Yiting glanced at his streaming room. Not a single viewer was present, let alone any gifts. A few individuals had entered the stream briefly but left shortly thereafter. It appeared that streaming was no simple endeavor. Su Yiting felt a pang of frustration. He realized that his provincial ranking did not translate into viewership. The Qianlong list only recorded individuals under the age of 20, while streamers had no age restrictions. Those who could draw an audience typically fell into 2 categories, seasoned experts or charismatic entertainers. Compared to them, Su Yiting had no competitive edge. Jiwang's hundreds of viewers were likely due in large part to her appearance. Su Yiting sighed. Male streamers were inherently at a disadvantage compared to their female counterparts. Some female streamers, even without martial skills, garnered significant attention through their looks and charm. Not to mention those who danced in stockings and high heels, requiring gifts worth hundreds of coins for a single performance. Their allure was undeniable. If all else fails, perhaps I could buy a pair of black stockings and try my hand at star streaming, Su Yiting muttered to himself, but he quickly dismissed the thought, focusing instead on adjusting his mindset as he continued to match opponents. His live stream remained active, but he no longer fixated on viewer counts. He immersed himself in the battle. As time passed, 1 week later, at Nansha No. 1 High School, within the martial arts hall, Su Yiting stood in a corner, his back to a humanoid wooden dummy. Shaking out his arms and wrists, he suddenly stepped to the right, twisting his waist and abdomen, and executed a reverse sword strike. Bang! The sturdy wooden dummy, capable of withstanding nearly 700 kilograms of force, was cleaved in 2 from chest to head by this strike, wooden shards scattering in all directions. Regrettably, the public martial arts hall's wooden dummy could not endure the force of the 3rd form of the Qingping sword technique, Shattered Golden Bell. He had not even had the chance to execute the 4th form. Python emerges from the hole, Su Yiting felt somewhat unsatisfied. The Shattered Golden Bell is a technique that enables the practitioner to instantaneously accelerate and contract their muscles, unleashing explosive power during close-range attacks. Within the realm of force, it is classified as inch power. Mastery of this technique signifies that one has successfully grasped the third form of the Qingping sword technique. Furthermore, the Shattered Golden Bell can be seamlessly integrated with the Python's emergence, a skill he is also capable of executing. However, the wooden post in the martial arts arena could not withstand his strength, resulting in a sudden halt to his attacks, leaving him unfulfilled. Nevertheless, the progress made over the past week has been remarkably swift. A glance at his status panel brought a hint of satisfaction to Su Yiting. Vitality, 7.5, unranked, punching power, 550 kg speed, 12.5 meters second mental power, 10.4 martial arts techniques, Qingping sword technique, Xiaoyao body method skill level, swordplay, stage 3, 5, body method, stage 2, 80. During this week, the school had deposited the scholarship funds into his bank account, amounting to a total of 70,000, including a private sponsorship from the principal. Of this sum, 50,000 was allocated for the purchase of 10 bottles of life potions, while the remaining 20,000 was reserved for unforeseen circumstances. Uncle Yin had mentioned that those at stage 3 and above could apply for special scholarships, which would also attract the attention of the Martial Arts Bureau. Su Yiting pondered, yet found it insufficient. Stage 3 at 5 was inadequate. If he could execute the 100 birds facing the phoenix and fully cultivate a first-tier sword technique, his skill level would likely surpass 30 at stage 3, reaching the mid-stage of that tier, thereby increasing the financial support he could receive in recent days. Su Yiting had also researched various materials regarding early contracts with the Martial Arts Bureau. Contracts are similarly classified by tiers. For someone like him, on the verge of turning 18 with a skill level of 5 at stage 3, only a D-tier contract was feasible, which would yield annual resources in the 100,000 range. However, should he advance to the mid-stage of stage 3, an A-tier contract would be within reach, offering benefits akin to those available to exceptional non-ability martial artists. Those who can secure early contracts are all prodigies. Having just resumed training for 10 days, he could afford to wait a little longer. What he needed now was a tranquil place to fully unleash his sword techniques. With this thought in mind, Su Yiting exited the martial arts arena. Immersed in his own world, he scarcely noticed the surrounding students, all of whom were watching him with wide eyes. That Su Yiting has effortlessly split the wooden post in two. My cousin is formidable, making progress every day, even surpassing the elite class students. What do you mean your cousin? Isn't that my cousin? A group of students gathered, their eyes filled with awe as they watched Su Yiting depart. After taking leave from Yan Jinghua and his academic teachers, Su Yiting left the school. As long as his grades were good, taking leave was not an issue. What mattered now was finding a martial arts training hall. Walking along the street, Su Yiting activated his smart wristband to check the prices of individual training rooms in various martial arts halls. He envisioned a serene setting where he could practice his sword techniques freely, which would be found in a private training room. Although Nanshan No. 1 High School also had individual training rooms, they had been fully booked before the semester began, leaving him no choice but to seek a martial arts hall. Fortunately, he still had 20,000 blue star coins, alleviating any concerns about affordability. Among the 4 major martial arts halls, Jinyang Martial Hall, Thunder Martial Hall, Longqian Martial Hall, and Quanglan Martial Hall, the most economical option was Quanglan Martial Hall. Having settled on his destination, Su Yiting hailed an empty electric vehicle by the roadside and hurried towards the martial arts street in Nanshan District. 10 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the martial arts street. Payment completed, 20 yuan. After settling the fare, Su Yiting stepped onto the street. Following the rise of martial arts, every eligible urban area had established a martial arts street to cater to the diverse needs of martial artists. The 4 major martial halls, along with various ordinary halls and shops, were all concentrated on this street. From the street's entrance, one could see a wide and straight thoroughfare, paved with smooth bluestone slabs, flanked by towering buildings that resembled iron giants, their glass facades shimmering in the morning light. Tangshi Sword. After walking for a while, Su Yiting paused outside a comprehensive shopping center named Linglong Pavilion. His gaze drawn through the glass to a wall adorned with weaponry. The center of the wall hung an enchanting sword, approximately 1.2 meters in length. Its blade as clear and piercing as a tranquil autumn lake. Below it, its scabbard hung, coated in a deep, ink-like lacquer, yet not monotonous black. Intricate golden threads could be discerned within. Gulp. Su Yiting unconsciously swallowed. Having visited martial arts street before, yet each time he came, he found himself lingering here. Chapter 22. Quanglon Martial Hall. I wonder if I'll ever have the opportunity to afford it. Su Yiting placed his palm against the glass, as if attempting to grasp the sensation of the Tongshi sword. Seemingly noticing his actions, a tall girl in a white shirt and black pencil skirt emerged from the store, smiling. What's the matter? If you wish to purchase something, feel free to step inside. No, I'm just browsing. Su Yiting felt a wave of embarrassment and repeatedly waved his hands. Linglong Pavilion ranks among the top 100 in the world, with branches across various countries. While he could still glance at ordinary products outside, the branch located on Martial Arts Street catered specifically to martial artists, and any weapon within was far beyond the 2,000 he had in his pocket. The girl chuckled lightly. If you're not buying, that's perfectly fine. We welcome any customer to explore. No, I'll come back another time. For a fleeting moment, Su Yiting felt a twinge of desire to closely examine the Tongshi sword, but ultimately chose to forego it due to his limited funds. The girl maintained her sweet smile. Then we look forward to your next visit. All right. Su Yiting nodded, brushing past her, his gaze inadvertently catching sight of her name tag. Song Qing. I hope one day I can truly contribute to your sales. Su Yiting noted the girl's name, recalling numerous news articles he had read online. Many luxury store salespeople would look down on customers based on their attire. Today, wearing his school uniform and clearly stating he wouldn't be making a purchase. Song Qing's warm attitude was indeed rare. After walking along the street for over 10 minutes, Su Yiting halted before a grand building. The architectural design was uniquely ingenious, with a soaring dome reaching over 30 meters. The entrance featured a traditional crimson door reminiscent of ancient Summer Kingdom styles, adorned with the 4 bold characters of Quanglon Martial Hall, flanked by a pair of imposing stone Qilin sculptures, exuding an air of majesty. Upon entering the hall, Su Yiting was greeted by a spacious lobby, with rows of strength training equipment arranged on either side. These machines were equipped with advanced intelligence systems that could automatically adjust training intensity based on the martial artist's physical data and training objectives. They were also capable of connecting to smart wristbands, generating detailed training reports for the users, allowing them to take home a personalized training plan even after leaving the hall. Approaching the front desk, Su Yiting inquired, "Hello, are there any individual training rooms available?" The receptionist, a graceful young woman, smiled and replied, "Hello, is this your first visit?" Su Yiting nodded, yes. Her eyes brightened as she smiled. "Currently, we have a promotional offer for new members. If you recharge 10,000, you can train in an individual room for free for a day. If you recharge 100,000, a martial artist with vitality above 15 will accompany you in practice." Su Yiting was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if he had walked into a hair salon. He quickly declined, "No, I only need 3 hours." The young woman didn't press further. "All right, please show me your ID." Su Yiting accessed his smart wristband to present his electronic ID. After a few operations on the front desk's holographic interface, the receptionist handed him a card, room 404 on the 4th floor. 3 hours, price 1,500 yuan. Time will start counting once you enter the training room. Please do so within 10 minutes. Otherwise, the room will automatically begin timing. Su Yiting accepted the card, aware that the 10-minute timer was a measure to prevent resource wastage by those who booked a room but failed to enter. He boarded the elevator, ascending to the 4th floor. The 4th floor of Quanglon Martial Hall also featured a lobby and front desk reception, with a ring in the center where 2 students were sparring. One wore the uniform of Nanshan No. 1 High School, while the other donned loose black martial attire, seemingly another student. Neither wore protective gear. Surrounding the ring were a dozen students, some in Nanshan No. 1 uniforms, others in Songbei No. 1 uniforms, cheering for the combatants. Are they all elite class students? Don't they have to attend academic classes? Su Yiting recognized one girl in the crowd, his sister Su Qianqian's close friend, Ji Wanga. Fortunately, Qianqian hadn't followed them to cause trouble. Sparring without protective gear was irresponsible. Su Yiting shook his head inwardly. He had only met Ji Wanga a few times and wasn't particularly familiar with her. So he decided against greeting her and made his way directly to room 404. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out, and a youthful girl emerged from the restroom on the 3rd floor. Su Yiting's expression darkened. It turned out his sister wasn't just out and about, but had merely gone to the restroom. "What are you doing here? Don't tell me you came out to spar with someone." Su Yiting asked sternly, his face serious. Though he himself did not engage in combat, he was well aware that many hot-blooded individuals often resorted to dueling at martial arts academies over trivial disagreements, frequently eschewing protective gear in their fervor. Not long ago, he had heard of a student who, in a moment of mishap, had injured another, prompting an investigation by the Martial Arts Bureau. If his younger sister were to follow suit, he would have to impart some lessons to her. "Brother, I didn't," Su Qianqian exclaimed, startled, sticking out her tongue in explanation. "I merely accompanied Sister Wan Gu to watch. Besides, observing skilled practitioners sparring allows me to improve, doesn't it?" Upon hearing that Su Qianqian had no intention of stepping onto the stage herself, Su Yiting's expression softened slightly. "That's good. You mustn't emulate them and act impulsively." "That's not acting impulsively," Su Qianqian pouted. It was Chu Guangwei who was overly arrogant. He said that all the students from Nanshan No. 1 High School are worthless and that there are no true experts among us. It was Senior Shun Zhongping who challenged him to a duel. Just because he says something, does it make it true? I could just as easily claim that Nanshan No. 1 is the champion of the global campus competition. Su Yiting dismissed her words with a wave. "Warning, in any case, you are not allowed to step onto the stage. As for your truancy, I will deal with that next time. I didn't skip class. I had permission, and besides, you weren't even at school." Su Qianqian retorted, somewhat exasperated. Her brother had clearly not attended class either, yet he dared to criticize her. "Oh, you've learned to talk back, have you?" Su Yiting felt a bit awkward, just about to respond when a notification popped up on his smart wristband. 3 minutes remain until the entrance deadline for the martial arts room. Please enter punctually. After watching this match, hurry back with Ji Wanga. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After offering a few reminders, Su Yiting hurried off to room 404. Leaving Su Qianqian standing in place. "Brother has been diligent in his training lately. I wonder what level he has reached. Did he receive a scholarship to train at the Martial Arts Academy?" Su Qianqian pondered as she watched her brother's departing figure. Chapter 23. The serpent emerges from its lair. Upon arriving at the door of the Martial Arts Room 404, Su Yiting produced his access card. "Ding, Mr. Su Yiting. Welcome to the Kuanglan Martial Arts Academy. Your entry has been detected. The timer begins now." Stepping into the martial arts room, Su Yiting took a quick glance around. The room was approximately 200 square meters, equipped not only with basic cold weapons, but also with instruments for measuring vitality, punching power, and speed. To the left were 2 small rooms, designated as a private shower and a therapy room. The facility also offered medicinal baths, albeit at an extra cost. Su Yiting selected a long sword and made his way to the center of the room, where a giant black sandbag was positioned. While the other facilities were of little consequence to him, this sandbag was exceptional, covered in the hide of a first-tier star beast, the Fire Cloud Rhinoceros. This particular star beast possessed immense strength, and the sandbag, forged from its hide, was nearly indestructible. Even a peak first-tier martial artist would find it difficult to break. The sand within was no ordinary sand either, having been retrieved by powerful martial artists from the treacherous yellow sand region of the second-tier star domain. This martial arts room, even with internal pricing, must have cost several million. No wonder the fees were so steep. Su Yiting couldn't help but feel a sense of awe as he swiftly entered a training mode. At school, he often worried about damaging wooden dummies or other communal facilities while practicing his swordsmanship, restricting his movements. However, in the martial arts room, he could unleash his full power as he swung the sword. A series of loud thuds resonated from within him. The bones were harmonizing, indeed. Having reached the 3rd stage of technique, each exertion of force was executed with perfect precision. Next, the focus shifted to refining his sword techniques. Listening to the sounds emanating from his body, Su Yiting felt a surge of joy. The harmonious sounds of his bones at the early stages of martial arts indicated that every movement he made was a correct application of internal force. In simple terms, under normal circumstances, joints are enveloped by joint capsules, existing in a vacuum state. When a martial artist exerts force correctly, the internal energy can separate the joints, creating a high-pressure area within the joint capsule. When the elastic tendons between the joints rebound, they produce a series of thudding sounds. With a swift motion, Su Yiting raised his sword and lunged toward the sandbag, the blade leaving behind a trail of elusive silver light in the air. Bang! The sandbag trembled slightly, the blade embedding an inch into the hide, creating a small indentation before it returned to its original form. Without a moment's pause, he swiftly retreated, retracting the sword only to thrust forward again. Akin to a serpent striking unexpectedly, bang! The sandbag quivered once more, this time with an indentation of 3 inches deep. Your technique has increased from 3rd stage 5 to 3rd stage 10. This 4th move. The serpent emerges from its lair, emphasizes surprise. My control over my body now allows me to execute 4 moves, but I cannot rely solely on the sword form. In actual combat, one must adapt flexibly. Gazing at the information displayed on the sword-testing stone, Su Yiting felt a sense of exhilaration. He glanced at the countdown on the wall. Only 10 minutes had passed. Such a pace seemed wasteful of time and money. Su Yiting surveyed the room, then walked to a corner and picked up a set of 80-kilogram weighted gear. This equipment was remarkably compact, yet incredibly heavy, as it was filled with the feathers of the golden hawk, each feather weighing more than 20 pounds of iron. Once donned, Su Yiting resumed his sword practice. Initially, his movements noticeably slowed, and his stamina drained rapidly. Meanwhile, the basic vitality potion he had consumed began to take effect. With waves of energy being voraciously absorbed by his muscles. 2.5 hours later, Su Yiting was still immersed in his training, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water. His school uniform clung to his body, dark patches forming on his back and chest from perspiration, yet his clear eyes shone brighter than ever. With a sudden shift, Su Yiting's swordplay transformed. His footwork became interwoven. The sword spinning rapidly in his hand as he pierced and slashed, each movement flowing seamlessly and without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he had executed 70 strikes, each one drawing upon his internal energy to the fullest extent. Precise and swift, leaving shallow indentations upon the sandbag. Bang, however, upon the 90th strike, Su Yiting suddenly felt his legs grow as heavy as lead. His knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground, as he lay there. His chest heaving, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like pearls on a broken string. Your vitality has increased from 7.5 to 7.6. Your technique has increased from 3rd stage 10 to 3rd stage 20. Your punching power has increased from 550 kilograms to 560 kilograms. If it weren't for the added weight, I could have completed 100 strikes in one breath, executing the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique in no time. What a pity. Su Yiting recognized his exhaustion but did not rush. After lying on the ground for 10 minutes to regain some strength, he slowly rose and removed the weighted gear. Glancing at the time on the wall, he noted there were still 10 minutes remaining. The training in the martial arts room had indeed been fulfilling. He had unleashed all the energy that could not be expressed at school. He stood up and seized the last moments to shower. By the time he dried off and dressed, only 1 minute remained. The sword-testing stone indicated 3rd stage 20, but that was merely because he had worn the weighted gear. Had he fully executed the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique, his skill level would have likely reached 3rd stage 30. With a chance to break into the golden tier, I could earn 66,000 and then seek out Uncle Yin tomorrow. As he contemplated his future plans and opened the door, his gaze fell upon the arena in the 4th floor hall, where a battle was still underway. However, the participants had changed. To the left stood a student from Songbei No. 1 High School with a buzz cut. Upon looking to the right, Su Yiting's expression darkened. The individual dueling the buzzcut student was, in fact, his sister, Su Qianqian. At that moment, Su Qianqian was desperately dodging with a long sword in hand, while the boy wore a mocking expression, clearly stronger yet taking his time to defeat her. Rather than a battle, it resembled a cat playing with a mouse. Observing this, Su Yiting quickly made his way to the edge of the arena, pushing through the crowd until he found Jiwanga. Asking in a hushed yet urgent tone, "What is going on? Why is Qianqian up there?" At this inquiry, those surrounding him turned to look. Jiwanga also turned, her expression shifting to one of alarm upon recognizing Su Yiting. "Ah, what are you doing here?" It was then that Su Yiting noticed a bruise on Jiwanga's left cheek, as if she had taken a hit. His face darkened, and he no longer cared about her injury. Demanding, "Forget why I am here. I just want to know why my sister is fighting someone else in the arena." Chapter 24. Children's Play. Are you Su Yiting? Before Jiwanga could respond, a figure stepped forward from the crowd. Clad in the uniform of Nanshan No. 1 High School, he was tall and strikingly handsome, though a swollen area on his face detracted from his appearance. Su Yiting took a moment to examine him, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him in the elite class during his first year. "Shin Zhongping?" "Indeed," Shin Zhongping replied, somewhat wistfully. I never imagined our next conversation would take place here. Shen Zhongping had been a classmate of Su Yiting's in their first year. At that time, he had ranked second in their class, with Su Yiting being the top student. However, Shen Zhongping was acutely aware that this was not the moment for reminiscing. He explained, Su Qianqian is your sister? If that is indeed the case, I must extend my apologies. I failed to restrain her. Restraining her? He continued. This was initially a matter between Chu Guangwei and myself. However, I lost, and it subsequently evolved into a contest between two schools. I had no intention of allowing the girls to take the stage. Yet Ji Wanga insisted on participating. Eventually, Ji Wanga also faced defeat, and Su Qianqian could no longer endure it. Shen Zhongping elucidated gently. Su Yiting cast a disapproving glance at the stage and remarked, Are you all unconcerned about the martial arts academy? Do you not fear repercussions? Shen Zhongping rubbed his face and replied, It is not that severe. Go put it plainly, it is merely a sparring session. The martial arts academy would not provide us with sharpened weapons, at most. A few days of soreness will be the extent of it. The two conversed. A heavily made-up girl, clad in a black tank top and hot pants, shot Su Yiting an impatient glance, exclaiming, Zhongping Gu, why are you even bothering to explain? We are fighting for our school's honor. Even if we lose, it is not something these ordinary class students can comment on. Zhuanga, having witnessed Su Yiting's skills, hurriedly interjected, Silence, Chen Yan. What's wrong with saying a few words to him? Chen Yan's lips moved as she attempted to continue, but upon meeting Su Yiting's icy gaze, she instinctively took a step back. Yet, she quickly remembered that Su Yiting was merely a student from an ordinary class and puffed out her chest defiantly. What kind of gaze is that? Who do you think you're scaring? I have no intention of intimidating you. Su Yiting shook his head and approached a student majoring in swordsmanship, saying, May I borrow your sword? Without waiting for a response, Su Yiting reached out and grasped the sword. Catching the student off guard, the long sword was swiftly in his possession. With the sword in hand, Su Yiting strode toward the stage. Shen Zhongping called out urgently, Su Yiting, what are you doing? This is a contest on the stage. Concerning the honor of our school. Unless one side concedes, no one is permitted to intervene. School honor? Su Yiting turned back indifferently. It is merely child's play. His voice carried across the arena, causing an uproar among the students present. Who was this impudent brat to claim that their competition was mere child's play? He was but a student from an ordinary class, likely lacking any real combat experience, yet he dared to speak so boldly? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Is this what the students of Nanshan No. 1 High School are like? If his strength were even half as formidable as his tongue, I would turn and leave right now. Not only the students from Nanshan No. 1 High School, but even those from Songbei No. 1 High School joined in the chorus against Su Yiting. His remark about child's play ignited a fervor among these passionate youths. Qianqian, come back with me. Yet Su Yiting paid no heed to the commotion below, resolutely ascending the stage. Su Qianqian had been under relentless assault, her nerves frayed, and only then did she notice the uproar below. Upon seeing Su Yiting take the stage, she called out, Brother, this brat injured Sister Wanga and claimed there's no one left in our school. I must defeat him. You need to leave. I'm fine, Su, to attain the esteemed status of the 4 prestigious academies in the Summer Kingdom. It is imperative that both vitality and mental fortitude are up to par. The mastery of 3 techniques could indeed open those doors, an aspiration fervently coveted by all present, ignoring his classmates' raucous exclamations. Chu Guangwei approached Shen Zhongping, sneering, Shen Zhongping, you are quite impressive, concealing such prowess. Had you mentioned earlier that your school harbored a master of 3 techniques, would we have needed to engage in this farcical arena? In his eyes, it was no different from child's play. Everything transpired too swiftly for Shen Zhongping, who, still reeling from the earlier shock, could only manage a bitter smile. How could I have known he had reached the level of 3 techniques? If not for his sister's presence, he likely would not have involved himself in this matter. Both he and Chu Guangwei had achieved the pinnacle of 2 techniques, and they alone understood the vast chasm that lay between the 2nd and 3rd levels. The 3rd level signified that Su Yiting could nearly perfect his energy manipulation with each movement and could continuously channel energy into his weapon. They were still far from that milestone. This time, I concede defeat, but it does not equate to my surrender. Before the April assessments, I shall undoubtedly reach the 3rd level, and I will not be bested by him again. Chu Guangwei spat a fierce retort and, accompanied by a somewhat disgruntled student from Songbei No. 1 Middle School, departed the martial arts hall on the fourth floor. The students from Nanshan No. 1 Middle School exchanged glances. Chun Yin finally could not contain herself and asked, "Zhongping, do you think Su Yiting will seek revenge on me?" Previously, she had perceived Su Yiting as merely an ordinary student and had mocked him, but now, recalling his earlier bravado, she felt a twinge of fear. Before Shin Zhongping could respond, Ji Wanga, deep in thought, remarked, "He probably doesn't even remember who you are." On the unmanned electric vehicle heading to Chinning Noodle House, Su Yiting was rambling, "Qianqian, do you not comprehend the peril of engaging in such duels? There have been instances where individuals were severely injured, prompting intervention from the Martial Arts Bureau. If your face were to be marred, our parents would weep daily." Su Qianqian had heard this lamentation throughout the journey and was now growing impatient, exclaiming, "I've already said, it won't happen again. I only acted because I saw Wanga injured. It was for the sake of a friend." Su Yiting, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Is that truly so?" Su Qianqian clenched her fist, her beautiful eyes sparkling with determination. "Indeed. I have come to a realization. As you mentioned earlier, these duels are neither recognized by our school nor the nation. What is the point of winning? I have resolved to dedicate myself to rigorous training and participate in global campus competitions to truly showcase my abilities." Su Yiting gently ruffled Su Qianqian's hair. "Having such aspirations signifies your growth. I have long since matured." Su Qianqian pouted, then switched her tone excitedly. "By the way, brother, when did you reach the third level? Your speed was markedly different just now. That long-haired fellow, Chu Guangwei, managed to defeat Senior Zhongping. I want to learn. I can teach you." Su Yiting had never withheld knowledge from his sister and patiently began to instruct her on energy manipulation techniques. Before long, they returned home, since the life essence within him had not yet been fully absorbed. Su Yiting did not require star beast meat to sustain his vitality. He merely consumed a bowl of noodles prepared by their mother before retreating to his room. Once he attained the golden tier, he would receive 66,000, at which point he could purchase several vials of life essence for Qianqian, whose aptitude was somewhat lacking. Her absorption rate would likely not be swift. Su Yiting pondered this as he entered the virtual network capsule and donned the helmet. Yet, if others were to learn of his thoughts, they would surely be bemused. For someone like Su Qianqian, who had qualified for the elite class, to be deemed lacking in aptitude by her own brother was quite the irony. Chapter 26. The official martial artist. As soon as he logged in, Su Yiting noticed the friend list blinking with a soft glow. Upon opening it, he found a message from Ji Wanga. "Apologizing for the events at the Quanglan Martial Arts Hall. I'm sorry. I only intended to introduce Qianqian to the martial arts world today. I had no intention of having her step into the ring." Su Yiting pondered for a moment. He understood that Ji Wanga and her companions hailed from affluent backgrounds and were in their passionate youth, making conflicts with others rather commonplace. His objection lay solely in the reckless nature of engaging in meaningless duels without proper protection, which was undeniably irresponsible. More importantly, the one who could potentially be harmed was his only sister. However, he did not wish for Su Qianqian to lose a friend over this incident, so he replied, "What you choose to do is not my concern. If anyone wishes to challenge Qianqian to a duel next time, let them come to me." After sending the message, Su Yiting no longer checked for Ji Wanga's response. Casually starting a live stream, shrinking the screen, and disabling comments before entering the arena match. Match successful. Entering ranked match. Opponent: Wenhua, silver rank, 1260 points. The skilled opponent with 1260 points. After a week of wins and losses, I only managed to reach 1250 points. However, now that I have attained the mid-level of the third tier, I have a fair chance against any opponent at the silver rank. Su Yiting gripped his sword, and as the scene shifted, his figure appeared in the arena. Countdown. 10, 9, 3. As the countdown concluded, a lean man emerged on the opposite side. His skin was a bronze hue, clad in a traditional loose white yoga outfit. With a tall and slender figure, though seemingly frail, the muscles of his exposed arms resembled tightly woven ropes, exuding a palpable explosive power. Most notably, his earlobes were exceptionally large, quivering with each breath he took. A martial artist from the land of Tianju, he must be practicing the three secrets of heavenly hearing. Su Yiting's expression turned wary. While martial arts flourished in the Summer Kingdom, other nations had also advanced rapidly over the past 3 centuries. Although their overall prowess may not rival that of the Summer Kingdom, numerous formidable fighters and techniques had emerged. The three secrets of heavenly hearing was one of Tianju's widely propagated techniques. enabling practitioners to awaken their internal hearing through the cultivation of body, mind, and speech, enhancing perception to the point of hearing the sound of ants fighting like thunder. Generally, the larger the earlobe, the deeper the practitioner's mastery of the technique. This individual from Tianzhu, judging by the size of his earlobes, had likely already become an official martial artist in reality, albeit still at the early stage of the third level, of course. It was also possible that he was merely creating an illusion through a virtual persona. Nevertheless, he was unarmed. A quick resolution was in order. With this thought in mind, Su Yiting suddenly stepped forward, his sword piercing through the air, aimed directly at the man's forehead. This strike employed the technique Flying Rainbow across the river. And Su Yiting unleashed his full strength, the blade slicing through the air with a faint hissing sound. The sound was produced as the air was momentarily cleaved apart, demonstrating the swiftness of Su Yiting's strike. For anyone else, the trajectory of this sword would be invisible, let alone evade it. But the Tianzhu martial artist was different. As soon as Su Yiting initiated his attack, he closed his eyes, his earlobes quivering violently. With a shout, he did not evade, as if he had already discerned the sword's trajectory. His right hand shot up like a serpent, grasping for Su Yiting's wrist. As he executed the move, all the joints in his body cracked audibly, and his muscles visibly swelled, exuding an imposing force. The internal strength stage. Indeed, he was an official martial artist. Su Yiting was momentarily taken aback. He was currently in the stage of refining muscles to enhance vitality, while official martial artists had often begun to strengthen their internal organs. Although in the virtual world, everyone's vitality was capped at 10 points, and basic strength could not exceed 1,000 kilograms. The moment an official martial artist moved, their internal organs would unleash energy, causing their strength to surge. With my techniques, I could also mobilize internal organ strength, but I have yet to begin the process of enhancing them. The system has not recorded this information. If my energy were to touch my internal organs, it would likely lead to internal bleeding. Intriguing. Su Yiting let out a long howl. In the real world, he would undoubtedly be unable to defeat an official martial artist, but this was the virtual realm, where his opponent's basic strength was insufficient. Even if he invoked internal organ energy, the enhancement would be quite limited. However, he possessed his own advantages. His techniques were superior, and his sword was faster than his opponent's movements. Just as the bronze hand was about to grasp his wrist, Su Yiting abruptly altered his stance, lowering his wrist and raising his sword in a sweeping motion. If this strike connected, the Tianzhu man's hand would be severed, and he was well aware of this. His right hand appeared to lose its bones, suddenly drooping in an uncanny manner, causing Su Yiting's sword to miss. Bone-free soft technique? Before Su Yiting could fully register his astonishment, the Tianzhu martial artist swiftly stepped around him, leaping high, his legs scissoring towards Su Yiting's head. Shattered golden bell. Su Yiting felt a sudden prickling sensation at the back of his head and, without a moment's hesitation, spun around to thrust a furious sword strike. The lack of weaponry was indeed this Tianzhu man's weakness. Despite the limitations of virtual life, his physique, no matter how formidable, could not withstand Su Yiting's sword's edge. In a desperate maneuver, he twisted mid-air like a piece of dough, narrowly avoiding the blade and landing gracefully. The Tianzhu martial artist paused momentarily, not pursuing the attack, and opened his eyes with indifference, stating, "At such a young age, you possess such swordsmanship? Yet, youth is your Achilles heel." Su Yiting was taken aback. "Oh, you can speak the language of the Summer Kingdom?" The Tianzhu martial artist clarified, "No, the system is translating for you. Just as I can understand your speech." Su Yiting was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with a foreigner, and he was utterly unaware that the Apocalypse world possessed a translation function. The system's translation capability is the first lesson I imparted to you, and now we shall proceed to the second lesson. As the individual from the land of Tianzhu spoke, he suddenly lunged forward, his movements akin to that of a wraith, elusive and unpredictable, making it exceedingly difficult to anticipate his actions. It was only when he approached Su Yiting that he unleashed an uppercut. Is this truly the lesson you wish to impart? Despite the swiftness of this punch, it was still outpaced by Su Yiting's sword, which was poised to strike. Just as Su Yiting presumed his opponent would evade, the Tianzhu individual shockingly chose not to dodge. Instead, bracing himself against the blade with his wrist, blood gushing forth immediately. Now, the lesson begins. Injured, the Tianzhu man did not flinch, continuing his close-quarters assault with a flurry of straight punches. Su Yiting's eyes. A dozen indistinct shadows surged through the air, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds from all directions. Chapter 27. North Vine Colorful Garment. The wind sweeps the fallen leaves, in the face of the Tianju individual's relentless onslaught. Su Yiting's footwork remained agile, his hands never ceasing their motion as he executed the wind-sweeping fallen leaves technique. The air around him swirled under the arc of his sword. Pft! The blade struck repeatedly at the Tianju man's arms. Hands and wrists, blood blooming like red lotuses at various points. He furrowed his brow slightly but emitted not a sound of pain. Only the tremors of his earlobes intensified. Till last, he heard the wind cease. Sensing the direction of Su Yiting's sword, without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, disregarding the searing pain as the blade sliced into his palm, directly grasping the sharp weapon. Sizzle, sizzle. The Tianju man's palm was already drenched in blood. Yet he managed to seize the deadly instrument. Su Yiting's expression shifted subtly as he attempted to withdraw his sword, but the Tianju man, despite the excruciating agony, clutched the blade as firmly as a vice, refusing to relinquish his grip, unafraid of death, unafraid of pain. This is the second lesson I wish to convey to you, young man. Return and study the recordings well. All that you learn shall be yours. As he spoke, the Tianju man launched a kick towards Su Yiting. This kick was as swift as a cannonball, imbued with his ferocity and intensity, simultaneously intending to force Su Yiting to release his grip. Should Su Yiting falter, he would have complete control over the sword, presenting him with the opportunity to claim victory. What an audacious spirit! Su Yiting praised, his wrist twisting suddenly as he stirred the long sword. Crack! Beefed! Two chilling sounds resonated. Point one emanated from Su Yiting's ribs, as his chest was solidly struck, producing the sound of cracking bones. The other arose from the Tianju man, whose hand was shattered by the blade, reduced to a ghastly mixture of blood and flesh. Ha ha ha! Why didn't you evade? Cold sweat poured from the Tianju man's brow. No matter how much pain he could endure, the physiological response to his hand being crushed overwhelmed him. Leaving him weak, unbeknownst to him, Su Yiting stepped upon the bloodied arena, gradually drawing nearer. He too was not unscathed. Blood had even surged to his throat, yet he swallowed it down forcefully. I concede defeat. Damn it! The Tianju man cursed, his figure suddenly vanishing, and the bloodied remnants dissipated. This signifies surrender. Victory over Gandhi, points 10. Is this what Uncle Yin spoke of regarding fighting spirit? The sensations of pain in the apocalypse world are undeniably real. Such individuals are indeed formidable. Had I dodged just now, even if I were stronger, I might have been the one to lose in the end. Su Yiting did not hasten to leave. Instead, he remained in place, deep in thought. After experiencing numerous ranked matches in the apocalypse world, it was his first encounter with someone daring enough to grasp a sword with their bare hands, which left him quite astonished. After a lengthy moment, he finally departed the arena, but rather than continuing to match, he awaited the generation of the recording, subsequently observing the battle he had just fought against the Tianju man. When my sword pierced his palm, he exhibited no hint of fear. He was solely focused on seeking an opportunity for counterattack. Setting aside strength, his combat style resembled that of Baiting Xiongwu, the global campus competition champion. Su Yiting reviewed the recording repeatedly, and amidst the fleeting images, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, which he endeavored to grasp but ultimately failed. To the very least, I had the courage to endure a blow from him just now. Perhaps it is only through facing life and death battles that one can discover their own will. Moreover, even with the strongest will, it proves futile against absolute force. Su Yiting was not overly fixated and promptly initiated another match. Victory over Rian Emperor, points 9. Victory over Moto Media, points 10. Victory over Don't Hit Your Own People, points 12. Current points, 1291. Current rank, Ask Me Silver. Your potential dragon leaderboard ranking has risen to 976th in Summer Nation. In the next 3 battles, Su Yiting emerged victorious. His opponents were certainly not weak. One even possessed skills reaching the mid-level of the 3rd tier. However, he purposefully adopted a strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries and discovered that opponents often recoiled, making victory remarkably smooth. Just one more battle remains before he can advance to the golden rank, at which point he will be eligible for rank rewards. 66,000 blue star coins held immense allure for Su Yiting. and he eagerly clicked to match. Matching successful. Opponent is Ask Me Silver rank, 1296 points. Global ranking 121, Sakura Nation 6th. About to enter ranked match. What is this situation? Su Yiting gazed at the opponent's information. His heart racing in astonishment. In the silver rank, he had matched against a potential dragon leaderboard genius ranked 121st globally. Amidst his surprise, excitement surged within him, for this marked the highest-ranked opponent he had faced thus far. Countdown. 10, 7, 1. As the countdown concluded, Su Yiting found himself on the arena, facing a young girl. She appeared to be of a similar age to him, adorned in a colorful kimono, with a hairstyle reminiscent of a princess. Her features were delicate, and her figure graceful, with two katana sheathed at her waist. Concurrently, the spectator area erupted with a throng of figures, swiftly numbering in the thousands, and this count continued to rise. Among them were several individuals from Summer Nation, Flower Flag Nation, and Rosa Nation, but the majority were from Sakura Nation. Miss Sai has matched against a Summer Nation contestant in her promotion match. It seems her advancement is secured. Another swordsman, Miss Sai, let him witness the prowess of Sakura Nation's warriors. The outcome appears inevitable. If the combatants wield different weapons, it may be a different story, but facing Miss Sai, who could possibly surpass her? Her brother is none other than Biting Xiongwu, the recent global campus competition champion. As a multitude of Sakura Nation spectators flooded into the audience, they immediately began to cheer for the young girl on stage. A segment of the crowd donned similar attire, their foreheads adorned with colorful bands, seemingly a fan club. Has this match made it to the homepage of the Apocalypse World live broadcast space? Su Yiting's opponent, Miss Northvine Sai, is one of our nation's contestants, an audience member from Summer Nation inquired. Indeed, she appears quite youthful. Su Gu? I haven't heard of him. He hasn't entered the global rankings. Has he? Another spectator responded. Let me check. He is ranked 976th on the Summer Nation Potential Dragon Leaderboard, which is commendable, though he just recently climbed up. Their strengths may be comparable. He might be older than Miss Northvine Sai. After all, she is still under 17 years of age. If he weren't wielding a sword, it would be interesting to observe, but alas. The Summer Nation viewers who entered Su Yiting's livestream through the homepage lamented the missed opportunity. Su Gu making it onto the Summer Nation Potential Dragon Leaderboard qualifies him as a genius, but his luck seems to have led him to a monster. Chapter 28. Clones Miss Northvine Sai? At just 17 years old, she is on the verge of becoming a golden master. Indeed, she is a prodigy. No wonder she ranks 6th in Sakura Nation and 121st globally. Listening to the audience's cheers, Su Yiting finally discerned the origin of his opponent. The finest lineage, the best mentors, the highest quality resources, and the most exceptional talent are required to forge such a top-tier monster. However, compared to her brother, her innate abilities appear somewhat lacking. Su Yiting mused inwardly, recognizing that Miss Northvine Sai was younger than himself, yet he did not underestimate her. Instead, he readied his sword, remaining vigilant. Conversely, Northvine Sai displayed no urgency to attack. A smile curving her lips as she said, "This is my promotion match. I've promised my brother that I will advance to Golden this month. How shall I handle you, gentlemen from Summer Nation?" Su Yiting naturally declined. "I'm sorry. This is my promotion match as well. Then I shall make you regret not yielding." Northvine Sai replied, her smile unwavering, yet her words carried a chilling edge, split, as she uttered the word. Her form began to blur, as if ensnared within a distorted temporal vortex. Subsequently, a shadow detached itself from her original body, resembling ripples on a tranquil lake disturbed by a thrown stone, swiftly morphing into a duplicate that was indistinguishable from her. This clone mirrored her form perfectly, even down to the creases in her clothing. Thus appeared the clone ability. It seems Miss Sai regards this Summer Nation lad as a worthy adversary. If one could bring Miss Sai home, it would be akin to marrying two wives. Who could possibly possess such fortune? She is a devoted admirer of Biting Xiongwu, who has long declared that to pursue her, one must first defeat her brother. Who dares to take on such a challenge? Who is capable? The audience from the land of cherry blossoms erupted in hearty laughter, evidently believing that with the appearance of her doppelganger, Biting Sai had secured her victory. A doppelganger technique? Su Yiting observed with great interest the two identical figures of Biting Sai before him. In the apocalyptic world, One originally could not utilize supernatural abilities as it was merely a mental entry into a virtual network. However, later, the Blue Star Alliance enacted a policy allowing registered supernatural practitioners within the National Martial Arts Bureau to simulate their powers in the apocalyptic world. Shadow form. Swallow's return. Summoning her doppelganger. Baiting Cai acted instantaneously. Her duplicate mirrored her movements, darting forth with 4 blades flashing simultaneously, leaving behind 4 indistinct trails of light in the air. This technique, Swallow's return, is derived from the Baiting family's ancestral swordsmanship. The water seagull flowing blade technique, which emphasizes swiftness, with legends claiming it could slice through flying swallows. This tale had circulated within the borders of the land of cherry blossoms since the revival of spiritual energy. At that time, it was not an easy feat. Flying swallows navigate by sensing vibrations in the air, and theoretically, no matter how swift the blade, it should not be able to touch them. Yet Swallow's return differs. It involves a swordsman executing a swift strike and immediately redirecting to the swallow's evasion path, delivering 2 consecutive strikes. These strikes must be executed with such speed that only then can it be deemed Swallow's return. At this moment, Baiting Cai, wielding the doppelganger ability, has refined the technique into her unique 4-blade flow Swallow's return. It can be said that these 4 blades simultaneously unleashed have sealed off any possibility for Su Yiting to evade. With no way to escape, Su Yiting chose not to dodge. With a flick of his wrist, the wind-wrapping cloud sword technique was unleashed. The blade met the first knife with a resounding clang, creating a crisp metallic sound and sparking a few embers. The force of this collision slightly diverted Baiting Cai's blade, and taking advantage of this reaction, Su Yiting swiftly twisted his body, his long sword now a white streak of light that deflected the second knife. In the next instant, the third and fourth knives came at him almost simultaneously. Su Yiting's gaze sharpened. First, he cleverly parried the third knife with the blade's body, and then with a flick of his wrist. The sword slid down the blade, angling sharply to deflect the fourth knife. This series of movements was executed in one fluid motion, so rapid that it left spectators breathless. After summoning the doppelganger, while he had gained an additional body, his strength and speed had also diminished. Although the 4 blades appeared to arrive at once, they had, in fact, betrayed the essence of Swallow's return by failing to achieve true velocity. Su Yiting intercepted one blow, and in that instant, his internal energy surged. The long sword in his hand transformed into a radiant arc, slicing through the air with lightning speed. The first form of the Qingping sword technique. Flying rainbow across the river, thud. A red dot appeared on Baiting Cai's doppelganger's forehead, clearly pierced by the sword's tip, and it fell limply to the ground. The moment from Baiting Cai's initial strike to Su Yiting's hit on her doppelganger transpired in an instant. By the time the audience registered the event, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Something was amiss. Yet, Su Yiting felt no joy. He did not experience the sensation of the sword-piercing flesh. If he were so easily defeated, he would not be a supernatural practitioner. The young man from Xia country. Baiting Cai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Battling a genius youth was something she had long anticipated. Meanwhile, the fallen doppelganger's wound rapidly healed, and it plunged both blades into the ground before rising once more. Must one eliminate the main body to dispel the doppelganger? Su Yiting's expression darkened. Being a martial artist with such peculiar abilities, it was no wonder these beings were referred to as the chosen of heaven, shadow form. Withered leaf transformation? On the arena, Baiting Cai called out, and both bodies moved simultaneously, not to attack, but to change positions with dazzling speed, making it impossible to discern which was her true self. Radiant form. Lion's chaotic blade, boom. Amidst the positional changes, Baiting Cai suddenly stepped forward, and 4 blades in her hands transformed into countless flickering lights, crisscrossing at a speed akin to lightning weaving through storm clouds. The shriek of the blades slicing through the air resembled the roar of a pride of lions, deafeningly loud. Clang. Su Yiting utilized the carefree wandering technique, retreating while raising his sword to parry, as the lights of sword and knife collided on the arena, stirring up clouds of dust. There was no pattern. Su Yiting was secretly alarmed. Baiting Cai's lion's chaotic blade had no discernible trajectory, striking down from above or sweeping across from the side, akin to a lion in a furious frenzy, attacking indiscriminately. Yet each strike posed a significant threat, leading Su Yiting to feel as though he faced not a single lion, but a whole pride. Chapter 29. 100 birds facing the phoenix clang. The crisp sound of blades clashing echoed across the arena. How can he withstand this? What a formidable opponent! The audience was stunned. They had expected Biting Sai to win with overwhelming force, yet the battle had reached a stalemate in terms of swordsmanship. He seemed not to be beneath Mist Sai, perhaps even her superior. Mist Sai triumphed through her doppelganger, a martial artist from the land of cherry blossoms fixated on the two combatants, offering this assessment. Such swordsmanship, yet he ranks only 976th on Xia Country's Qinlong list? Impossible. Perhaps it is not that his skills warrant such a low rank, but rather that he has had too few matches for the system to provide an accurate evaluation. Should he triumph over Mist Sai, his rank would surely soar. However, he cannot possibly win. A purely defensive stance will inevitably reveal flaws. On the platform, Su Yiting grew increasingly composed as the battle progressed. Her changing positions were intended to obscure the location of her doppelganger, yet her speed seemed to have diminished slightly compared to before. Was it due to the injury to her doppelganger affecting her true self? Amidst the myriad of flashing blades, he even found the capacity to analyze the weaknesses of Biting Sai's abilities. One of her bodies lacks a shadow. No wonder she has not ceased her assault since summoning the doppelganger. She fears that someone might notice this flaw. This realization sent a jolt through Su Yiting, yet he refrained from acting hastily, opting instead to wait patiently for Biting Sai to expose an opening. This individual is capable of withstanding the lion's chaotic blade. On the other side, Biting Sai felt a twinge of anxiety. Creating a doppelganger would deplete her physical strength, and she had hoped for a decisive blow, only to find Su Yiting remarkably resilient, defending like an armored bull and offering her no opportunity. Shadow form. Breaking army. Unable to secure victory with the lion's chaotic blade, Biting Sai resolved to use brute force against her foe. Her body straightened abruptly, akin to a bowstring drawn taut and released, channeling all her strength through her arms into the blades. All four knives converged simultaneously, slashing forward with an indomitable momentum. Such a powerful strike stirred the air at the arena's center, causing Su Yiting's loose hair to flutter as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. In that moment, as Biting Sai swung her blades downward, he too unleashed his sword. This strike was the epitome of ferocity. With every inch of the blade infused with his entire might, energy coursing from the hilt to the tip, converging like torrents rushing into the sea. Clang. The arena resonated with a prolonged sword cry, akin to the ringing of an ancient bell in a secluded temple. The third form of the Qingping sword technique, shattering the golden bell boom. The two fierce sword techniques clashed mid-air, blades and knives trembled violently, bending under the force. What strength! They were evenly matched. This was a genius of swordsmanship, his reflexes astonishingly quick. Su Gu. Why have I never heard of him before? Come on, brothers from Xia Country, let us each shout out that Su Gu is incredible. Incredible in what way? He hasn't won yet. It seems they will be locked in a stalemate for a while. At this stage, the Xia nationals in the audience seemed to glimpse hope, beginning to cheer for Su Yiting. Although his rank indicated that he was older than Biting Sai, winning was better than losing. After all, she was a top prodigy ranked 6th in the land of cherry blossoms at just 17. Losing would not be shameful, but winning would be a tremendous gain. Just when everyone thought the two would remain locked in combat, Su Yiting suddenly withdrew half a step, sheathing his sword amidst astonished gazes. Biting Sai had not anticipated this. Her body involuntarily leaned forward due to inertia. The python emerges from its hole. Su Yiting's eyes gleamed, and the sword in his hand transformed into a streak of light, accelerating dramatically, akin to a long-hidden giant python seizing its prey. As the sword tip neared the true form of Biting Sai, its speed reached a pinnacle, compressing the surrounding air as if to engulf her whole. Thud! The sound of the long sword piercing flesh echoed, yet the anticipated sensation did not come. Su Yiting's pupils contracted as, in that critical moment, Biting Sai's doppelganger had unexpectedly shielded her true self. Intercepting the blow, thud, however, after being struck twice in quick succession, Kitado Tsai was also in a dire state. Blood gushed forth from her mouth, splattering onto the surrounding arena, creating a patchwork of crimson stains. This horrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of the spectators from Sakura Country. Mist Sai has been injured. It seems she lacks the strength to conjure any more clones. Ultimately, the duration of her training and extraordinary abilities was too brief. Otherwise, she would not possess the glaring weakness of having clones devoid of shadows, nor would she be limited to conjuring but a single clone. This cannot possibly be the end. Within Mist Sai's veins flows the blood of the Kitado family, and it is precisely when she is wounded that she becomes her most formidable self. Blood still lingers at the corner of Kitado Tsai's mouth, resembling a crimson plum blossoming amidst the chill of winter, blooming beside her slightly pallid lips. Yet, there is no trace of agony upon her visage. Instead, a smile graces her face, adding an air of tragic beauty to her presence. She refrains from summoning any more clones, gripping the blade in her hand tightly and declares, "You are a powerful swordsman. Defeating you will surely elevate my prowess." Su Yiting responded calmly. "You cannot is that so?" Kitado Tsai replied with a slight smile. Kicking off her wooden sandals and standing barefoot in white socks, positioning her dual blades across her chest, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth from her being. Bang! Shadow of the Een. Break the cross. Kitado Tsai stepped forward, her swords crossing to form an X, her body leaning forward as she unleashed a fierce downward slash. At that moment, she did not have any clones to aid her, and the technique itself was rather unadorned. The brilliance lay in her impeccable mastery of time, space, force, movement, and the timing of her strike, each aspect executed with near-flawless precision. Simultaneously, this blow drew upon all her available strength, constituting her most powerful technique. Even Su Yiting felt the chill run down his spine as the blade descended upon him. Every instinct warned him that should he be struck by this blow, it would surely spell his doom. Clang, clang, clang. Su Yiting held nothing back, raising his sword in an instant, unleashing his technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dazzling sword light sparkled as the sounds of clashing blades resonated, akin to a chorus of 100 birds singing in unison. The 100 birds greet the phoenix. In a fleeting moment, Su Yiting swung his sword repeatedly, the blade meeting Kitado Tsai's descending sword, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. That was the mournful wail of Kitado Tsai's two katana as they succumbed to the strain. Chapter 30, Summer Country, Rank 298. On the arena, the sword light blazed like a tempest, dazzling to the point of blinding. The natural finesse of the swordsmanship reached its zenith, surpassing the speed of Kitado Tsai's dual blades. The flickering sword shadows made it appear as though Su Yiting wielded multiple swords simultaneously, rather than just one. Crack, accompanied by a sound that shattered the hearts of the Sakura Country spectators. Kitado Tsai's katana could bear the burden no longer, and large fragments began to break away, scattering like fragile ice across the ground. Clang! At that very moment, blood poured from Kitado Tsai's hand that gripped the sword, rendering her unable to hold the blade any longer, and her dual swords fell to the arena. Yet, Su Yiting's sword technique did not cease. With a single downward strike, he cleaved fiercely into Kitado Tsai's left shoulder, severing her arm cleanly, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Swoosh! Another flash of light swept past, and Kitado Tsai's pupils reflected the blinding brilliance. In the next instant, she vanished from the arena. Victory over Tsai Fei. Points 11, current points, 1302. Your rank has ascended to floating light gold. Your position on the Rising Dragon list has improved. Now ranked 298th in Summer Country. You have achieved the floating light gold rank before the age of 18, earning a reward of 66,000 blue star coins. Please provide your bank account information in the system message for collection. It's done. 66,000. I've never seen so much money in my life. Su Yiting exhaled in relief. Kitado Tsai was indeed formidable. Despite being a year younger than him, her combat experience and skills were exceptionally rich, placing immense pressure upon him. Thankfully, he had comprehended the 100 birds greet the phoenix. Otherwise, he would have truly met his match. How infuriating! Mist Sai has lost. The ranking of Summer Country swordsman has indeed surged. His final sword strike was too fierce, and it was no wonder Mist Sai was defeated so swiftly. Had there been even a slight chance, she would not have been left utterly defenseless. I wonder how old he is, 18 or 19. If he is 18, perhaps we might see his figure in the upcoming global campus competition in a few years. A multitude of spectators from Sakura Country lamented, unable to believe that Su Gu had truly triumphed over their nation's genius girl. Conversely, the audience from Summer Country rejoiced. This arena match signified the emergence of yet another prodigy from their nation. The spectators from other countries, however, were indifferent, merely viewing it as an exciting contest before departing to other streams. Light as a swallow, sending 10 rockets. What is the flower language of the steel wire ball flower? Sending a plane. Society's Huage, sending 3 love-powered gifts. Su Yiting observed the barrage of gift notifications above his screen. After streaming for so long, he finally realized that when gifts were received, a barrage would also appear. Of course, it could be muted. Light as a swallow? 10 rockets? That's worth 10,000. Su Yiting glanced at the leaderboard in astonishment, discovering that his top supporter had actually donated 10,000 blue star coins, which left him somewhat bewildered. Are there really that many wealthy individuals? It doesn't seem like the top supporter is a brother. It appears to be a sister. Out of curiosity, Su Yiting clicked on the profile of Light as a swallow. The individual was female, ranked at Asking Me Silver, with 1288 points. Should I add her as a friend to express my gratitude? Would ignoring her be considered impolite? As Su Yiting pondered, his gaze fell upon the virtual world nickname of the second-ranked supporter. What is the flower language of the steel wire ball flower? Endurance and wealth. This realization sent a chill down Su Yiting's spine, instantly erasing the thought of adding Light as a swallow as a friend. He could express his gratitude, but to endure was utterly impossible. Although he was young, he had seen enough captivating tales of wealthy women and martial artists in this age of advanced networking. These stories were quite understandable. The costs associated with martial arts were not something most could endure. When faced with a robust, wealthy woman while lacking funds and vitality, is it wrong to bow your head? Moreover, they weren't selling their bodies. It was akin to working on a construction site. After brushing aside his chaotic thoughts, Su Yiting opted to mute the gift notifications. After this period of streaming, he had come to understand that he possessed no innate talent for it. The gifts he received today were merely the result of fortunate matchmaking with a globally recognized individual, and some spectators from some country happened to witness his victory over their nation's genius, prompting them to send gifts. Streaming should continue, but without speaking or glancing at the gift notifications, lest it distract me from my ranked matches. Any earnings from gifts would be a stroke of luck. After filling in his bank account information, Su Yiting exited the world of awakening. He glanced at the time. It was 8 in the evening. The noodle shop had already closed. Su Yiting went downstairs to find something to eat and hurried back to his room. He noticed that a message had emerged from the sword-testing stone in his spiritual world. A first-tier sword technique has been cultivated to perfection. The second floor of the Sword Concealment Pavilion has been unlocked, granting one opportunity to inherit teachings. The first floor was entirely composed of first-tier techniques. Thus, the second floor might house second-tier techniques. Su Yiting felt a surge of excitement. Second-tier techniques, even obscure whip techniques, were priced over 100,000 in Linglong Pavilion in the Martial Artist Academy app, far beyond his current purchasing power. After securing the doors and windows, Su Yiting lay on his bed, calming his mind as his consciousness arrived before the solemn and ancient Sword Concealment Pavilion. The grand doors stood wide open, and he eagerly stepped inside. Indeed, at the corner of the first floor, a wooden staircase had appeared. As he ascended, the wooden boards emitted a series of delightful thuds. Compared to the first floor, the second floor had considerably fewer bookshelves, and the techniques appeared even scarcer. Some were recorded not in books but in scrolls. Third-tier sword technique, Great Samurai Sword Cannon. Su Yiting flipped through several volumes, instantly astonished. The second floor housed not only second-tier techniques but also third-tier techniques. However, they could only be viewed, not utilized. After perusing, Su Yiting reluctantly returned the Great Samurai Sword Cannon to its place. Martial arts techniques are not necessarily better the more advanced they are. Take Kitato Tsai's Water Seagull Flowing Union Sword Technique. For instance, she likely had only practiced the basics, unable to cultivate the profound aspects. As the level of technique rises, many moves require the invocation of internal organs, or even bone marrow, channeling energy through meridians. At higher levels, they even involve intention and momentum. If one's own realm does not meet the standard, attempting to cultivate advanced techniques will yield no benefits and may even harm oneself. It is akin to the ancient 7 injuries fist. Only when one's physical strength meets the criteria can cultivation be beneficial. Otherwise, it would inflict harm on oneself as much as on others. Chapter 31, Qinglian Sword Technique. Su Yiting wandered the second floor of the Sword Concealment Pavilion, perusing each martial arts manual in search of a technique suited to him. Second-tier technique, Qinglian Sword Technique. Suddenly, Su Yiting's eyes lit up as he discovered a manual with a cover depicting a blue lotus. This sword style seemed to bear some resemblance to the Qingping sword technique, yet it incorporated numerous additional striking methods and variations. In an instant, Su Yiting became engrossed in the Qinglian sword technique. After finishing the reading, Su Yiting closed the secret manual and gently closed his eyes. It can indeed be considered an advanced version of the Qingping sword technique, yet its characteristic moves are entirely different. While the Qingping sword technique emphasizes agility and variability, the Qinglian sword art, though it sounds gentle, is fundamentally a lethal technique. The people of the kingdom of Tianzhu. The blue lotus symbolizes the eye of Buddha. Although the Qinglian sword art originates from the Xia kingdom, its essence is deeply connected to the concept of sight. A pure heart and clear vision enable one to seek the enemy's weaknesses and apply fatal techniques. Su Yiting quietly contemplated the core principles of the Qinglian sword art. Indeed, this art demands a high level of perception and mental state, focusing solely on exploiting the enemy's vulnerabilities. While this notion may seem straightforward, its execution is anything but easy. In combat, who would willingly expose their weaknesses? Moreover, in high-pressure situations, the inevitable emotions of stress and tension can easily lead to one's own vulnerabilities being revealed. It is akin to bathing in a public bathhouse. When a burly man stands beside you, the instinctive urge to clench can easily cause one to forget the soap in hand, resulting in it slipping to the floor, necessitating a bend to retrieve it, at which point it is oneself who reveals a weakness. Previously, the divine light in the eyes acquired at the sword-hiding pavilion seemed limited to detecting vitality. However, my quick realization that Bei Tongcai's clone lacked a shadow might have been the effect of the divine light in the eyes. I was merely too absorbed in the battle to notice the enhancement in observational acuity it provided. Although the techniques of the sword-hiding pavilion did not impose restrictions on selection, the opportunity to transmit knowledge was limited to once. Thus, Su Yiting was exceedingly cautious and deliberated for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to choose the Qinglian sword art. Subsequently, he wandered around the second floor of the sword-hiding pavilion and selected a manual titled Yunlong Sanja for body techniques before exiting the pavilion and arriving at the sword test stone. Indeed, inscribed upon it was Qinglian sword art, available for transmission. Su Yiting silently recited the incantation for transmission. Consumed one opportunity for transmission. Once again, the indistinct figure in white appeared. Unlike the previous encounter, this time a human-shaped wooden dummy stood before the white-clad figure, marked with the 108 vital points of the human body. The figure's hand was a blue sword, and with emotion. Its form danced like a blue lotus in the breeze, swaying gently, each step akin to lightly tapping upon the water's surface, yet maintaining perfect balance, as the sword was drawn. The movements were initially slow but suddenly accelerated as it approached the dummy, releasing bursts of azure sword energy. Each strand of sword energy struck precisely at the vital points. True Qi, the realm of a grandmaster. I'm learning from a chicken feather. Su Yiting was astounded. The blue sword was enveloped in a faint azure sword energy, unmistakably a mark of a grandmaster. In the path of martial arts, the first stage entails physical reinforcement. The second stage involves channeling, both of which focus on enhancing the body. Upon reaching the third stage, a practitioner undergoes a life evolution, beginning to autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gathering true Qi in the Dantian, thus attaining the title of Grandmaster. In the realm of Grandmasters, one possesses protective true Qi, capable of withstanding even sniper bullets. They are the genuine powerhouses capable of commanding an entire city, an achievement that Su Yiting fervently yearned for. Yet, none of this mattered. He merely needed to learn the sword techniques. The only deficiency was true Qi. After the initial shock, Su Yiting resumed his focused observation. The opportunity for transmission was rare, and he could not afford to miss any detail. Drawing from the experience of the previous transmission, he understood that if he could etch the imagery before him into his memory, it would be akin to having a top-tier swordsman providing hands-on instruction at all times. Half an hour later, the white-clad figure concluded the sword demonstration, leaving 108 shallow impressions on the wooden dummy. The first two moves, stepping into shadows and wild horse leaping the ravine, primarily utilized muscular strength, while starting from the third move sword pointing to the stars, including the subsequent two moves Immortal's Guidance and Qinglian One Sword, required the mobilization of internal organ energy to unleash the sword technique's full potential. necessitating an increase in speed to enhance vitality. After observing the sword techniques exhibited by the white-clad figure, Su Yiting's consciousness returned to reality. He reflected and deeply engraved every movement of the white-clad figure into his mind before activating his smart wristband. A light screen emerged, and after inputting the 108 vital points of the human body in the browser, Su Yiting began to study ACU points. It was not until late into the night that he finally fell into a deep slumber. Xia Kingdom Bank, your account 0417 has received 52800.00. Available balance. The following day, Su Yiting awoke early. Glancing at the information, he realized it was the reward for advancing to the gold rank, and all sense of fatigue dissipated. As for the reduction from 66,000 to less than 53,000, he paid it little mind. The monetary rewards obtained from the Celestial Enlightenment world were considered unexpected income and were subject to a 20% personal income tax. This was entirely reasonable. The Xia Kingdom's military guards the Star Domain and maintains public order, necessitating substantial financial resources, and paying taxes is a matter of course, as for the life elixirs acquired previously. Since their value did not exceed 10,000, they were exempt from taxation. With 6 bottles of life elixirs remaining, he decided to give them to Qianqian and purchase more for himself. Retrieving the gift box containing the life elixirs from the bedside drawer, Su Yiting opened the door and placed the box at the threshold of his sister Su Qianqian's room before heading downstairs and outside. He took a vehicle to the martial arts hall of the school, where the Qinglian sword art could not be practiced in the public area, so Su Yiting refrained from hastily practicing the sword technique and instead engaged in the practice of the Hunyuan Zhuang stance. As dawn broke, he called Yin Zhenghua. "Hello, Xiao Yi, you're not planning to take leave again today, are you?" Came Yin Zhenghua's voice from the other end. Su Yiting exited the martial arts hall and replied, "No, Uncle Yin. I've reached the 3rd stage of skill. Is it possible to upgrade the scholarship?" Yin Zhenghua's breathing on the other end became noticeably heavier, seemingly in disbelief. 3rd stage of skill? How long has it been? Not even 10 days? He had anticipated that Su Yiting might reach the 3rd stage before graduating high school or even before the April examination, but he never expected this day to arrive so swiftly. "Wait for me at school. I'll be there shortly," Yin Zhenghua declared before promptly hanging up, urgency evident in his tone. Su Yiting patiently waited at the entrance of the martial arts hall, and within 10 minutes, Yin Zhenghua arrived, his face slightly flushed with excitement. Chapter 32. Time waits for no one. Upon seeing Su Yiting, Yin Zhenghua eagerly grasped his arm and exclaimed, "3rd stage of skill. I am only at the 3rd stage too. Come on, let us head to the classroom and test the waters." However, he quickly remembered something and activated his smart wristband, realizing he had come in such haste that he hadn't checked Su Yiting's ranking on the potential dragon list recently. In the friends list, he found Su Gu and opened the profile. Gold rank, Xia Kingdom rank 298. How is this possible? Your skill is at the initial 3rd stage. This rank and position left Yin Zhenghua astonished. He himself was only at the gold rank, and here was his nephew, whom he had watched grow up, already nearing his level at just a high school senior. Moreover, while the ranking indicated 298, the potential dragon list recorded talents under the age of 20. If calculated based solely on being 18 years old, Su Yiting's rank might very well be within the top 100. Such a prodigy was exceedingly rare throughout Jiangnan province. Most importantly, Su Yiting's rate of improvement was astonishingly rapid. In the 3 assessments conducted within this short period, one was at 50 of the 2nd stage, another at 81 of the 2nd stage, and although the last one lacked precise testing, it was evident he had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd stage. This time, he had directly broken through to the 3rd stage, and there was a substantial likelihood he was already at the mid-3rd stage. This was beyond mere enlightenment. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Su Yiting possessed a system, or he was an extraordinary talent. Even when considering those gifted individuals from Shangjing and Modu with formidable abilities, Su Yiting could stand against them, and his future was boundless. "I've only seen people with systems in novels." "Without a doubt, you are that prodigy." Yin Zhenghua paused, calming his emotions, and earnestly looked at Su Yiting. "Your future is no longer something I or the principal can determine. Today we're going to the Martial Arts Bureau." "All right." In response, Su Yiting appeared remarkably composed. He had already been a focal point of attention during his 1st year of high school, and now he was merely returning to his original standing. What concerned him more was the level of contract the Martial Arts Bureau would offer him. In the principal's office of Nanshan No. 1 High School, Principal 2 gazed at Su Yiting in shock. Mid-third stage of skill? Rank 298 on the potential dragon list? Yes, Principal, Su Yiting replied with an air of helplessness. On the way to the principal's office, Uncle Yin had already confirmed this numerous times, and he was beginning to grow impatient. Principal 2 frowned. He genuinely found it hard to believe. Your rate of progress seems a bit too rapid. I've heard that many in the celestial enlightenment world buy scores for the sake of face. Principal, if I had that kind of money to buy scores, I'd rather purchase a few bottles of life elixirs. Although he said this, seeing was believing. You practice sword techniques, don't you? Principal 2 approached Su Yiting, suddenly raised his hand, and with his index and middle fingers forming a sword gesture, he thrust towards Su Yiting's chest. Principal, what is the meaning of this? Yin Zhenghua exclaimed in alarm. The next moment, he witnessed Su Yiting swiftly counter with a similar sword gesture. The two forces collided with a resounding crash. Su Yiting staggered back, taking 3 steps before barely halting. Good. Truly mid-third stage. There's not a single student capable of receiving my finger. What is your vitality and spiritual power? Principal 2 did not continue the pursuit. A smile, difficult to conceal, danced upon his lips as he gazed at Su Yiting, as if beholding an extraordinary treasure. Su Yiting understood that the principal's earlier inquiry was a test of his skill level, and he took no offense, responding, 7.6, mental strength 10.4. Little wonder your skills have advanced so rapidly. While your vitality may not rank among the highest among students, your mental strength is indeed exceptional compared to your peers worldwide. Principal 2 exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. A strong mental capacity enhances neural reaction speed, memory, and even comprehension. Moreover, the enhancement of mental strength is far more arduous than that of vitality. While vitality potions are available in the market, there are no such potions for mental enhancement. Even if some rare herbs could elevate mental strength, their prices are prohibitively exorbitant. It is a pity, however, that comprehension cannot be measured. Your understanding of swordsmanship may very well reach unfathomable heights. Principal 2 marveled repeatedly, yet he did not lose sight of the matter at hand. Old Yin, I understand why you brought him here. You wish to report to the Martial Arts Bureau promptly to avoid squandering his talent? Yin Zhenghua replied solemnly, indeed, Principal. You are aware of Su Yiting's family circumstances. He possesses innate talent, albeit some time had been wasted. Now that he has resumed his cultivation and is utilizing vitality potions, his vitality is rising at an extraordinary pace. However, his rapid skill improvement has caused us to overlook this aspect. With national support, he could become a master, or even a grandmaster. I comprehend your intent. Indeed, time waits for no one. Since the hour is still early, let us make our way to the City Martial Arts Bureau. Principal 2 nodded in agreement. The emergence of a top-tier talent at Nanshan No. 1 high school would undoubtedly lead to an increase in government funding next year, thus solidifying his position and perhaps even allowing for a promotion. He was naturally reluctant to delay. Yin Zhenghua exclaimed. The City Martial Arts Bureau? Are we not going to the district office? Principal 2 shook his head. The Nanshan District Martial Arts Bureau, even the director there possesses only the authority to sign B-level contracts. If we go there, the director must still report to the City Martial Arts Bureau. It is more prudent to go directly to the city. Are you implying an A-level contract? Precisely. At under 18 years of age. With mid-level skills at the 3rd stage, even without any special abilities, he is fully eligible for an A-level contract. Principal 2 affirmed, nodding decisively. Let us depart immediately. Time is of the essence. You should accompany us. Having an elder present will facilitate negotiations. Once the contract level is confirmed, you can then inform his parents. The trio did not linger in the office, promptly exiting to the school parking lot. A flying car was stationed there, its exterior crafted from a metallic alloy and adorned in a dignified black hue, resembling a dirigible. Capable of accommodating 4 passengers, it belonged to the first tier of flying vehicles. Starting at a price of 10 million. Principal 2's salary was not so lofty, primarily because he was a second-tier martial artist with numerous income streams, be it from selling courses on the Martial Arts Academy app or treasure hunting in the Star Realms, both of which provided substantial earnings. It was Su Yiting's first experience in such an expensive flying vehicle. As the thrusters ignited and the car ascended to 50 meters, he gazed down at the city below, where pedestrians appeared as mere ants, igniting a longing within him. Yet, his aspirations did not lie in owning a flying vehicle. but rather in one day becoming a martial artist capable of flight. Chapter 33. Martial Arts Bureau. Nanshan District is situated approximately 200 kilometers from the urban center of Qingyuan City. Principal 2 personally took the wheel, and they arrived at the City Martial Arts Bureau in just about an hour. After parking the flying car in the lot outside the bureau, the trio approached a 50-meter-tall metallic edifice. The building, draped in a somber black hue, exuded an air of solemnity, featuring an emblem of crossed swords on its side. With the entrance crafted from solid steel, heavy and imposing, the grand doors stood ajar, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Su Yiting marveled at the imposing structure before him. This martial arts bureau was established following the resurgence of spiritual energy, primarily overseeing 2 domains: managing ordinary law enforcement matters through the public security team, and addressing cases related to martial artists and star beasts, such as apprehending wanted criminals and dealing with star beast invasions through the patrol team. Being his first visit, he couldn't help but feel a touch of nervousness. Let us proceed. Principal 2 led the way, and after passing through security checks, the trio entered the main hall of the bureau. On their way, Principal 2 had already made a reservation via phone. Being the principal of Nanshan No. 1, and presenting a recommendation for a prodigy, their passage was smooth, and they soon arrived at the top floor of the bureau. This was the 19th floor, where the offices of the director and deputy director were located. They were there to meet Deputy Director Hong Mingyun of the Qingyuan City Martial Arts Bureau. Director Hong is occupied with other matters. Let us wait here for a moment, Principal 2 instructed, guiding Yan Jinghua and Su Yiting to a waiting area where they settled onto a sofa. Waiting in silence. Noticing Su Yiting's apparent anxiety, Principal 2 offered reassurance. Director Hong has a deep appreciation for talent. He will undoubtedly be pleased to meet you. Rest assured, however, the contract level can only be determined after he has personally assessed you. Su Yiting scratched his head and replied, Principal, I'm fine. It's just that I feel somewhat out of sorts without a sword in hand. Ha ha. Principal 2 chuckled. If you manage to sign a contract early, you will be functioning as an intern patrol officer, at which point you will have the right to carry a weapon. The right to carry a weapon? Su Yiting's heart stirred, recalling the Tongshi sword displayed at Linglong Pavilion. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. It was beyond his means. Ding dong, as the two conversed, the elevator doors opened, revealing not Director Hong, but a rather alluring young woman. Appearing to be in her 30s, with wavy hair and striking features. Her lips were a vivid, cherry red, akin to ripe cherries. She wore a snug black dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, a deep neckline revealing a graceful décolletage, and her long, slender legs appeared even more smooth and delicate encased in black stockings. The high-heeled shoes she wore were black, with sharp, slender heels that clicked against the floor, echoing like the rhythmic beating of drums in the hearts of men, captivating them. However, there was an undeniable aura of synthetic beauty about her. As if her entire appearance had undergone enhancement, as she stepped out of the elevator, a youth around 17 or 18 followed her, clad in the uniform of Qingyuan No. 1 High School. His hair was dyed golden, and he stood tall and proud, with thin lips and piercing, cold eyes, exuding an air of arrogance. Hey, yes, it's me. I brought Xiao Ran to sign the contract. Is the director not here? Then please come and receive me. The woman seemed to be there for a contract as well, yet unlike Su Yiting and the others, she did not wait in the guest area but rather made a phone call. Before long, a woman emerged from the deputy director's office, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt, and a pink pencil skirt, complemented by white high heels. She carried a document folder, embodying the appearance of a secretary. Miss He, the director will be back shortly. Would you like to wait in the office? The woman greeted the alluring visitor with a warm smile, then turned to the haughty youth, saying, You must be Su Haoran, right? Your vitality reached 9.5 during high school, and with your skills at the initial 3rd stage, the director must hold you in high regard. Haoran has no exceptional talent. Please don't mind Lumi. The woman responded, yet her smile had not faltered since the moment the secretary had praised Su Haoran. If this is what a lack of talent looks like, I fear I might have to jump out of the window. The two appeared to be quite familiar with each other, engaging in light-hearted banter as they made their way to the director's office. At this moment, Principal 2 stood up, politely addressing the secretary. Hello, Secretary Lude. We are from Nanshan District, seeking Director Hong to Shanghai. Is it? Please wait here. The director will arrive shortly, Secretary Lu replied with a dismissive glance towards Principal 2, her smile notably warmer towards the alluring woman. Principal Tu felt a pang in his chest. It was evident to all that Secretary Lu's demeanor toward the woman was far more cordial. He too sensed the disparity in treatment. "Then I shall wait," he said, though he felt a hint of discontent. Yet, as the secretary was Director Hong's aide, even he, as a second-tier martial artist, could do little but sit back and endure. "Miss He, this way, please." Secretary Lu, without another glance at Su Yiting and his companions, led the alluring woman into the office. The door to the office clicked shut behind them. Leaning back against the sofa, Principal Tu remarked with a chuckle, "That woman is from the Life Technology subsidiary. It is no wonder Secretary Lu is so warm towards her. After all, we are just from a small place, and she looks down on us." Yin Jinghua, grinning, replied, "Principal, you are a figure of authority in school, yet outside, you two are as powerless as I am, old Yin." The two exchanged light-hearted banter, seemingly unfazed by the earlier incident. However, Su Yiting felt a surge of discontent and exclaimed, "Principal, why don't we leave? I can sign a contract with a martial arts school, or remain independent, or even join another company. Why should she have access to the office while we do not?" Both Principal Tu and Yin Jinghua turned their gazes toward him, intrigued. "Oh, are you displeased?" Su Yiting nodded, indeed feeling a wave of frustration within him. Principal Tu and Uncle Yin had taken great care to accompany him to the City Martial Arts Bureau, yet they were treated with such disregard, which left him feeling deeply vexed. He longed to sign a contract and secure resources, but if the price was subjecting his elders to such indignities, he would rather forego it altogether. Principal Tu gently patted Su Yiting on the shoulder and smiled faintly. "Ah, youth is indeed exuberant. The martial arts school can certainly afford the expenses. However, once you mature, you will have to join the school and become entangled in trivial matters, which, in the end, cannot compare to the Martial Arts Bureau. Moreover, several prestigious institutions are state-run. If you join the martial arts school and later enter a school, the resources available to you will diminish, and you may not receive the attention you deserve." Yin Jinghua nodded in agreement. Indeed, a martial artist, after all, must serve the nation to garner its respect and secure the finest resources, ensuring both you and your family the best protection. Su Yiting appeared particularly obstinate, asserting, "They may look down on me, but they cannot belittle you." Chapter 34. Director Principal Tu exchanged a glance with Yin Jinghua, their eyes brimming with satisfaction. Apart from talent, there exists another crucial factor for martial artists: character. The reason the Martial Arts Bureau requires a political review before signing contracts fundamentally lies in assessing an individual's character. Some individuals possess extraordinary talent yet are cold-blooded and have a propensity for violence, lacking a profound sense of allegiance to the nation. Such individuals, regardless of their innate ability, will not be signed by the Bureau. Conversely, those who value loyalty and righteousness, even if their talent is merely average, may receive support from the Bureau depending on the circumstances. At that moment, Principal Tu truly regarded Su Yiting as a junior, rather than just a student, and said with a smile, "While valuing loyalty is commendable, have you ever heard the saying, 'The king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with'? I have met Director Hong, who also emphasizes the importance of talent. If you wish to defend our honor, you must demonstrate your own gift." Yin Jinghua shared the same sentiment and added, "Yes, little E. Ultimately, martial artists must rely on their talent and strength to speak for themselves. Our origins may not compare to the affluent in the city, but as long as one possesses talent, the nation will still value them." Su Yiting pondered over this and, recognizing its validity, decided against leaving in a huff. Instead, he patiently waited in silence. After about 20 minutes, the elevator doors opened once more. A middle-aged man with a square face stepped out, dressed in a specially tailored martial arts uniform with short hair, a prominent nose, and thick brows. He surveyed the room, exuding an air of authority. Director Hong. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Principal Tu immediately rose to greet him. "Xinghai, my apologies for keeping you waiting. I was attending to some trivial matters." Hong Mingyan shook hands with both Principal Tu and Yin Jinghua, then turned to Su Yiting, saying, "This young friend must be the prodigy you recommended to me today, correct?" Principal Tu quickly interjected, "Indeed, this is him." "Little E, meet Director Hong." Su Yiting replied, "Greetings, Director. Let us speak in my office. By the way, it seems another individual is also coming today to sign a contract. It would be good for you all to meet as you are of similar age." Hong Mingyun said with a smile, leading the way to his office, with the three hastily following. Upon entering, Su Yiting was momentarily taken aback. Rather than an office, it resembled a martial arts training room spanning 300 square meters, equipped with various apparatuses and weapon racks displaying an array of sharpened armaments. The previously entered Secretary Liu, Miss He, and Su Haoran stood in a relatively spacious area, with Su Haoran brandishing a long spear with vigorous flair. Director, the three immediately ceased their actions upon Hong Mingyun's arrival. Secretary Liu, in her high heels, stepped forward, saying, "Director, this is Ms. He Xiaojia, whom we had previously scheduled an appointment with, and this is Su Haoran, an elite class student from Qingnou One High School." "Hello," Hong Mingyun acknowledged, his gaze sweeping over the three before casually glancing at Su Yiting, offering a faint smile. Secretary Liu moved to Hong Mingyun's side, producing a small notebook. "Director, I have just tested using the apparatus. Su Haoran's vitality measures 9.5, mental strength 8.9, and skill at 7, qualifying for a C-level contract." Hong Mingyun glanced over, then looked at He Xiaojia. "Your Su family does not seem to lack the funds for such a C-level contract, do they?" He Xiaojia, devoid of her previous flirtation, replied earnestly, "Director Hong, wealth is merely an external matter. The Martial Arts Bureau safeguards the nation, deserving of everyone's admiration. Naturally, I hope my child can be a part of it." Tu Xinghai, overhearing, let out a cold chuckle. He Xiaojia came from a biotechnology company primarily engaged in selling raw materials for life-enhancing potions, hence money was certainly not an issue. What they sought was merely to place Su Haoran in the bureau to gain prestige. After all, the Su family could already sway the business world in Qingyuan City, and now they sought influence in the political sphere. Previously, lacking a genius, they could only maintain good relations with lower-level staff in the bureau. But now that Su Haoran had matured, they undoubtedly hoped to have a member within the bureau, which would facilitate many endeavors. As for Su Haoran's safety, there was no need for concern. Entering the bureau would grant him access to previously unreachable networks. With enough connections, substantial wealth could sway anyone, ensuring Su Haoran a relatively secure position in the future. Hong Mingyun remarked, "Indeed, a young prodigy. In the elite class, your grades must be commendably high, correct?" "I ranked 5th in the first assessment after the school year started." Su Haoran replied proudly. Being 5th in the elite class meant he was also 5th in the entire school, placing him among the top 10 in the city. Hong Mingyun remained unperturbed, an impressive result. Yet the number of signing slots is limited. Another young prodigy is arriving today. I intend to select one of you for the contract. What do you think, him? From Nanshan No. 1 High School. Su Haoran cast a dismissive glance at Su Yiting. Hong Mingyun replied calmly, "Indeed, that's correct." Su Haoran showed some reluctance. "Director, I have already defeated countless opponents like him. Why not test my skills personally?" "Silence," He Xiaojia reprimanded, pulling Su Haoran behind her, then instantly adopting a smile. "Let us proceed as Director Hong suggests, though I wonder what your criteria for selection might be." Hong Mingyun proposed. "Let this Su Yiting student test his vitality first, and then you two can compete in skills." "How does that sound?" "Of course," He Xiaojia readily agreed, her heart secretly elated. A student from Nanshan No. 1 High School likely had only a tenuous connection with the principal and the director, and he would probably be aiming for a D-level contract. How strong could he possibly be? Her son had been nurtured by esteemed teachers since childhood, with medicinal baths and life-enhancing potions continuously administered within safe limits, consistently ranking among the top 5 in Qingyuan One High School. A country bumpkin, she mused, would probably be defeated within 3 moves. Seeing He Xiaojia agree, Hong Mingyun turned back to Principal 2, asking, "What do you think, Xinghai? Are you in favor of my proposal?" "Absolutely," Principal 2 replied. His eyes narrowed into slits. Hong Mingyun declared, "Then let us commence with the vitality test. Please follow me." Before Hong Mingyun, Secretary Liu's demeanor was as gentle as spring-'s breeze as she led Su Yiting to the vitality testing apparatus. Su Yiting stood still as a beam of pure white light was cast upon him. Just moments ago, while employing divine light of the eyes to glance at Director Hong, he sensed that Hong had noticed him. Basking in the light, Su Yiting felt a surge of astonishment within. This was his first encounter with someone of such stature as the deputy director of the City Martial Arts Bureau, and he could not resist the urge to secretly use the divine light to scan Hong Mingyun, resulting in a reading that naturally exceeded the limits. What startled him was the peculiar smile Hong had displayed when he glanced at Su Yiting, as if he had sensed something. Chapter 35. Reminiscing Joyful Moments, Vitality, 7.6. The vitality testing machine displayed Su Yiting's vitality, A snicker escaped He Xiaojia's lips, prompting everyone to turn their attention toward her. With a twinkle of amusement in her eyes, she explained, "I apologize. I recalled something amusing. The vitality score was indeed somewhat low." Hong Mingyun was also taken aback. Principal Tu had arrived hastily and hadn't he provided him with specific information about Su Yiting. A vitality of 7.6 was not particularly impressive, even for Nanshan No. 1 High School, let alone for Qingyuan City. Nevertheless, he felt little concern. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a powerful wave of mental energy emanating from Su Yiting, and in that instant, he was assured that Su would not disappoint him. Though his vitality was low, was his talent concentrated in mental strength? Or perhaps in skill? Hong Mingyun mused internally. He Xiaojia covered her mouth with a chuckle. "Director, with a vitality of 7.6, should we continue with the competition, or shall we sign with Howren directly?" Hong Mingyun nodded. Having come from afar, he deserves an opportunity. Is it agreeable for him to use the weapons here? Everyone chimed in unison. No objections. Principal Tu and Yin Jingguo voiced their agreement with particular enthusiasm. They held great confidence in Su Yiting. While Su Howren's vitality was high, he had yet to enter the martial artist phase. Su Yiting's superiority in skills could easily bridge this gap, or even surpass it. "Let us begin. I will serve as the judge. Feel free to hold nothing back," Hong Mingyun stated. Shortly thereafter, Su Yiting and Su Howren stood facing each other in the 5-meter by 5-meter space within the room. This area was somewhat limited for them, yet they had no choice but to accept the designated location set by Hong Mingyun. Su Yiting naturally wielded a long sword, while Su Howren brandished a silver spear, both equipped with sharp edges. Hong Mingyun stood between the two and inquired, "Are you ready?" Both nodded in affirmation. Hong Mingyun extended his hand and pressed downwards, simultaneously retreating his body. "Begin." Su Howren took a large stride forward, his silver spear thrusting forth with ferocious intent. For him, victory was an inevitable outcome. The only consideration was how to achieve it with style, ideally within 3 moves. The silver spear he wielded measured 2.5 meters, and almost as soon as he moved, the spearhead was already at Su Yiting's chest. A successful strike. One move concluded. The moment Su Howren lunged forward and saw Su Yiting frozen in place, he was certain of his victory. This was the experience accumulated from years of combat. Yet, just as his spear tip was about to pierce Su Yiting's chest, his opponent suddenly stepped to the left. With that single step, the silver spear pierced nothing but as the spear missed its mark. Su Howren saw Su Yiting charging towards him. With a muffled roar, Su Howren tightened his grip on the spear shaft and swept sideways. To his utter disbelief, Su Yiting had not prepared to evade. Instead, he retaliated with a thrust aimed directly at Su Howren's vital point. If this strike landed, he would be injured, but Su Yiting would perish. The thought flashed through Su Howren's mind, prompting him to retract his spear and retreat swiftly. Bang! The space was already limited, and as he retreated, he collided directly with the wall, pain shooting through his back. "Despicable! To risk my life while aiming to take my son's life!" He Xiaojia exclaimed angrily from the sidelines, her keen eyes recognizing Su Yiting's tactic of trading injury for injury. "Miss He, that perspective seems flawed." Principal Tu interjected ominously. "Should your child face a wanted criminal or a star beast, must he insist that the opponent refrain from targeting his vitals?" Yin Zhenghua chimed in, adding, "What good is practicing martial arts if one fears injury? The Xia Kingdom is not solely a refuge for warriors. Even logistical work contributes to the nation." "You, hemph!" He Xiaojia scoffed, turning to Su Howren and declaring, "Director Hong is present." This prompt from her was swift and shrewd. Yin Zhenghua could not help but comment. Her reminder that Director Hong is here was evidently intended to signal Su Howren that, despite the combat, no one was destined to die here. Indeed, Su Howren immediately grasped the implication. Straightening his posture and channeling all his strength into his feet, with a powerful push against the wall, he surged forward, the silver spear rising sharply. Su Yiting's gaze sharpened. He understood that the previous tactic was no longer viable. Yet, even in a direct confrontation, he felt no fear. Moreover, today he felt somewhat different. He swiftly raised his sword, merging his energy with the blade, and thrust forward with unprecedented ferocity. Bang! The spearhead met his sword directly. In theory, unless a swordsman possessed overwhelming strength and skill, it was challenging to match a spear-wielding martial artist in a head-on clash. Typically, a more evasive approach would be employed. But at this moment, when the blade and spear collided, Su Haoran's silver spear shifted outward by an inch, causing his wrist to tremble uncontrollably. "This is impossible," Su Haoran exclaimed in shock. Within Qingyuan No. 1 High School, there was a student ranked in the top 3 for swordplay, with whom he had sparred. That individual could block this spear but would never manage to make Su Haoran lose his grip. Moreover, he had witnessed Su Yiting during a vitality assessment, noting a vitality of 7.6, at least 200 kilograms less strength than his own. Could it be that he had reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier in skill? Su Haoran could not help but take a half step back, a look of astonishment in his eyes. If Su Yiting's strength was inferior, then it could only mean that his skill had indeed reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, granting him greater power when executing techniques. "Why do I feel as if I can hear the sword singing?" Meanwhile, Su Yiting was equally astonished, acutely aware that with each breath he took, the long sword in his hand resonated with a humming sound. Could it be the sword cultivation method? Yes, I have never wielded a sharpened sword before. Any experience I had was in the virtual realm. The breathing techniques within the sword cultivation method have such profound utility, making me feel as if I had merged entirely with the sword. Listening to the melodious sound of the sword, Su Yiting could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. He sensed that the long sword in his hand was no longer a mere cold metal implement, but rather an extension of his own body. At that moment, he moved forward, raising his hand again, the sword tip flicking upwards. With that motion, the sword wind howled. The Qinglian sword technique, single strike to the Yin. This technique, recently acquired from the 2nd tier of swordsmanship, was effortlessly executed in his grasp. Su Haoran found the sword's radiance blinding. He felt a chill in his lower body, and in an instant, he could not even manage to evade. Whoosh, a blurred figure flashed past. Positioning itself in front of Su Haoran, it was Hong Mingyun, whose finger, enveloped in a faint aura, pressed against the sword's edge. Su Yiting's strike seemed to penetrate the depths of the ocean, unable to advance further. "The victor is Su Yiting," Hong Mingyun proclaimed with a smile. "Pift, pift." 2 hearty laughs erupted simultaneously. Principal Tu and Yin Zhonghua displayed broad smiles. He Xiaojia's face twisted with indignation. What a ridiculous display. "Apologies, I merely recalled some joyful events," Principal Tu and Yin Zhonghua replied in unison. Chapter 36. Special Provisions. He Xiaojia's countenance darkened, yet she was too weary to engage further with the 2 men. Instead exclaiming loudly, "This is unfair, Director Hong. This is unjust." Principal Tu, suppressing his laughter, countered, "What is unfair? They just engaged in a genuine contest. Your child lost, and that is somehow unfair." He Xiaojia ignored Principal Tu. Addressing Hong Mingyun, "Director, Haoran wields a spear in this confined space. He cannot even properly execute spear techniques, let alone unleash his full potential. How can that be deemed fair?" As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Secretary Liu. As if hoping he would lend his voice to her cause, Secretary Liu hesitated momentarily, biting his lip before stating, "Director, Miss He does have a point. Su Haoran in this setting." "Silence," Hong Mingyun interjected sharply. "In martial contests, victory and defeat can hinge upon a fleeting moment. Anyone with discernment can see that Su Yiting's skill far exceeds Su Haoran's. Do you all choose to ignore this?" His voice, now laced with dissatisfaction, reverberated like thunder within the room, causing everyone present to instinctively lower their heads. "I have lost." Su Haoran spoke softly, his eyes still glinting with resentment, yet he understood as the one directly involved that, even in a more spacious area, the likelihood of defeating Su Yiting was minuscule. Ranner. He Xiaojia's lips moved, wanting to say more, but she found no words and simply declared, "Let's go." Su Haoran cast a deep glance at Su Yiting, as if to etch his image into memory, before begrudgingly departing. Deep within, he was still plagued by profound doubts. He could not comprehend how a rural bumpkin could possess skills superior to his own. The instructors who had guided him were all formidable warriors above the 2nd tier, were they not? Hong Mingyun paid no heed to the departure of He Xiaojia and her son, instead praising, "Truly remarkable talent. At your age, my own skill was merely at the 2nd tier's completion. If I am not mistaken, your skills have already reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. The technique you just employed, was it the Qinglian sword technique?" "Yes, I fortuitously entered the mid-stage of the 3rd tier," Su Yiting replied, a tightening sensation gripping his heart, he suddenly realized a pressing issue. Hong Mingyun could easily discern his family background, and while the strength of his skills could be attributed to talent, the price of second-tier sword techniques was substantial, and he had no purchase records to clarify their origin. In the Xia Kingdom, practicing techniques without purchasing them was illegal. Even if some powerful warriors acquired techniques, they were forbidden from teaching them privately. Guidance could only occur when both parties possessed the same knowledge. This was to protect intellectual property and prevent the erosion of innovation among martial artists. If I only used one technique, I could simply claim I watched a preview in the Martial Arts Academy and comprehended it myself. As Su Yiting contemplated his strategy, Hong Mingyun remained oblivious to this detail. Or perhaps he simply did not care. Even if Su Yiting had indeed learned from somewhere illicitly, he was willing to take responsibility for such exceptional talent. Xinghai, show me Su Yiting's profile, Hong Mingyun instructed. Looking toward Principal Tuesday shortly thereafter, Principal Tu transmitted Su Yiting's information through an intelligent wristband. Hong Mingyun sat in his office chair, reviewing the data while the others patiently awaited. Oh! Suddenly, astonishment crossed Hong Mingyun's face. Not even when Su Yiting had defeated Su Haoran had he displayed such surprise. He struggled to contain his expression. The beginning of the second semester of your senior year, your skills were only at 50 of the second tier. With a vitality of 6.0, Hong Mingyun rose from his seat. He had long occupied a high position. While mid-stage third-tier skill was rare, a few had emerged in Qingyuan City over the years. However, to elevate from mid-stage second tier to mid-stage third tier in just 10 days was unprecedented and quite astonishing. Not only in Qingyuan City but even globally, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Director, I once went through a period of confusion. When I regained my focus, I would often experience sudden enlightenment while practicing swordplay. Su Yiting began to explain, presenting the excuse he had long prepared. After all, sudden enlightenment was something that could not be verified. Sudden enlightenment? It seems you have experienced some fortuitous encounter. Hong Mingyun nodded. In this era of spiritual revival, it was not uncommon for martial artists to gain unexpected advantages. Not long ago, a citizen of the Xia Kingdom had consumed a red fruit in the star domain. Soaring from the first tier to the second, in contrast, Su Yiting's situation seems to have become more acceptable. Your circumstances are somewhat unique, and I need to ponder them thoroughly. Hong Mingyun furrowed his brow. Su Yiting's talent, while strong indeed, is supported by the data, which reveals that he has spent over 2 years in a state of stagnation in his cultivation. What if this happens again in the future? Having occupied this position for a decade without promotion, perhaps the reason lies in my reluctance to take risks. Su Yiting has achieved this level in merely 10 days, so why shouldn't I gamble on his continued progress? Even at his current level, offering him an A-level contract seems entirely reasonable. Should he succeed in the future and shine in the global campus competition, I would be the one who signed him. And that merit would not be insignificant. Thoughts raced through Hong Mingyun's mind. He weighed the advantages and disadvantages of signing ahead of time. If he chose the wrong person, it would waste national resources, leading superiors to deem him incompetent and hopeless in his career. Thus he was exceedingly cautious, contemplating offering Su Yiting a CB-level contract. Yet, after 10 years in the deputy director's position, he felt some reluctance. This rare opportunity in Qingyuan City to discover an extraordinary talent, especially one from a military family, would be a lamentable loss if missed. Su Yiting and his companions, noticing Hong Mingyun's prolonged silence, felt a growing tension, particularly Su Yiting, who, having just experienced the breath technique and communication with the sword, increasingly yearned for the Tongshi sword from Linglong Pavilion. His father's leg ailment, the family mortgage, and his sister's future all demanded substantial financial resources. Only by signing with the Martial Arts Bureau could he gain the necessary resources, progress rapidly, and eventually earn a fortune. Fortunately, Hong Mingyun did not keep them waiting too long. Seemingly resolved, he stated, "My authority allows only an A-level contract, which includes 2 million in cash and 3 million in martial arts points, lasting 3 years. However, I would like to draft a special clause." Yin Jinghua, as Su Yiting's elder, immediately inquired, "Special clause?" Hong Mingyun articulated his thoughts. "Indeed. It resembles a betting agreement that if, within these 3 years, Su Yiting can stand out in the national campus competition or even enter the global campus competition, I will apply to upgrade the contract to S level based on the circumstances. Conversely, if Su Yiting shows slow progress within 3 years, the contract will be downgraded to C level, with the possibility of further reduction to D level." Chapter 37. You may leave fearing Su Yiting might falter again. Hong Mingyun ultimately chose to take precautions. Nonetheless, he offered Su Yiting hope. As long as he maintained his current pace of progress, there was potential for an upgrade to S-leveled. An A-level contract provides resources amounting to 5 million annually, while S-level would elevate this to tens of millions, typically reserved for extraordinary martial artists. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Zhenghua understood Hong Mingyun's reservations due to Su Yiting's past and recognized that such terms were the best outcome achievable. Thus he replied, "That works, however. I would like to discuss this with Su Yiting's family." Upon making this decision, Hong Mingyun felt a sense of relief, smiling as he remarked, "Of course, after all, Su Yiting is still a minor and will require a guardian's signature." Yan Zhenghua promptly dialed Su Hongchao's number. Regardless of the closeness of his relationship with the Su family, he could not unilaterally make decisions for Su Yiting or sign on his behalf. Beep, the call connected. "Old Yin, what's up?" "I'm busy," came Su Hongchao's voice, accompanied by the sounds of clattering pots and pans, indicating he was unaware of his son's impending contract and was preoccupied with the noodle shop's business. "Stop what you're doing. It's about this," Xiaoyi started. Yan Zhenghua recounted the events. Suddenly, silence fell on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of a lighter flicking. Su Hongchao inhaled sharply and angrily exclaimed, "Get lost. You think I have nothing better to do than entertain you? Xiaoyi has only just resumed training." Yan Zhenghua remained silent, directly activating the camera on the call screen. Su Hongchao, clad in an apron and smoking, sat at the entrance. Upon seeing the video feed, he froze, his lips trembling, and the cigarette fell from his fingers. Having frequently appeared in news coverage, he recognized Hong Mingyun immediately, stood upright, and saluted. "Hello, Director." Hong Mingyun was accustomed to Su Hongchao's reaction and chuckled. "You must be Su Yiting's father. Mr. Yin has already informed you about the recent developments." Having served as a soldier for decades, Su Hongchao held immense trust in figures from the national leadership and replied, "Well, in this matter, you say what you must." However, he swiftly changed his tone. "Would it be possible for you to share the contract details with me?" After all, being a father, Su Hongchao, despite his trust in Hong Mingyun, wished to secure the best interests for Su Yiting. "Certainly," Hong Mingyun replied with a smile. Yan Zhenghua promptly sent the contract details to Su Hongchao. He scrutinized it for a long while, ensuring not a single word was overlooked. And as he read, tears welled up in his eyes. How many years had it been since he retired from the Star Domain? He had always cherished those perilous yet prideful days. Though he had no more opportunities to fight for his country, he was grateful that his child still could. After reviewing the document, Su Hongchao declared, "Director, everything looks good, especially the special clause. This boy needs strict oversight to prevent any arrogance from developing." Even as a father, Su Hongchao could find no flaw in the contract. In fact, one could say Hong Mingyun had granted Su Yiting the greatest advantages within his authority, beyond the cash and martial arts points. The contract also included annual complimentary treatments at the Martial Arts Center, medicinal baths, and a standalone villa in the Xuanwu community of Nanshan District, benefits he had never even dared to dream of previously. Hong Mingyun exhaled in relief. "Let us proceed with the electronic contract for now. The physical contract will be delivered tomorrow by a specialized personnel." "All right." The electronic agreement was swiftly signed, and the call ended. Su Yiting's personal information was soon linked to the Martial Arts Bureau, marking the commencement of his tenure as an intern guardian. "Welcome aboard." Once all procedures were complete, Hong Mingyun shook hands with Su Yiting, and both parties appeared exceedingly pleased. "I shall not disturb your work any further, Director." Principal Tu also beamed with joy, proud that his school had produced a genius who signed an A-level contract ahead of time. Hong Mingyun and Secretary Liu personally escorted the three of them downstairs, advising, "Travel safely. In 2 months, the April assessment approaches, and I look forward to your performance. One more thing. Do not pry into the affairs of the powerful." The last statement left Yan Zhenghua and Principal Tu perplexed, yet Su Yiting comprehended, realizing that Hong Mingyun had indeed sensed the brilliance in his gaze, but chose not to pursue it. "Understood. I will strive diligently," Su Yiting promised. The flying car slowly ascended and departed from Qingwen City under Hong Mingyun's watchful gaze. After bidding farewell to Su Yiting, Hong Mingyun returned to his office, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Xiao Lu, if I am not mistaken, you have been with me for a year now?" Hong Mingyun remarked, his smile lacking genuine warmth. Secretary Liu's demeanor tightened. "Yes." Director, to be precise, it has been 11 months and 25 days. Achieving such a position is due to your own efforts. However, now that you occupy a high office, it is natural to feel a sense of pride. Yet accepting bribes is not a commendable behavior. To as Hong Mingyun walked to his desk to brew tea. He continued, Director, Secretary Liu stammered, feeling anxious. Her warm demeanor towards Liu Xiaojia and her son had indeed garnered some benefits. However, she believed she had concealed it well, having accepted only second-tier life potions without transacting through her own account. How, then, had the director become aware? To keep secrets, one must not engage in wrongful acts. Hong Mingyun interrupted. As a martial artist, if one's cultivation stagnates and one seeks to maintain youth through drugs, I can understand. But this is not the appropriate method. Furthermore, no matter how high the position, one must not detach from the populace. I disapprove of your attitude towards Tu Xinghai and his associates. I merely adhered to the standard protocol in my reception, Secretary Liu quavered. Hong Mingyun's countenance darkened. Then you should treat everyone according to standard protocol. Here, regardless of one's background, what matters is potential and the willingness to serve the nation. A strong youth strengthens the summer state. If individuals like you proliferate, the populace will only grow increasingly disillusioned with the country. With the rising number of wanted criminals domestically, you are not exempt from blame. Go collect your salary. You may leave, Director. Secretary Liu's lips trembled, eager to voice her thoughts, yet upon meeting Hong Mingyun's gaze, she swallowed her words. She understood that her career had effectively come to an end. In Qingyuan City, Nanshan District, at the Qining Noodle Shop, after parting ways with Principal Tu and Yan Jinghua, Su Yiting promptly returned home. The day had been busy, and it was still early evening when the noodle shop had already closed its doors to customers. Chapter 38. Martial Artist Academy. Su Yiting opened the door to his home, where his family was already seated at the dining table. You're back. Su Hongqiao stood up, retrieving a bottle of cherished Feitian liquor from the cabinet. Typically, he reserved this treasure for the New Year celebrations. Come, you've grown up. Let's share a drink. Su Hongqiao poured himself a full glass and filled half a glass for Su Yiting. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xian displayed a hint of displeasure, exclaiming, How old is Xiao Yi? Why on earth is he drinking alcohol? Indeed, Dad, she continued, I've never seen my brother drink. If he finishes that half glass, he might just become completely incapacitated. Su Qianqian also expressed her mild concern. It's nothing. I'm just having a drink with Dad. Just this once. Su Yiting, not wishing to dampen his father's spirits, took a seat at the table, lifted his glass, and was immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of the liquor. Clink! The father and son toasted each other. Su Hongqiao downed his drink in one go, his complexion slightly flushed. Observing this, Su Yiting followed suit, and a sharp sensation surged up his throat and stomach, rapidly igniting a wave of warmth that flushed his cheeks and rendered his ears pleasantly warm. Su Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle. Hee hee. Brother, your face resembles a monkey's backside. Foolish child. Your father has downed his drink, and you follow suit? Quickly, eat some food. Chen Xian found the situation amusing as she placed a piece of richly marbled braised pork into Su Yiting's bowl. Su Hongqiao, with a proud expression, declared, being a father is indeed a unique experience. If you wish to surpass me, you still have much to learn. Su Qianqian teased back, Dad, this is a contest of drinking capacity. If it were a contest of skills, you'd likely be at a disadvantage now. Su Hongqiao, feeling indignant, retorted, Humph. If this leg were to fail me, who knows who would win or lose? At the mention of the leg injury, the family's expression suddenly darkened. The joy Su Yiting felt from signing the contract was swiftly overshadowed. Su Hongqiao sensed the shift in atmosphere and realized that mentioning unhappy matters at this moment was inappropriate. He quickly added, Come on, eat up. My health has been excellent lately. I feel like I've regained a few years of youth. Chen Xian, wishing to alleviate her children's worries, chimed in, Yes, just the other night, he was restless. But these past few days, he has been sleeping exceptionally well. Su Yiting forced a smile. Yet the gloom in his eyes was unmistakable. The fountain of life required 10 million. Money was still insufficient. How could he possibly earn it? As he picked at his food, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The meal stretched from dusk until the moon ascended, during which Su Yiting, frustrated by the lack of profitable ideas, ended up drinking several more glasses with his father. Eventually, Su Hongqiao's treasured liquor was nearly exhausted before Su Yiting and his sister returned to their room. Their mother, Chen Xian, began cleaning the dishes. Throughout the gathering, she had maintained a smile, but at this moment, tears slipped down her cheeks uncontrollably. To an outsider, Su Yiting's early contract signing might seem a herald of imminent success. Yet for her, a position as an intern guardian signified peril. Her husband had sustained his injury while combating the star beasts, and now her child was treading the same path. It was disingenuous to claim she felt no worry. However, she also understood that as a mother, all she could do was silently pray for her children. Xiagua Bank, your account 0417 has received a deposit of 2,000,000.00, available balance 2,075,348.23 yuan, from National Martial Arts Bureau, Xiagua Bank. Your account 0417 has received a deposit of 1,000,000.00, available balance 3,075,348.23 yuan, from Hong Mingyun. The two vibrations from his smart bracelet startled Su Yiting from his slumber. Rubbing his head, he groggily glanced at the notifications. The pain in his head from drinking dissipated as he suddenly became alert. Director Hong has privately given me 1 million. Su Yiting was taken aback. He was aware of the 2 million funding from the National Martial Arts Bureau, which was predictable as it was government aid, tax-free. However, the additional 1 million from Hong Mingyun was unexpected. He opened the green bubble app on his smart bracelet, located Hong Mingyun, and sent a message, "Thank you. Director Hong. No problem, just keep working hard." After a while, Hong Mingyun replied. He hadn't announced his intention to provide private support during the gathering but instead opted for a surprise after Su Yiting returned home. The difference between prior knowledge and surprise made Su Yiting immensely grateful towards Hong Mingyun, wishing he could serve him immediately. Yet, he was still a student, barely a minor, and could not formally join the Martial Arts Bureau. Ah, right. There's also the martial arts points. Su Yiting opened the Martial Artist Academy app. This was an app widely used throughout the nation, featuring a marketplace, forums, and educational resources, even connecting with the Martial Arts Bureau. Martial arts points could be exchanged for resources in the marketplace. Sign-in successful, points 0.1. Su Yiting first signed in on the app and then entered his internship guardian information. This way, he could enjoy a 9.5 discount when purchasing resources. Remaining points, 3 million and 3 million points had already been credited. He could attempt to purchase a first-tier life elixir, or even a strengthening fluid, as Su Yiting browsed the marketplace. For others, points were often required to purchase martial arts techniques, but he needed none. He only focused on resources. Soon, he ordered 2 bottles of first-tier life elixir and 1 bottle of strengthening fluid. Each bottle of the life elixir cost 50,000, while the strengthening fluid was priced at 100,000. Even after the discount, his expenditure reached a staggering 190,000. I don't need battle armor for now. But the sword cultivation technique requires a weapon, and I'm now qualified to wield one. The Yiting perused the weapon section in the marketplace, where sword prices ranged from 1,000 to hundreds of millions. Strangely, although some weapons were exorbitantly priced, he felt no inclination towards them. The more he looked, the more he yearned for the Tongshi sword from Linglong Pavilion. He wondered about its price. After some consideration, Su Yiting decided to first practice in the villa provided by the Martial Arts Bureau in Xuanwu Community, and then inquire about the price at Linglong Pavilion. With 3 million Xiagua coins in hand, he felt a bit more confident. "Uncle Yin, I'm taking a day off today to check on the house and the contract." Su Yiting sent a leave request to Yin Zhengyuo. In the future, you can freely choose your class schedule. To be honest, there's not much more I can teach you. I'll handle the cultural classes for you. Yin Zhenguo replied. Su Yiting was elated. He had long wished to avoid school. And now, with a standalone villa, he no longer needed to worry about a place to train. He hurriedly washed up, had breakfast downstairs, and suggested that his family move to Xuanwu Community, as he had a 10-year residency right according to the contract. However, his parents were content with their current living situation, where they could run a noodle shop for income, and were extremely reluctant to move. Thus, Su Yiting did not press the issue. Chapter 39 Linglong Pavilion. Xuanwu Community, located in the heart of Nanshan District, is regarded as the most upscale community in the area and also the safest. Most residents are formal martial artists or affluent individuals. Having grown up in Nanshan District, this was Su Yiting's first visit, and upon reaching the entrance, he was promptly halted by security personnel. Nevertheless, the Martial Arts Bureau had already registered his residency information in the smart bracelet, and after a brief check, the security staff let him pass. Upon entering the gates, a wide avenue stretched before him, flanked by verdant landscaping, with tall trees artistically scattered throughout. Under the trees, several cobblestone and high-end asphalt paths meandered. Presumably for leisurely strolls, Su Yiting explored the area. Aside from the residential quarters, Xuanwu Community also housed an elegantly appointed private club featuring a restaurant, bar, and conference rooms. However, these amenities held little significance for him. And soon, he located the residence arranged for him by the Martial Arts Bureau at the center of the community. Identification successful. After biometric verification, Su Yiting stepped into the unfamiliar house, which spanned 3 stories and nearly 500 square meters. What delighted him most was the basement, which had been converted into a martial arts training room. Equipped with facilities comparable to those in martial arts schools, he could train here during the day and return home to sleep at night. Within the underground martial arts room, Su Yiting explored every corner, though he lamented that the weapons were not sharpened. Perhaps it was a safety precaution, considering not every resident possessed the right to wield arms. Unfortunately, the residency right was limited to 10 years. If he had to purchase it himself, he might never afford it. After warming up, Su Yiting began his training. He first practiced the Qingping sword technique and then recalled the Qinglian sword art demonstrated by the figure in white robes. He found it peculiar that, although he had previously mastered the first move in different lift at the City Martial Arts Bureau, he still felt a subtle awkwardness now, struggling to achieve the unity of body and sword. Was it the weapon's fault? The sword was unsharpened, Su Yiting pondered to himself. The 3-stage techniques primarily demanded a seamless unity of body and sword, reaching a state where sword techniques flowed effortlessly. Though his progress was not slow compared to others, the extraordinary sensation of nearing that unity made it difficult for him to forget. By noon, this feeling had begun to alter his swordsmanship. Even if it wasn't the Tongshi sword, he needed to purchase an ordinary sword for practice. He could no longer continue without one. With a sigh, Su Yiting reflected on the unforgettable feeling of wielding a sharpened weapon. After a refreshing shower, he donned his school uniform, exited the community, and hailed a cab to Martial Arts Street. After a brief stop, he arrived at Linglong Pavilion. A glance inside revealed that the Tongshi sword still hung there, unsold, which relieved him greatly. Entering the store, he found several customers selecting their desired items with the assistance of attendants. Meanwhile, 5 or 6 attendants stood idle, awaiting customers. Upon the entrance of Su Yiting, they merely cast a fleeting glance before turning away. Having spent considerable time within the Linglong Pavilion, their discerning eyes had long been honed. Although Su Yiting possessed an outstanding appearance, his attire and demeanor did not exude wealth. At best, he might purchase trivial items, and entertaining him would merely squander time without yielding substantial commission. Nevertheless, Linglong Pavilion upheld the principle that the customer is king. Whenever a patron arrived, it was imperative for someone to attend to them. A rule firmly established. Consequently, they began to shirk their responsibilities. You go and I shan't. You should and I have a guest scheduled shortly. The delivery has arrived. I'll just fetch it. The reluctant few found themselves cornered, ultimately pushing forward a relatively new girl with twin ponytails. Like a bunch of monkeys, scrambling to attend to the wealthy while leaving the poor for me, the ponytailed girl grumbled silently as she rose, albeit begrudgingly. Just as she was about to approach Su Yiting, a tall girl who had just concluded attending to another customer approached. The ponytailed girl perceived her as a savior and playfully linked arms with the taller girl. Sister Shuang, I had a customer today. Could you assist me? The tall girl wiped her brow and glanced at Su Yiting. All right. Striding gracefully in her high heels, she approached Su Yiting with a smile and said, Classmate, I didn't expect you to return so soon. Hello, I'm here to take a look at that sword. Uncertain of the price, Su Yiting refrained from stating his intention to purchase. He merely expressed a desire to observe. To his delight, the girl before him was none other than Song Qingshuang, the one who had invited him into the store while he was admiring the sword outside. All right, which one are you referring to? Song Qingshuang inquired. That one. Su Yiting indicated the Tongshi sword. Let us take a look. Song Qingshuang paused for a moment. The Tongshi sword was considered high-end even in their branch, but since the young man only wished to see it, it was no matter. Following Song Qingshuang closer, Su Yiting became entranced. The Tongshi sword remained as exquisite as ever, its blade long and straight, emanating a cold yet elegant aura. The blade shimmered a clear green like autumn waters, reflecting a chilling brilliance in the light. And upon closer inspection, one could discern faint red markings. Noticing Su Yiting's rapt attention, Song Qingshuang smiled softly. She understood he likely would not purchase it, Yet she patiently elaborated, this sword was forged by the renowned blacksmith Han Moyang, employing the traditional water-quenching method from ancient Da. The material is Qingguang stone, and the red markings are made of Qijin silk. The hilt is crafted from the bones of a third-order cloud deer, wrapped in celestial silk. The scabbard is made of black sandalwood, intricately carved with a Qi tiger. Its defining characteristics are its sharpness and hardness. Even a true Qi realm martial artist or a third-order star beast would find it challenging to shatter. However, Qingguang stone is exceedingly heavy. This sword weighs nearly 50 pounds. Su Yiting, upon hearing this, did not ponder long before exclaiming, "How much?" At this juncture, he was genuinely intent on purchasing it, rather than settling for an inferior weapon. It would be far more prudent to invest in a superior one in the perilous realms of the star domain. Possessing a formidable weapon for self-defense was essential. Ordinary swords were easily damaged by star beasts and offered little utility. This expenditure will grant me the opportunity to enter the star domain and earn the funds necessary for the fountain of life. Su Yiting resolved fiercely within himself, even if it meant exhausting all his blue star coins. He was determined to acquire the Tongxi sword. Chapter 40. Sword purchase. As Song Qingshuang led Su Yiting to the Tongxi sword, the idle receptionists began to take notice of this exchange. Su Yiting's slightly elevated tone inquiring about the price was clearly audible to all. Yet, none believed he would genuinely purchase it. They assumed he was merely an inexperienced youth, unaware of the sword's true value and the protocols surrounding weapon purchases. Thank goodness it's Sister Qingshuang attending to him. If it were me, I'd probably struggle to contain my sarcasm upon being asked for the price, thought the ponytailed girl, patting her flat chest. Although Song Qingshuang maintained a pleasant demeanor, she too doubted Su Yiting's intent to buy, saying, "How much? Perhaps it's best if you don't ask." Go avoid discouraging Su Yiting. She quickly added, "This sword has already been sharpened, and only martial artists registered with the Martial Arts Bureau are qualified to purchase it. Those without purchasing qualifications, regardless of their wealth, cannot buy it." Once Su Yiting was resolute about acquiring the Tongxi sword, he became markedly more composed, stating, "If I lacked the purchasing qualifications, I wouldn't have entered this establishment. It's primarily a matter of price." Now is not the time for pretense. Song Qingshuang frowned slightly. Having spent considerable time at Linglong Pavilion, she had encountered numerous individuals attempting to boast and deceive. Especially in a venue where the receptionists were predominantly women, such occurrences were frequent. Some even squandered money intended for gifts to their wives just to appear impressive. Initially perceiving Su Yiting as a dignified youth, she was taken aback to discover he was similarly prone to such behavior, suggesting that the inclination to impress women was an unavoidable flaw among young men. Su Yiting, feeling exasperated, explained, "I am an intern patrol officer and possess the right to carry weapons." Intern patrol officer. Song Qingshuang's frown deepened. As far as she knew, becoming an intern patrol officer required signing a B-level contract with the Martial Arts Bureau in advance. Such prodigies were non-existent in the Nanshan District. 3.98 million, she declared, disclosing the price of the Tongxi sword, though not out of belief in Su Yiting's status as an intern patrol officer, but rather from a growing impatience. While she bore no disdain for the impoverished, she held little tolerance for those who feigned grandeur. Hiss, Su Yiting inhaled sharply. The entirety of his funds barely exceeded 3 million. This price was indeed beyond his means. Reluctantly, he inquired, "I'm a bit short on cash. Could you possibly offer a discount?" Song Qingshuang sighed. "All items at Linglong Pavilion are clearly priced, and we do not entertain haggling." Su Yiting's expression fell instantly. Observing his demeanor, Song Qingshuang felt a pang of sympathy and counseled, "Classmate, it's essential to be pragmatic. Perhaps one day you will be able to afford this sword. At that time, I would be delighted to welcome you back. One day in the future." Perhaps. Su Yiting inhaled deeply, turning to leave with a heavy heart. Song Qingshuang raised her hand, yet felt powerless, shaking her head as she retreated to the lounge area. The ponytailed girl bounced forward, grinning, "Sister Qingshuang, I heard everything. At such a young age, already trying to show off. Intern patrol officer, a bit short on cash. Among all the pretentious people, he certainly stands out. If he were genuinely short on funds, would he not know that the Martial Arts Bureau's points can also be used at Linglong Pavilion?" However, she did not anticipate him asking for a green bubble. Enough. Song Qingshuang interjected, noticing Su Yiting was still lingering at the entrance. She quickly covered the ponytailed girl's mouth and whispered, "He genuinely likes that sword." Besides, it's normal for young people to care about their image. Su Yiting, having experienced a surge in vitality and mental acuity, possessed remarkable hearing. He absorbed every word of their conversation. He paid no heed to the ponytailed girl's mockery, but retained a single phrase in his mind. The points from the Martial Arts Bureau could indeed be used at Linglong Pavilion. He promptly turned around and approached the Tude. Oh no, he heard. The ponytailed girl stuck out her tongue, feeling anxious, yet recalling that Su Yiting was merely a poor student. She straightened her back defiantly. Song Qingshuang, wishing to prevent any confrontation between Su Yiting and the ponytailed girl, apologized. I'm sorry. She didn't mean any harm. If you're upset, I apologize on her behalf. Su Yiting shook his head. No, sister, I truly wish to purchase that sword. Please pack it up for me. Didn't I mention? The sword's price is 3.98 million. U.as Song Qingshuang began. She noticed Su Yiting activating his smart wristband. A luminous interface arose between the three, displaying Su Yiting's personal information on the Martial Arts Academy app. The 7 large characters captured the astonished gazes of both Song Qingshuang and the ponytailed girl. Su Yiting, intern patrol officer. You truly are? Song Qingshuang exclaimed in shock. Only individuals officially employed by the Martial Arts Bureau could enter their position information on the app, witnessing Su Yiting's profile. She was genuinely astonished. Even if a 3rd-level or 2nd-level patrol officer appeared at Linglong Pavilion, she would not be so surprised. After all, the position of intern patrol officer was exclusively designated for prodigies, aimed at equipping them with the means for self-defense. Each year, only a limited number of students could sign contracts ahead of time, let alone a B-level contract. In a sense, intern patrol officers were even rarer than 1st-level patrol officers. Su Yiting opened his balance interface. My cash is indeed insufficient, but fortunately, I still have 2.8 million in martial arts points. The exchange rate here is 1-to-1, correct? Song Qingshuang mechanically nodded. It is indeed 1-to-1. And moreover, Linglong Pavilion has a policy for employees of the Martial Arts Bureau. Regardless of the amount spent, all purchases receive a 5 discount as a token of appreciation for their contributions to the nation. A 5 discount. Su Yiting wore a faint smile as the price of 3.98 million was discounted to 9.5%, allowing him to save 200,000. For him, this was no trifling matter. Then please assist me with the packaging. I will use 2 million in cash, and the remaining 1.78 million will be settled with points. All right. At that moment, Song Qingshuang finally regained her composure and hurried to the Tongshi sword, delicately removing it. However, when she attempted to return the sword to its sheath, she struggled somewhat. Su Yiting rushed forward, saying, Let me handle it. I wouldn't want you to drop my treasure. Song Qingshuang's face flushed, and she retorted, Smooth-talking charmer, who is your treasure? Su Yiting extended his hand to take the Tongshi sword, replying, I meant, don't drop my precious Tongshi sword. Song Qingshuang was taken aback, realizing that Su Yiting was indeed solely focused on the sword. A sense of absurdity welled up within her. Just moments ago, she had thought this young boy might inflate his stature due to her presence. After securing the Tongshi sword in its sheath, Su Yiting proceeded to the counter to settle the bill. Nearby, the girl with twin ponytails watched Su Yiting walk past, her expression unconsciously pale despite him not casting a glance in her direction. This order, this achievement, the chance to meet a young prodigy, should have been hers. Chapter 41. Vitality 9.7. You have paid 3.78 million. A soulless female voice echoed from the cash register. The remaining 1,000 blue star coins were also wiped away after the discount. Song Qingshuang felt as if she were floating, utterly astonished that a seemingly unremarkable student, whom her colleague had been reluctant to serve, had indeed purchased a sword worth nearly 4 million. What rendered her incredulous was that Su Yiting possessed the qualification to acquire such a lethal weapon. Su Yiting was in a similar state, but his heart ached more. The funding from the Martial Arts Bureau had just arrived, and in a blink, he had spent 3.78 million. Including the 190,000 he had already expended that morning, he had nearly squandered 4 million in a mere half-day. The remaining value of his blue star coins, coupled with points, amounted to less than 2 million, and he needed to sustain himself for an entire year. As he calculated his expenditures, he was astonished to discover that the 2 million, which had once seemed an astronomical sum, might hardly suffice over the next year. His rate of vitality enhancement was exceedingly rapid, rendering the basic vitality elixirs inadequate. What he would require in the future were first-tier vitality elixirs and even organ-strengthening and marrow-cleansing liquids. all of which were substantially more expensive than the basic vitality elixirs. Nevertheless, it was now his. Su Yiting caressed the hilt of the Tongshi sword, relishing its smooth, cool texture, and felt that all of this was worth it. This moment, he truly possessed his own weapon. After completing the payment, Song Qingshuang entered the storage room and emerged with a jade box in her hands. Inside lay a black cord, seemingly crafted from the tendons of some star beast. Threading the cord through the ends of the sheath, Su Yiting slung the Tongshi sword across his back and smiled. "I shall take my leave now. We welcome your next visit," she replied. As Su Yiting departed with the sword, he felt light on his feet despite the Tongshi sword weighing nearly 50 pounds. He hailed a vehicle and returned to his villa in the Xuanwu neighborhood, where he eagerly unwrapped the sword and examined it closely. The more he gazed, the more enamored he became. He wished he could hold it close even while sleeping, and indeed, he did just that. Lying on the ground, he embraced the sword, legs extended, fingers curled back. Regulating his breath to practice the nurturing sword method, as his breathing deepened, he unconsciously channeled his strength into the Tongshi sword, simultaneously sensing a subtle connection forming between himself and the sword. This sensation was extraordinarily profound. Although the Tongshi sword could not speak, he felt as if it yearned to exhibit its sharpness, akin to a ferocious beast trapped in a cage, longing to break free from its shackles. Perhaps this was also linked to his identity as its wielder, for he too aspired to one day glimpse the pinnacle of the swordsmanship path. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes. His vitality, skills, and mental strength had not improved in the slightest, yet he sensed that his bond with the Tongshi sword had grown more intimate. Given time, he believed he could achieve the unity of body and sword through his breathing method. At that point, should his vitality surpass 10, his three-tiered skills would be perfected. Generally, reaching the realm of unity between the body and the weapon demands remarkable talent and prolonged training. However, possessing the nurturing sword method meant that even while sleeping, he could continue his training, thereby accelerating his progress beyond previous rates. Glancing at the sky, he noted the moon was high, casting a gentle silver light through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the floor with a bright reflection. Su Yiting rose to leave. Even with a villa now, he had no intention of spending the night there. This was his training ground. The place where his family resided was home. The days of training always passed swiftly. Over the course of 2 months, Su Yiting frequently traversed between the Xuanwu neighborhood and the Qining Noodle House, occasionally visiting school. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. April 24, 2074, early morning. In the underground martial arts chamber of the Xuanwu neighborhood, Su Yiting stood before a sandbag crafted from fire cloud rhinoceros skin, wielding the Tongshi sword. With a slight flick of his wrist, the sword transformed into a streak of azure light, directing a barely perceptible airflow at its tip, reminiscent of a wisp of blue smoke. Bang! The sword's tip pierced the sandbag, leaving a nearly 10-inch indentation. Before the dent could recover, the side of the sword descended, striking just below the indentation again. Bang! Another dent appeared, this strike even more powerful, creating a swirling vortex from the dust it stirred. Before the vortex could dissipate, Su Yiting's movements shifted once more. He suddenly stepped forward, shifting his entire weight forward, and with that momentum, the long sword surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, the tip aimed sharply downward to the right. This thrust was executed at breakneck speed, causing the sword body to tremble slightly from the rapid motion, emitting a crisp ringing sound. The coffee table in the martial arts chamber quivered under the impact of this invisible force, causing cups to lightly bounce. Your skill level has increased from Tier 3 at 55 to Tier 3 at 61. The sword pointing to 3 stars technique harnessed the power of the internal organs to execute stabbing, pinpointing, and tension methods, targeting vital points such as the Danzhong, Qi Hai, and Jiwei in an instant. It bore a resemblance to the Yuan Hui technique used by Beitang Kai. Albeit the sword pointing to 3 stars was even more formidable, Su Yiting's chest rose and fell repeatedly as he exhaled, feeling as though his internal organs were in constant turmoil. Over the past 2 months, he had been unable to harness the power of his internal organs, thus failing to master the 3rd form of the Green Lotus Sword technique. After consuming the 4th bottle of organ-strengthening liquid, his internal organs finally received a slight enhancement, enabling him to execute the sword pointing to 3 stars today. Although it was done with great effort, he had finally elevated his skill level to the latter stage of Tier 3. Once my vitality reaches 10, I can officially begin refining my internal organs. After resting on the sofa for a while, Su Yiting glanced at the information panel on the sword testing stone. Vitality, 9. 7, not yet ascended. Punching power, 940 kg speed. 14.7 ms mental strength. 11.8 martial arts techniques. Green Lotus sword technique. Swimming dragon threefold. Chimping sword method. Carefree body method skill level. Swordsmanship, tier 3 at 61. Body technique, tier 3 at 5. I am nearly one with the Tongshi sword. It is regrettable that I couldn't break through to a vitality of 10 before the April assessment. Otherwise, my skills could have reached complete mastery at tier 3. Su Yiting lamented this missed opportunity. The synergy between physical form and skill was crucial, and at higher levels, the demands for channeling internal strength were exceedingly strict. His skills could support the mobilization of internal organ strength, but without enhancement, forcefully employing advanced sword techniques could be detrimental to himself. Ding! Suddenly, a video call notification popped up on his smart wristband. Su Yiting glanced at it and saw it was his classmate, Sun Yan. He pressed the answer button. Su Gu, where are you? We need to set off in an hour. Sun Yan appeared anxious. The April assessment was the following day, and he and Su Yiting were assigned to the exam site at Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School, necessitating an early departure. Chapter 42. April assessment. In the video call, Sun Yan looked quite worried. Su Yiting checked the time and realized he had indeed lost track while engrossed in his training. He hurriedly replied, I'm on my way. I just spent a bit of time training. Hurry up. I'm waiting for you at school, and the class monitor is here too. All right. After ending the call, Su Yiting picked up a piece of black cloth from the coffee table, carefully wrapping his beloved Tongshi sword before slinging it across his back. Although he possessed the right to carry weapons, he had opted to conceal the Tongshi sword with the cloth during his visits to school over the past 2 months. After all, being overly ostentatious in school was not advisable. As for leaving it at home, he could hardly bear to part with it. Over these 2 months, his nurturing sword method had become increasingly refined, and the Tongshi sword had transformed from mere weaponry to an integral part of his being. The Xuanwu neighborhood was not far from Nanshan No. 1 Middle School. Su Yiting chose to jog, arriving at the school by around 9 in the morning. Inside the school, students from the first and second years were attending classes, while the third-year students, due to the inadequate facilities at Nanshan No. 1, had to travel to the city for their examinations. At this moment, many third-year students had gathered at the school gate, and armored buses were quietly awaiting their arrival. Su Gu. As soon as Su Yiting arrived, he heard Sun Yan's voice calling out from the crowd. Over the course of the past 2 months, his rapport with the students of Class 7 has been relatively harmonious, particularly with Sun Yan and Lu Qi, with whom he has interacted the most, even adding each other as friends on the Green Bubble app. Su Yiting stepped into the group and smiled. I hope I'm not late. Sun Yan, visibly relieved, responded, There is still half an hour before we depart. If you don't hurry, the King of Hell might get angry. Su Yiting glanced at the conspicuously imposing Yin Zhenghua, who was busy organizing the team. This time, he was the teacher leading the group to Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School. Meanwhile, in the elite class, Shen Zhongping, Ji Wanga, Chen Yin, and others also heard Sun Yan calling out to Su Yiting. Was he also heading to the exam site at No. 1 Middle School? It had been 2 months since they last met, and he wondered how much Su Yiting had progressed. Perhaps his skills had already surpassed 10 of the third rank. Shen Zhongping turned his gaze towards Su Yiting, his eyes reflecting determination. After losing to Chu Guangwei at the Kuanglan Martial Arts School and witnessing Su Yiting's formidable prowess, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training over the past 2 months. Finally reaching one of the third rank, eager for a true contest with Su Yiting, Qian Yin, standing beside him, encouraged, Zhongping, you've spent nearly 3 million at Kuanglan Martial Arts School over these 2 months and hired a personal coach. Your skills have entered the third rank. You will surely surpass him, as well as Chu Guangwei, perhaps, Shen Zhongping modestly replied, though a hint of confidence graced his expression. He had inquired about Su Yiting's status from the students of Class 7. Generally speaking, it was inevitable that Su Yiting's skills surpassed his own. However, Su Yiting's last vitality test recorded only 6.7. While he had reached 9.3. In this regard, he believed he could take the lead. While the difference between the second and third ranks was significant, among those in the early third rank, my vitality gives me an advantage. Shen Zhongping clenched his fists, silently resolving to make a remarkable impression during the April assessment, so as not to squander the 2 months of hard work. His conversation with Qian Yin was overheard by Ji Wanga, who remained silent, pondering whether she should reveal that Su Yiting had already reached a golden tier in the apocalypse world. Furthermore, in the Summer Nation's Qianlong ranking, Su Yiting had climbed to the 223rd position, on the verge of entering the global rankings. Such a skill tier was far beyond what could be achieved with merely 10 of the third rank. Never mind, Su Yiting had changed. He wasn't using his real name online, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to disclose his virtual world ID. Besides, as a classmate, there was no need to undermine Shan Zhongping's enthusiasm. Ji Wanga thought, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yiting, who stood amidst the crowd, his demeanor towering above the rest, reminiscent of his first-year entrance. After a while, all candidates had gathered at 89:30. It was time to board the bus. Yin Zhonghua glanced at the time and called out. The students of Class 7 boarded the bus in an orderly manner, with Su Yiting following behind the group, sitting alongside Sun Yan. Changjian, present. Lu Qi, present. Yu Wubua, present. After confirming that all students were aboard, Yin Zhonghua nodded to the driver, and the bus roared to life. Yin Zhonghua clapped his hands. All right, now I will brief you on the precautions for this examination. This April assessment will span 3 days. The first day will consist of a cultural exam, after which you may rest in the dormitories arranged by Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School. Meals in the cafeteria will be complimentary. Your candidate information has already been registered with Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School and is valid for 3 days. The second day will see students choosing liberal arts, continuing with the remaining cultural exams. For those opting for martial arts, please note that the assessment on the second day will involve speed, strength, and skill. Be attentive to your physical condition. The third day will entail a practical examination. Of course, you will not face the star beasts directly. The exam will take place in the apocalypse world. Here's the crux of the matter. This practical examination will be a survival battle involving 200 participants. The candidates you encounter may not necessarily be your classmates. They could also be from Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School, Songbei No. 1 Middle School, and others. Additionally, the top scorer in the practical exam will receive a reward of 500,000 yuan. The second place will receive 300,000 yuan, the third place 100,000 yuan, and those ranked 4th to 10th will receive 50,000 yuan each. Positions 10 to 100 will also have their respective rewards. I hope someone among you can achieve this. Yin Zhonghua's voice resonated throughout the bus, causing the students of Class 7 to grow increasingly anxious. Sun Yin exclaimed, a survival battle with 200 participants? And other school candidates. If we encounter candidates from Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School, won't we be in serious trouble? As a key school in the urban area, Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School's overall teaching quality far surpasses that of Nanshan No. 1 Middle School, and the senior students are undoubtedly formidable. No one wishes to encounter them. Lu Qi's face became grave. This is irrelevant to us. Our scores are not calculated based on points, but rather on overall performance. The rewards are merely contingent on entering the points leaderboard. Sun Yin scoffed, but there is still an element of luck, right? The survival game in the apocalypse world will randomly refresh spawn points. What if I appear right next to Qi Wuhan, Zhou Qingqing, and Eljian? What am I supposed to do then? Su Yiting chuckled, then engage them in battle. As long as you perform well during your encounter, you will also earn points. Engage them in battle? Sugu, I doubt you'd even be their match. Sun Yin fretted, envisioning himself surrounded by the 3 strongest candidates from Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School as soon as the practical exam began. Chapter 43. The exam begins. The buses carrying hundreds of senior students slowly departed from Nanshan District, making their way along the provincial roads to the outskirts. Eye in the sky, fighter jets roared overhead, a customary escort during the April assessments. Their vigilance was not merely against the sporadic star beasts that had strayed from their domains, but also against deranged terrorist organizations. In this era of martial arts, not everyone aspired to protect human civilization against star beasts. A select few martial artists chose to abandon the urban confines to lead lives unbound by law. They often possessed extraordinary strength, with a common saying, I may have adhered to the law before practicing martial arts, but if I must continue to abide by the law after training, then what is the point of my martial practice? Violating the law with martial prowess was never a mere saying. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and the buses smoothly entered Qingyuan City, subsequently dispersing. Some headed to Qingyuan Martial Arts University, Qingyuan No. 2 Middle School, and other institutions for their exams, while others, like Su Yiting, were assigned to Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School. Upon the bus stopping at the entrance of Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School, Yin Zhonghua stood up and called, Disembark in an orderly fashion. Find your dormitory according to your candidate wristbands and refrain from wandering about. Su Yiting followed the group down, surveying his surroundings. Compared to Nanshan No. 1 Middle School, Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School was indeed larger and more expansive. With a more imposing entrance, the students at the gate exuded vitality. There stood the under-construction trial tower. Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School truly radiated grandeur. Lu Qi, intrigued, gazed around, her attention captured by a tower-shaped structure still in the construction phase. Su Yiting glanced in that direction and indeed spotted the trial tower. Sun Yin exclaimed in wonder. I've heard that the trial tower is typically found only in martial arts universities. It simulates star beasts using energy, allowing students to undergo trials within. Each activation consumes energy equivalent to millions of blue star coins. It seems the state intends to construct trial towers in key middle schools as well. Su Yiting nodded slightly and suggested, let us head on and find our dormitory. All right. The three passed through security and entered the school. Using the map on their candidate wristbands, they located their temporary accommodations. Rather than a dormitory, it resembled a hotel built within the school, comparable to those outside, predominantly featuring double rooms that were clean and bright. Su Yiting and Sun Yin were assigned to the same room, while Lu Qi shared a room with another girl from Class 7. Let us give it our all in tomorrow's exam. Though Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School is lavish, we from Nanshan must also showcase our own flair. Lu Qi motivated herself with a determined fist pump before heading to her room. Once inside, Sun Yin flopped onto the soft bed, inhaling deeply before turning to Su Yiting and saying, Sugu, I am so nervous. After the April assessment, there's only a month and a half until the college entrance examination. Dio, you think I can get into the martial arts university? Su Yiting pondered for a moment and replied, if my memory serves me right, your current vitality is 7.6, and your skill level is at 58. If you can push your skill past 60, you'll have a chance at gaining admission to Qingyuan Martial Arts University. If not, well, you can always leave Jiangnan Province and head to some remote cities. Remote cities? Sun Yin sighed. As a youth who had never left Jiangnan Province, he felt an innate resistance to venturing to other provinces. However, he didn't dwell on self-pity and turned to ask, by the way, Sugu, do you have confidence right now? You haven't participated in any practical assessments these past 2 months. What is your vitality and skill level? Vitality is at 9.7 and skill level is at 61 in the 3rd rank. Su Yiting replied candidly. Ha. Sun Yin laughed. You know I'm feeling down, and you're already making jokes. Don't worry. I am not that fragile. Su Yiting chose not to elaborate further. He hadn't deceived his friend. It was merely that Sun Yin was reluctant to accept the truth. After a while, having finished their meal, Su Yiting promptly unclasped his Tongshi sword, took a refreshing shower in the bathroom, and then lay down on his bed, activating his smart wristband to review knowledge from his cultural studies. Sun Yin, on the other hand, was not faring poorly in his cultural subjects, merely engaging in his final strength training while holding a dumbbell. The following morning heralded the commencement of the cultural examinations. Since Su Yiting had opted for a martial arts specialization, he was required to take only 4 cultural subjects, Chinese, politics, history, and geography, each worth 200 points. The first examination was Chinese, which Su Yiting considered his forte. And he quickly immersed himself in the essay writing. Please compose an essay of no less than 800 words on the topic of the college entrance examination. Young Bin's high school performance was far from stellar. In this era, everyone was brimming with energy, and 2 examinations awaited in the morning. After completing the essay, Su Yiting proceeded to the next examination room. The afternoon would bring 2 more subjects. Thus, the day unfolded amidst the cultural examinations. Perhaps a score of 600 points, Su Yiting felt reasonably satisfied with his performance. Another day passed, April 26th. The atmosphere of this day was markedly different from the previous one. Candidates were eagerly preparing. Anticipating the forthcoming martial arts examination, Su Yiting was no exception, rising early to engage in stance training to limber up. After a hearty breakfast, he arrived at the examination venue ahead of time. Within Qingyuan No. 1 High School, there were 3 martial arts halls, all designated for use by the senior students during the examination period. Su Yiting was situated in Hall No. 1. He and Sun Yin arrived at 7:30, finding the entrance teeming with candidates. The examinees were exchanging whispers, and some confident students looked forward to showcasing their skills in the martial arts exam. After all, this was the last major test before the college entrance examination. attracting significant attention, even from certain local government officials keenly observing the final results. As Su Yiting quietly awaited the start of the examination, a long-haired student approached him with a resolute tone, declaring, "Su Yiting, this time, I will not lose to you." Su Yiting lifted his gaze, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he inquired, "And you are?" The long-haired student's expression shifted, and with gritted teeth, he retorted, "Don't even think about pretending you've forgotten what happened at the Quanglan Martial Arts Hall. I remember vividly. I just don't recall your name," Su Yiting replied nonchalantly. "I merely don't recall your name. Chu Guangwei. Remember this name, and you had better pray that I don't encounter you during the practical examination," Chu Guangwei exclaimed, tossing his hand dismissively before turning away. He could not bear to linger for another moment. For the past 2 months, Su Yiting's sword technique had haunted his thoughts. In pursuit of overcoming Su Yiting, he had sacrificed all forms of entertainment, even ending his relationship with his girlfriend, dedicating himself to grueling training. Yet upon their next encounter, Su Yiting had completely forgotten his name. How could he possibly accept this? Just wait. Aside from the 2 formidable individuals from Qing No. 1 High School, I shall not be outdone by anyone else. Chu Guangwei silently vowed, wishing fervently that the practical exam would commence immediately, allowing him to confront Su Yiting head-on. Chapter 44. Speed and Strength. As time progressed under the tense atmosphere, the invigilator announced the official start of the examination after 8 o'clock. All candidates entered the martial arts hall after passing through information identification at the entrance. This moment, the expansive martial arts hall, having undergone renovations, was equipped with numerous force measurement machines and a speed testing track. Su Yiting stood in line according to his candidate number, and the examination commenced swiftly. Next, Murong Ergu, candidate number 2074042-31933, please proceed for the strength test. A cold, emotionless voice emanated from the machine. A candidate named Murong Ergu stepped onto the machine before Su Yiting. After taking a deep breath, he let out a light shout and began to throw punches, the screen displaying fluctuating numbers as he continued his relentless assault. Explosive strength, 560 kilograms. Average strength, 420 kilograms. Please proceed to the speed test. After a brief rest, Murong Ergu dashed to the track, beginning a vigorous sprint. Upon completing 100 meters, the screen at the finish line displayed a time of 7:93 seconds. Comprehensive vitality, 7.6. Please proceed to the second floor for the skill test. I clearly have a vitality of 7.7. I shouldn't have indulged in Huilai's delicacies last night, Murong Ergu muttered, his head lowered in disappointment. However, such was the nature of examinations. After all, no instrument could account for a candidate's vitality from the previous day, and performance on the day itself was of utmost importance. Next, Su Yiting, candidate number. Su Yiting stepped onto the apparatus. Facing a specially designed sandbag equipped with a chip, he was required to deliver 50 punches consecutively, testing both explosive and average strength. After adjusting his breathing, Su Yiting firmly anchored his feet to the ground, tensing his muscles before unleashing a powerful punch. Bang! 960 kilograms. A number flashed on the machine. From the moment he threw his first punch, Su Yiting's focus was unwavering, every ounce of his strength channeled into his fist, each bone in his body echoing with resounding strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The specially designed sandbag appeared to be struck by meteorites, indentations forming across its surface, while the air around him swirled in response to the force of his punches, causing his hair to billow backward. His clothing fluttered in the wind, clinging to his physique, accentuating his powerful build. Explosive strength, 960 kilograms. Average strength, 900 kilograms. After 50 punches, the numbers on the screen stabilized. A student from Nanshan No. 1 High School, average strength 900 kilograms. Surely this machine is malfunctioning. One of the invigilators noticed the numbers on the machine, his pupils dilating in shock. Immediately, he suspected a malfunction. While a measure of 960 kilograms in explosive strength might be attributed to a prodigious talent, an average strength of 900 kilograms bordered on the extraordinary. Typically, with an explosive strength of 960 kilograms, one would expect an average strength around 800 kilograms. Was he not fatigued? Another invigilator standing beside him shared the same doubts. Logically, a student's endurance could only support about 20 punches. By the 30th punch, they would often be gasping for breath, and their punching power would decline. It was exceedingly rare to find a student capable of such consistent output as Su Yiting displayed. This student from Nanshan no. One high school? Xinjiang? No, he is even inferior to him. If the machine was indeed functioning properly, it seemed a dark horse would emerge in this examination. The invigilators and technical staff approached, presumably to inspect the machine. The surrounding candidates were awestruck by Su Yiting's strength data, eagerly inquiring about his identity. Just as Su Yiting was about to undertake the speed test, several burly men wearing invigilator badges approached him, stating, "This student, please hold for a moment. We need to conduct a check on the machine." "All right," Su Yiting readily agreed. This was, in fact, a fortuitous opportunity to recover his stamina during the inspection. To his dismay. However, the technicians swiftly completed their inspection in under a minute, confirming that there were no faults. The invigilator glanced at Su Yiting with astonishment, remarking, "Impressive endurance. It seems you are quite adept at utilizing breathing techniques to regulate your breathing rhythm and conserve energy." After offering a compliment, the invigilator departed, and the examination resumed. Amidst a sea of astonished gazes, Su Yiting approached the rubber track, disregarding the stares of onlookers as he focused on regulating his breathing. Striving to restore his physical state to its peak. Begin. Whoosh. The moment the signal was given, Su Yiting's body surged forth like a cheetah in that instant. His speed was so swift that it almost created a visual illusion. As if a gust of wind had sliced through the air in the blink of an eye, he had traversed the majority of the course, his step frequency astonishingly rapid, and his leg muscles displayed extraordinary explosive power. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 6.8 seconds, beep. The numbers on the screen froze. 6.8 seconds, average speed 14.7 meters second, comprehensive vitality 9.8. Please proceed to the second floor for the skill test. Vitality 9.8. Where did this monster come from? I initially thought he possessed a power type ability, but it turns out he relies solely on his physical strength. Intriguing. It seems the top 3 in this year's practical examination may experience a shake-up. It was difficult to foresee a change. The genius from Qingyuan No. 1 High School had an insurmountable lead in skills. This individual might simply be wealthy, but their skills could very well be lacking. Following the strength test, Su Yiting had already garnered the attention of numerous candidates and invigilators, and upon witnessing the comprehensive vitality score, everyone was left in a state of astonishment. In a way, "Are you serious?" Sun Yan, who was still in line, exclaimed with his hands on his head. A thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that what Su Gu said about reaching skill level 3 at 61 is indeed true? Impossible. In contrast to the vitality examination, the skill tests were conducted in a separate room on the second floor. Su Yiting located the room designated for his skill assessment, and after a few top-ranking candidates concluded their tests, he stepped inside. The room was not particularly large, approximately 100 square meters, with walls riddled with numerous holes. Su Yiting, candidate number. Please proceed with the skill test. A chilling voice resonated, and from the gaping holes in the wall, beams of energy lasers shot forth, ultimately coalescing into an elderly figure clad in a Tai Chi outfit, wielding a long sword. This was the virtual combat chamber, renowned alongside the trial tower. While the trial tower simulated star beasts through energy blocks, the virtual combat chamber emulated martial arts masters. Within a brief span, the energy gathered before him materialized into a middle-aged man possessing the prowess of 4 levels of skill. The task for the candidates was to engage him in combat. And after 10 minutes, their skill scores would be determined. Such virtual combat chambers consumed energy worth millions of blue star coins daily, which explained the examination venue being situated in Qingyuan City. Ordinary schools lacked virtual combat chambers entirely, and even if they did exist, funding to activate them was non-existent. Chapter 45. Inner vision. The examination hall prohibited the carrying of swords, thus Su Yiting did not bring his Tongshi sword prior to the test. After selecting an unsealed long sword from the weapon rack, he stood face to face with the elderly man in the Tai Chi outfit. Upon closer observation, the man bore no resemblance to an energy entity. He seemed more like a genuine human, and Su could even hear the simulated sound of a heartbeat. The skill test commenced. A cold voice echoed within the virtual combat chamber, signaling the official start of the skill examination. Su Yiting engaged his core and spine, stepping forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance with the elder. His sword transformed into a glimmering arc as it lunged towards the elder's chest. This thrust was swift, precise and ferocious, its trajectory resembling a straight line, embodying the first form of the Qingping sword technique. Flying rainbow across the river. The elder remained unfazed, positioning his sword before his chest. With a flick of his wrist, the blade lightly brushed against Su's incoming sword along its edge, his movement as graceful as drifting clouds. The moment of impact. There was no clash of metal as anticipated, but rather a peculiar sensation of adhesion. The fierce force behind Su Yiting's thrust was effortlessly dissipated, and he felt as though his sword had plunged into a soft yet resilient cotton-like mass. His once overwhelming strength vanishing without a trace. Tai Chi Cloud Sword. Su Yiting was momentarily taken aback. Tai Chi had been passed down in Xia for over a millennium. The elder's death maneuver just now was a manifestation of the Cloud Sword from Tai Chi, embodying the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Merely this single technique of deflection was beyond his current capabilities. Undeterred, he retracted his sword, and with a stomp of his foot, he executed a sneaky attack aimed at the elder's lower body. The elder showed no signs of emotion, retreating his right foot while simultaneously retracting his sword. During this motion, the sword twirled, tracing a circular arc that ensnared Su Yiting's lifted long sword, sending it flying away. Tai Chi sword, embracing the moon. Su Yiting staggered back several steps, almost twisting his wrist along with the elder's movement. The elder did not pursue the attack but stood still, patiently awaiting Su Yiting's adjustment. How formidable! If this were a life-or-death duel, I would have likely been struck by now. Su Yiting's mind raced. After just 2 exchanges, the disparity between him and the Tai Chi elder had become glaringly evident. His strength, based on the vitality assessment from his previous examination, was nearly indistinguishable from the elder's in terms of power and speed. The difference lay in the elder's 4 levels of skill. Subtle realm. Su Yiting picked up the long sword that had fallen to the ground and renewed his assault, unleashing his sword forms as he engaged the elder. Yet, every strike of his was effortlessly neutralized. However, throughout this exchange, he gradually discerned the root of their differences. His attacks remained confined to the form stage, each strike initiated by his mental intent in response to the elder's actions. In contrast, the elder's swordsmanship had reached a level of sublime mastery, each move executed as a natural instinct. Sometimes, even when Su initiated an attack, the elder's counter would arrive faster and with greater urgency. Perception. Su Yiting's understanding deepened as he fought on. He realized that the elder's sensory acuity had reached an extraordinary sensitivity, as though an antenna had been affixed to his forehead. Every action Su took elicited an instantaneous reaction from the elder. Even the lightest feather landing on him would be detected in an instant, prompting a natural response. This was the essence of the 4 levels of skill, subtlety. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Su Yiting. Thump, thump, thump. In an instant, he perceived a pulsating heart, followed by the flow of vibrant red blood, bones, liver, spleen, kidneys, and more. Inner vision. He could visualize his internal organs, not through literal sight, but as a result of his recent arduous training and sudden enlightenment, his heightened perception allowed him to sense his innards. The examination concluded, with his skill assessed at approximately 61 for the 3rd level. A respectable score. As Su Yiting immersed himself in this internal world, the cold voice reverberated within the chamber. 10 minutes had elapsed so swiftly. Su Yiting snapped back to reality, realizing the Tai Chi elder had vanished with the conclusion of the examination. How astonishingly fast! Hadn't I just entered? He felt a pang of reluctance as he vacantly exited the virtual combat chamber. Outside, numerous candidates were still lined up. Sun Yin was among them, and upon noticing Su Yiting's dejected demeanor, he assumed he had performed poorly. Su Gu, how did it go? Not bad. I'm heading back now, Su Yiting replied. His examination for the day had concluded, and he proceeded downstairs to his dormitory. Inner vision was indeed the foundation for internal strengthening. If one could not even perceive their own insides, how could they fortify their organs? No wonder my previous absorption of the strengthening liquid yielded such poor results. Simultaneously, this was also the prerequisite for entering the 4th level of subtlety. Inner vision signified an elevation in perception. Sitting on his bed, Su Yiting contemplated for a while before opening the Warrior Academy app to seek out free materials regarding the 4 levels of skill. However, those who had attained the 4th level were predominantly masters or prodigies among second-tier warriors, leaving scant free resources available. Nevertheless, He did manage to glean some useful information from the materials, with nearly every source echoing a singular phrase. A feather cannot add weight, nor can a fly alight. If one knows not me, I alone know them. Go be as light as a feather, to be so sensitive that even the faintest movements of a fly would raise alarm. Possessing such perceptive acuity meant I would be acutely aware of my opponent's attacks, while my own intentions would remain concealed from them. How could I not prevail? Su Yiting found a semblance of truth in their words as he settled into a meditative posture, employing breath control to quiet his mind and attentively listen to the sounds of the outside world. He resolved that from this day forth, in addition to practicing sword techniques, he would carve out time to keenly experience the myriad aspects of existence. This method of cultivation was something he had just encountered in his studies. The author referenced a passage from chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching. Attain the utmost emptiness, hold fast to stillness. All things arise, and I observe their return. In simpler terms, it was about calming oneself, erasing distracting thoughts, attuning to all things, and seeking subtlety. On the third day of the April assessment, the practical examination was set to take place. During the college entrance examination, practical tests would occur in the Star Realm. However, with a large number of students entering the Star Realm requiring military escorts, the April assessment could only be conducted within a virtual world. At Qingyuan No. 1 High School's martial arts hall, the training equipment from the 3rd to the 6th floors had been removed, leaving only the network pods through which candidates would enter the virtual realm. Su Yiting was positioned on the 3rd floor. After entering the network pod using his candidate wristband, he donned the virtual helmet and entered the world of Apocalypse. Upon appearing in his personal space, Su Yiting searched for the campus space of Qingyuan No. 1 High School. After inputting his candidate number and real name, he arrived at the exclusive campus space of Qingyuan No. 1 High School. Before him lay the campus square, bustling with candidates gathering in anticipation of the exam to commence. The pivotal battle loomed, 50,000 for first place. I must seize it. No one shall dare compete with me, Su Yiting thought resolutely. Chapter 46. Practical Examination. Su Gu. The practical examination lacked designated venues. All candidates congregated within the exclusive campus space of Qingyuan No. 1 High School. A few students from Class 7, led by Sun Yan and Lu Qi, quickly spotted Su Yiting and greeted him. Su Gu. Which Su Gu? The one on the Qianlong rankings. Surrounding candidates turned to gaze at Su Yiting upon hearing the title Su Gu. However, since today's campus space served as the examination venue, all candidates had to enter their candidate numbers and real names before seeing Su Yiting's actual name above him, prompting them to turn away. Nanshan No. 1 High School? It seems merely a coincidence of surnames. Perhaps not. This fellow had a vitality assessment of 9.8 during yesterday's test. So what? It just means he has a wealthy family to afford elixirs. Qi Wuhan and Zhou Qingqing both possess vitality exceeding 10 and are mid-tier 3-level prodigies. Their rankings on the Qianlong list and Xia surpassed that of Su Gu. The Su Gu in question was undoubtedly a prodigy from the provincial capital, Wulin City, though his identity remained unknown. Su Yiting, overhearing these conversations, exhibited a look of surprise. How had he inadvertently gained such notoriety in the virtual network? Sun Yan approached him, ready to speak, when suddenly his eyes lit up as he pointed into the distance, saying, "Look, that girl is stunning." The boys from Class 7 immediately followed his gaze. Perched on the stone edge by the fountain in the square was a girl clad in Qingyuan No. 1 High School's uniform. Her long black hair dyed a delicate pink at the tips, her beauty captivating and more striking than the dazzling fountain itself. Seemingly bored as she awaited, she stretched languidly, a movement that accentuated her graceful curves. Particularly the pronounced elevation at her chest, which bore no semblance to that of a typical high school student. Many could not help but steal glances at her. It was Zhou Qingqing. Lu Qi observed the girl, who, like the other boys, displayed a foolish grin, seemingly in awe of her. "The second-ranked genius of Qingyuan No. 1 High School?" exclaimed the crowd in astonishment. Sun Yan called out, "I heard her family is involved in flying car production. If I could win her over, wouldn't that save me 20 years of detours?" "You? Really?" Lu Qi scoffed. "Don't be deceived by her amiable demeanor. I have her blog. She once single-handedly faced 10 suitors at school and emerged victorious with ease." Su Yiting was taken aback. 1 against 10? Lu Qi nodded. "Indeed. She is the true embodiment of a heavenly prodigy. Tio put it bluntly, none of the girls in our elite class can compare to her." Just then, a tall, handsome boy with striking features approached Zhou Qingqing. Lu Qi said with gravity, "That's LGN, third in rank at Qingyuan #1 high school. If any of you end up paired with him, be cautious. He practices the wind shadow sword technique, and cutting us down will be as effortless as mowing grass." Sun Yin gasped. "So these two are second and third? Then who is first at chain?" "1. Qi Wuhan. His abilities are nearly on par with Zhou Qingqing's, both being evenly matched. Although LGN has a vitality score of 10, his skills are still in the mid-second stage, leaving him at a disadvantage." Lu Qi scanned the area and pointed, "Over there. Under that tall tree, a boy with a scruffy beard and rugged features is leaning against the trunk. You'd believe he was in his 30s. Are you sure he's a student?" The crowd murmured in disbelief, for Qi Wuhan appeared far too mature. Lu Qi blinked her beautiful eyes. He just matured a bit faster. Bang! Just as everyone was focused on Qi Wuhan, a dull thud echoed from afar. LGN, who had been attempting to flirt with Zhou Qingqing, was sent flying by a single punch, crashing into a tree. Fortunately, this was a virtual world, and aside from the combat zones, other areas had no damage assessment. LGN was unharmed and shouted, "I will return. I will not give up." Su Yiting was quite shocked. What a desperate admirer. "Attention all examinees, the practical examination is about to commence." A deep voice resonated across the square as LGN hung from the tree. A figure appeared in the air above the plaza. A burly man clad in white. "I trust your supervising teachers have briefed you on the rules and rewards of the examination. But I shall reiterate, the top scorer will receive 500,000 blue star coins, while the second place will. Moreover, this examination, apart from Jiangnan Martial Arts University, has garnered the attention of numerous prestigious schools and leaders. Whether they take notice of you depends entirely on your performance. I firmly believe that our Qingyuan students will not be outdone by anyone." The booming voice of the man in white instilled a sense of seriousness in all the examinees, silencing any playful banter. "You are all courageous individuals who have chosen martial studies, and I am proud of you. Now, it is time for you to showcase your talents. The first examination begins." Whoosh! As the words of the man in white faded, 2,000 students suddenly vanished from the square. They were allocated to 10 different examination venues. Simultaneously, 10 screens and a massive score panel ascended into the sky, displaying real-time combat situations and point rankings for each examination site. The remaining students wore expressions of utmost seriousness. This year, there were 60,000 high school seniors in Qingyuan City, with 10,000 opting for martial studies in the April assessments. Each examination lasts 1 hour, and this practical test will span a total of 5 hours. Lu Qi scanned the area, only to find that she and Su Yiting remained. The other students from Class 7 had already entered the examination grounds. Su Yiting spotted Sun Yan on one of the screens. Sun Yan's examination site was randomly assigned to a desert. Within 1 hour, he needed to eliminate as many opponents as possible to earn points. The desert stretched 20 kilometers in both length and width, but candidates need not worry about encountering opponents. Every 5 minutes, the venue would release toxic mist, compelling all examinees to converge towards the center, lest they be engulfed by the poison. Along the way, adversaries would inevitably appear. Soon, among the 2,000 examinees, some began to be eliminated, either through unfortunate encounters with top-tier candidates, failed skirmishes, or falls from cliffs, causing the numbers to dwindle. The names on the scoreboards fluctuated continuously. Tio entered the top 100 in Qingyuan City. Aside from a few who faltered during the examination against star beasts, most could gain admission to provincial martial arts universities. After this examination, many would be preemptively accepted. Su Yiting closely monitored the scoreboards, uncertain of when he would enter the examination, yet he needed to keep track of the top scorers' points. It was Su Haoran. Qi Wuhan, LGN, and Zhou Qingqing did not enter the examination in this round. He surged to first place. Other candidates were equally attentive. Leading the scoreboard was Su Haoran from Qingyuan #1 High School. In the footage, Su Haoran wielded a spear, racing through the desert, effortlessly dispatching opponents, with few able to withstand even 3 strikes. First place, Su Haoran, points, 50. Second place, Qiu Yu, points, 30. Third place, Hao Wudi, points, 30. The 10 virtual examination sites progressed simultaneously, earning 10 points for each opponent defeated. With others scoring a maximum of 30 points, Su Haoran dominated the scoreboard with 50 points, showcasing a significant lead. Over the past 2 months, Su Haoran had seemingly been spurred into a frenzied training regimen. His skill assessment had reached 23 in the 3rd stage, placing him on par with Jian and offering a promising chance to secure a top 3 finish. The students from Qingyuan No. 1 High School remaining in the plaza erupted in cheers. This examination gathered candidates from across the city, and their school's participants performing well brought them pride. However, luck favored him, as most participants in his examination site were at the second stage, resulting in a crushing advantage. Had Qi Wuhan, Zhou Qingqing, and Jian clashed, he might have had a genuine opportunity to claim first place. Oh no, Sun Yan is about to encounter Su Haoran. They are so close, Lu Qi exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Sun Yan. When she saw that Sun Yan was merely 300 meters away from Su Haoran, she gasped. While all candidates possessed maps, these only guided them toward the central point, lacking the ability to indicate the locations of other competitors. This is bad. Su Yiting's expression turned grave. In his view, Su Haoran's strength was merely average, but to Sun Yan, he was an insurmountable opponent. Fear manifests as reality. Sun Yan, making his way toward the center, remained oblivious to the looming danger. By the time he collided with Su Haoran, it was too late to escape. After exchanging just 2 strikes, he was swiftly pierced through the chest by a spear, returning to the campus square. Sun Yan's face bore a lingering look of terror. Apart from Yin Zhenghua, he had never faced another skilled fighter at the third stage. The instant pressure left him momentarily dazed. It's alright, you've already fought other candidates. Your score shouldn't be too dismal. Su Yiting consoled him. Sun Yan remained silent, staring blankly at the screen. After experiencing a confrontation with a genius from the city, he realized just how gentle Yin Zhenghua was in class. Simultaneously, he comprehended the vast chasm between geniuses and ordinary individuals, an insurmountable divide. Regardless of effort, an hour later, the first round of examinations concluded. Su Haoran retained his position at the top, with a total of 250 points, signifying that he had eliminated 25 opponents within that hour. His formidable prowess and efficiency left candidates from other schools in awe. The monster from Qingyuan No. 1 High School is indeed on an entirely different level than us, the school beauty and top student from our school. With her skills at the second stage, didn't he even make it into the top 10? The top 5 were all at the early third stage, yet Su Haoran stood out as the strongest. The square buzzed with discussions, and at that moment, Shen Zhongping, the strongest from Nanshan No. 1 High School, returned to the square, ranking 4th overall. Many classmates congratulated him. What a pity. If I had matched against Su Yiting and Chu Guangwei, I would have defeated them head-on. Shen Zhongping's eyes sparkled with excitement, though he still felt a twinge of regret for not facing his 2 most desired opponents. Su Haoran shared similar sentiments. He clenched his fists, searching for Su Yiting amidst the crowd. Naturally, he was aware of the gap between himself and Su Yiting, yet he hoped for a stroke of misfortune for Su Yiting, leading him to face Qi Wuhan, Zhou Qingqing, or others. With the conclusion of the first round, Su Haoran from Qingyuan No. 1 High School temporarily held the top position, and the second round of examinations was about to commence. The man in white reappeared, reminding everyone in the air. Once again, 2,000 students vanished from the campus square, entering the examination venues. Lu Qi followed suit. The remaining students, yet to take their exams, erupted in cheers. For this round saw the entry of Qi Wuhan, deemed the strongest candidate in Qingyuan City. This meant that the remaining 6,000 examinees would not encounter this formidable prodigy. The weapon wielded by Qi Wuhan is a pair of axes, and his skills have reached the mid-level of the third tier, with his vitality having surpassed 10. Those unfortunate enough to be targeted by him seldom manage to escape, as he cleaves through opponents with effortless ease. His score consistently skyrocketing. After 45 minutes, his points have already surpassed those of Su Haoran, who previously held the top position, elevating him to first place, an undisputed champion. In the entire Qingyuan City, only Zhou Qingqing stands as his sole challenger in direct combat. It can only be said that those who are matched against him are indeed unfortunate. Merely gazing upon his robust visage has already sapped my courage to wield a weapon. He is nothing short of a reincarnation of Li Kuei. Even on a provincial scale, he possesses formidable prowess. Our cohort can be deemed a gathering of prodigies. In past years, it has been rare for 2 individuals of mid-level third-tier skills to appear simultaneously in Qingyuan City. The other candidates now seem to have transformed into mere background players, all engrossed in witnessing Qi Wuhan's performance. Su Yiting cast a few glances at Qi Wuhan before shifting his attention to his classmates. However, upon doing so, he observed that Lu Qi was subsequently eliminated. Nonetheless, Lu Qi managed to defeat 2 candidates, showcasing a performance that significantly outshone that of Sun Yin. First place is held by Qi Wuhan, with a score of 330, second place, Su Haoran, with 250 points, third place, Qiu Yu, with 180 points. As the second round of examinations concluded, the leaderboard underwent yet another transformation, with Qi Wuhan attaining a staggering 330 points, securing his position as the undisputed leader. Following closely, the third and fourth rounds commenced, with the rankings and other positions fluctuating, yet the top 2 remained unchanged, Qi Wuhan and Su Haoran, on the field. Merely 2,000 candidates awaited their practical examinations. Both Lu Jian and Zhou Qingqing found themselves in the 5th round, a remarkable coincidence. One could only wonder if they would be matched in the same examination venue. Naturally, the most attention was drawn to the stunningly aloof Zhou Qingqing and the imposing Lu Jian. Many believed that if there were to be any shifts in the top tier of the leaderboard, it would solely be due to the actions of these two. Sugu, the next round is upon you. Give it your all. Strive for a commendable ranking. Sun Yin, Lu Qi, and others rallied to encourage Su Yiting. I shall do my utmost. Su Yiting glanced at the leaderboard, which displayed Qi Wuhan's score of 330 points, and felt the weight of pressure. He harbored no fears of being outmatched by anyone. Rather, he dreaded the possibility of poor luck leading him to linger at the fringes, for that would require him to expend time seeking opponents. The final round of practical examinations. Unleash your full potential and apply pressure to those atop the leaderboard. You lack for nothing in Blue Star coins, but do you lack the favor of the 4 prestigious academies? Give me 200 of your energy. The examination commenced. As the final round of practical assessments approached, the voice of the burly man in white grew increasingly fervent. The last 2,000 candidates vanished from the square under his bellowing command. Chapter 48. Su Yiting's Unconventional Conduct. Whoosh! Su Yiting transformed into a streak of white light. Disappearing in an instant in the blink of an eye, he found himself upon a soft sandy beach, with the vast, boundless ocean stretching before him, an island map. How unfortunate, spawning by the seaside. Su Yiting glanced around and immediately understood his misfortune. The allocation of examination venues bore a striking resemblance to the 100-person survival games in the world of Apocalypse. However, the number of participants had increased to 200, while the terrain remained randomly assigned. The settings included deserts, islands, snowy mountains, rainforests, valleys, and more. The island he found himself on consisted of shallow coastal areas, land, jungles, and peaks, and appearing by the sea indicated that he had spawned in the farthest corner of the island. He needed to locate others swiftly. While he was certain of achieving full marks in practical scores, only by surpassing 340 points could he eclipse Qi Wuhan and secure the first-place prize. Su Yiting summoned the map, where a conspicuous red marker indicated the final battleground for all candidates. He promptly turned and sprinted across the sandy shore towards the jungle. Just as he leaped onto the coastal rocks, Su Yiting caught sight of someone about 100 meters away on the beach, running towards the jungle like himself. The individual, with long hair flowing, simultaneously recognized Su Yiting and called out, "Su Yiting? What a coincidence, however. I have no time to duel with you now. Let us first score points separately, and when we reach the final circle, we shall settle it then. What was your name again?" Chu Guangwei. Su Yiting was filled with joy. He had initially thought he would encounter no one for several minutes, only to find someone equally unfortunate, and he immediately dashed towards Chu Guangwei. "What are you doing?" Seeing Su Yiting charge towards him, Chu Guangwei's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, "Among geniuses, it is an unspoken rule that we cannot attack each other in the early stages of the practical exam. You don't understand this?" Chu Guangwei became somewhat anxious. Although he wished to best Su Yiting to redeem his previous humiliation, he also recognized Su Yiting's strength, knowing that he could not defeat him in a short time. At present, in this practical examination phase, he preferred to eliminate weaker candidates first, and then confront Su Yiting face-to-face in the central area. Geniuses! Su Yiting drew his sword mid-stride, launching himself off the rocks with a powerful push of his left foot, soaring high like a wild, untamed steed. Upon landing, he was merely 20 meters away from Chu Guangwei. "You can't blame me for this. Neither of us will have it easy." Chu Guangwei was furious. He had not anticipated that Su Yiting would disregard the rules and choose to confront him head-on at the examination's outset. Did we have such a deep grudge? Wasn't I the one who got beaten before? Chu Guangwei was filled with indignation and grievance. Yet before he could draw the long knife hanging at his waist, he felt a flash before his eyes as Su Yiting had already closed the distance. In the next moment, he saw Su Yiting's right leg bent like a bow, his sword arm straightening suddenly, thrusting towards Chu Guangwei's heart. The entire sequence, from sprinting to leaping and then to the knee-jerk stab, occurred so swiftly that Chu Guangwei had no time to react. In a fleeting instant, he sensed something piercing through his heart. When he regained his senses, he had already exited the island examination venue, surrounded by the clamor of students watching the practical assessments. I was eliminated, but it just started. Chu Guangwei muttered to himself, unable to accept the rapid turn of events. He looked up to see the screen indicating the remaining number of candidates, 1999. Am I the first to be eliminated? Chu Guangwei could hardly believe it. He quickly sought out Su Yiting's location, only to find that after eliminating him, Su Yiting had moved on as if he had merely dispatched a stray dog. Showing no signs of lingering and already sprinting towards the jungle, I became roadkill? Damn it. I didn't even draw my knife. Chu Guangwei lamented, letting out a frustrated howl. The onlookers regarded him with expressions akin to observing a madman. Keeping their distance. Nearby, students from Nanshan No. 1 High School also took note of Chu Guangwei's elimination. Chu Guangwei had recently broken through to the mid-level 3rd tier. How could he be defeated so swiftly? Just what level of skill does Su Yiting possess? Shen Zhongping clenched his fists. He had believed that after 2 months of rigorous training, he could surpass Su Yiting, but he now found the gap between them widening. Shen Zhongping, I advise you not to consider him your rival. Just compare yourself to Chu Guangwei, Ji Wang remarked, somewhat dazed. She had Su Yiting as a friend in the world of apocalypse, yet she had never anticipated his strength to be at such a level. At that moment, she couldn't help but think. He hasn't T-logged into the virtual world for some time. Does that ranking still reflect his true abilities? Besides Shen Zhongping and Ji Wang, several elite students who had attended the Kuanglan Martial Arts School understood Chu Guangwei's capabilities. In that instant, they suddenly realized that the once silent swordplay prodigy from Nanshan No. 1 High School was making a comeback. The students from Class 7 showed no particular reaction. In fact, Chu Guangwei was only somewhat known in Songbei No. 1 High School, and most candidates didn't recognize him, believing Su Yiting had merely dispatched a novice. Anxious, Chu Guangwei had initially thought to resolve matters swiftly and score points quickly, employing the wild horse leaping the ravine technique. In truth, Chu Guangwei was not worth him expending the energy of the second form of the Qinglian sword technique. On the island, Su Yiting felt a twinge of regret. If he wished to secure the top spot on the leaderboard, he needed to continuously run and seek out opponents within this hour. Every ounce of stamina felt particularly precious, and he shouldn't have squandered it on an opponent unworthy of his full effort. After reflecting, he dashed into the jungle, leaped onto a thick branch, and then jumped to another tree. Thus, he advanced towards the central area, keeping a vigilant eye for any potential opponents. Before long, he spotted a candidate covered in yellow mud, lying in a muddy pit about 100 meters away. The individuals seemed to be attempting to conceal themselves, lying in wait to ambush other candidates. However, they had not anticipated that their prominent posterior had thoroughly betrayed them. Su Yiting glanced over and immediately noticed 2 peach-shaped objects protruding from the mud. Peaches in a muddy pit were clearly illogical. He deftly approached the lurking candidate, his foot barely making a sound as he moved closer. With a swift motion, he struck down with his sword, piercing through the chest. Points 10. Having gained another 10 points, Su Yiting did not linger and set off again. Half an hour flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the poisonous mists of the island began to spread, and more candidates drew nearer to the central area. The number of individuals Su Yiting had eliminated continued to rise, along with his score. Chapter 49. All show and no substance with a score of 170 points, ranking 7th overall. Who exactly is Su Yiting from Nanshan No. 1 High School? In the campus square, the observing candidates took note of the changes in the leaderboard. The top 10 were predominantly composed of prodigies who had already gained some renown prior to the commencement of the practical examination, yet the name of Su Yiting in 7th place stood out remarkably. I was just watching him. Every opponent he encountered fell to his blade in an instant. There were no fierce battles, leaving even the skill levels indiscernible. In just half an hour, he amassed 170 points, his efficiency rivaling that of Qi Wuhan. Is he vying for the top spot? He is faster than Qi Wuhan, as his initial geographic position was not particularly advantageous. However, like Zhou Qingqing and Eljian, his luck was rather poor. having been assigned to the same examination venue. And soon, there would not be enough candidates left for them to eliminate. This spurred excitement. Once they reached the final circle, a confrontation among the three was inevitable. In the earlier rounds of the practical examination, most venues had a clear frontrunner, but this round witnessed a subtle shift. The dark horse Su Yiting was assigned to the same venue as Zhou Qingqing and L Jian, who were both ranked among the top three, especially since Zhou Qingqing had already achieved a commendable score of 160, merely 10 points behind Su Yiting. This ignited great anticipation among the candidates in the Square.ina conference room within the teaching building. A holographic screen displayed Su Yiting's actions. A dozen individuals sat around a spacious conference table, their gazes fixed on Su Yiting's figure. If Su Yiting were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the middle-aged man seated at the center, Hong Mingyun, the deputy director of the Wudao Bureau of Qingyuan City. Naturally, those seated alongside him were not insignificant figures either, as they were all teachers from various university admissions offices. Indeed, every April, the examination brings surprises, and this student named Su Yiting has demonstrated skills that are at least mid-level 3, on par with Qi Wuhen and Zhou Qingqing, a bald man remarked. Unfortunately, such a prodigy is destined not to remain in Jiangnan province. Another teacher added. Despite their strong attraction to Su Yiting's displayed prowess, everyone was acutely aware that true geniuses seldom remain in Jiangnan province, with a high probability of opting for one of the 4 prestigious universities. I have looked into his previous scores: cultural examination, 620 points, combined strength and speed, 380 points, skills, 300 points, and undoubtedly, his practical combat score would also be 300 points, marking him as a formidable dark horse capable of competing with the nation's elite. Soon, the footage of this examination would be scrutinized by the admissions offices of the 4 prestigious universities. It remains uncertain where he will choose to go. The teachers exchanged whispers, yet Hong Mingyun maintained a calm demeanor. Already aware of Su Yiting's mid-level 3 skills, suddenly, the screen displayed Su Yiting, L Jian, and Zhou Qingqing, 3 candidates marked for special attention, moving closer to one another. Su Yiting is about to collide with Zhou Qingqing and L Jian. Are they preparing to engage prematurely? One teacher exclaimed. Impossible, any rational individual would refrain from striking here. Should they lose, they risk falling out of the top 5. If someone aims for first place, now is not the opportune moment to eliminate a rival. Is it? That is merely theoretical. In situations where strengths are comparable, battles do not yield immediate outcomes. If one were to sustain injuries, it might allow others to seize the opportunity. Although they understood the 3 would not engage here. Everyone in the conference room unconsciously straightened their posture, their eyes glued to the screen. In the island jungle, I currently stand at 170 points, tied for 7th place, with half an hour remaining. However, the number of candidates is dwindling rapidly. I must act swiftly. Glancing at the leaderboard on his candidate wristband, Su Yiting felt a surge of anxiety. He was still 160 points behind Qi Wuhen. In terms of strength, Qi Wuhen was inferior to me. Yet he consistently eliminated his opponents with a single strike, so my efficiency is not significantly superior. Most importantly, it appears there is a skilled competitor in my examination venue, someone competing for my kills. I must locate him and eliminate him first. Su Yiting's expression darkened. He had noted the average rate at which candidates were being eliminated during his observations. The rate of decline in his venue was far beyond the average, indicating a formidable opponent was in the same arena, persistently snatching his kills. To take his kills here was akin to stealing his fortune. If he could tolerate that, he might as well eat dung. No longer conserving energy, he quickened his pace, just as he was about to burst out of the jungle when he heard a loud call from nearby. Qingqing, I'm bringing you kills. I've told you countless times. Do not call me Qingqing, a melodious and crisp female voice followed. Su Yiting paused momentarily, the voices sounding somewhat familiar. L Jian? Zhou Qingqing? Surely, these 2 are the ones snatching my kills. With a glimmer of realization, Su Yiting accelerated like a cheetah, swiftly darting out of the jungle. Ahead loomed towering peaks, beneath which lay a dilapidated village. A strikingly voluptuous girl stood at the village's entrance, one hand on her hip and the other wielding a red tassel spear. Her gaze scanning the crumbling houses. Behind her, a gallant youth held a candidate in each hand, sporting a pleasing countenance. Qingqing, I've found you. Take these 20 points for now. I'll catch a couple more candidates and return to find you. L Jian chuckled as he tossed the 2 candidates to the ground. Zhou Qingqing frowned, her beautiful brows knitting together. Jian, how many times must I tell you? I do not like you. Do not send me gifts. Including people. Jian's smile faltered, his eyes clouded with disappointment. Qingqing, I've never asked you. Why don't you like me? Is it that I'm not handsome enough? Or not wealthy enough? Zhou Qingqing studied Jian for a moment, then glanced at the long sword slung across his back. You are quite handsome, but I do not favor those who wield swords. Jian's forehead creased in confusion. He had pursued Zhou Qingqing for 2 years, yet never imagined rejection would stem from such a reason. What's wrong with using a sword? Jian felt a surge of agitation. Shortly after his birth, his parents had placed luxury car models, a variety of weapons, and a cold, lifeless bank card with billions of blue star coins before him, and he had resolutely chosen the sword. His name had originated from this very choice. Between his love for a partner and his love for the sword, he found himself in a difficult quandary. Because you are weak, Zhou Qingqing stated candidly. Swords have less lethality than knives or guns, and the difficulty of mastering them is higher. When I practiced with a spear for a year, I was already able to defeat a swordsman who had trained for 5 years. You possess some talent. You could have achieved mid-level 3 skills, yet because you chose to practice with a sword, your progress has slowed. Besides, how many true geniuses practice swordsmanship? That Beiting Xiongwu, who is known as a swordsman, is actually a swordsman with a knife. Seemingly fearing that Jian would not give up easily, Zhou Qingqing added, throughout my life, no peer has ever defeated me with a sword, which is why I do not favor you so-called flashy swordsmen. Jian was left in a daze, his mind reeling. He wished to retort, but before the girl he adored, how could he voice any counter-arguments? Whoosh! Just as Jian was lost in thought, a sharp beam of sword light whistled toward him. Chapter 50. X-ray vision. The hurled long sword spun rapidly, stirring fallen leaves and slicing through the air, transforming into a silver flash racing toward him. One moment, Jian was lost in thought. The next, he heard the piercing hum of the sword. The razor-sharp tip pierced effortlessly through his temple, blood gushing from the wound in an instant, blooming like a flower under the sunlight. Jian's body stiffened slightly, his consciousness abruptly severed. The 2 candidates he had captured fell to the ground alongside him. Just before he exited the examination venue, the last sight that registered in his mind was Zhou Qingqing's wide-eyed expression, splattered with blood. Who? The sudden turn of events startled Zhou Qingqing, and she turned her gaze toward the direction from which the flying sword had come. A youth clad in the Nanshan No. 1 high school uniform had already arrived with the sword. First, eliminate those 2 on the ground. I cannot allow this girl to seize my kills, with urgency. Su Yiting's thoughts raced as he picked up the long sword that had fallen after slaying Jian, and swiftly turned to strike down at the 2 candidates on the ground. Points 10. Only Zhou Qingqing remains. Having dispatched 3 candidates in quick succession, Su Yiting felt a surge of delight. Yet he remained entirely vigilant, putting his foot down with force. The dry leaves beneath him flew up, and the soil splattered as he darted forward, the shadow of his sword flashing like lightning, targeting the last candidate left on the field, Zhou Qingqing. The sharp sword tip hurtled toward her, and Zhou Qingqing's pupils dilated in shock, her body covered in goosebumps. The sudden appearance of this candidate from Nanshan No. 1 high school instilled in her an overwhelming sense of pressure. Years of spear training instinctively saved her in that moment. She raised her arm and thrust out 3 quick jabs. The spearhead met the sword's tip with a series of spine-chilling clashes. Su Yiting's expression remained calm, while Zhou Qingqing felt her blood surging like waves, retreating step by step until she collided with the crumbling wall, barely managing to halt her movement. This is impossible. Zhou Qingqing's mind reeled. In that brief clash, she recognized something was amiss. The opponent's application of strength and control over the weapon far exceeded her own. Without a second thought, she turned and fled into the village's ruins. Trying to escape, Su Yiting would not allow his prey to slip away. He moved swiftly in pursuit. In the square, a hush fell over the crowd. Many candidates, who had been chattering moments before, now gaped in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the screen above. Jian had been eliminated, and Zhou Qingqing, after just one exchange, had turned to flee in such a scenario. Prior to the commencement of the actual examination, they could hardly have imagined it. Within the city of Qingyuan, no student could achieve such a feat yet. The images captured by the director compelled their belief. As they regained their composure, the square erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. It was unjust. Liu Jian was defeated through a sneak attack. His romantic persona had garnered him numerous fans, with the girls from Qingno, one high school exclaiming loudly, "Zhou Qingqing always faces her opponents head-on, right? Yet here she is, fleeing in disarray. This is the first time I've seen her in such a state. Even Shi Wuhan could not have let her escape." Su Yiting's vitality stood at 9.8. The fact that Zhou Qingqing was forced to retreat could only indicate that he was at the peak of the third stage of skill. Who was defeated? No need to rush. Zhou Qingqing still has her abilities unexhibited. Amidst the crowd, Liu Jian stood in a daze, watching the scene unfold, contemplating. Even if your skills surpass Qingqing's, you still cannot secure victory. Just now, in the open space, the ability of X-ray vision reveals its true power only in complex terrains. As they traversed through the crumbling walls of the island village, Su Yiting kept his gaze fixed on Zhou Qingqing, steadily closing the distance between them. "You really dare to pursue me?" Zhou Qingqing turned, displaying a charming smile, then leapt, grasping the top of a nearby wall with both hands. With a powerful push, she elegantly vaulted over the wall, which stood over 3 meters high, like a nimble raccoon. Su Yiting reached the wall's edge, poised to continue his chase, when an ominous premonition surged within him. He could not hear Zhou Qingqing's footsteps as she leapt over the wall. It seemed she had not fled but was instead waiting behind it. His senses sharpened immediately. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed. A silver bullet pierced the wall, a lethal arrow aimed directly at Su Yiting's head. Debris and bricks were sent flying by the force of the impact, and in the gray haze, all Su Yiting could see was the flame-like trajectory of the bullet and its chilling glint. Instinctively, he turned his head. In that instant, he felt the icy breath of the bullet slicing through the air. A brush with death. A sharp pain shot through his cheek, followed by the warmth of blood slowly seeping out. A gash ran diagonally across his right cheek. Though not deep, it was long enough to resemble a scratch from a claw. "Interesting," Zhou Qingqing remarked, surprised that her shot had not killed Su Yiting. Her X-ray vision ability often yielded remarkable results when her enemies were unaware, even defeating warriors stronger than herself by catching them off guard. Su Yiting's reaction speed was astonishingly swift. "Dare you pursue me? With the length of your sword, once you pass through the wall, you won't even be able to touch me. Yet my gun can. Return to your training with the gun," she laughed, retracting her firearm. The wall had been breached, allowing Su Yiting to observe her position, but she had no intention of lingering and swiftly turned to escape. "Don't accurately pinpoint my location. Is this her perceptive ability? It seems unlikely. It must be some form of special ability, perhaps X-ray vision." Su Yiting licked the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, brandishing his sword, and with a powerful leap, ascended 2 meters. Just as he was about to descend, his body executed an uncanny spin, propelling him upward as if treading upon Newton's coffin. Effortlessly clearing the wall. It was the second-tier movement technique, drifting dragon 3 turns. Glancing toward the distance, he spotted Zhou Qingqing's figure darting behind an unscathed wall. In a fleeting moment, Su Yiting caught a glimpse of the faint silver light flickering in her eyes. He descended from the wall, cautiously approaching, his ears attuned. The sound of metal scraping against the wall pierced the air. After a brief moment, a spear shot forth like a dragon, piercing through the air. Its target remained Su Yiting's vulnerable head. However, this time, Su Yiting was prepared. The instant he heard the fleeting sound of friction, his leg muscles tensed instantly. With a thud, he left a deep imprint in the ground, and before the spear could reach him, he sprang upward like a coiled spring, evading the weapon while landing precisely on the spear's shaft. The spear trembled violently under his weight, and Su Yiting propelled himself upward once more, landing deftly atop the wall. Peering down, he saw Zhou Qingqing's expression twist grotesquely, her lips parted in shock, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. 3-tier movement. Zhou Qingqing gasped, astonished by Su Yiting's sudden display of agility, undoubtedly indicative of a 3rd-tier skill level. This revelation left her utterly bewildered. At their age, most individuals focus solely on weapon usage, making Su Yiting's dual mastery of both movement and swordplay exceedingly rare. Although some time had been wasted, she still had the chance to eliminate him and reach the central area, with a bit of time left to accrue points. Without uttering a word, Su Yiting took a step forward, landing lightly. The moment his foot touched the ground, he propelled himself forward, his sword thrusting ahead with his body. "This is bad." Zhou Qingqing silently cursed. However, ranking second at Qingyuan No. 1 High School, she would not surrender easily. She steadied her grip on the gun and flicked her wrists. The trajectory of her shot appeared straight, yet her wrist trembled, causing the gun's tip to carve arcs in the air, establishing a defensive stance. Facing a swordsman, this was her first time adopting a defensive posture. What sort of monster was this Su Yiting? As the swords and gun clashed, Zhou Qingqing found herself entirely on the defensive. Feeling the smoothness of Su Yiting's swordplay, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. Even her familiar red tassel spear now felt incredibly heavy as time passed, making defense increasingly arduous. Star Point Sword. Noticing Zhou Qingqing's diminishing defensive strength, Su Yiting's eyes gleamed with determination. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most potent sword technique, of course. In this practical battle, he had no intention of truly aiming for Zhou Qingqing's vital points such as the Dantian or the Jiawei. He concentrated all his strength into his wrist, and with a flick, the sword tip transformed into a glimmering cold light, swiftly striking at the spear's tip. This strike was silent, sudden, and undeniably ruthless in an instant. Zhou Qingqing sensed an overwhelming force entering the spear and traveling up the shaft to her hand. Ugh! The pain felt like a hammer striking her hand, prompting Zhou Qingqing to let out a muffled groan. Yet she clung to her gun, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Before she could catch her breath, the second blinding sword strike surged toward her. This time, the sword moved even faster, swirling up dust around it as it howled forward. Clang! The long spear clattered to the ground. Zhou Qingqing's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat pouring down her face. Despite her utmost effort to retain her grasp on the spear, her hand, along with the weapon, fell to the ground, thud. Before she could even utter a scream, the third spectral sword struck without obstruction, piercing through her vital point. Her consciousness faded away. Points 10. Remaining time in practical examination, 27 minutes. 4 individuals took 3 minutes. As expected, dealing with an ability user proved troublesome. With a mutter, Su Yiting pressed on toward the central area. The challenge posed by X-ray vision had indeed caused him some difficulty, and in his haste to subdue Zhou Qingqing, he had expended a considerable amount of energy, causing his pace to slow. Fortunately, no formidable opponents remained behind. He should face little trouble. Defeating Zhou Qingqing in such a complex terrain was no small feat. With his skills at the late third stage and movement technique at the third tier, he was undoubtedly the best in Qingyuan City, and among the top 3 in Jiangnan Province, in the examination hall where Su Yiting was situated. No one could obstruct his path. The square buzzed with excitement and fervor. The leaderboard, which many had believed would be dominated by students from Qingyuan No. 1 High School, had been thoroughly transformed by Su Yiting's sudden emergence. Most crucially, he was no longer merely aiming for a spot in the top 10 or 5. Trends indicated a strong possibility of claiming the first position. Many renowned talents on the leaderboard bore expressions of complexity, utterly unable to fathom being surpassed by a student from Nanshan No. 1 High School. What a formidable fellow! Zhou Qingqing gave it her all, yet if it were me, I wouldn't fare much better. Qi Wuhan, sporting a full beard, leaned against a tree, his gaze fixed on Su Yiting's steadily rising ranking, igniting a competitive spirit within him. Virtual combat is not true skill. When the college entrance examination arrives, I too can reach the late third stage. At that time, facing the Star Beast will be the true battlefield for real men. In contrast to their ruckus, Zhou Qingqing, having been eliminated, remained remarkably calm. She meticulously recalled her battle with Su Yiting, pondering the potential for victory. Yet, regardless of the tactics she simulated, the eventual outcome remained defeat. Without the X-ray vision, she might not have even had the chance to engage with him. He was a monster, a sword-wielding monster. In the conference room, the teachers were left speechless. They had previously thought that after Su Yiting confronted Zhou Qingqing and Liu Jian, they would each proceed to other areas to accumulate points. They had not anticipated that Su Yiting would take direct action, swiftly resolving the two geniuses from Qingyuan No. 1 High School in a matter of minutes. This dark horse was exceedingly formidable. Far too formidable for their comfort. The balding middle-aged teacher couldn't help but express his astonishment. The emergence of a new prodigy in Jiangnan Province is certainly a cause for celebration. However, what troubles him is that such a talent will ultimately only be drawn to the 4 prestigious universities. In the end, what people will remember is merely that Su Yiting graduated from a certain university, while his high school will be nothing more than a footnote. At this moment, seated opposite Hong Mingyun, a refined gentleman suddenly spoke up. Director Hong, is there any way to retain him? As he spoke, the room fell silent. Most of the teachers present were from various admissions offices throughout Jiangnan province. While this gentleman hailed from Jiangnan Martial University in the provincial capital, Wulin City. Although he was not the head of the admissions office, his status and influence far surpassed those of anyone else present, including Hong Mingyun. Initially taken aback, Hong Mingyun shook his head and replied, "It's quite difficult. I, too, wish to keep him in Jiangnan province, but the four prestigious universities have long held a stellar reputation. They possess the best resources and benefits that you cannot provide. Moreover, far too many people view these institutions as their dreams. Is there truly no way?" The gentleman pressed, adjusting his glasses, a hint of reluctance in his tone. "Director Hong, I noticed you seemed quite pleased just now. Su Yiting, I presume, has already signed a contract with the Martial Bureau?" Another teacher stood up, sitting beside Hong Mingyun, representing Yinhua Martial University. "I can also make an offer. Our university has a master of swordsmanship." As she rose, many teachers followed suit, presenting their conditions. Suddenly, the conference room was thrown into a bit of chaos. Hong Mingyun felt overwhelmed. He certainly wished for Su Yiting to remain in Jiangnan province. But the challenges were indeed formidable. Jiangnan province ranks among the top 5 in economic strength and martial arts atmosphere among the 23 provinces of Xia country. However, the 4 cities of Shangjing, Modu, Haimin, and Linyuan are directly governed by the central government and lead Jiangnan province in all aspects. Particularly in education, the martial arts resources and faculty at the 4 prestigious universities are among the best globally, housing many renowned martial arts masters, grandmasters, and even powerful practitioners of the true realm. Furthermore, with so many talents congregating at these universities, the networking opportunities they offer significantly benefit one's post-graduation development. In such circumstances, martial arts prodigies from various provinces naturally aspire to enter these 4 esteemed institutions for accelerated growth. I understand your sentiments, but Hong Mingyun rapped the table to regain attention, saying, "You are all aware of the difficulties involved. How many individuals reach the late stage of the 3rd rank each year? The 4 prestigious universities will undoubtedly extend their olive branches. Past prodigies have consistently chosen to attend them, with only a handful opting to remain. The reasons for those who do stay are primarily due to abundant resources or family circumstances." At this point, Hong Mingyun suddenly fell silent. He recalled a few years back when a similarly gifted individual at the late stage of the 3rd rank chose to stay in Jiangnan due to the loss of his parents and the presence of a younger sister. Although Su Yiting's situation was different, it seemed there were some unexpected circumstances in his family as well. Noticing Hong Mingyun's abrupt silence, the gentleman inquired anxiously, "Director Hong, there might actually be a chance." After a moment's hesitation, Hong Mingyun replied, "Su Yiting's father was injured and discharged from the military, leaving him with a lingering ailment that requires the life spring for healing. If this can be leveraged as a condition, he may consider staying." Life spring. The many teachers present fell silent. They desired a prodigy, but their yearning had its limits. The life spring was valued in the millions. Aside from the exorbitant cost, it was crucial to recognize that they could not neglect the resources necessary for cultivating Su Yiting after providing it. Without resources, no matter how talented an individual might be, true growth would be unattainable. This meant that allocating such a sum would be entirely an additional expenditure. Just this extra expenditure alone could easily cover the recruitment of 2 mid-stage 3rd-rank prodigies. Forget it, Yinhua Martial University has limited resources. If you say that $1 million is to be used for cultivating Su Yiting, I could produce it without hesitation, but this sigh. The female teacher from Yinhua Martial University sighed. Stepping back from the competition for Su Yiting, Director Hong, this is rather excessive. While Su Yiting has indeed demonstrated talent, there have been many who have shown potential after years of hard work. I believe Qi Wuhan's future achievements may not be inferior to his. Don't just consider us. Even the 4 prestigious universities would struggle to provide this. No, they are even less inclined to do so. Xia country's prodigies are not limited to Su Yiting alone. Moreover, he hasn't even taken the college entrance examination yet. Showing valor before the star beasts is what truly qualifies one as a prodigy. Right now, it's too much of a gamble. Almost all the admissions office teachers fell silent upon hearing the possibilities articulated by Hong Mingyun. They could offer resources, but only within certain limits. The refined gentleman from Jiangnan Martial University also fell quiet, visibly conflicted. before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "I can't make that decision." Hong Mingyun regarded him with surprise. "Are you willing to consider?" The gentleman chuckled wryly. Jiangnan Marshall University hasn't had a student appear on the global campus competition stage for 10 years. If we do not elevate our profile soon, the future will only grow bleaker. Hong Mingyun asserted with authority. If you wish to approach Su Yiting, that is acceptable. However, it ultimately hinges on his willingness. Moreover, even if he agrees, the resources promised must remain intact. Do not allow this newly risen star to fall. The gentleman nodded gravely. That is only natural. However, it remains uncertain for now. I must report to the director. Only after she has reviewed the situation can a decision be made. AS discussions continued. Only 10 minutes remained until the practical examination concluded. In the examination room where Su Yiting was situated. Most of the remaining candidates had gathered at the center of the island. As expected, Su Yiting moved through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, leaving chaos in his wake, with no one capable of posing a challenge to him. 300.310.360. As the practical examination concluded, Su Yiting returned to the campus square. Ultimately, his score settled at 360 points, placing him at the top of the practical examination leaderboard. After the practical examination, the first place was awarded to Su Yiting from Nanshan No. 1 High School. Second place went to Chi Wuhan from Qingyuan No. 1 High School, and third place to Su Haoran from Qingyuan No. 1 High School. The burly man in white reappeared, announcing the ranking results. But his voice raised slightly when he reached Su Yiting's name. "Su Gu is incredible. I said long ago that Su Gu is invincible." Xiao Qingqing and Lu Jian, who were originally expected to be in the top 5, lamented, but they encountered Su Gu. The students from Nanshan No. 1 High School erupted into cheers. Achieving first in the city during the April assessment had never happened in the school's history. In an instant, Su Yiting found himself surrounded by classmates, and he could feel some girls taking the opportunity to touch his well-defined chest muscles. Simultaneously, various television stations across the city began broadcasting the final results of the April assessment. Su Yiting's name started to gain recognition among more people within the province. Removing the virtual helmet, Su Yiting took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and wore a look of delight. He wasn't particularly concerned about the ranking. But the 50,000 awarded for first place held great significance for him. Ding! Just as he exited the virtual world, a message from Hong Mingyun popped up on his smart bracelet. "Come to the conference room in the teaching building." Uncertain about what was happening but not daring to delay, Su Yiting hurriedly followed the navigation to the conference room. Upon arriving, he knocked and entered, glancing around to see 3 individuals present. Hong Mingyun, an unfamiliar bespectacled man, and Yin Jinghua. "You've arrived," Hong Mingyun introduced. "This is Qian Cheng from the admissions office of Jiangnan Marshall University. Following the practical examination, he wishes to speak with you." "Hello, Teacher Qian," Su Yiting greeted politely, already surmising that Qian Cheng likely intended to offer him an early admission. Qian Cheng instinctively adjusted his glasses. "Hello, Su Yiting. Your performance in the examination was quite impressive. I presume you are aware of my purpose here. So I will not waste time with pleasantries. Are you interested in joining Jiangnan Marshall University?" "Naturally, I have admired Jiangnan Marshall University since childhood." However, Su Yiting was not naive. He knew he could enter one of the 4 prestigious universities and was acutely aware of the disparity between them and Jiangnan Marshall University. He was about to decline when Qian Cheng interrupted him. "What I mean is, we are willing to offer you an additional bottle of Life Spring. Would you be interested?" Chapter 53. You know the words "we are willing to provide a bottle of Life Spring" resonated in Su Yiting's ears, causing him to swallow his refusal. Over the past 2 months, his father's leg ailment had worsened significantly, and he had intended to gather funds for the Life Spring after the April assessment. The risks involved were certainly immense, but he could not think of any other means. Now, with Qian Cheng's proposal, he was immediately intrigued. What are the advantages of the 4 prestigious universities? Firstly, their faculty strength. The teachings from the Sword Concealment Pavilion might not be inferior to that of a Grandmaster. Additionally, the training tower for honing spiritual strength is a more complex construction than a regular training tower. And only the 4 prestigious universities possess it. However, within his spiritual realm lies the Sword Pavilion, akin to a stabilizing force in turbulent seas, where the enhancement of his mental prowess has always been markedly ahead of others. As for other resources, Jiangnan Marshall University is more than capable of providing for him. In summary, he has no compelling reason to attend one of the prestigious 4 universities. His decision hinges entirely on whether the resources offered by alternative institutions are sufficient. This life-giving fountain, akin to timely assistance in the midst of snow, is entirely adequate for him. Without a hint of struggle, Su Yiting stepped forward to grasp Qian Cheng's hand. Teacher Qian, as you know, Jiangnan Province is my homeland. I have long heard of Principal Yuan's name. His strength is truly remarkable. I believe I can achieve the best growth at Wu University, and making this decision is not difficult at all. I have decided to bring my talent to Jiangnan Wu University, and I can hardly wait to don the school's uniform. Hong Mingyun, Yin Jinghua, and Qian Cheng all stared at Su Yiting in astonishment. Taken aback by his sudden enthusiasm, Ahem. Yin Jinghua cleared his throat several times. Excuse me, I need to speak with him for a moment. Qian Cheng nodded. Yin Jinghua is considered a semi-guardian of Su Yiting, so it is reasonable for them to confer privately. However, he still could not comprehend why the director had agreed to provide the life-giving fountain after merely watching Su Yiting's video. Moving to the window, Yin Jinghua whispered, I understand your eagerness, but you mustn't rush. If Jiangnan Wu University is willing, perhaps the 4 prestigious schools might be as well. Although the likelihood is slim, I anticipate they will reach out soon. If they also agree to provide the life-giving fountain, you still have the option to choose one of the 4 prestigious universities. Moreover, they haven't even discussed the level of resources they would offer. How can they simply agree? Su Yiting scratched his head. What if Teacher Qian sees me hesitating and changes his mind? The decision is not solely his. Yin Jinghua tapped Su Yiting's head. Besides, given the talent you have displayed, you possess the right to choose. If the 4 prestigious universities are willing to offer you equivalent treatment, they will understand if you opt for them. Are you suggesting I wait and see? Precisely. If the other schools are unwilling to provide the life-giving fountain, it would not be too late to sign with Jiangnan Wu University then. Yin Jinghua sighed. To be honest, I would prefer you to choose one of the 4 prestigious universities. But I understand your nature. You will not let go of this life-giving fountain. Meanwhile, Hong Mingyun and Qian Cheng patiently awaited, fully capable of hearing the conversation between Yin Jinghua and Su Yiting. Both understanding the significance of selecting a university. It is only natural for Yin Jinghua to be cautious in such a critical matter. Ding ding. As Yin Jinghua anticipated, Su Yiting's smart bracelet soon alerted him to a video call. The address displayed was from the admissions office of Haimin Marshall University. The group exchanged glances, realizing that the results from the April examination in Qingyuan City had reached various Marshall universities. Su Yiting pressed to answer. As the call connected, a sweet-faced young woman appeared on screen, getting straight to the point. Hello, Su Yiting. This is the admissions office of Haimin Marshall University. Hello, Su Yiting replied politely. Not surprised that she had his number, considering it was the admissions office of one of the 4 prestigious schools, where Nanshan No. 1 High School would naturally provide such information. First, congratulations on achieving first place in the practical examination in Qingyuan City. After reviewing the footage, Haimin Marshall University has utmost confidence in your future. The sweet young woman continued with pleasantries, essentially expressing their hope that Su Yiting would choose Haimin Marshall University. The conditions they could offer amounted to a total of 10 million in cultivation resources over 4 years, including on-campus credits, among other benefits. This offer aligned perfectly with Su Yiting's talent. Had Qian Cheng not arrived yet, he would have seriously considered it. However, at this moment, he chose to decline outright. The woman showed no signs of disappointment, wishing him success and promptly ending the call. For the 4 prestigious universities, while it is uncommon to encounter someone in the late stage of the 3rd realm, Su Yiting was clearly just entering that stage, not warranting an extraordinary investment. This was evident from the fact that they did not even send the admissions office director to contact him personally. Shortly after, Su Yiting received several more calls, including from Linyuan Marshall University and other universities from different provinces, all offering similar conditions to Haimin Marshall University, merely testing the waters. This left Yin Jinghua somewhat disheartened, as a first-tier martial artist. He lacked extensive knowledge and did not grasp the lofty standards these prestigious institutions maintained. Su Yiting's current skill level was not enough to command national attention, and without any unique abilities, he could be considered a valuable talent, but not irreplaceable. If they could not recruit him, they could easily find other prodigies. Ding ding. Another video call request emerged, this time from Modu Marshall University. Su Yiting? On the other end was a middle-aged woman with an air of arrogance, clad in Modu Marshall University's black uniform, with an admissions badge prominently displayed on her chest. Su Yiting nodded. Hello? You possess some talent? And Modu Marshall University is willing to admit you. The contract has already been sent to your email. Please sign it, the middle-aged woman stated bluntly. Su Yiting frowned slightly. Her tone felt more like a command than an invitation. However, he did not take offense, attributing her demeanor to her nature. Upon opening his email, he indeed found a new message. A quick glance revealed that Modu Marshall University was willing to provide 1 million in cultivation resources annually. I'm sorry, but the cost of living in Modu is too high, and I prefer not to travel far. Su Yiting offered an excuse to decline, as the conditions presented by Modu Marshall University were far superior to those of all the other schools he had previously spoken to, making it impossible for him to consider. The woman raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by Su Yiting's refusal. Straightening her posture, her badge became even more prominent. Let me reiterate, this is the admissions office of Modu Marshall University. Su Yiting shook his head. I apologize, but Modu is indeed a fantastic institution, one I have long admired, yet I cannot attend. The woman's expression soured, and as she glanced behind Su Yiting and caught sight of Qian Cheng, she suddenly sneered. I heard Jiangnan University is willing to provide you with the life-giving fountain in addition to cultivation resources. I initially thought it was a mere jest, but it appears to be true. Jiangnan University has indeed fallen so low that it can't even compete with second-tier schools. Chapter 54. Apology. Everyone present immediately changed their expressions. There was no doubt that this Modu admissions officer had heard the news from the earlier departure. However, her words were brutally dismissive, belittling both Su Yiting and Jiangnan University with a single statement. Qian Cheng's face darkened. Ms. Wu, while you are a master from Modu, such language is uncalled for. Jiangnan University does not require Modu's input on the type of students it wishes to recruit. I have no interest in your affairs, the middle-aged woman replied dismissively. I merely express my sentiments. Su Yiting not joining Modu is a loss he must bear. She then turned her gaze to Su Yiting, her eyes filled with pity. You have no idea of Modu's greatness. You will regret not signing your name today for the rest of your life. Su Yiting's gaze turned cold. While conversing with other schools earlier, both parties had been amicable, merely differing in intentions. Yet this Modu teacher approached with an air of arrogance, her words sharp and unwelcome. Regret is a matter for the future, but an apology is something you should offer now, Su Yiting stated earnestly. Apologize? Ms. Wu paused in surprise, then chuckled as if she had heard something amusing, the corners of her mouth curling into a smirk. Do you know who you are speaking to? Su Yiting stepped forward. Teacher Qian is willing to offer me favorable conditions. This should not be a reason for you to belittle Jiangnan University. Regardless of who you are, you owe an apology. The temperature in Ms. Wu's gaze plummeted, turning as sharp as a blade. You little brat, even Hong Mingyun would not dare speak to me this way. Who do you think you are? Hong Mingyun, who had remained silent, shrugged helplessly and sighed. This is not my concern, but your previous remark was indeed a bit harsh. And what if it was? Mr. Wu's long hair danced without wind. On the other side of the screen, documents and books on the desk began to float into the air. The aura of a master, a display of true energy. Hong Mingyun lowered his gaze, choosing not to speak further. He genuinely could not comprehend how a simple admissions call escalated into this confrontation. However, engaging in conflict with a master from Modu was utterly absurd. Qian Cheng's expression also grew grave as he softly advised, Su Yiting, in the call, it is best to let this go. We have not lost anything. Having grown up in Jiangnan Province and studied at Jiangnan University, hearing his alma mater referred to as inferior to second-tier schools naturally displeased him. Yet, given that the opponent hailed from Modu Marshall University and was a formidable master, it was wise to de-escalate the situation. If this continued, the one who would ultimately suffer would certainly not be the teacher from Modu. Su Yiting hesitated to hang up, but he recalled what Principal Tu and Uncle Yin had said at the Martial Arts Bureau. To seek retribution? Rely not on impulse, but on showcasing your own talent and strength. He chose not to cling to the matter any longer, casting a deep gaze at the middle-aged woman, stating, there will come a day. Without allowing her the opportunity to respond, Su Yiting abruptly ended the call. Phew. Qian Cheng and Yin Zhenghua let out a sigh of relief. Even through the screen, they could sense the overwhelming presence of a master. Almost suffocating, I had thought you, being young and impetuous, would insist on having her retract her earlier statement. That would have caused you significant trouble. Qian Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked. The Magic City is not a lawless land. What trouble could there be? Su Yiting replied with a calm demeanor. Qian Cheng explained, she certainly won't act personally, but in August, the national freshman competition will take place. It would be exceedingly easy for the freshmen from the Magic City to put you through some trials. Hong Mingyun cautioned, indeed, this year's competition is held in the Magic City, and you will undoubtedly participate. If a talented freshman challenges you, it would be difficult to refuse. Thankfully, the conflict is not overly severe. The National Freshman Competition occurs every August, serving as a prelude to the Global Campus Tournament, attracting significant attention. This year's competition is hosted at the Magic City Martial Arts University, with the top 16 martial arts universities nationwide in attendance, including Jiangnan Martial Arts University. If Su Yiting enrolls in Jiangnan Martial Arts University, his talent guarantees him a spot as a contestant in this scenario. Should Su Yiting provoke too much conflict with Teacher Wu, he could easily become a target at the Magic University, which would be quite troublesome. Hong Mingyun continued, let bygones be bygones, Su Yiting. Are you still waiting for a call from Shenyang Martial Arts University? Qiancheng glanced at his smart bracelet, which displayed the latest admission news, and said, well, I can share with you that there are 2 SS-level prodigies at Shenyang this year, and most resources will be allocated to them. The conditions the admissions office can offer you won't be particularly enticing. No more waiting. Teacher Qian, I choose Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Su Yiting shook his head. After conversing with various martial arts universities, he found no reason to refuse any longer. Very well, I will draft the contract. In terms of resources, we will not be outdone by any other school. It's the same 4 million over 4 years, distributed gradually after the college entrance examination. AS for the Fountain of Life. We can provide that in advance. Qiancheng smiled, relieved that the wait had not been in vain. After a while, the contract was drafted, with all promised conditions intact, save for the final clause stating that if the college entrance examination scores did not meet the threshold, the contract would be void. This was also to prevent Su Yiting from becoming weak-kneed at the sight of a star beast. After sending the contract to Su Yiting, Qiancheng said, you should forward this to your family, so they can take a look. All right, I will sign it first. Concerned that his father might view his choice of Jiangnan Martial Arts University as a waste of talent, Su Yiting opted to act first and inform later, signing his name without hesitation. Subsequently, Yin Zhonghua left to call Su Hongqiao, and after a lengthy conversation, returned to the meeting room, having successfully persuaded him. Thus, the contract was nearly finalized, awaiting only Su Yiting's post-examination results to take effect. Qiancheng wore a smile and remarked, the Fountain of Life will arrive at your home tomorrow. If your college entrance examination is unsuccessful, well, consider it a gift, no compensation required. Gift me? Su Yiting was taken aback. The Fountain of Life was worth millions. Could it truly be given away? Qiancheng shrugged. That's what the director said. I have no idea what her reasoning is. Su Yiting paused for a moment before resolutely stating, Yu Rang once said, if you treat me as a national hero, I shall repay you as such. I may not be a national hero, but I am willing to contribute to Jiangnan Martial Arts University in the future. Qiancheng patted Su Yiting on the shoulder, saying, when you had Wu Minxiu apologize earlier, I knew you were someone to watch. Chapter 55. Vitality 10.5. After Qiancheng and Hong Mingyun encouraged Su Yiting, Yin Zhonghua took him away. Once they departed, Qiancheng initiated a video call. On the other end was a striking woman in her mid-20s, with a delicate visage, lustrous black hair, and a tall, graceful figure. As soon as the call connected, Qiancheng respectfully stated, Director Jiang, Su Yiting has signed early. Hong Mingyun also stood to show respect. The woman before them was none other than Zhang Hongqiu, the admissions director of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. At just 27, she had already achieved a vitality score of 37, reaching the late master stage, making her stronger than Qiancheng and on par with Wu Minxiu. Noted, Zhang Hongqiu yawned, seemingly indifferent to Su Yiting's signing. This unexpected lack of enthusiasm piqued Qiancheng's curiosity, prompting him to ask, Director Jiang, you seem rather unconcerned about Su Yiting. Why are you willing to pay such an extraordinary price? Zhang Hongqiu tilted her head. During his battle with Zhou Qingqing, his reflexes and perception were remarkably acute. It was evident that his mental strength is quite high. She flipped her wrist, producing a small bottle that shimmered with a green light, and smiled. Most importantly, I recently visited the Shilin forest and happened upon this. Let us consider it a gift for him. Even if he has no bright future, restoring the health of a soldier who once fought for the country is still a good deed. Hong Mingyun and Qiancheng exchanged glances, unable to fathom such a rationale. However, recalling Zhang Hongqiu's eccentric temperament and capricious nature, everything suddenly made sense. The next day, all candidates began returning to their respective regions. Unlike their arrival, Su Yiting received much more attention on the return journey. Many elite class students regarded him with awe. Meanwhile, Su Yiting simply closed his eyes to rest. By the time he arrived home in the afternoon, Su Hongqiao was immensely pleased with his son's performance, and the rationale for agreeing to Su Yiting's enrollment in Jiangnan Martial Arts University was straightforward. The child had grown up and could make the right decisions for himself. That evening, the reward of 500,000 for first place in the practical exam was issued, fully funded by the government with no tax deductions. Simultaneously, the promised Fountain of Life from Jiangnan Martial Arts University arrived via express delivery. After taking it, Su Hongqiao regained his health, with his vitality restored to 9 points. However, due to years of neglect and training, his blood energy was still depleted, necessitating some rehabilitation exercises before he could rejoin the ranks of martial artists. Nevertheless, this brought immense joy to the Su family, especially to Su Hongqiao, who was nearly moved to tears. Later that night, Su Yiting sat cross-legged in his room, his legs crossed. With his father's recovery, a tremendous weight lifted from his heart, and his spirit felt remarkably light. Your mental strength has increased from 11.8 to 12.2. The moment the message from the sword testing stone appeared, Su Yiting noticed his internal organs becoming clearer before his eyes. With the enhancement of mental strength, his perception also sharpened. If he were to take the organ-enhancing liquid now, he might directly elevate his vitality to 10 points. Su Yiting opened his eyes, anticipation gleaming in them. His current skills were merely at the late stage of the third rank, primarily due to his internal organs being unable to support his sword techniques. Now that he could see internally, he could expedite the strengthening of his organs. Once his vitality reached 10 points and his organs were fortified, achieving perfection in the third rank would naturally follow. Rising, he retrieved a bottle of organ-enhancing liquid from the drawer and consumed it. The vitality elixir nourished the muscles and revitalized the blood, while the 10,000 yuan organ-enhancing liquid focused on reinforcing the internal organs. As the warm liquid flowed down his throat, it felt as if it had a life of its own, merging with Su Yiting's blood energy. Soon, his blood energy seemed to boil, beginning to vibrate gently. This vibration was incredibly subtle, akin to the first thunder of early spring, rolling faintly across the distant sky, perceptible only to those martial artists with keen senses. With the rhythmic vibrations of his blood energy, Su Yiting's internal organs began to resonate. This was the process of organ enhancement. The principle was similar to that of a microwave oven, which vibrates to heat food from the inside out, causing the moisture within to resonate in harmony. A martial artist must allow the vibrations of their muscles and blood energy to stimulate their internal organs, thereby strengthening them. This process of vibration was excruciating. Su Yiting gritted his teeth, engaging in internal observation, somewhat clumsily adjusting the amplitude of the organ vibrations for optimal effect. After all, the organ-enhancing liquid was merely a supplement. He needed to remember this sensation to better strengthen his organs with his own abilities in the future. Your vitality has increased to 10.1. Your punching power has increased to 1,100 kilograms. As night fell, Su Yiting had nearly digested the effects of a full bottle of organ-enhancing liquid, and his vitality had risen accordingly. Indeed, after internal observation, he found he could consciously enhance his organs, unlike before, when he only sensed an increase in strength without understanding the reason, wasting much of the liquid's potency. It was time to activate the dragon's spine. Su Yiting suddenly pushed off the ground and twisted his waist, channeling his internal energy from the lumbar spine all the way up. Crack! The sound of popping joints echoed as the energy traveled from the lumbar to the thoracic spine, then to the cervical spine, reaching from his shoulders to his fingertips. Bang! At that moment, Su Yiting's fingers resembled whips, though they did not touch the empty bottle that had contained the organ-enhancing liquid. It trembled violently and shattered. He then leaned back, supporting himself on his hands as his spine stretched, his entire body arching like a bow. In recent days, his skills have significantly improved, and his physical agility has greatly increased, making the completion of the dragon's spine opening a natural progression. The benefits of this technique are manifold. Previously, he relied heavily on the strength of his waist and hips, predominantly employing lateral force. However, the spine governs lateral strength, and the combination of the two gives rise to a spiral force. In the past, he encountered obstacles in exerting his strength during certain movements, but now, there are no longer limitations. If he desires, he can unleash his power in any action or state. This state is a requisite journey toward becoming a formidable martial artist. Following the dragon spine opening, his attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Vitality, 10.5, first stage, punching power, 1,500 kilograms, speed, 16.5 ms, mental strength, 12.2 martial arts techniques, Qinglian sword technique, Yulong Sanjia, Qingping sword method, Xiaoyao body technique, skill level, swordsmanship, stage 361, body technique, stage 35. After the internal organ enhancement, I am now capable of executing all sword forms from the Qinglian sword technique. At this moment, my swordsmanship is at least at the pinnacle of stage 3. Though the sword testing stone has yet to be updated. Should I participate in the April assessment with my current strength, no one, from any school, would dare to underestimate me soon. I shall prove that Jiangnan Martial University's judgment was not in vain. Su Yiting, sensing the power coursing through his body, felt a surge of confidence. Chapter 56. The night after freshening up, Su Yiting wasted no time and directly entered the virtual network pot. Achieving the pinnacle of stage 3 is sufficient to ascend to the rare platinum rank. And this progress has exceeded my expectations. I hadn't even noticed the rewards for the platinum rank before. Connecting his consciousness to the apocalypse world, Su Yiting first checked the rewards for rank promotion. Achieving the rare platinum rank before the age of 18 grants a reward of 1 million blue star coins. Achieving the eternal diamond rank before the age of 18 grants a reward of 10 million blue star coins. 1 million? This reward is a staggering 15 times greater. Su Yiting was secretly astonished, but upon considering the challenges involved, this figure seemed reasonable. To advance to the platinum rank, one must possess at least a skill level of over 70 in stage 3. And those who can achieve such skill levels before turning 18 are exceedingly rare globally. As for the subsequent reward of 10 million for the eternal diamond rank, the difficulty is even greater. Each year, only a handful can attain it worldwide, and certain years when the elite falter, there may not even be a single achiever. Perhaps only upon reaching subtlety, with a skill level of stage 4, can one attempt to advance to the eternal diamond rank. I should avoid being overly ambitious. Reaching stage 4 requires a perception of subtlety, a standard that many second-tier martial artists have yet to meet. Although Su Yiting felt confident, he did not believe he could achieve this within 3 months. Subsequently, Su Yiting commenced the ranking matches. The last time he entered the apocalypse world, his skills were still at the mid-level of stage 3. With a score of merely 1351. After 3 matches, he had yet to encounter any formidable opponents. Defeated level 8 Gale, points 10, defeated Age Sophomore, points 9, defeated Mighty Slippery 1, points 11. With 3 consecutive victories, his score rose to 1381. Just 2 more matches remained, but it was likely that the ELO mechanism would soon be triggered. Having spent considerable time in the apocalypse world, Su Yiting gradually discerned patterns. Whenever he achieved consecutive victories, he would be matched against opponents with far superior scores, indicating the system's imposition of penalties upon him. Match successful, opponent is Radiant Gold rank, 1392 points, ranked 89th in the potential dragon list of the United States. 872nd globally, about to enter the ranking match. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 1. Across the vast arena, a towering Caucasian, nearly 2 meters tall, appeared. Clad in light armor, with a shield in his left hand and a lance in his right. He exuded an unyielding aura. What luck! In this promotion match, I've been matched against a swordsman from the Summer Kingdom. Upon seeing Su Yiting, the Caucasian's face lit up with surprise. This was not due to underestimating Su Yiting, but rather because, after extensive practical experience, he had amassed considerable insight. A swordsman like Su Yiting could hardly breach his shield, creating a fundamentally restrained dynamic between them tonight. Su Yiting observed the Caucasian with interest. His attire resembled that of ancient knights from Western countries, though he wore light armor due to the restrictions against heavy steel armor in arena contests. Nevertheless, he did not underestimate his opponent simply because he hailed from the United States. In this era, every nation's martial arts have developed uniquely. Some Western knights capture and tame flying star beasts, while others possess the strength to subdue dragon star beasts, becoming dragon riders with formidable power. Go, Brother Su. He is finally online. Raider Mayan, let us go. Take him down. In recent days, Su Yiting had amassed hundreds of loyal fans through his live streams. Each match drew supporters in the audience, and although his opponent did not broadcast, entering the potential dragon list globally naturally conferred some notoriety. Amidst the clamor, Raider Mayan brandished his shield, his legs crossed as he charged forward, each stride nearly 2 meters long. The 60-kilogram shield felt weightless in his grasp. As he approached the Summer Kingdom youth, Raider Mayan stomped down hard, leaving deep footprints in the arena floor, propelling himself forward like a speeding truck. Success! Raider Mayan felt a swell of pride. His movements had reached near perfection in utilizing his strength, and he believed he could crash through a mountain. Yet, in an instant, he saw a flash before his eyes as Su Yiting's figure vanished, followed by a dazzling sword light rushing toward him. Such speed! Raider Mayan felt a moment of shock but did not panic. He crouched slightly, lowering his center of gravity, his feet firmly planted as if rooted to the ground. His left hand grasped the shield securely in front of him, adopting a defensive stance. With a thunderous clash, the sword's edge struck his shield, the metallic sound resonating throughout the arena like a booming bell, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly no matter how swift the attack. The sword cannot breach my shield. In Raider Mayan's hands, his shield became an impenetrable wall, continuously absorbing the impacts of the long sword. Although astonished by Su Yiting's offensive power, he remained confident in his victory. He just needed to wait for Su Yiting to tire, and a single strike would shatter him. Raider Mayan possessed immense patience, constantly shifting his position to block, biding his time for Su Yiting to show a weakness. Suddenly, a dull cracking sound pierced the air. Raider Mayan's face registered a flicker of disbelief as a fine crack appeared on his shield. Bang, bang, bang. A series of clashes followed as the sword struck the shield repeatedly. In the next moment, the crack expanded like a jagged lightning bolt across the surface of the shield. Boom. With another deafening roar, the shield was completely shattered by the long sword, splintering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Amidst the falling metallic shards, Raider Mayan beheld the graceful youth, his sword already poised to thrust forward. Swoosh! Before the astonishment could fade from Raider Mayan's expression, the sword's edge pierced through his throat, silencing all his doubts. This is right, am I seeing things? What has Brother Su been doing all this time? How has he returned as if he has taken medicine? Has it really only been a month since he last logged on? Am I a year into the future? Not only was Raider Mayan unable to accept such a swift and decisive defeat, but even the spectators from the Summer Kingdom found it hard to believe. They had anticipated Brother Su's victory, but they never imagined it would come so effortlessly. Raider Mayan was no insignificant character. He was a prodigy capable of entering the Global Potential Dragon list. In the entire Summer Kingdom, only about 130 to 40 individuals could make it onto the Global Potential Dragon list. Does this not imply that other peers trailing behind on the list stand no chance against Brother Su? Chapter 57. The Second City of Magic defeated Raider Mayan. Points 11. Current rank. Radiant Gold. Current score. 1,392 points. Your ranking in the Potential Dragon list of the Summer Kingdom has risen to 39th place. You have entered the Global Potential Dragon list, ranking 236. The system displayed a series of messages. 39 to place. I haven't even exerted my full strength, and I wonder how high I could rank. However, ranking does not come with rewards, and its significance pales in comparison to the tangible monetary rewards from rank promotions. Su Yiting shook his head, ignoring the cheers from the audience as he exited the arena. Glancing at the live stream, he was astonished to see the number of viewers nearing 10,000. Gifts continued to flood in, and the top spot remained occupied by someone as light as a swallow. That person had already showered close to 100,000 blue star coins. In recent days of streaming, after deducting the system's share, he had earned over 100,000 with such fame. Perhaps I could post teaching materials on the Martial Artist Academy app and earn some extra income. Su Yiting contemplated his earnings. He had begun to amass some savings, but his expenses had also risen, and money was always in short supply. After resting for a moment, he continued matching for more opponents. Match successful. The opponent is a rare platinum rank, 1412 points, ranked 18th in the Qianlong list of Xia country, 62nd globally, about to enter the ranked match. With an overwhelming series of victories, I have been directly pitted against a formidable adversary. As Su Yiting's murmurs faded, the countdown concluded. The opponent was a girl with an icy demeanor. Adorned in black hair, eyeshadow, lipstick, a short skirt, high heels, and black stockings, clad entirely in black, Luo Tongxia. I can't believe I've matched with Luo Tongxia. She is my goddess. I like her Weibo posts every day. I suppose I must concede this match. I have defected. It seems impossible to truly defeat her. During the April assessment, Luo Tongxia ranked second in the magical metropolis. The admissions office even came to personally request her enrollment in the audience. Gasps erupted upon her appearance. Many of Su Yiting's fans began to chant Luo Tongxia's name. It cannot be said that they are traitors. Rather, it is due to Luo Tongxia's overwhelming fame, having been a celebrated prodigy since middle school. Beyond her talent, her beauty and personality have significantly contributed to her popularity. She dresses very provocatively, yet her gaze remains perpetually icy, as if regarding everything as refuse. For those with particular proclivities, a mere glance from her can render them weak at the knees. Luo Tongxia, skill level 3, 79, ranked second in the April assessment of the magical metropolis, possessing the ability of rapid healing and wielding a long whip. In the past few days, Su Yiting had also researched much about the April assessment in the magical metropolis and had gathered some understanding of Luo Tongxia. Beginning to ponder, her skills are not exceptionally high, her weapon is not troublesome, rapid healing. Sounds a bit troublesome. Can she not be defeated? This Su Gu seems somewhat familiar. In the front row of the audience, a middle-aged woman gazed at Su Yiting with a puzzled expression. Teacher Wu, do you know him? Behind the woman stood several individuals, all clad in black, hailing from the magical metropolis Martial University. This arena match was Luo Tongxia's first since confirming her enrollment in the university. And with an opponent among the global Qianlong list's geniuses, many seniors and faculty members from the university had come to watch. To the left of the woman stood a stern man with thick eyebrows who inquired, "Is he from Jiangnan province? I don't recall any male students ranked this high from Jiangnan. Minxiu, you oversee Jiangnan province's admissions, right? He does not seem to be a student from Wulin No. 1 Middle School." The strongest there is Su Qingyan, who is ranked 37th nationally on the Qianlong list, and she does not share the surname. Wu Minxiu scrutinized Su Yiting for a moment, but since he had altered his appearance in the virtual world, she could not recognize him as being from Qingyuan City, despite having previously conducted a video call with him. Once this is over, I will inquire if he has not signed an agreement in advance. Or if the penalty for breach is not too high, I will attempt to recruit him to the magical metropolis. The stern man spoke. Yes, Director. Wu Minxiu nodded. Although her expression of confusion deepened, she suddenly recalled that there seemed to be a student named Su Yiting from Jiangnan province, and that individual had previously declined her offer. However, she quickly shook her head, finding the thought absurd. Su Yiting's skills had barely reached the latter stages of level 3. For him to break into the top 100 nationally would have been a stroke of luck. Yet it had been less than 2 days since then. How could he possibly have reached 3090? It is known that those at the top of the list are primarily prodigies from the 4 prestigious schools. Making the competition exceedingly fierce in the arena, Luo Tongxia raised her hand to her waist. With a swish, a flexible 9-section whip sprang forth from its restraint, the segments clashing against one another, producing a series of crisp metallic sounds. As she cracked the whip, Luo Tongxia suddenly launched an attack, her wrist flicking, and the 9-section whip traced a sharp arc through the air, emitting a hissing sound as it cut through the wind. The dart-shaped tip, glinting ominously, shot directly towards Su Yiting's chest. This move, seemingly simple, was deadly. Should the tip strike, the other sections of the whip would immediately ensnare Su Yiting, leaving him with no means of escape. Like a constrictor, the more one struggles against the 9-section whip, the more dire the consequences. Yet Su Yiting remained calm, his gaze tranquil as water, subtly shifting his feet to one side, allowing the long whip to graze past his clothing. Stirring a gust of wind. This movement was executed with precise control, neither excessive nor lacking, showcasing mastery over his footwork. Luo Tongxia instantly recognized that her opponent was rather extraordinary. Your gaze is even colder than mine. It makes me all the more eager to see you wailing on the ground. Luo Tongxia extended her rosy tongue to lick her lips, her high heels sinking into the ground as she twisted her slender waist. The long whip, initially poised to fall, now awakened like a slumbering giant, sweeping forth with the motion of her arm like a black tempest. For a weapon such as the 9-section whip, a vertical strike creates a line. But a horizontal sweep encompasses a wide area, the sharp whistling sound enough to pierce one's eardrums. Clang! Amidst the cacophony of the whip's cries, Su Yiting drew his long sword, which gleamed like silver lightning, precisely meeting the oncoming whip. Fool! You wish to compete with me? Luo Tongxia exclaimed with delight, her footwork agile as she twisted, the long whip entwining tightly around the sword, producing a series of clashing sounds. Simultaneously, both heels dug into the ground, her blood surging as strength flowed into her wrist, and with all her might, she pulled her. This tug meant Su Yiting would either be toppled or forced to relinquish his sword. There was no other possibility. However, Su Yiting remained utterly unmoved. This fellow is peculiar. Luo Tongxia exerted herself to pull the whip, but the youth before her felt less like a person and more like an immovable mountain. No matter how much force she applied, he did not budge. Thud. Just as she was astonished, she suddenly heard the thunderous beating of Su Yiting's heart. The sound resonated like a drum, reverberating through him, revealing Su Yiting's formidable control over his internal strength. Crack! In the next moment, she observed the veins in Su Yiting's arm bulging as he pulled back. A tremendous force surged along the whip, causing her body to lose balance, her grip on the whip involuntarily loosening, her feet slipping out of her shoes as she stumbled forward. Thud! Before Luo Tongxia could stabilize herself, the sword's edge had already pierced her chest. Your strength does not match your bravado, Su Yiting remarked, withdrawing his blood-stained sword with indifference. Very strong. In terms of skills, surpassing Luo Tongxia in the audience. The director of the Magical University Admissions Office couldn't help but nod. As a fourth-tier grandmaster, his keen eye quickly discerned Su Yiting's strength in that single tug. His control over physical strength and weaponry had already far surpassed Luo Tongxia. Among the candidates in this April assessment nationwide, fewer than 5 could compare to him. The director turned his gaze towards Wu Minxiu and inquired, "You have not contacted him?" Wu Minxiu pressed her lips together. From the moment Su Yiting drew his sword, she had recognized who he was. There were few swordsmen in Jiangnan province, and only 2 had reached the latter stages of level 3. The other was a female, and this Su Gu was undoubtedly Su Yiting. The top combatant from Qingyuan City. Wu Minxiu pondered for a moment and replied, "I recall now. He is Su Yiting from Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School. The admissions office had sent him an agreement, but he declined. I even personally initiated a video call with him, but he did not acquiesce and was quite arrogant in his demeanor." Declined? To attend one of the other 3 prestigious schools? What a pity. The director nodded. Having long occupied a high position, he had encountered many prodigies emerging from second and third-tier cities. While he felt a tinge of regret at the lack of a prior agreement, he did not dwell on it excessively. Moreover, this year, the magical metropolis had 2 top-tier prodigies among the 5 candidates he mentioned who could rival Su Yiting. Yet, he remained unaware of the insulting offer Wu Minxiu had presented to Su Yiting. Refused us? Individuals from small cities often become arrogant with a bit of talent. Such people seldom go far. A student from behind them exclaimed. Indeed, the strongest should come to the magical metropolis. His absence only indicates he is not strong enough. Another student added. During the freshman competition, Pei Buqing will make him understand what true talent is, what it means to be truly unmatched. Is it necessary for Pei Buqing to intervene? Luo Tongxia will make him aware that true prodigies are beyond what a country bumpkin like him can contend with. Although the crowd from the magical metropolis was somewhat astonished by Su Yiting's prowess, they remained relaxed. No-one believed Luo Tongxia would lose, for only those who had watched the recordings of the April assessment's practical exam understood the terrifying nature of rapid healing, which was incomparable to any low-tier abilities. In the arena, Luo Tongxia, after sustaining injuries, seemed to transform into another person, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint, the blood trickling from her lips forming a slightly deranged smile, which appeared rather chilling. Su Yiting's pupils constricted as he watched Luo Tongxia's pierced chest visibly healing at an astonishing speed. You may strike me countless times, but I need only one opportunity. As Luo Tongxia laughed heartily, she dashed barefoot towards Su Yiting, seemingly disregarding the lethal edge of the sword. Had she cast aside even her whip to confront her adversary with mere flesh? What a reckless woman! Su Yiting swung his sword in a series of strikes, yet Luo Tongxia did not flinch, advancing towards the blade, allowing countless wounds to mar her wrists, chest, and even her most cherished visage. Her gaze betrayed a hint of pain, yet remained resolute. After years of enduring scalding oil to hone her extraordinary abilities, such sword wounds were well within her threshold of endurance. Closer, closer! Luo Tongxia pressed forward relentlessly, propelling herself with her hind legs, her waist and hips firing with vigor, her fingers curling as if a ferocious tiger were pouncing. With a sudden, fierce motion, she bypassed the brilliant sword light and lunged directly at Su Yiting. Her claw-like fingers tearing at him, shredding his chest garments and leaving a claw mark, despite Su Yiting having already pushed off with his hind leg. Mastery of both fist and whip, Su Yiting glanced down at the torn fabric scattered on the ground. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. At their age, practitioners typically focused on one discipline. Those who trained in fists trained solely in fists, those who practiced kicks focused exclusively on kicks, and those who wielded weapons honed their skills with weapons. It was rare for anyone to cultivate multiple arts simultaneously. Yet Luo Tongxia, after losing her 9-section whip, had resorted to boxing, her techniques reminiscent of the three sovereigns' cannon fist. The manual states, Eagle Claw, Snake Waist, emerges as the dragon from the water. Luo Tongxia's claws were akin to those of a great eagle, her strength rivaling that of the long whip, perhaps even surpassing it. Her ability to master both fist and whip at such a young age was undoubtedly attributed to her rapid healing. While others practicing the three sovereigns' cannon fist faced inevitable injuries and fatigue, requiring time to recuperate, Luo Tongxia's astonishing recovery meant she could endure even scalding oil on her hands, allowing her training time to far exceed that of her peers. The might of one's skills may render one powerful, but without extraordinary abilities, one's potential pales in comparison to mine. After successfully landing a strike, Luo Tongxia did not rush to attack. Instead, she stood her ground and spoke. Simultaneously, the sword wound she had sustained during her advance visibly writhed, fresh flesh sprouting forth like tender green bamboo shoots. In a wonder, Su Yiting cast a glance at the audience below, recalling that he had previously noticed Wu Minxiu in the stands, who was now observing him with an inscrutable expression. It was no surprise she regarded Jiangnan Martial Arts University as a mere second-rate institution. I am but a second-rate martial artist myself. The number of extraordinary practitioners born in the Magic City far surpassed those in Jiangnan Province. Su Yiting, sword in hand, stepped forward, the sounds of his joints cracking echoing around him. Bullets cannot slay me. It seems you have yet to comprehend the chasm that lies between us. Luo Tongxia remained still, though a glint of caution flickered in her eyes from the outset. You have been incessantly chattering. Are you merely stalling for time? Rapid healing is still not invincibility. Let us see whose speed is swifter, your healing or my sword. Chapter 59. The Azure Lotus Sword. With those words, Su Yiting's body sprang forth like a coiled spring, his movement as rapid as lightning. The fourth stance of the Azure Lotus Sword technique, known as the Immortal Points the Way, erupted from him, the blade vibrating with tremendous force, devoid of any ethereal grace. Embodying raw ferocity, so swift, Luo Tongxia's beautiful eyes narrowed. She intended to evade using the 5 forms of the ape from the three sovereigns' cannon fist, but in the next instant, a jolt of excruciating pain coursed through her, shrouding her vision in darkness. Ugh! Even with her composure, Luo Tongxia could not suppress a muffled groan, realizing both her eyes had been blinded. She was soon engulfed by waves of agony, the savage rain of swords slicing through her flesh. The azure dragon emerges from the water. Recognizing the peril, Luo Tongxia pivoted her waist, her strength surging from her feet, and with a powerful push against the ground, the arena's stone surface cracked, debris flying. Utilizing this force, her body soared 4 meters high, reminiscent of a vigorous azure dragon leaping from the depths of a watery abyss. In the midst of her leap, she hastened to mend her injuries. But as Su Yiting had noted, rapid healing has its limitations. Her wounds were too grave to heal in one breath, so she chose to restore her eyesight first. As she regained a blurry sense of light, the figure of Su Yiting was reflected in her pupils. At that moment, Su Yiting moved with the grace of a dragon, his left foot stepping over his right, as if he were truly walking upon air, executing 3 consecutive leaps that brought him down directly above Luo Tongxia. With the momentum of the leaping dragon's triple fold, his right foot rose, tracing a semicircle in the air before descending forcefully upon Luo Tongxia's head. She felt as if a heavy hammer struck her skull, her body plummeting uncontrollably. Boom! The arena could not withstand such tremendous force. A profound human-shaped crater swiftly forming, dust swirling into the air. Damn it! Luo Tongxia spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground, her palms bracing against the surface as she attempted to rise. Before she could stand, the sword's blade pierced downward, penetrating her shattered body and pinning her firmly to the ground. Can you still recover? The youth's voice echoed in her ears like a demon's whisper. Quaking in the audience, the director of the enrollment office at Magic University narrowed his eyes, genuinely astonished this time. Every movement Su Yiting had made was a harmonious interplay of organs, muscles, and bones, his body perpetually in a state of tension. This phenomenon was known as quaking strength. Mastering quaking strength allows a martial artist to move as if propelled by a spring. Each motion capable of unleashing multiple techniques and layers of force, rendering combat more streamlined and ferocious, creating an effect of seamless assaults. Achieving such mastery suggested Su Yiting had attained perfection in his techniques. Subtly approaching a profound realm. What a ruthless boy! Such a beautiful girl like Luo Tongxia, and he can strike her down. Does he even possess humanity? Behind him, the students of Magic City erupted in a frenzy. Just moments ago, they were brimming with confidence, convinced Su Yiting could never defeat Luo Tongxia. Yet, in a heartbeat, he seemed to have gone mad, embodying an unrestrained ferocity, his assault akin to a torrential storm. Overwhelming Luo Tongxia's rapid healing to the point of faltering. This kid better not be matched against me. Otherwise, I will show him what it means to respect women. A female student from Magic University gritted her teeth. A rustic brute. He has likely never encountered a beautiful woman in his life, utterly ignorant of such a concept. If only I could ascend the stage. I would ensure this boy learns his lesson. What are you all barking about? Sister Tongxia has yet to be defeated. These students possessed a profound sense of belonging to their school. Although Luo Tongxia was not yet enrolled, they had already embraced her as part of Magic University, and her potential defeat stirred their discomfort. Meanwhile, Wu Minxiu's expression fluctuated between joy and concern. The second-best prodigy of Magic City found herself at a disadvantage against Su Yiting, raising doubts about her previous judgments. It matters not, Jiangnan Martial Arts University lacks even the Spirit Trial Tower. Once Luo Tongxia's mental fortitude enhances, her abilities will surely strengthen. Su Yiting's progress will only slow with time. How many have been stymied by the profound? It is not so easily attained. With this thought, Wu Minxiu gradually quelled her inner unease. Can you still recover? Luo Tongxia, pinned to the ground by the long sword, slowly turned her head. Did I not tell you? You may have countless opportunities, while I require but one. Under Su Yiting's astonished gaze, Luo Tongxia braced herself, then grasped the long sword embedded in her chest with both hands. Suddenly, with a fierce cry, she summoned her strength, forcefully extracting the sword from her body. Impressive. Su Yiting did not resist but withdrew the long sword in accordance with her strength, offering his praise. He genuinely held a measure of admiration for Luo Tongxia. Her rapid healing could mend wounds, yet it could not shield her from pain. The fortitude required to rise after enduring such excruciating agony was extraordinary, and no need for your flattery. In response to Su Yiting's commendation, Luo Tongxia showed no hint of joy, wiping the blood from her lips as she endeavored to recover her injuries. Your willpower is commendable, but your talent and skills are woefully inadequate, Su Yiting added. Once I shatter your teeth, you will understand the difference. With a fierce cry, Luo Tongxia clenched her fists and charged forward. In that moment, the force she exuded was remarkably valiant. Her left fist aimed at Su Yiting's ribs, while her right aimed for his chest, executing the cross hammer from the Three Sovereigns' cannon fist. Su Yiting remained unperturbed, stepping back a pace, his arm lifting decisively. Clang. The long sword emitted a resonant hum. I told you, your sword cannot kill me. Luo Tongxia did not evade, her chest pierced, and just as she prepared to mock him, her expression suddenly shifted. Boom. A torrent of force erupted within her, crashing and careening like a surging tsunami. Her body felt as if it were being torn apart from within, muscles, bones, and organs shattering like fragile porcelain under the onslaught of this savage energy. Luo Tongxia's eyes widened, almost bulging from their sockets. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in the audience. Many closed their eyes. They witnessed Luo Tongxia's upper body explode violently, leaving only half of her form intact. Can she recover? Su Yiting casually inquired, glancing at the remnants of Luo Tongxia's legs. Internally, however, he was far from as composed as he appeared. It was not that he had chosen this method of victory. Rather, he was taken aback by the sheer force of the fifth style. The Azure Lotus Sword, which had proven to be overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 60. The 7th of Xia Country, Victory over Sister Xia, Points 11, Current Points, 1402, Your rank has advanced to Rare Platinum. Your ranking in the Potential Dragon list has risen to 7th in Xia Country. Your global ranking in the Potential Dragon list has ascended to 19th. The system displayed a dazzling array of notifications. This also indicated that Luo Tongxia's ability, Rapid Healing, could not mend the devastation wrought upon her upper body by the explosive force. Previous abilities like X-ray vision and this time as Rapid Healing showcased these extraordinary individuals. Akin to monsters, Su Yiting sighed, casting a glance at the dazed Wu Minxiu below, a faint smile curling his lips before he opted to log off. Why has he logged off just like that? There's South no place left to send gifts. Look at the Potential Dragon list, 7th in the nation. It's unbelievable. Come on, everyone. Let us chant Su Gu is amazing. Whereas the amazing part? I suspect he's manipulating us. As Su Yiting disappeared, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. The viewers in his live stream, while shocked, felt a sense of regret. Since they began watching, this Su Gu had never engaged with the audience. Not even acknowledging gifts, he logged in solely for the arena ranking matches and logged off right after, seemingly indifferent to the viewers' feelings, which was quite exasperating. Yet, Su Gu's extraordinary strength and rapid progress had each time catapulted him up the rankings as if on a rocket. Ignoring him would only stoke their curiosity. Is this what they call manipulation? The leader of our fan group, Light as a Swallow, has spent 100,000. Yet hasn't he even added a friend? An old viewer of Su Yiting's live stream lamented. Light as a Swallow? The more one lacks something, the more they emphasize it. With that name, they must weigh at least 800 gene in reality. So, does your 18 cm iron rod imply? Get lost. Never before had anyone from Jiangnan province reached such heights in history. The director of the enrollment office at Modu University stared in astonishment at the now empty arena. Realizing that the young man had become a rare genius in Jiangnan province's history, beside him, Wu Minxiu and the students from Modu remained silent. On the surface, Su Gu's ranking was 7th nationally. But this included prodigies aged 19-20. If considered among peers, Su Gu ranked 3rd nationally and 8th globally. Although this ranking reflected only skill, it was already astonishing, as all others except him were blessed with supernatural abilities. Could Pei Buqing possibly defeat him? Moments later, a voice of doubt arose from a Modu student. Wu Minxiu shot a glance at the student and replied solemnly, "Undoubtedly, the strongest this year is Pei Buqing. After the April assessment, he has entered the Thunder Lake, Star Domain, and when the new student competition occurs, it will be the time for Thunder to reveal its might." Teacher Wu is right. If you claim that Yun Wuliang from Shangjing can contend with Junior Pei, I might believe you to some extent. After all, in the school's history, Junior Pei has always ranked among the top 3. With Chen Guanluo in the past and Pei Buqing in the present, Modu University will eventually shed the title of the 4 prestigious schools and become the only one. Our goal is to secure the championship in the global campus competition. This is merely an arena ranking match. Speaking of Pei Buqing and his rare Thunder ability, the students from Modu regained their confidence and enthusiasm. Although Su Yiting's skills were formidable, he ultimately lacked supernatural powers. Thunder was a celestial force that could sweep away all opponents, even if Pei Buqing was still in his developmental phase at the same time. After the arena ranking match concluded, everyone in the virtual network of Xia Country noticed a banner floating across their screens. Player Su Gu, with an indomitable spirit, cleaves through obstacles, ascending to 7th place on the Xia Country Potential Dragon list. This banner was remarkably succinct, its text shimmering in gold, highly conspicuous even within the combat space. It was the privilege reserved for those ranked in the top 10 nationwide. All online were taken aback, pondering, who is Su Gu? In both the virtual and real worlds, many were engaged in discussions about this topic. The top 100 talents in the Potential Dragon list were already the coveted targets of the 4 prestigious schools. Those in the top 10 were even more significant. Historically, anyone among the top 10 who had not perished was a person of great stature. Su Gu, previously obscure, had suddenly emerged, piquing curiosity. The power of the internet is formidable. Soon, someone unearthed Su Ji's prior rankings in Jiangnan province, piecing together the information until it pointed to the first place in the practical assessment of the April examination in Qingyuan City, Su Yiting. Overnight, Su Yiting's name spread across the land. Ding ding. Just as he exited the virtual network pod, Su Yiting's smart wristband chimed. The caller ID displayed Modu Martial Arts University. Su Yiting paused, surmising that they wished to renegotiate the contract following the recent arena match. Had it been any other school, he would have answered the call politely to refuse. However, Modu, he chose to reject the call outright. This was not out of spite, but rather a matter of personal pride. Imagine, when you are discussing marriage with your girlfriend, and she demands a dowry of 300,000, insists that the property be in her name, that the child takes her surname, and that you hand over your entire salary. You refuse, and the relationship falls apart, with her family mocking you for being poor. 2 days later, you win a lottery worth 100 million, and she returns, claiming she no longer wants a dowry, wishing only to be with you for love. Would you agree? Though there are differences between the two scenarios, ultimately, Modu University had deemed Su Yiting to have no value when they offered a humiliating deal. Belittling Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Now that Su Yiting had revealed his talent, they sought to renegotiate, which made it impossible for him to engage politely. Ding ding, ding ding. Just after hanging up, several more calls came in from various prestigious schools, including Shengjing Martial Arts University. Su Yiting answered each call, and the admissions office of Shengjing Martial Arts University expressed their sincerity, offering a contract worth 20 million over 4 years, along with coverage for the Fountain of Life and any breach of contract penalties. However, what they did not anticipate was that Su Yiting still chose to decline. For him, it was no longer about the money. When he was at his lowest, Jiangnan Martial Arts University had afforded him ample respect, and he would not leave simply for financial gain. Upholding his principles was more important than any incentive. The emergence of prestigious schools relies on the joint efforts of students and teachers. Countless prodigies from the 4 prestigious schools have returned to support their alma maters. He too could do the same. Chapter 61. The Bounty Criminal. A night passed without incident. The next day, Su Yiting ventured to Xuanwu Community. After the examination, he returned to his previous routine, training, and still more training. Yet today, as he walked down the street, he noticed a subtle change. Passers-by, who had previously brushed past him, now cast curious glances his way, especially some young women who pointed their smart wristbands at him to take photos. Did I forget to wash my face? Su Yiting found a mirror and checked. He looked as handsome as ever, with no signs of dirt on his face. Just as he was pondering, a 30-year-old woman jogged over, exclaiming, "Are you Su Gu? Can I take a picture with you?" As she spoke, the woman puffed out her chest, creating a deep cleavage. "It would be even better if you could sign here." Is she out of her mind? "You call me brother? At your age, I should be calling you aunt." The woman appeared to be in a peculiar state of mind, and Su Yiting, hesitant to engage, took a step back, retreating several meters before slipping into an alley. How dangerous! Peeking out, Su Yiting saw that the woman did not pursue him. She stomped her foot and mumbled about having mistaken him for someone else before leaving. Could it be she was referring to my virtual world ID? A thought crossed his mind as he opened his smart wristband, discovering that both the Martial Artist Academy forum and Weibo were buzzing with searches related to Su Gu. Some media outlets had amassed thousands of comments. Indeed, while Su Yiting felt a surge of joy, he was also somewhat troubled. Gaining fame signified that his strength was recognized, but from now on, he would have to navigate the streets like a thief to avoid encounters with individuals like that woman. Nevertheless, such fervor would be fleeting, and new sensations would soon emerge. He merely needed to endure this phase. Quickly regaining his composure, Su Yiting did not allow his newfound fame to inflate his ego. He was acutely aware that individuals who, like him, suddenly surged into the public eye were as numerous as fish crossing a river. Many would opt to participate in variety shows, endorse products, or engage in promotional sales. Ultimately fading into obscurity, he had no desire to become one of them. Steering clear of the densely populated areas, he arrived at the Xuanwu community, where he cast aside distracting thoughts and commenced his cultivation. Days passed in the midst of this practice. On May 1 ST, after attaining inner vision, his vitality surged rapidly to 11, and his mental strength reached 12.6, while his skills stood at 95 in the 3rd tier. By May 10 his vitality had risen to 12, mental strength to 13.7, and his skills nearly perfected at 99.99. On May 11 he paused his cultivation and summoned his sister, Su Qianqian. Due to the fact that the sword techniques from the sword hiding pavilion were not officially registered for purchase, teaching them to others constituted an illegal act. Thus, Su Yiting spent 1.045 million in the Martial Artist Academy's marketplace to acquire the Qinglian sword technique and Qingping sword method, subsequently instructing Su Qianqian to record the sessions. After dedicating an entire day to practicing both sword techniques in the villa's underground martial arts room, he documented his insights and uploaded them to the Academy's subscription channel, pricing the lessons at 100 Blue Star coins. To his astonishment, within just a day, over 10,000 individuals purchased the instructional videos, and after deducting the 30 fee, the revenue from selling both sword techniques nearly recouped his expenses. By May 15th. Su Yiting's vitality reached 12.5, and mental strength climbed to 14.2, but due to his inability to achieve subtlety, his skills stagnated. On May 20th, his vitality hit 13.2, and mental strength reached 15, at which point he obtained the third-tier sword technique Starlight Shattering Sword from the Sword Hiding Pavilion. This technique, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities, would greatly benefit his subtlety training. The leap from third to fourth tier in skill was akin to a second-tier martial artist ascending to the master realm, truly a formidable challenge. Sitting cross-legged in the martial arts room, Su Yiting furrowed his brow. The martial arts realm transition from second to third tier was a significant hurdle, marking the shift from mere strength to true energy. A barrier that had thwarted countless individuals. Likewise, the progression from third to fourth tier in skills posed similar challenges, as many latent strengths within the human body remained inaccessible under normal conditions. Only after achieving subtlety could one tap into those almost imperceptible strengths. His vitality and mental strength had consistently improved over the past days, yet his skills remained stagnant. Overall, he had merely become a bit stronger and more perceptive. Without any qualitative change, of course, this was merely his perspective. From an outsider's viewpoint, the speed of his vitality and mental strength enhancements was nothing short of astonishing. There were no high school students globally who had reached the fourth tier in skills, even among top-tier institutions, where many students struggled to achieve that level until their sophomore or junior years. The more anxious he felt, the more elusive the breakthrough became. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yiting rose, seized a fishing rod from the room, and stepped outside, traversing the woodland path to the artificial lake within the community to fish and unwind. Though he claimed to be fishing, he merely closed his eyes, relying on the sensations of ripples on the water's surface to discern whether any fish were biting. Relatively relaxed form of mental cultivation. Half an hour later, as expected, he caught nothing. Suddenly, a series of urgent alerts blared from his smart wristband. Another alert? A criminal or a star beast? Su Yiting glanced at the screen. Since becoming a patroller, he frequently received such alert notifications. In addition to on-duty personnel, many martial artists registered with the Martial Arts Bureau also received alerts. However, for non-official personnel, such notifications typically indicated serious situations, serving as a signal for assistance from the Bureau. The individual listed in the data was named Chen Yu, aged 29, with a vitality of 11.7, classified as a C-level wanted criminal with a bounty of 500,000. A vitality of 11.7? A C-level wanted criminal? This shouldn't be the case, Su Yiting murmured, recalling that the wanted notice levels ranged from C to SS, with a very rigorous issuance process. Generally, only martial artists with a vitality exceeding 15 warranted such a notification. Mental strength of 16? Hypnosis. A glance downwards revealed the source of the wanted criminal's strength lay in his mental prowess. According to the records, this individual was originally the owner of a psychological clinic in Yinhua City, who, during his tenure, had drugged and murdered numerous young women. After being discovered by the security team, he killed 2 officers and subsequently fled, now hiding in Qingyuan City. Practicing the bone transformation technique, he excelled in mental attacks, which explained why he had evaded capture until now. TO Guard against martial artists committing crimes. Xia Country had installed a Skynet system whereby ordinary criminals typically operated during the Dihihi. Chen Yin, haven't you lost interest in Shen Zhongping? Why are you acting so infatuated? Look, he's smiling again, in contrast to Su Yiting's tension. The others are all laughing and teasing each other. Chen Yin, however, is utterly captivated. She has truly never encountered such an alluring man, and his gaze nearly ensnares her. Let's go. Stop staring and head to the private room. Ji Wanga chuckled and shook her head. Although she too found this man exceptional, she wasn't in a state of infatuation as Chen Yin was. Leading the way into the elevator, the group of girls frequently glanced back, reluctant to leave. Only after distancing themselves from the young man did Su Yiting release his grip on the sword's hilt. The sense of danger akin to facing a ferocious beast dissipating alongside it. Who on earth is that guy? Su Yiting pondered, feeling a lingering unease. He was certain he had never seen the man before. And the latter exhibited no peculiar behavior. Where did this sense of danger stem from, bro? Are you okay? Su Qianqian, noticing Su Yiting's pale complexion, inquired with concern. I'm fine. Su Yiting shook his head, suppressing his unease as he joined the others in the private room. Inside, the room was ablaze with light. The waiter quickly brought drinks, a feast of delicacies, and a three-tiered birthday cake. The atmosphere instantly transformed into one of merriment, with everyone wishing Ji Wanga a happy birthday. Aside from Ji Wanga, the center of attention was undoubtedly Su Yiting, with many raising their glasses in his direction. Su Yiting, who had little fondness for alcohol and tobacco, merely sipped politely. Unbeknownst to him, his lifestyle had already diverged significantly from that of his peers. To him, drinking was far less valuable than cultivating his skills. Su Gu, you're Qianqian's brother. It's not excessive for me to call you bro, is it? After a while, Ji Wanga approached with her glass in hand. Today, she wore a black long dress, the high-waisted design perfectly accentuating her figure, evoking the grace of youth. Of course, it's fine, but my birthday is in July. So you're older than me. Su Yiting smiled slightly, clinking glasses with Ji Wanga and taking a gentle sip. In the future, as fellow martial artists, the accomplished will naturally take precedence. Once you enter one of the 4 prestigious schools, our paths may very well diverge completely. Ji Wanga appeared somewhat tipsy, her cheeks flushed. I'm going to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. What? Su Gu, you're going to Jiangnan Wuda? Impossible. Celebrated for being first in the April examinations and 7th nationwide in the Tianqi world. I refuse to believe the 4 prestigious schools won't be vying for you. Is that true? I'm also planning to go to Jiangnan Wuda. Since entering the private room, Su Yiting had been the focal point of everyone's attention. Naturally, matters concerning early contracts were kept confidential, so when they heard him mention Jiangnan Martial Arts University, they were all taken aback. They were all elite class students with a considerable chance of meeting the score threshold for Jiangnan Wuda. Although they hadn't secured early contracts, most were preparing to choose Jiangnan Wuda after the college entrance examination. The reasoning behind selecting Jiangnan Wuda was, of course, that they couldn't gain admission to the 4 prestigious schools. Only a handful at Nanshan No. 1 High School could achieve the required scores for them, chose Jiangnan Wuda. Su Yiting explained somewhat absent-mindedly. Ever since he gained notoriety, whatever he said seemed to elicit astonished reactions from those around him, a sensation that had left him numb. Meanwhile, his mind lingered on the young man he had seen at the front desk, convinced he had never encountered him before, yet that pair of eyes grew increasingly familiar in his thoughts. Where had he seen them? Su Yiting mused quietly, while the other students continued discussing his admission to Jiangnan Martial Arts University, all eager to be associated with Su Gu in college. That guy. He's just a bit more skilled with the sword and a bit better looking. It's clearly Wanga's birthday, yet he's the center of attention, on one side of the private room. Chen Yin felt out of place, her thoughts filled with resentment. During their time at Kuanglan Martial Arts School, she had previously engaged in a one-sided verbal conflict with Su Yiting, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed to interact with him today. Especially as the others lavished praise upon him, which only deepened her sense of disappointment. I need to use the restroom. After informing those nearby, Chen Yin rose and exited the private room. To attend Ji Wanga's birthday gathering. She had intentionally donned a black low-cut spaghetti strap dress, applied delicate makeup, and even tried on 5-centimeter heels. Her slender, fair legs were quite eye-catching. Although she couldn't quite compare to Su Qianqian or Ji Wanga, she was still a pretty girl in her own right. On her way to the restroom, Minnie cast glances her way. Humming to herself as she left the private room, Chen Yin felt her mood lift significantly. Taking out her makeup kit to touch up. Are you alone? A voice brimming with masculine charm resonated behind her. Chen Yin glanced at the mirror, her eyes widening in surprise. The newcomer was strikingly handsome. His smile effortlessly charming. It was the same attractive man she had seen in the lobby earlier. No, I'm here with friends. Chen Yin wasn't naive and immediately understood the man was attempting to flirt. Yet she felt her friend's birthday gathering took precedence, so she regretfully declined. It's all right. Let's share a drink. The young man maintained his smile, moving closer to Chen Yin, his slender fingers lightly patting her pert backside. Chen Yin, taken aback and furious, though she was somewhat more open-minded than her peers and had dated a few boys, she had yet to lose her virginity. Such behavior was intolerable, regardless of the man's attractiveness. You rogue, what are you doing? Chen Yin exclaimed, hurling her makeup kit aside, turning to slap the man across the face. Such a wild temperament. Taming a spirited horse will elevate my spirit." The man remained unfazed, his smile broadening as he seized Chen Yan's wrist with great force, enough to leave the elite-class Chen Yan feeling a tingling in her arm. "Let go of me. I'm calling the police." Chen Yan was both alarmed and furious, her gaze darting around, only to find herself utterly alone. The top floor had few patrons, and it seemed he had chosen the perfect moment to approach her. "No, you won't." The man spoke softly, his voice deep and resonant, each word spilling forth like an ancient incantation. "Be good. It's all right," he continued, raising his free hand to gently wave his fingers, their tips moving in a mesmerizing manner. As Chen Yin listened to his soothing tone and watched the blurred movement of his fingers, her gaze gradually grew dazed, her demeanor shifting into something abnormal. "That's it." The man chuckled charmingly, leading Chen Yan's hand as they walked towards a private room 3 doors down from where Su Yiting was located. Remarkably, throughout this process, Chen Yin offered no resistance, even intertwining her fingers with his. Inside the man's private room were 2 other women, both exquisite princesses of high quality from the opulent establishment, one pure and lovely, the other mature and alluring. Upon the man's return, the 2 princesses clung to his arms playfully. "Brother, why did you bring another little girl? Aren't we enough? What a coincidence. You are gentle little Maras, while she is a spirited stallion, each possessing distinct value." The man chuckled lightly, seated himself in the center of the private room's sofa like a monarch. One of the women poured him a drink, while the other peeled fruit for him. Chen Yin, meanwhile, gazed at him with an infatuated expression, her face radiant with youthful charm. "Feed me with your mouth." The man lifted the chin of the princess, pouring him a drink, softly commanding her. The young, beautiful princess, likely having many admirers outside, appeared dazed and unaware of the need to resist. She leaned down to the man's lips after gently sipping the drink. The man savored the softness, a look of enjoyment on his face, but his eyes gradually revealed a hint of crimson. Desire and blood intertwined. He mumbled softly, his right hand caressing the young girl's fair neck as if he were admiring a work of art. Crack! In the midst of his murmuring, he exerted slight pressure with his hand, gripping her throat like a vice, his fingers sinking deeply into her skin, nails digging into flesh. The girl suddenly jolted awake, her eyes wide with fear and disbelief, her mouth agape in an attempt to breathe, yet only faint, gasping sounds escaped her. Her hands flailed helplessly, knocking over glasses and bottles, her nails scraping the brother. "What is wrong with you?" Su Qianqian asked in bewilderment, seeing Su Yiting's face filled with horror. "Qianqian, go find someone at the front desk and ask them which private room that young man was in. I need to step out and take a look." Su Yiting exhaled deeply. If the individual was indeed a C-level wanted criminal, he was an extremely dangerous person in the face of such a violent offender. One must remain perpetually calm. "Do not move from here," Su Yiting instructed his classmates, then opened the door and headed towards the restroom. "Is he taking advantage of us by telling us to stay here?" Shen Zhongping remarked, puzzled that Sugu only reacted like this when that guy was mentioned. "Did something happen with him? I've noticed something off about him for a while. Honestly, what good person could be more handsome than me?" The others began to chatter upon seeing Su Yiting's demeanor. Fortunately, Su Yiting had a formidable reputation, and his words held some weight, keeping them from acting rashly. Hastening to the restroom, Su Yiting glanced around, spotting only a girl washing her hands. "Excuse me, have you seen a girl in a black short skirt? About 1.70 meters tall?" Su Yiting inquired. The girl merely glanced at him before turning away, remaining silent. "I am asking you a question. I don't have time for this." The girl was about to retort angrily when she caught sight of Su Yiting's icy expression and the holographic patrol badge projected from his smart wristband. Instantly, she donned a smile. No, I haven't seen her." Su Yiting pointed towards the women's restroom. "Check inside there." Upon realizing Su Yiting's identity as a patrol officer, the girl exhibited remarkable obedience, searching the women's restroom and emerging to report. "Still nothing. What exactly are you here for? Is there a criminal around?" She covered her mouth, aware that the patrol group had a notorious reputation in Xia country, dealing with significant cases. If this handsome young man was indeed here for law enforcement, it posed considerable danger. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Su Yiting's brow furrowed deeper. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not be overly concerned, but he was 8 parts certain that the handsome youth was the criminal Chen Yu. In this scenario, Chen Yan's prolonged absence from the restroom was indeed suspicious. If he had gone to the restroom, it was unlikely he would head downstairs, where there were more patrons, and if he intended to act, he would not choose a crowded location. Su Yiting pondered quietly. According to the records, this criminal was a lecherous fiend, both lustful and cruel, and derived a perverse pleasure from tormenting his victims. An exceptionally twisted individual. The top floor was the VIP area, with few private rooms, and one by one, he must investigate. Better safe than sorry. Although Su Yiting could not be 100% certain that the young man was Chen Yu, he felt compelled to search, for human life is more precious than anything. As he moved, he employed a certain technique, making almost no sound as he ascended to the top floor corridor, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the private rooms. The opulent establishment had excellent soundproofing, yet it could not hinder his keen hearing. "Why are you so fast? The prelude of this song hasn't even finished yet." He first heard a delicate complaint. Clearly, this voice did not belong to Chen Yan, and though the woman inside was voicing her grievances, the atmosphere seemed relatively harmonious. He moved on to the next room. "Yanzi, how could I live without you?" Yanzi? Su Yiting quickly pushed the door open, only to find a slightly plump man clinging to a woman's leg, weeping profusely, as if trying to retain her. "Sorry, wrong door," Su Yiting apologized, shutting the door behind him and proceeding to the next room. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not belittle the youth in poverty. A youthful voice resounded within, sounding as though someone was rejecting a marriage proposal. This was of no concern to Su Yiting, who moved to the next room, his ears perked. This time, he heard the faint sound of a bra unfastening. However, he hesitated. Engaging in lewd acts was common in such establishments, and if Chen Yu wasn't in this room, it would be exceedingly awkward. "Brother?" "He-s in room 1404. At that moment, Su Qianqian rushed up the corridor, calling out. Su Yiting glanced up, realizing he was indeed at room 1404, and immediately reached for the door. Yet, something seemed to be blocking it from the other side, heavy and immovable. With a bit of force, he managed to create a small opening. Through the gap, he caught sight of red hair. Hair? Su Yiting's heart raced, and he forcefully pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit, and behind the door lay the corpse of a young woman, sprawled grotesquely on the floor, her limbs twisted, as if she had endured immense pain before dying. Beside her was another corpse, appearing younger, with its head tilted to one side, seemingly strangled. Damn. Su Yiting's feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, unable to move, his eyes fixated on the two bodies. His mind blank, a chilling sensation racing from his feet to the crown of his head, as if all the blood in his body had congealed at that moment. This was the first time he had witnessed someone who had just died. "Brother, what happened?" Su Qianqian dashed to Su Yiting's side, catching his. Chen Yu's expression was one of anguish as he staggered backward, pressing his right hand firmly against his left shoulder, staunching the spurting blood. "A high school student? I see now. You are Su Yiting. You monster." In that moment, Chen Yu recalled a trending topic he had casually glanced at, becoming acutely aware that, in terms of vitality and skill, he was leagues behind Su Yiting. "Your strength is even weaker than I imagined. Have you been hollowed out by lust?" Su Yiting's refined features were splattered with blood, yet his demeanor grew ever colder. Affording Chen Yu no respite, with a powerful push of his foot, he lunged forward once more. He vividly remembered the warrant for Chen Yu's capture, which stated that he was to be killed without question, and he intended to end the other's life right here. At that moment, Chen Yu suddenly raised his head, his gaze sparkling with an ethereal light, as a tangible mental force erupted from him. Even though Su Yiting had been intentionally avoiding Chen Yu's eyes, at this instant, he felt an invasion of his mental realm, his complexion paling and his eyes becoming vacant. His consciousness was no longer on the rooftop, but ensnared in an endless chaos. Akin to a sleepless individual tormented by incessant whispers in their ears, a most distressing experience. Shortly after the resurgence of spiritual energy, masters of martial arts emerged, capable of projecting their true qi outward, leading people to ponder whether, if true qi could leave the body, could mental force do the same. Following continuous experimentation, a conclusion was reached. Martial artists with a mental force rating above 20, under conditions of heightened concentration, could indeed release their mental force externally for mental attacks. However, such external projection of mental force demanded an immense toll. and using it even once could necessitate prolonged recuperation, causing many to abandon the cultivation of mental techniques altogether. Although Chen Yu's mental force was below 20, he had dedicated himself to mastering mental techniques over the years, particularly for controlling women, acquiring skills in mental attack alongside hypnosis. Once unleashed, it was difficult to defend against, and Su Yiting fell prey to it. You asked for death. Chen Yu slowly rose, not hesitating, his sole intention to swiftly eliminate Su Yiting, then change his appearance to escape once more in this critical moment. Su Yiting's mental domain, the sword-hidden pavilion, sensed the intrusion of foreign elements, its gates flung wide open, unleashing countless flying swords that, in an instant, obliterated the foreign entity into nothingness. When his arm was severed, Chen Yu remained silent, yet at that moment, he let out a piercing scream, blood tears streaming from his eyes. This was also the side effect of mental attacks. Once one ventured into another's domain with their mental force, encountering a stronger mental force would result in a backlash, leading to a neural collapse. Only when one's mental force surpassed that of the opponent could a mental attack be effective. Chen Yu had initially thought Su Yiting merely a brash youth, never anticipating that the other's mental force would be so terrifyingly powerful. At this point, his injuries were beyond recovery, and he collapsed in defeat. Self-inflicted folly, one cannot live. Su Yiting, too, came to his senses at that moment, feeling no trace of pity for the howling Chen Yu, only a profound intent to kill. He raised his sword, and just as he was about to strike down, Chen Yu summoned his last reserves of strength to grasp the blade, pleading, "Don't kill me, 74 lives. No, now 76. Your sins are beyond redemption. Let me send you to the abyss." Su Yiting remained unmoved, his fury manifesting as he thrust downwards, piercing through Chen Yu's chest and embedding the blade into the ground. Chen Yu's body convulsed, and he fell silent. So this is the sensation of killing? Wasn't it supposed to be nauseating? Su Yiting stood upon the rooftop, resolute against the night wind, feeling not a hint of discomfort, but rather a sense of exhilaration. Chapter 66. The dawn metal grasping Chen Yu's lifeless body. Su Yiting descended the staircase to the hall. The commotion from earlier had already drawn considerable attention. Even the resplendent proprietress was startled. She was an alluring young woman, and upon seeing Su Yiting and the corpse he carried, she hurried forward. "Su Yiting, what is this?" "Oh, you know me," Su Yiting replied, taken aback. "It would be strange indeed for anyone in Nanshan District not to know you." Although merely a high school student, the proprietress exhibited utmost courtesy. Having heard of Su Yiting's reputation as the foremost among the younger generation in Jiangnan province, an intern patrol officer destined to be a significant figure, she dared not assume an arrogant posture in the presence of such a person, especially with this high school student holding a corpse. Even in an era of martial artists, many harbored deep aversions to killing their own kind. To the common folk, those who dared to kill were still regarded as ruthless individuals. Su Yiting cast her a glance, stating, "In room 1404 upstairs, 2 staff members have been murdered. The officers from the Public Security Bureau will be arriving shortly. You needn't inquire further. Let the officers handle it and ensure the scene remains undisturbed." The proprietress's face turned pale. A death within her establishment would undoubtedly affect her business, the only consolation being that the deceased were staff, not patrons. However, she dared not voice this thought in front of Su Yiting. Pointing at Chen Yu and saying, "I will cooperate fully, but this matter has nothing to do with us. I don't even know this person. Whether you know him is not for you to decide. Everything will be investigated by the officers." Su Yiting, still uncertain of the proprietress's connection to Chen Yu, being merely an intern patrol officer without investigative experience, preferred to leave subsequent matters to the professionals. The proprietress dared not retort, responding, "Of course, I will cooperate fully. I will also compensate the families of the 2 staff members." Before long, the students from Nanshan First High School could no longer contain their curiosity. Led by Su Qianqian, entering room 1404, while Shan Zhongping rushed to the hall. Upon seeing Su Yiting holding a corpse, they all gasped in shock. This was a real human life. The impact of seeing a corpse online versus in reality was wholly different, especially as the murderer was from their own school. Su Yiting paid no heed to their reactions and inquired, "What about Chen Yin? She is fine now." Su Qianqian gave her a couple of hard slaps. "And she woke up?" Shan Zhongping replied awkwardly. Su Yiting nodded, saying nothing more, tossing Chen Yu's body to the ground, examining his face for a moment. Moments later, The piercing sound of police sirens echoed outside. 3 officers entered the hall, 2 men and 1 woman. The leading man scanned the scene with a sharp gaze, first spotting Su Yiting at the center and the corpse sprawled on the ground. Su Yiting, the patrol officer? The man paused. Serving in the Public Security Bureau, he was well acquainted with Su Yiting's reputation and knew of his intern status. Chen Yu, a Class C wanted criminal. The female officer gasped softly. Su Yiting had already restored Chen Yu's skeletal muscle structure to its original state, allowing her to instantly recognize the long-sought Class C fugitive. Su Yiting sighed in relief. With so many onlookers around, it would have been challenging to manage alone, but thankfully the officers had arrived. Hello, the situation is as follows. Su Yiting stepped forward, explaining everything that had transpired since he arrived at the resplendent establishment. The male officer was taken aback, making a phone call to request reinforcements from the bureau. Afterward, he grasped Su Yiting's hand. This is a tremendous achievement. Chen Yu has been on the run in Qingyuan City. The higher-ups have been urging us to locate him. It's a pity he could change his appearance, which has made it impossible to find any clues. Who would have thought you would capture such a murderer just by having a drink? Su Yiting humbly replied, I was just lucky. What luck? If I had truly encountered him, I would likely not have been his match. Previously, in Yinhua City, he evaded capture and even killed an officer. The man continued to praise him, leaving Su Yiting feeling somewhat bashful. As for the follow-up matters, I'll leave them to you. Leave it to us. This credit is undoubtedly yours. I will report to the Martial Arts Bureau. For capturing a Class C wanted criminal, alongside the requisite bounty, you'll surely receive at least a second-class Dawn Medal. The man spoke enviously. A second-class Dawn Medal? Su Yiting was momentarily taken aback. Then I'll trouble you with that. In Xia country, medals symbolize honor, categorized from lowest to highest as Dawn Medals, Fearless Medals, Valor Medals, and National Defense Medals, each further divided into 3 classes. The second-class Dawn Medal, as mentioned by the officer, may sound like a lower-level medal, but the benefits are numerous. Free accommodation at state guest houses, free public transport, preferential recruitment by state-owned enterprises, and many other privileges. For a high school student, the medal could also provide extra points in college entrance examinations, making it a coveted item for many. However, for Su Yiting, these privileges offered little assistance, as he already had perfect scores. Additional points would be of no consequence. Moments later, a few more officers and forensic experts arrived at the scene. With nothing more for him to do, Su Yiting departed with Su Qianqian and the others. This time, Chen Yin had also regained her composure. Though her cheeks were somewhat swollen, indicating that Su Qianqian's slaps had been rather forceful, she looked at Su Yiting with a complex expression, although she had been hypnotized at the time. Many scenes remained vivid in her memory, particularly the image of Su Yiting leaping out the window in pursuit. She wished to express her gratitude, but was at a loss for words. Her face a portrait of hesitation. Su Yiting, noticing her demeanor, spoke first. There's no need to look at me like that. It's all right now. He did not have much impression of Chen Yin. But since they were classmates from the same school and harbored no deep enmity, it was impossible for him to simply stand by and watch her being harmed. Chen Yin rubbed her face and murmured, Thank you, then added, I apologize for the things I said to you earlier. I'm sorry. Su Yiting waved his hand, bid farewell to the others, and took Su Qianqian onto the tram home. After the upheaval, Su Qianqian exhibited no adverse reactions, maintaining her lively and cheerful demeanor. This left Su Yiting, who intended to offer her comfort, somewhat at a loss. Curiously, he asked, Aren't you afraid? People died today. I'm not afraid. You will protect me. Su Qianqian replied in a sweet voice, You're right. However, when we get home, please do not tell Mom and Dad about what happened. Su Yiting turned to remind her. Medals and reward money were naturally desirable. But ultimately, he had battled against vicious criminals, and it was far more important to shield his parents from worry. Chapter 67. The beginning of the college entrance examination time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On June 17th, Su Yiting sat quietly in the underground martial arts room of Xuanwu Community, with the Tongshi sword resting on his knees. Quivering slightly with his breath, as the first ray of sunlight fell outside, he opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he drew his sword and began to execute the starlight-shattering sword technique. This was a third-tier sword technique. At the commencement of the move, the blade trembled lightly, resembling a coiled serpent ready to strike, stirring the surrounding air currents. Having practiced for half a month, Su Yiting was exceedingly familiar with the techniques. As he wielded his sword, the light shimmered like countless stars, and the swirling air was elongated into a long tail, akin to a meteor plummeting to the ground. After leaving numerous dents on the sandbag, Su Yiting infused his right arm with spiraling energy, causing his entire arm to spin rapidly like a twisted pastry. The powerful spiraling force began to release, and the Tongshi sword spun along with it, carving out a green spiral arc that struck fiercely against the sandbag crafted from fire cloud rhinoceros hide. The tremendous spiraling force instantly tore the sandbag apart, and sand poured out like a flood breaching a dam. Strangely, the sand particles did not scatter, but were instead ensnared by the spiraling force, forming a miniature vortex of sand in midair. Only after Su Yiting sheathed his sword did the sand vortex gradually dissipate, leaving behind the remnants of the shattered sandbag and grains scattered across the ground. The sandbag made from fire cloud rhinoceros hide could no longer withstand my strength. Su Yiting frowned as he glanced at the panel on the testing stone. Vitality, 15, first tier, punching power, 6,027 kilograms speed, 30.7 ms mental strength, 16.9 martial arts techniques, starlight shattering sword, green lotus sword technique, swimming dragon trifold skill level, sword technique, stage 3, 99.9, body technique, stage 3, 67. A first-tier peak martial artist nearing a vitality of 20 could unleash punching power of up to 10,000 kilograms. My skills and physical control surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. The sandbags they could not break. Su Yiting estimated his combat strength. During the April assessment, his explosive punching power was less than 1,000 kilograms, and even with the enhancement of sword techniques, it barely reached 15 or 1,600. However, now, the power unleashed by his sword strike had already exceeded 10,000 kilograms, a rate of progress beyond imagination. The enhancement of mental strength and perception allowed me to thrive during training. Yet, these days, my funds were running low. Su Yiting glanced at his balance, which was less than 800,000 blue star coins. While others consumed several bottles of vitality-enhancing and life-sustaining potions, their potential would be nearly fully developed. But I have almost no bottlenecks. This is a good thing, but it costs too much. Su Yiting felt a headache coming on. He had originally been a millionaire, but martial arts practice was exceedingly expensive, especially since his rate of absorbing potions was faster than average. With limitless potential, one could say his body was constantly draining money. The college entrance examination. Once I enter Jiangnan University, the contract's funding will be dispersed. And finally, I will enter the star domain. Perhaps I can seize the opportunity to earn some money during the entrance exam in the first-tier star domain. Su Yiting contemplated the avenues for future earnings. What appeared to others as a perilous practical examination was, to him, merely a field of gold waiting to be collected. First, I'll head home. Otherwise, Dad, Mom, and my sister will surely worry. Today marks the beginning of the college entrance examination. And Su Yiting left home before dawn, seizing the time to train for a while. BY 6:20, he hurried back home. At Chinning Noodle Shop, the family enjoyed breakfast together. Chen Xian and Su Hongqiao appeared somewhat distracted. They had great confidence in Su Yiting, yet the martial arts college entrance examination was, after all, a passage into the star domain. Even with military protection, there were still candidates who perished in the star domain each year. Once in the star domain, forget about achieving any scores, and don't even think about hunting star beasts for profit. All you need to do is slay a few non-tiered star beasts to gain direct entry into Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Su Hongqiao warned, having fought in the star domain, he was well aware of its dangers. Su Yiting assured him, I understand, Dad. You've already said that 80 times. Even 100 times will do. I know your strength has surpassed mine, but the greatest danger in the star domain lies within the beast hordes in a one-on-one fight. Even if you are no match, there is a chance to escape. But when surrounded by a horde, escape is impossible. It is best to find a few trustworthy teammates. Su Hongqiao tirelessly imparted his survival experiences from the star domain. While Su Yiting listened quietly in the college entrance examination, candidates could form small teams. But he had no intention of doing so. With his strength, he could certainly ensure that Lu Qi, Sun Yan, and others achieved good results in the practical examination, but what about afterward? Ultimately, they would have to part ways. Without sufficient strength, whether entering a martial arts university or becoming a professional martial artist, they would end up eliminated. Simply put, in the practical examination of the college entrance exam, he was akin to a bug. Teaming up with others would merely help them cheat. From a long-term perspective, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. BY 7:30. The family set off for Nanshan No. 1 High School. At the school gate, many candidates and parents had already gathered, and armed security personnel lined the streets. Sugu is here. If I could team up with him, my practical exam would be absolutely safe, and I could score high. I want to team up with him as well. But I'm afraid the 7th class will snatch him up. I've heard from the elite class that Sugu recently killed a C-level wanted criminal, a martial artist with vitality over 15. Su Yiting's arrival sparked discussions among numerous candidates, many of whom eagerly wished to team up with him. Even some parents dressed in designer clothes approached, offering astonishing sums to persuade Su Yiting to team up with their children. However, Su Yiting was not one to be swayed by money and politely declined one after another. Sun Yin and the others did not propose a team-up either. They had already discussed this matter previously, and Su Yiting had explained the pros and cons, which they understood. Boom. At 8 o'clock, a tremendous roar echoed above the school gate. A colossal craft, resembling silver lightning, streaked across the azure sky, diving downwards. The air was forcefully compressed in its wake, producing a deafening whistle. As it drew nearer, silence fell over the crowd. They knew that the military aircraft escorting the candidates had arrived. Upon nearing, the aircraft began to slow down, the roar of its engines gradually diminishing. Before landing in the schoolyard, all candidates boarded the aircraft in an orderly fashion. Inside the aircraft, the pilot's voice resonated. Carrying across the cabin, Su Hongqiao patted Su Yiting on the shoulder and said, "Go ahead." Chun Xian had 1,000 words she wished to express, but ultimately only managed to say, "Xiao Yi, prioritize safety. Brother, bring me back a star beast." Su Qianqian waved. Having witnessed Su Yiting capture a criminal, she felt no worry at all. Her thoughts were simple. If even her brother, with his strength, could perish in the practical examination, then others would likely fare no better. "I'll be back." Su Yiting waved as he turned and entered the school gate. Chapter 68. Silver Moon Star Domain. In the playground of Nanshan No. 1 High School, candidates preparing for the college entrance examination gathered. Similar to the April assessment, they still needed to travel to Qingyuan City for cultural, physical fitness, and skill examinations. The difference, however, was that this time, military aircraft would provide full escort rather than a bus, with the final destination being the Star Domain where the practical examination would take place. At that moment, the massive aircraft capable of accommodating over 1,000 people was stationed on the playground, and all the students were curiously gazing. Beneath the aircraft stood several soldiers, the leader being a tall man with a shaved head and a scar extending from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. Intently observing the arriving candidates, though most of his attention was focused on Su Yiting. That's Su Yiting? The college entrance examination hasn't even begun, yet he's already being touted as the likely top scholar of Jiangnan province. The bald officer remarked with a smile. One of the soldiers beside him nodded. It's highly probable that's him. He is competitive for the national top scholar. I've heard Pei Buqing is still in Luai's and hasn't come out. His only remaining major rival is Yun Wuliang. But it can't be said that way. There are also some exceptional candidates from other cities. While he and Yun Wuliang may be leading in skills, in the practical examination, mindset is also crucial, requiring well-rounded abilities. After chatting for a while, the bald officer commanded, regardless of the outcome, this year Jiangnan province has produced a rare talent. Activate S-level protective measures. Even if he turns out to be a coward, we must ensure he survives first, and we can train him afterward once the college entrance examination concludes. Indeed, the crowd responded in unison. As they spoke, the candidates gradually boarded the aircraft, locating their respective seats according to their candidate numbers. Once everyone had settled, the aircraft was activated and, amidst the anxious yet hopeful gazes of the parents below, it soared towards the boundless azure sky. Before long, at just past 10 o'clock, the aircraft landed in Qingyuan City, where Su Yiting once again arrived at Qingyuan No. 1 High School. That evening, instead of engaging in cultivation, he devoted his time to reviewing his cultural studies. June 8th was designated for an entire day of cultural examinations. During these days, his academic performance had notably improved. Although he could not compare to those who specialized in cultural courses, he still ranked among the top tier among his peers who had chosen martial studies. On June 19th, he faced the physical fitness and skills examinations, his forte. In this arena, there was not a single contender close to his level. With just a slight display of his abilities, he astonished the entire crowd. Time swiftly progressed to June 10th, the day of the practical examination. the atmosphere suddenly shifted to one of palpable tension. Many of the top students who had appeared relaxed in the previous days now wore grave expressions. At 6 in the morning, 3 military aircraft descended before the thousands of waiting candidates at Qingno, one high school. Leading the group was the same bald officer who stood before the line of candidates and proclaimed with great authority, "My surname is Wu. You may address me as Instructor Wu. From now on, I will speak, and you shall listen. Should there be any confusion, you may inquire after I have finished." The candidates stood at attention, silent as the grave. During the April assessments, over 10,000 candidates had chosen martial studies in Qingyuan City. Yet now fewer than half remained. By this measure, you may indeed be considered warriors. Instructor Wu began by praising them, then surveyed the group before continuing, "However, I shall provide you with one last opportunity. If anyone wishes to withdraw, step forward now." Still, no one uttered a word. Those present were acutely aware of the dangers associated with the practical examination. The state had never concealed the perils of the college entrance examination's practical segment. The news had reported that in the previous year's examination, the mortality rate reached a staggering 1.5. Furthermore, upon selecting martial studies, they had already signed a waiver acknowledging the risks of death should one perish during the practical examination. Their family would receive a compensation of 1 million blue star coins. Seeing no one choose to withdraw, Instructor Wu nodded in satisfaction. The nation expends vast resources to cultivate warriors, naturally aiming to train soldiers capable of battling star beasts. He would not regard anyone who was afraid to participate in the practical examination, no matter how gifted, as worthy. Since no one has chosen to withdraw, he continued, you will now receive your supplies. Once you have obtained your materials, it will be too late to reconsider. As Instructor Wu's words settled, dozens of soldiers emerged from the aircraft, unloading numerous metal boxes containing meticulously prepared military backpacks. One by one, candidates approached to collect their supplies. Su Yiting received a candidate wristband, 3 pieces of Star Beast jerky, drinking water, a full set of protective gear, and a personal weapon. When it was Su Yiting's turn, a soldier handed him a military backpack and advised, the candidate wristband has only 3 functions: location tracking, score recording, and emergency signaling. Since you possess your own weapon, no additional weapon will be issued. In the practical examination, most candidates do not qualify to carry weapons. Instructors will provide basic arms. However, Su Yiting did not require this, for he had the Tongshi sword. Thank you, he replied, taking the backpack and returning to the line. He opened the backpack, donned the candidate wristband, and then retrieved the protective gear. This entire set was black, including a helmet, soft armor, and combat boots. The materials were lightweight and highly elastic, allowing for unhindered movement while providing exceptional protection, mitigating a portion of damage upon impact. Ensure that all your supplies are accounted for. Report any discrepancies immediately, especially the candidate wristband, as it pertains to your very lives. In the star domain, this will be your only means of signaling for help. Naturally, pressing the red button signifies the end of your examination. Instructor Wu bellowed as the candidates collected their gear. Once everyone had finished, he continued, our destination is the first-tier star domain, the Silver Moon star domain, primarily inhabited by silver moon wolves. These creatures possess vitality ranging from 6 to 13 points, characterized by their silvery fur and a silver moon insignia on their foreheads, with a vulnerability in their underbelly. Killing a star beast with vitality between 6 and 9 points will earn you 1 point. Slaying one with vitality between 9 and 10 points will yield 10 points. 10 to 11 points will grant you 20 points, and 11 to 12 points will reward you with 30 points. Should you encounter a star beast with vitality exceeding 12 points, it is advisable to flee immediately. If escape proves impossible, do not hesitate to press the emergency button. Survival is paramount. I do not wish for anyone to perish under my jurisdiction. During the examination, candidates may form teams with a maximum of 5 individuals per group. The final kill of the star beast will earn points. Points do not represent your ultimate examination score. Your performances will be evaluated. Furthermore, the examination site is under comprehensive surveillance. Those who engage in mutual slaughter will face severe repercussions. Severe repercussions. Instructor Wu's voice resonated like thunder, leaving some individuals momentarily dazed. Initially, they had contemplated eliminating rivals in the examination, but now they dared not entertain such notions. Chapter 69. Awakening Progress 0.01. All preparations were finalized as the candidates boarded the 3 aircraft. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft activated. At that moment, Su Yiting finally comprehended why Instructor Wu had chosen to disclose everything on the playground. The aircraft was now completely sealed, with only warning lights flashing, its speed surpassing that of sound, sending shivers through the bodies of all the candidates. Observers outside noted that the air surrounding the aircraft was rapidly compressed, forming a visible white conical shockwave cloud. Shortly after leaving Qingyuan City, the aircraft arrived at a towering peak that pierced the clouds, shrouded in a thick, lingering mist. The aircraft plunged into the fog, and suddenly, a chasm appeared, seemingly cleaving the mountain in two. The crack appeared as though an invisible blade had forcibly torn through the fabric of space, emanating a chilling light and chaotic energy. Upon closer inspection, the space surrounding the fissure exhibited a peculiar distortion, with anything approaching being violently agitated. Boom! The aircraft collided with this distorting force. Simultaneously, the candidates inside experienced a sensation of suffocation, as if they had plunged into water. Some candidates immediately vomited, their faces a ghastly pale. They were traversing the spatial rift. Su Yiting trembled, realizing that the aircraft had begun to penetrate the spatial rift, entering the star domain. The suffocating sensation stemmed from the extreme distortion of the spatial structure within the rift, compounded by the presence of powerful energy flows. Even with the aircraft as a barrier, weaker candidates felt as if invisible hands were squeezing them from all directions. This feeling did not persist long. As the aircraft soon returned to a state of calm, in 30 minutes, the aircraft will arrive at the Silver Moon Star Domain Military Base Number 3. You will have 30 minutes to recover your energy. Instructor Wu's voice resonated within the aircraft. All candidates exhaled in relief. Su Yiting glanced around. Sun Yin was breathing heavily, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Are you all right? Su Yiting inquired with concern. I am fine, Su Gu. How about you? Sun Yin replied, one hand pressed against his forehead. Well, I feel a bit of pressure, but not much. After the aircraft's shielding, the sensation of pressure was primarily mental, and Su Yiting's mental fortitude allowed him to endure such levels of pressure. Half an hour later, the aircraft landed at the military base. The candidates disembarked in an orderly fashion, their expressions one of astonishment as they surveyed their surroundings. Before them stood a massive and imposing military base, built against the mountains, towering over 100 meters high, as far as the eye could see. There were towering watchtowers, gun barrels, artillery, and numerous armed fighter jets. Encircling the base was a sprawling expanse of barbed wire, with prominent red warning signs hung at intervals, declaring the sanctity and inviolability of this place. Beyond the base lay endless deserts, lofty mountains, and dense forests, under a sky graced by a bright moon. The very atmosphere was suffocating. In broad daylight. There's still a moon in the sky. I just faintly heard a wolf howl. I didn't hear anything. Don't frighten yourself. The candidates engaged in animated discussions, a blend of tension and excitement coursing through them. Instructor Wu raised his hand to silence them, stating, the examination duration is 24 hours. Accompanying military vehicles will transport you 100 kilometers outside the base. Thereafter, it will be up to you. I hope you can return safely by noon tomorrow. Following their previously established teams, the candidates dispersed. Among them, only Su Yiting and Qi Wuhan opted for solo endeavors, each possessing unwavering confidence in their abilities. Soon, hundreds of soldiers from the military base drove transport vehicles, escorting the candidates to a secure area beyond. Concurrently, within the military base, hundreds of combat drones and surveillance drones ascended, closely monitoring the conditions of each candidate. Instructor Wu and his team entered the military base, arriving at the conference room on the top floor of the central building. Numerous individuals were already seated there, all military officers from the base. The conference room was dominated by a massive screen filled with countless markers, indicating the status of each candidate. Among them, Su Yiting's marker was labeled, while Qi Wuhan, Zhou Qingqing, and several other prodigies from Qingyuan No. 1 High School were marked A, signifying the level of protective measures in place. Old Wu, as for Su Yiting, I have heard that he handled the recent examination with remarkable ease. However, one cannot ascertain how he will fare in actual combat. A robust officer, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, remarked with a faint smile. The vitality he exhibited during the exam was approximately rated at 12. Nevertheless, anything above 10 indicates near-perfect physical condition, and in terms of skill, he would score full marks regardless of his technique. It is likely that he is conserving energy in preparation for real combat. As Instructor Wu reminisced about Su Yiting's performance over the past 2 days, he paused before continuing. When we traversed the spatial rift just now, I observed him closely. His reactions were remarkably subtle, suggesting that he is concealing some of his true strength. Let us wait and see. If he can secure the national top spot, he would indeed be the first of his kind in the history of Jiangnan province. 100 kilometers away from Base 3, upon disembarking from the transport vehicle, Su Yiting sought out a hillside, his gaze scanning for the silhouette of star beasts. This area was still too close to the safety zone, making it rare for any star beasts to approach. He needed to venture further afield. Lost in thought, Su Yiting leaped down the slope, his combat boots sliding down the steep incline, and just before landing, he propelled himself several meters forward, then dashed into the region of the Silver Moon star domain. Reminiscent of an untouched forest, eyeing the verdant expanse, Su Yiting became considerably more cautious. While he was confident, he was far from arrogant. Aside from the Silver Moon wolves, the Silver Moon star domain housed various other species of star beasts, and should he be ambushed by a creature adept at stealth and poison, he could find himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, as he advanced, a faint hissing sound reached his ears. Hiss, hiss. The noise escalated abruptly as a massive, striped python, as thick as a water barrel, plummeted from the branches above Su Yiting. Vitality 8.7. Su Yiting looked up. To him, the python's speed seemed agonizingly slow, allowing him the leisure to scan it with his inner sight. Its vitality was merely 8.7. Without even drawing his Tongshi sword, Su Yiting twisted his waist, spinning half a circle, and with a fist that struck like lightning, he delivered a powerful blow directly to the python's wide, flattened head. Bang! The python's skull was as if struck by a cannonball, its scales shattering in an instant, the head twisting grotesquely as its teeth shattered, and the breath that erupted from its nostrils came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a thick fluid mingled with blood and mucus. With a single punch, the python was rendered utterly lifeless. Points 1. Defeated a non-tier star beast. Sword Immortal Awakening progress increased by 0.01. 2 notifications appeared. The first from the examinee's wristband, the second from the sword testing stone. Chapter 70. Star Beasts. Sword Immortal Awakening progress. Su Yiting sensed the messages and momentarily stood aghast. This was my first genuine kill of a star beast. I did not expect such a delightful surprise. After scanning his surroundings and finding no other star beasts nearby, Su Yiting climbed a nearby ancient tree and immersed his consciousness in his mental world. Besides the notifications, his panel displayed some subtle changes. A new line appeared. Sword Immortal Awakening progress, 0.01. Progress of 50 allows for Qi infusion. Progress of 100 enables awakening of the Sword Immortal. Qi infusion. Su Yiting was unaware of what Sword Immortal entailed. The sword testing stone offered no further clues, leaving him to surmise it was some form of extraordinary ability. Although he had not experienced Qi infusion, he could deduce its benefits from the name alone. Since the resurgence of Qi, humanity had been absorbing it, but ordinary individuals and martial artists below the master realm could only absorb it passively, resulting in minimal enhancement. Once a person broke through their limits to reach the third-tier master level, they could actively capture the ethereal Qi energy to refine themselves and even store it within their bodies, representing a stark contrast to the existence of ordinary individuals. This meant that achieving 50 would enable him to undergo a Qi infusion like a master. But was this 0.01 progress not exceedingly meager? Su Yiting sighed internally. Had the giant python encountered Sun Yan, it likely would have swallowed him whole. Yet, for Su Yiting, it yielded only 0.01 awakening progress. With only 24 hours remaining, he could not afford any delays. Otherwise, he would be left wondering when he could next enter the star domain. A sense of urgency surged within Su Yiting as he grasped the hanging vines in the forest, swinging himself onto another tree. Soon after, he heard the sound of flowing water nearby. Su Yiting's spirits lifted. Where there was water, there were often star beasts. Navigating through the underbrush, he soon found himself in a clearing, where a waterfall cascaded down the cliff face like a silken ribbon, pooling into a crystal-clear lake below. Surrounding the lake were 5 silver moon wolves, their silver fur glistening, each adorned with a crescent-shaped mark on their foreheads. The smallest among them measured 3 meters in length and stood 1.5 meters tall. A woo. At that moment, the 5 silver moon wolves caught sight of Su Yiting, lowering their bodies and baring their fangs. displaying a predatory glint in their eyes. Lacking the intelligence of higher-tier beasts, they possessed only the comprehension of a 7- or 8-year-old human child, unable to gauge an opponent's strength from aura or demeanor, perceiving only a seemingly frail human as a rare meal. After assessing the situation, the 5 silver moon wolves launched their attack from different angles, their limbs propelling them forward as they lunged at Su Yiting. The strongest among them exhibited a mere vitality of 9.5. Su Yiting's expression reflected disappointment. His right hand became a blur as the Tongshi sword was drawn in an instant. The sword hummed, and a delicate flash of light sliced through the air. The closest silver moon wolf, still in mid-leap, suddenly sported a puncture wound in its abdomen, its body twisting uncontrollably before crashing to the ground in a heap. Upon inspecting the wound, a small red dot adorned its silver fur, reminiscent of a crimson plum blossom, appearing almost trivial at first glance. However, at the moment the sword tip pierced its insides, the fierce force wreaked havoc within, obliterating its internal organs. Dead, having dispatched one, Su Yiting pressed forward, seamlessly continuing his assault. With a swift motion, he cleaved another silver moon wolf in half, then, reversing his grip, he slashed diagonally, sending blood splattering as he severed the head from the body of an oncoming wolf. In mere moments, 3 silver moon wolves lay slain at Su Yiting's feet. Wu. The remaining 2, though dim-witted, recognized the peril and swiftly turned to flee from different directions. Their vitality may have been low, but their speed was remarkable, one of the advantages the silver moon wolf tribe held against humans. With a swift motion, Su Yiting hurled the Tongshi sword, which transformed into a streak of azure light, impaling the fleeing wolf and pinning it against a tree. After launching the sword, he leaped forward, chasing down the last remaining silver moon wolf, seizing its thrashing tail and slamming it to the ground, reducing it to a bloody mess. Defeated a non-tier star beast, sword immortal awakening progress increased by 0.01. Defeated a non-tier star beast, sword immortal awakening progress increased by 0.02. A series of 5 notifications appeared from the sword testing stone, 3 of which contributed 0.01 to his progress, while the 2 with higher vitality granted him 0.02. Too slow, Su Yiting sighed. Although he was quick in his kills, the search for star beasts consumed time, and he was dissatisfied with such a pace. Perhaps he would have to wait until nightfall for more star beasts to emerge. The Silver Moon star domain had its nights as well. During the day, the moon appeared as a crescent, but by night, it transformed into a full moon illuminating the entire domain, the prime time for silver moon wolves to roam. Understanding that fretting would not aid his situation, Su Yiting adjusted his mindset and withdrew the Tongshi sword from the tree, returning it to its sheath. As he scanned the area, he noticed a sizable cave entrance at the foot of the cliff. One cannot neglect the pursuit of profit. Su Yiting hoisted the intact pelt of a silver moon wolf and made his way into the cave. This would serve as a temporary stronghold. The pristine pelt was valuable, and he intended to keep some for himself, to process for his parents and sister. After discarding the silver moon wolf within the cave, he prepared to depart, planning to return later with more star beasts to store together. Initially, he intended to conceal the cave entrance to prevent the wolf's carcass from being scavenged by other star beasts or candidates, but time was of the essence, and he could only leave it as is. Hoping for the best, Yu Wu. Just as he exited the cave, a series of howls echoed from the cliff above. Looking up, he saw nearly 20 monkeys with black skin and red fur rapidly descending the cliff. Clutching vines, among them stood one particularly striking specimen, nearly 3 meters tall, its massive form resembling a small hill, muscles bulging as if cast from the hardest black iron. Its blood-red eyes blazed with greed as they fixated on Su Yiting and the 4 silver moon wolf carcasses. Chapter 71. Blood Demon Giant Ape. 20 blood-red apes swiftly descended along the vines clinging to the cliff, their massive forms swaying in the air, causing the vines to tremble violently, dislodging earth and stones around them. Bang, 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 boom. As they neared the ground, merely 3 meters above, all the blood-red apes leaped down, their landing sending tremors through the lakeside ground, startling the colorful birds in the forest, which flapped their wings in flight. Thud, thud, thud. The moment they hit the ground, the blood-red apes spread their limbs and charged forth, akin to a stampede of wild horses, leaving deep footprints imprinted upon the earth. Blood Demon Giant Apes? the commotion from the earlier battle with the Silver Moon Wolves, coupled with the lingering scent of blood in the air, has attracted other star beasts. In stark contrast to the formidable presence of the blood-red apes, Su Yiting's eyes narrowed. The Silver Moon star domain harbors dozens of spatial rifts, the largest of which connects to Blue Star and Wolf Moon Star, while other smaller rifts link to their respective planets. Blood Ape Star is one of them, and the Blood Demon Giant Apes are among the most powerful factions, surpassed only by humans and Silver Moon Wolves. Their numbers may be limited, but their individual strength is formidable. Among these 20 Blood Demon Giant Apes, even the weakest possesses a vitality of 9 points, while the strongest boasts a staggering 12.6 points. Any candidate encountering them would have no choice but to flee or cry for help. Many star beasts evolve by devouring foreign creatures, and the Blood Demon Giant Apes are no exception. It appears they intend to tear me apart. Su Yiting's hand rested upon the hilt of his Tongshi sword, eyeing a one-on-one confrontation. Even in a battle of attrition, he held confidence in his ability to annihilate all 20 Blood Demon Giant Apes. Yet, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands. Under siege, even with his overwhelming advantages, a single misstep could easily lead to disaster. And no wonder the practical examination is set within the star domain. The simultaneous appearance of such colossal beings indeed exudes an overwhelming pressure. With a clang, Su Yiting drew the Tongshi sword, not intending to retreat. Although the sight of the ape horde instilled immense pressure, what he felt beneath that weight was not fear, but exhilaration. The unprecedented thrill that virtual world battles could never provide. I shall slay you all. Sword in hand, Su Yiting let out a long howl. Launching himself like an arrow, charging towards the surging tide of blood-red apes, in a valley of the Silver Moon star domain. Qi Wuhan wielded dual axes, cleaving a Silver Moon wolf in 2 before exhaling heavily and sitting upon a large stone. His body was drenched in blood, and beneath his feet lay 6 corpses of Silver Moon wolves. In recent days, discussions among all had centered around Su Yiting, who was deemed the undisputed top scholar of Jiangnan province. While within just an hour of the practical examination commencing, had slain 6 Silver Moon wolves. This month-long grueling training shall not be in vain. As a former top student of Qingyuan City, Qi Wuhan had grown accustomed to praise since childhood, which had fostered a rather arrogant disposition. Yet, all the accolades transformed after the April assessment into Qi Wuhan is indeed strong, still the best of Qingyuan. One high school, but Su Yiting is the top of Jiangnan province. That's already quite impressive. Among humans, he ranks as a genius, so there's no need to compare oneself with monsters. If Su Yiting were in Qingyuan, one high school, he would have lost even that title and would be quite fortunate. Such remarks fueled a burning determination within Qi Wuhan, a desire to surpass Su Yiting. After 1.5 months of relentless training, he awaited the day he longed for, the practical examination. Unbeknownst to others, his father had once captured a star beast for him, compelling him to slay it with his own hands, which instilled in him immense confidence that he could best Su Yiting in the practical examination. Su Yiting may have superior skills, but my vitality is also at 12. I may not be weaker than him. Moreover, when facing star beasts, the most vital attribute is the courage to fight. Let me see who can shake my claim to the top. Qi Wuhan pressed the button on his candidate wristband, and a luminous screen rose, displaying the current real-time scoring rankings for the Silver Moon Star Domain examination. First place, Su Yiting, 190 points. Second place, Qi Wuhan, 33 points. Third place, Zhou Qingqing, 21 points. Am I seeing things? Surely, the wolf's blood has clouded my vision. Qi Wuhan could hardly believe it. Even if Su Yiting had good fortune to surpass him, such a vast gap was inconceivable. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. First place, Su Yiting, 220 points. Is this some kind of joke? The April assessment has been ongoing without a pause, hasn't it? Qi Wuhan's axe struck the enormous stone in anger. Cursing vehemently, after a long while, he sighed. In the conference room of Military Base Number 3, a screen displayed scenes of Su Yiting. Amidst the horde of apes, his figure appeared diminutive as he fought fiercely. The once cold and glinting blade of the Tongshi sword now thoroughly stained with dark red blood. This fellow is reckless. He dares to charge right into the midst of the apes. At the conference table, General Xiong Yong of the Silver Moon Star Domain's Military Base Number 3 slammed his palm on the surface, cursing vehemently. The issue is, Su Yiting has already slain 10 Blood Demon Giant Apes. several of which are first-tier star beasts with vitality exceeding 10 points. Instructor Wu, fixated on the screen, replied absent-mindedly he has been injured. He took a punch from a blood demon giant ape. And the ape leader is still alive. General Xiong's outward fury belied the smile on his face. They had been closely monitoring Su Yiting. The initial scene of him hunting 5 silver moon wolves had already satisfied him immensely. And now, witnessing his battle against the horde of apes without faltering, this kind of spirit truly befits the title of genius. What they feared most was that Su Yiting would lose his nerve upon encountering a star beast. Reducing his tenacity to merely 30%, that would be disappointing. The ape leader could not withstand him. It was evident he had been concealing his strength, with a vitality of at least 15 points. And his rapid advancement showcases immense potential. Instructor Wu exclaimed in admiration. His swordsmanship appears to have reached the 3rd stage of perfection. He only lacks a bit of refinement, doesn't he? In our base, there is no one whose skills surpass his, right? As long as he doesn't enter the territory of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, within the Silver Moon Star domain, he could likely walk with impunity. I glanced at other examination venues. The highest score was merely 150 points. He might very well claim the national top spot. Don't rush. Many only start to show their true strength at the last moment. A chorus of officers reflected, for due to the chaotic energies within the spatial rifts, only martial artists of 2nd tier or below could enter the 1st tier star domain, and when it came down to it, their own strengths were arguably inferior to Su Yiting's. Chapter 72. Slaughter, slaying 1st tier star beast. Sword Immortal Awakening progress increased by 0.5. Messages popped up upon the trial sword stone. Engaged in combat with the horde of apes. Su Yiting remained oblivious. The power of these colossal apes was immense, and the one that appeared to be the leader delivered blows with a force exceeding several thousand kilograms, radiating fierce menace. Even their agility surpassed that of humans at the same tier. Their massive bodies moved with surprising swiftness, giving Su Yiting considerable trouble. Whoosh! Su Yiting's arm, taut as a stretched tendon, unleashed a spiraling force. As the Tongshi sword spun rapidly, it shattered the chest of one blood demon giant ape into a pulp. Whoosh! In an instant, a fierce gust from a swinging fist approached him. These blood demon giant apes, undaunted by death, became even more ferocious upon witnessing their comrades fall, their bloodlust intensifying. Bang! A fist the size of a grinding disc collided with Su Yiting, sending him flying uncontrollably backward, before he could regain his bearings. Another blood demon giant ape's fist struck with ferocious speed. At that moment, his combat armor proved its worth, mitigating part of the impact, allowing Su Yiting to regain his composure. Like a dragon, he sidestepped just 10 centimeters to avoid a punch. Simultaneously, the bloodied Tongshi sword arced upward in a swift motion, severing the arm of the blood demon giant ape that had intended to attack him. This is the feeling. Su Yiting felt his blood boiling. Amidst the siege, his swordplay and agility were pushed to their zenith, making both his offense and evasion increasingly adept. In that fleeting moment, his senses sharpened, each movement of the giant apes crystal clear in his mind. As if their actions had slowed down, just a fraction more to reach the pinnacle of precision, Su Yiting floated on his feet, his figure soaring as he spun his sword, dispatching yet another blood demon giant ape. In this extraordinary state, Su Yiting navigated effortlessly through the horde, their attacks barely able to graze him, each time missing by mere centimeters, occasionally just a few inches. This drove the ape leader, with a vitality of 12 points, into a frenzy. Their clan was already scarce, and failing to successfully overwhelm a single human while suffering significant losses would surely diminish its standing within the group. Roar! The ape leader unleashed a primal roar, charging furiously towards Su Yiting, its colossal form resembling a mountain, as it pounded its enormous hands against its muscular chest with thunderous beats. The sound resonated like a deep war drum, igniting a blazing fervor within its blood-red eyes, awakening the reservoir of power within its being. Roar! The blood demon giant ape charged forward madly, the ground trembling beneath its feet, as if the very earth were quaking in response, as he approached Su Yiting. The sinews of its right arm bulged ominously, swelling grotesquely, as if it might burst at any moment. This was the secret technique of the blood demon giant ape clan, the Ape King's Fist. Said to have been created by the king of the blood demon giant apes, who once used this very move to obliterate a meteorite hurtling towards the Blood Ape star. However, this ape leader had merely scratched the surface of the Ape King's fist, barely reaching the threshold of mastery. The instant it made its move, Su Yiting was already aware, neither dodging nor evading. He leaped with exhilaration, channeling his strength from his feet, directing it through his waist, spine and arms, layer by layer, until it converged at the tip of his sword in an instant. The Tongshi sword transformed into countless sword shadows, the light of the blade cascading like a waterfall, reminiscent of the Milky Way pouring down. The first form of the shattered star flowing light sword, heavenly waterfall descends, howl. The ape leader's expression shifted, its blood-red eyes enveloped in the sword's luminescence, trembling uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment, even this fiercely combative creature wished to flee. Just as this thought emerged, its fist was already severed into pieces, and in the blink of an eye, the sword light flashed, plunging the creature into darkness as its eyes were pierced out. Stab, stab, stab. The relentless sound of sword blades piercing flesh echoed, the naturally tough physique of the blood demon giant ape providing no defense against the sword's edged in an instant. Not a single part of its colossal body remained intact, and it collapsed to the ground like a mountain. Kill a first-tier star beast. Sword Immortal Awakening progress increased by 1. Howl. With the leader slain, the remaining blood demon giant apes finally sensed fear. Retreating in unison, gazing at Su Yiting as if he were a demonic deity. Having lingered in the Silver Moon star domain for so long, they had never encountered a human capable of withstanding such terror. It is worth noting that even the strongest beings in the first-tier star domain could not exceed 20 points of vitality, merely possessing slightly stronger physiques and skills. They would easily tire and perish when besieged by the inherently stronger blood demon giant apes. Soldiers stationed in the star domain often formed small teams to dare venture beyond safe zones. Yet Su Yiting, with his exceptional skills, had touched upon the realm of subtlety amidst the battle. And even when besieged, he maneuvered with ease, gaining the upper hand. Howl! Without hesitation, the remaining blood demon giant apes turned and fled, leaving only 4 behind. Alas! Such an opportunity would be hard to come by again. Su Yiting felt a pang of regret. After this battle, he had slipped away from that wondrous state, his perception heightened yet lacking the thunderous sensation akin to the sound of ants fighting. If only he could experience it once more, he could truly step into the realm of subtlety. Nevertheless, in terms of points, he now held a staggering lead, with progress rising to 2.3. Su Yiting reviewed the leaderboard and the Sword Immortal progress. Finding some solace, he did not overly concern himself with the ranking, but the ape leader had granted him a full 1 progress, no longer the meager 0.01, which rekindled a glimmer of hope. He replenished his energy and continued his search for star beasts. Surveying his surroundings, he found an eerie stillness. Su Yiting leaped into a crystal-clear lake to cleanse himself of the blood. This was not merely a matter of maintaining cleanliness. Rather, he had accumulated the potent scent of blood demon giant ape blood, and in the Silver Moon star domain, apart from the Silver Moon Wolf clan and humans, few star beasts dared to provoke him. He had to wash away this scent to increase his chances of finding more star beasts. Beneath the lake, star beasts also dwelt. Upon submerging, Su Yiting spotted a fish with 2 legs, but as soon as it caught sight of him, it bolted in a frenzy, and he could not catch up in the water. After a hasty wash, Su Yiting returned to the cave. He had sustained minor injuries and depleted considerable energy during the earlier battle. He retrieved some star beast jerky from his backpack to replenish himself and adjusted his body before setting out. Chapter 73. The royal clan. 5 hours had passed since the practical examination, and night descended upon the Silver Moon star domain with an almost tyrannical swiftness. Above the sky, a full moon hung high, casting strange shadows of mountains and tall trees across the landscape, resembling colossal beasts prowling the earth. The star beasts inhabiting this domain became exceedingly active at night, with roars echoing, causing the concealed candidates to fall silent in trepidation. In this atmosphere, a figure darted through the forest, heading toward the source of the roars. The star beasts at night were far more numerous, more than doubling their presence during the day, after slaying 10 bat-like star beasts in a cave. Su Yiting's expression brightened. The sheer number of star beasts was overwhelming, and he could hardly keep up with the onslaught. Howl! Just as he finished clearing the cave, Wolf howls erupted from outside, and Su Yiting hastily drew his sword and set off. As he approached the source of the sounds, he felt a sudden chill. The howls were too numerous and too dense. Be why the sound of it. There were no fewer than 10, and in the distance. Other howls responded. One could not afford to be careless. The star beasts here possessed superior night vision compared to humans. Having faced a horde of apes, Su Yiting was acutely aware of the terror a pack of star beasts could evoke and proceeded cautiously. After traversing about 500 meters, he halted on a hillside with a clear view, gazing downward to find a group of over 10 silver moon wolves encircling 5 young candidates. Candidates from Qingyuan No. 1 high school? What was the name of the one with the gun? Zhou Qingqing? Out at this hour? Are they out of their minds? Su Yiting's expression grew grave as he surveyed the scene. In the distance, dozens of silver moon wolves surged like a torrent of silver, converging on the pack, their eyes glinting with a ghostly glow, reminiscent of eerie night fires. They must be saved, without hesitation. Su Yiting sprinted down the hillside in the valley. Several candidates from Qingyuan No. 1 high school stood back to back, anxiously facing the bloodthirsty wolves. However, the wolf pack was aware that their prey was not easily subdued. Maintaining their distance while awaiting reinforcements, only one boy with a bow could threaten them with arrows, but his quiver was nearly empty. This is bad. This pack of beasts is calling for help. What should we do? Should we cry for help? A robust youth, towering like a colossus even in high school, queried. Practical examination teams typically consisted of 3 attackers, 1 archer, and 1 tank. This iron tower of a youth, having trained in techniques like Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth, was the team's tank, yet he was already battered and bruised from the onslaught. If we call for help, our scores will be halved. We pride ourselves on being the strongest team. If we can't even make it into the top 10, it would be utterly humiliating. The archer continued to shout while desperately knocking arrows, but with the ongoing siege, his arms were beginning to numb. What good are scores compared to our lives? We can still handle a dozen silver moon wolves, but once they gather together, we won't even have the chance to flee. Lu Jian, Zhou Qingqing, what do you think? The 3 members of the team debated heatedly, leaving the decision to their leader Zhou Qingqing and her devoted follower Lu Jian. Qingqing, I'll follow your lead. After the April assessment, Lu Jian came to believe that Zhou Qingqing's words were meant to motivate him, and he remained infatuated with her. This situation arose because of my overconfidence. I shouldn't have ventured out at night. Zhou Qingqing's expression was filled with regret as she continued. I just checked the map. We are close to the Silver Moon Wolf Clan's 6th camp. Reinforcements will come continuously, and escaping now is nearly impossible. We must call for help. As she spoke, she reached to press the distress button on her candidate wristband. Whoosh, bang! A blade of wind, resembling a crescent moon, sliced through the night, precisely striking Zhou Qingqing's wrist. The candidate wristband was severed, and the force of the wind continued unabated, leaving a deep wound on her wrist that exposed bone. Who? What is happening? Oh no. It's a wolf. The lead wolf with wind attribute abilities. In the sky, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. Just as there exist extraordinary humans, some star beasts possess formidable abilities. The wind blade just now was unleashed by a prodigy from the Silver Moon Wolf clan, and those with such talents among the wolves were akin to ability users in human society, regarded as favored star beasts, boasting terrifying strength. Howl! Following the wind blade, a massive silver moon wolf descended from the night sky. Its fur appearing as if bathed in the purest moonlight, each strand exuding an ethereal silvery glow. Surrounding it were visible currents of wind, its silvery fur billowing like a flowing galaxy upon its arrival. All the surrounding silver moon wolves bowed reverently, as if welcoming the arrival of a monarch. Pressing that button will summon human troops, along with those strange, reckless, explosive birds. What are they called? Warren Kuan, right? The silver moon wolf landed gracefully, standing tall, and spoke in human tongue. You can talk? Zhou Qingqing's face turned pale. The Silver Moon Wolf clan had battled humans for many years and could naturally learn human language, yet the summer language was not widely spoken among them. Only those of royal blood were deemed worthy of such knowledge. The Silver Moon Wolf before her bore the blood of the royal lineage. The young Wolf King stood with his hands behind his back. Speaking in a calm yet ominous tone, I have a question for you all. I advise you not to attempt pressing the button again. The surrounding crowd felt an overwhelming sense of dread. fully convinced that should they dare to activate the distress signal, this silver moon wolf would unleash that terrifying blade of wind once more, with a hint of perplexity on his face. The young Wolf King continued, "My teacher once mentioned that the human race conducts a college entrance examination every year, a gathering of the strongest youths among you. I am but 8 years old, visiting the star domain for the first time. Yet you all appear somewhat lacking. 8 years old?" Zhou Qingqing and her companions exchanged incredulous glances. The silver moon wolf stood upright, towering over 3 meters, and even among the royal lineage, such rapid growth was astonishing. "No matter what you ask, I shall not respond." Zhou Qingqing forced a smile, her resolve unwavering. "Is that so?" The young Wolf King exhaled a heavy breath, and in an instant, nearly 100 silver moon wolves surrounding them bared their teeth and advanced menacingly. "Prepare for a fight to the death." Zhou Qingqing gripped her red tassel spear tightly with her remaining hand. She was uncertain of the young Wolf King's inquiry, but as a member of the human race, she would never answer any question posed by a star beast, even if it meant death. Chapter 74. Breaking the wind. Zhou Qingqing and her companions were determined to fight to the death. Yet no amount of resolve could alter the disparity in strength between the two sides. Born into royalty, the young Wolf King possessed extraordinary talent and could manipulate the wind. He alone could annihilate all 5 of them. Not to mention the 100 silver moon wolves now encircling them. There was no chance of victory, nor even a possibility of escape. "What bad luck!" Lu Jian exclaimed. "In all these years in the silver moon star domain, the royal silver moon wolves have never appeared. One would expect to encounter such a multitude of wolves only upon entering their territory. I merely sought to hone my skills and engage with the human prodigies. Yet it seems none of you are worthy of my effort." The young Wolf King sighed. Having lived on Wolf Moon Star since his youth, as the grandson of the Silver Moon King, he was accustomed to sycophants, which had rendered his life rather dull, prompting him to sneak away. "Kill them." As the young Wolf King raised his hand to command the wolves to attack, his expression suddenly shifted, a grin spreading across his face. "Wait, something is approaching." At that moment, with a thunderous sound, a figure charged forth, shattering the hardened ground and leaving cracks in its wake. Clad in black armor and wielding a blue sword adorned with blood-red patterns, the newcomer exuded an extraordinary presence, contrasting sharply with Zhou Qingqing and her companions. "Su Yiting." "No? What are you doing here?" "Press the distress signal while they haven't noticed you." "Oh no." The others initially rejoiced at the sight of a human, but upon realizing Su Yiting was alone, they gasped in alarm, fearing he was courting death. Su Yiting, with an unusual expression, remarked, "Am I foolish? If I activate the distress signal, it means I wish to end the examination prematurely. Your life is at stake, and you still fear leaving early. No matter how strong you are, you cannot possibly contend with the wolf pack. However, if you can withstand the wind blades, we can seize the opportunity to call for help." Zhou Qingqing and the others became agitated, clamoring to speak, all eager to signal for assistance. Yet this was a reasonable course of action. An additional Su Yiting still left them at a disadvantage against the young Wolf King and his pack. However, Su Yiting held a different view, stating, "If we eliminate them all, we won't need to call for help." Despair washed over the group. It seemed Su Yiting had become so absorbed in his training that he no longer understood the gravity of their situation. Yet there was no time for such considerations. Zhou Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, "Lu Jian, Su Yiting, the 3 of us will engage the young Wolf King. He is the only one capable of disabling the exam wristbands. The 3 of you look for an opportunity to call for help." Bang! Just as Zhou Qingqing was strategizing, Su Yiting had already dashed forward like a cheetah, targeting the young Wolf King. The surrounding wolves let out a chorus of howls, ready to charge at Su Yiting. "Stand down!" The young Wolf King barked angrily, his keen instincts alerting him that this human was formidable. Such a skilled opponent was one he would personally confront. As Su Yiting ran, he scanned the young Wolf King's life force, then thrust his Tongshi sword forward. The young Wolf King raised his right hand, its claw-like talons clashing accurately with the Tongshi sword. Sparks flew upon impact. In the next moment, the young Wolf King's left hand reached forward, causing visible ripples in the air as a translucent wind blade, its edges shimmering with silver light, rapidly formed and whistled forth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yiting deftly sidestepped, evading the wind blade, and his expression grew serious. The young Wolf King was indeed extraordinary, stronger than he had anticipated. "Oh?" The young Wolf King was equally taken aback. The speed of his wind blade was remarkable, and for this human to evade it demonstrated his swiftness. The star domain was indeed entertaining. By tasting your blood, I shall surely achieve a breakthrough. The air around the young Wolf King surged like a tempest, his fur bristling fiercely, exuding a more ferocious aura. The surrounding flora was swept away by the powerful gusts, bending and falling, while some weaker branches were uprooted. Caught within the wind blade and reduced to dust, Su Yiting squinted against the wind, feeling pain in his eyes, yet he stomped down forcefully, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. Bang, bang, 2 wind blades shot towards Su Yiting, which he deflected with his sword. As he closed in on the young Wolf King, he shifted his body and executed a sideways slash. This sudden change of direction caught the young Wolf King off guard. Yet his speed could not outpace the wind. A wall of wind rose before him. As Su Yiting sliced through the wind wall, the young Wolf King's body be in recent days, he had been inseparable from the Tongshi sword. And at this moment, all the vigor within him had seamlessly permeated the sword's core, embodying the true essence of the unity between man and sword. Boom! As the Tongshi sword descended, it carved a radiant arc of light, causing the air around the blade to quiver and warp violently, sizzle. Like a beam of dawn piercing through darkness, the sword light instantly cleaved the wind cannon in two, sending the severed half sprawling into the valley with a thunderous roar. Oh whoa! A few unfortunate Silvermoon wolves found themselves directly in the path of the descending wind cannon, struck squarely and howling in agony. Your skills are indeed lacking. Despite possessing a formidable physique, your abilities are merely limited to wind blades and wind cannons. Akin to an infant wielding a 40-meter sword, Su Yiting remarked calmly after dispatching the wind cannon. The young Wolf King before him was undeniably talented, yet ultimately too youthful, relying solely on instinct and innate gifts in battle. While he might fare decently against Zhou Qingqing and her companions, surpassing Su Yiting would be nothing short of a fantasy. Howl! The young Wolf King let out a long cry. In the realm of Wolf Moon Star, it was the focus of attention, hailed by all its kin as possessing the qualities of a ruler. However, upon entering the star domain for the first time and facing a human, it found itself continuously thwarted, severely undermining its pride. Particularly, the composure exuded by its opponent drove it to the brink of madness. Yet, it was not foolish. After several rounds of confrontation, it realized that to triumph over this human, it would require at least a year of training back home. Thus, it refrained from further aggression and stated, "You've merely lived a bit longer than I. Are you truly skilled? Skill is worthless without influence and background." As its words fell, the surrounding pack of wolves began to stir, silently encroaching upon Su Yiting. Naturally, Su Yiting sensed this, maintaining his calm demeanor. He was no longer a novice, having slain wanted criminals and engaged in genuine bloodshed against star beasts. His mindset had undergone a complete transformation, remaining unfazed even in the face of impending danger. Mind your own affairs. If you need to flee, do so. I may not be able to protect you, Su Yiting advised Zhou Qingqing and the others before plunging into the wolf pack, the Tongshi sword whirling as flesh and blood flew. Even those from Nanshan No. 1 dare to charge in. Though I am Su Yiting, we too dare to join. That phrase is not meant to be used in this context. The strongest team member from Qingyuan No. 1 gritted their teeth and followed suit into the fray. Their presence alleviated a considerable amount of pressure from Su Yiting, and after dispatching 2 Silvermoon wolves, he leaped towards the young Wolf King, Asa Royal. Defeating it would surely grant him significant progress. The wolf pack recognized this as well, abandoning Zhou Qingqing and her companions to pursue Su Yiting. In their eyes, the young Wolf King's life was of greater importance than their own. Howl! The young Wolf King, feeling that Su Yiting regarded it as an easy target, was overcome with rage and lunged forward fiercely. Had it been earlier, the young Wolf King could have exchanged several blows with Su Yiting. But now it felt inferior, its momentum diminished by 3 points. Within just a few exchanges, it began to falter, the thought of retreat creeping into its mind. The surrounding wolves, entangled in its plight, faced continuous slaughter while attempting to protect it. Yet none could harm Su Yiting. In the meeting room, the officers from Military Base No. 3 watched this scene unfold, all falling into a profound silence. Zhou Qingqing had A-grade protective measures. They had prepared to rescue her during previous crises. But Su Yiting's sudden appearance had brought them immense surprise. Each step, Each strike of his sword was executed with exquisite precision, devoid of any superfluous movements. This was true mastery. Instructor Wu spoke with a numb tone, observing how Su Yiting's every action was meticulous, perfectly evading attacks while launching his own, undeniably demonstrating a profound level of skill. To achieve such mastery before the age of 18 is a rarity. Even more valuable than the top scorers in the college entrance examinations, an officer marveled. Perhaps in 2 years, we shall witness him on the global campus competition stage, by his junior or senior year. If he integrates momentum into his swordsmanship, he has a chance at victory. During the freshman competition, Jiangnan Martial Arts University will surely astonish everyone. Most of the officers present hailed from Jiangnan province, their faces alight with excitement and pride at the emergence of such a prodigy from their homeland. However, Xiong Yong refrained from joining in the praises of Su Yiting, musing, killing a few Silver Moon wolves is one thing. But what if he truly slays the young Wolf King? Everyone fell silent, jolted from their astonishment as they grasped the critical implications. The Silver Moon King was known for its vengefulness. If its grandson were to perish, it might even pursue vengeance to Blue Star. Instructor Wu's expression turned grave. Are you afraid it won't come? Our country also possesses true monarch-level experts. If it truly comes, we shall ensure it returns empty-handed, shouted a hot-tempered officer. The nation was currently implementing a planetary transformation plan. Now is not the time to instigate a full-scale war with the Silver Moon Wolf clan. Are we to stand idle while the enemy is before us? Martial arts are practiced to quell conflict. The officers began to bicker among themselves, for although humanity had ongoing skirmishes with the Silver Moon Wolf clan in the Star Domain, both sides had always exercised restraint, avoiding full-scale war. Yet this time was different. Should the young Wolf King perish in the Star Domain, the Silver Moon King would undoubtedly not let it go, and might even intervene personally. Meanwhile, in the scene depicted, Su Yiting had already cleared the wolves surrounding the young Wolf King and thrust down with his sword. Chapter 76. The Kingly Star Beast in the Moonlit Valley. The ground lay littered with the carcasses of Silver Moon wolves, and Su Yiting stood drenched in their blood, aiming the sword's edge at the young Wolf King. Flee! The young Wolf King felt the impending approach of death. Disregarding everything, it burned the essence of its blood, a hint of crimson emerging amidst its silver fur. Its speed surged abruptly as it galloped on all fours, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. However, in the midst of the battle with the wolf pack, Su Yiting's prowess had already reached the 4th stage of mastery. With this mastery, his perception, agility, swordplay, and manipulation of vigor had all seen significant enhancement. The moment his intent sparked, vigor surged toward his feet, propelling him forward like a flash. With a standard speed of 30 meters per second at a vitality of 15, Su Yiting's speed now far surpassed that level. Soaring to 50 meters per second, appearing to others as merely a blurred silhouette. You cannot escape in a whirlwind of speed. Su Yiting had already closed in on the young Wolf King's rear. The young Wolf King caught sight of Su Yiting approaching from the corner of its eye, and in terror, its fur bristled. Realizing the danger, it summoned a tempest beneath its paws and leaped into the air to flee. Boom! Su Yiting could not fly, yet he would not allow the young Wolf King to escape so easily. With a powerful stomp, he left 2 deep imprints in the ground, launching himself nearly 7 to 8 meters high. The Tongshi soared like a gale sweeping upward, aiming for the young Wolf King. Thud! Under the moonlight, a spray of blood erupted. The young Wolf King howled in agony as its tail was severed cleanly. Blood gushing from the stump, I shall return. Fueled by vengeance, the young Wolf King dared not look back, seizing the moment Su Yiting descended from the air to ride the winds away. Clang! Just then, a resonant hum of a long sword cutting through the air echoed. The young Wolf King looked down in horror. Before Su Yiting landed, he had already hurled the Tongshi sword, which sliced through the night sky like a streak of azure light. Hurtling toward it, no! The young Wolf King shrieked, imagining the sword piercing its body. At that moment, a single strand of its fur drifted down, transforming midair into a towering, majestic figure. This figure was only visible from behind. Emanating an ancient aura, with silver hair cascading to its waist, each strand resembling a sharp spike, exuding an exceedingly domineering presence. The Tongshi sword struck against the figure, as if colliding with an impenetrable wall. Unable to advance an inch, vibrating violently in the air. Wu! Upon witnessing this figure, All fear and grievance within the young wolf king morphed into tears, streaming down its face. In that moment, it comprehended why its grandfather had never hindered its entry into the star domain. It had long since left a bloodline mark upon it, understood that its grandfather's bloodline mark, to evade the chaotic energies within spatial rifts, had to conceal its autonomous consciousness, only to manifest passively when it neared death. Devoid of awareness. Casting a deep glance at Su Yiting, it no longer lingered, harnessing the flowing wind to vanish into the night. After the young wolf king fled, the silhouette of the Silver Moon King dissipated, reverting to a single strand of fur, though the once pure silver had now dulled to a lackluster hue. The Tongshi sword, no longer restrained, plummeted from the air, caught in the hands of the solemn Su Yiting. Impressive technique. Indeed, one must consider their background when navigating this world. Su Yiting sheathed his sword, opting not to pursue the young wolf king, for it was under the protection of a royal star beast and possessed the ability to ride the winds. Having missed this opportunity, it would be exceedingly difficult to strike again. Thank you, Su Yiting. Were it not for you, we would likely have perished here. Zhou Qingqing and the others approached, relief evident in their expressions. The astonishment in their eyes had yet to fade. Particularly Zhou Qingqing. During the April assessment, she had sparred with Su Yiting, and while they had exchanged several moves back then, the chasm between them had now widened to an insurmountable gulf. Su Yiting shook his head, saying, "No need for thanks. I too sought the star beasts, and you have aided me somewhat. It's a pity the young wolf king escaped. It is fortunate that the little wolf king has escaped." As a member of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, should it truly be killed, the Silver Moon King would not let this matter rest easily. On Blue Star, there is national protection, but should one venture into the star domain, a frenzied siege would likely ensue. Zhou Qingqing remarked, "The Silver Moon King." Xu Yiting's mind flickered with the figure that had appeared in the sky moments ago. Undoubtedly, the opponent was a kingly star beast, a presence comparable to a true lord, far beyond his current capabilities. In the realm of martial arts, the hierarchy is as follows. The first stage is the inner strength stage, the second is the meridian stage, the third is the master stage, the fourth is the grandmaster stage, and the fifth is the true person stage. Only upon reaching the sixth stage can one be called a true lord. Such formidable beings are exceedingly rare across the entirety of Blue Star. Since we are now safe, let us part ways here. Su Yiting, having entered the micro-realm, spread his perception, clearly observing the rustling of foliage 100 meters away. And naturally, he could also see the surveillance cameras installed in some concealed locations. In the practical examination for the college entrance examination, the maximum team size is 5. His cooperation with Zhou Qingqing and others in battle already constitutes a violation. The absence of a warning from the examiners is merely due to the life-threatening danger faced by Zhou Qingqing and the others, prompting them to turn a blind eye. Should they continue, their results might be nullified. Zhou Qingqing understood this as well and did not insist on staying, advising, "All right, let us take a moment to rest. When daylight arrives, we must continue hunting star beasts." However, Su Yiting, since we are near the Silver Moon Wolf camp, it would be wise for you to keep your distance. Near the camp, you say? Su Yiting remained silent, picking up the fallen tail of the little wolf king and stowing it away. After taking a few steps, he quickly moved 100 meters away. The youth armed with a bow and arrow was astonished, unable to contain himself. That direction, this madman, is he heading to the wolf clan camp? Zhou Qingqing brushed back the hair falling over her forehead, her eyes sparkling with brilliance as she sighed. The Silver Moon star domain is merely a first-tier star domain, and no creatures within it have reached the micro-level. Su Yiting is an anomaly among them. Even if he truly goes, he may not be able to defeat them, but he can leave at any moment. Lgn gazed enviously at Su Yiting's departing figure, pondering that if he could move freely among the wolf pack, perhaps Goddess Qingqing would regard him with newfound admiration. After covering a distance of 10 kilometers, Su Yiting concealed himself behind a rock. 300 meters ahead lay a city, its walls low and constructed of rammed earth, standing about 2 zhang high, resembling ancient architecture from the Xia Kingdom. This was, after all, the Silver Moon Wolf clan's 6th camp as displayed on the candidate's map. The lower-tier Silver Moon Wolves generally possess limited intelligence and lack the capability to develop firearms. However, they have captured some humans during the ongoing wars, learning a few rudimentary skills in construction to create simple defenses. This camp houses nearly 3,000 Silver Moon Wolves. Should they all be exterminated, One can only imagine the progress that would yield. Su Yiting observed the camp, noticing several silver moon wolves patrolling the top of the city walls. Each possessing vitality scores exceeding 9, among them, one stood upright, surprisingly wielding a submachine gun. Chapter 77. The Despicable Humans, a submachine gun seized from the hands of humans? Had it been before entering the micro-realm? Su Yiting would have undoubtedly turned to flee, for facing a pack of wolves armed with firearms would have presented no chance of victory. After all, no matter how swift he was, he could not outrun a bullet. But now, the situation was different. The benefits brought by his micro-level perception were immense. Before his opponents could even pull the trigger, he could already evade their attacks. Unless dozens of guns fired simultaneously, it would be exceedingly difficult to hit such a skilled individual as him. Bang! Resolute in his decision, Su Yiting drew the Tongshi sword, his feet propelling him forward like a descending tiger, charging towards the wolf clan camp. A war! The patrolling wolf soldiers immediately detected a human rushing across the open ground and let out a warning howl. The upright silver moon wolf grinned maliciously, expertly aiming its gun at Su Yiting. This was a weapon it had seized from humans, highly effective for long-range combat in open areas, and it had trained extensively for this moment. As it pressed the trigger, flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. A barrage of bullets slicing through the air, hurtling towards Su Yiting. In the next instant, its expression shifted. The human had somehow shifted 3 meters to the side with each step, causing all the bullets to strike the ground instead. Oh, whoa! It raised its gun, attempting to lock onto Su Yiting again, but at that moment, it felt a sense of dissonance. No matter how it aimed, the human seemed poised to evade. While it hesitated, Su Yiting had already crossed the 300 meters, landing beneath the city wall with a powerful stomp, akin to a bird in flight, arriving before the wolf, before it could even pull the trigger. Its vision was enveloped by the gleam of the sword. Even until its last breath, it could not comprehend how a human could so effortlessly dodge bullets in a first-tier star domain. Kill a first-tier star beast. Sword Immortal Awakening progress increased by 0.5. Su Yiting cleaved the head of the armed silver moon wolf with a single stroke, and in an instant, dozens of silver moon wolves bared their fangs, surrounding him. Meanwhile, within the city, a chorus of wolf howls erupted, countless silver moon wolves flooding forth like a tide. Behind them, a towering 5-meter silver moon wolf let out a piercing howl, the lead wolf of this camp, commanding the pack to attack. The reason humans have been unable to seize the Silver Moon Star domain in one fell swoop is not only due to the sheer number of silver moon wolves, but also because of these lead wolves possessing vitality nearing 20. Their intelligence rivals that of humans, allowing them to strategize, and their physical prowess enables them to withstand bullets and aerial bombardments, presenting an extreme challenge. First, eliminate a portion, then escape. This shall be my progress buffet. Su Yiting moved with the agility of lightning, his perception granting him intimate knowledge of each silver moon wolf's actions. The wolf claws that reached for him could not even graze a single hair. Thud, thud, thud. As the Tongshi sword danced, it conjured a flurry of light and shadow, sending one silver moon wolf after another crashing down. In the blink of an eye, the city walls were littered with corpses, the stench of blood permeating the air. Points 10. Your vitality has risen from 15 to 15.5. Kill an unranked star beast. Sword Immortal Awakening progress increased by 0.08. The candidate's wristband and the trial stone were incessantly refreshing with messages. 10 minutes later, Su Yiting felt his arms grow numb and his stamina depleting. Only then did he propel himself downward, leaping from the city wall awoo. Upon seeing this detestable human attempting to flee, the lead wolf's eyes bulged with rage, issuing a tremendous roar. The city gates swung open, and countless silver moon wolves surged forth, hot on Su Yiting's trail. However, with their speed, they could not hope to catch him. By the time Su Yiting entered the forest, the wolves hesitated to follow. This detestable human was more terrifying than an armed army. While ordinary troops possess firearms, they lack his swiftness and physical strength. He could engage in guerrilla warfare within the forest, rendering them utterly powerless. But this human was an anomaly. They could neither chase nor combat him. Should he enter the forest, they would likely be picked off one by one, forcing them to retreat in frustration. After resting for a while, he would continue. Su Yiting perched on a branch, pulling out jerky and water to replenish his energy. Just as his teeth sank into the food, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if something had locked onto him. The thought had barely formed when a thunderous boom erupted, akin to a bolt from the blue. A high-velocity bullet whistled towards him, creating ripples in the air. Not good, a sniper. Su Yiting's body trembled. In his haste, it was too late to evade, and the bullet pierced directly into his chest. His muscles reacted instinctively, convulsing violently, becoming as soft as cotton. While subtle energy surged towards his chest, dissipating 6 or 7 parts of the bullet's impact. Bang! The remaining force slammed Su Yiting's body against the tree trunk. A mouthful of fresh blood surged up his throat, only for him to swallow it down forcefully. A surge of energy from his chest dislodged the bullet that had penetrated 1 centimeter into his body. Death. This sudden turn of events left Su Yiting with blood-red eyes. In just 5 seconds, he had leapt to an ancient tree, swinging the Tongshi sword to sever it in two. Simultaneously, a silver shadow tumbled from the treetop. Another silver moon wolf. Its gaze towards Su Yiting was filled with utter terror. Unable to fathom how this human could withstand a sniper's bullet, a sniper lurking near the camp, my luck is truly abysmal. Su Yiting felt a wave of dread wash over him. The area surrounding the Silver Moon Wolf camp often had snipers stationed to guard against incursions from other races. However, the wolves could seize very few sniper rifles, and naturally, the number of trained snipers was limited. To have one so close by was indeed unfortunate. Had he not already reached the micro-realm? With prior warnings, he would have surely met his demise from that shot. Damn it. Just you wait. Su Yiting swiftly dispatched the wolf sniper with a slash to its throat, returning to the tree to recover his strength and injuries. His control over his body had reached a terrifying level. As his vital energy surged, his recovery speed far surpassed that of others. In just 2 hours, he had nearly regained his former condition. During this time, he remained vigilant. Although the sniper was powerful, it would be challenging to escape his perception if they were not already ambushed. At the Silver Moon Wolf Clan's 6th camp, the corpses atop the city walls had been devoured by the surviving Silver Moon Wolves, restoring order. Yet just as they believed tranquility had returned, in the distance, that detestable human swaggered back into view. A woo! The alarm was sounded once more, and the wolves of the 6th camp were filled with both fury and fear. In the Silver Moon Star Domain for many years, they had never encountered such a terrifying human race. Chapter 78. Local Specialties. As the clock approached noon on June 11th, alarms echoed throughout the Silver Moon Star Domain, signaling the conclusion of the practical examination. The candidates knew they had to converge at Military Base Number 3. Compared to their arrival in the Star Domain, they now appeared exceedingly disheveled, their clothes tattered and bodies covered in mud, with many sustaining injuries. Out of a total of 5,721 candidates, 37 had perished, 392 were severely injured, and 4,396 sustained minor injuries. Instructor Wu listened gravely to the report from the soldiers beside him, letting out a sigh. Despite their best efforts for rescue, some had still lost their lives during this practical examination, most of whom had fallen victim to ambushes or beast hordes, unable to call for help in time. Welcome back. Having faced the star beasts in this examination, I believe you will become exceptional warriors in the future. Instructor Wu encouraged the candidates. However, most of them appeared somewhat distracted. Having confronted the ferocious and bloodthirsty star beasts, they began to doubt their own strength and talent, their resolve shattered. Only a few exceptionally gifted candidates remained invigorated, not only unbroken by the star beasts, but instead more eager to enhance themselves through danger. Next, please surrender your weapons. The star beasts you have hunted can also be exchanged here for blue star currency, although the rates will be somewhat lower than outside. You may also choose to take them back to Blue Star for sale. Instructor Wu signaled, and dozens of soldiers entered the ranks of candidates to retrieve their weapons. Simultaneously, some candidates began selling the star beasts they had hunted on the spot. However, due to the size of the beasts, most had only brought back easily portable and valuable materials such as silver moon wolf pelts, bull horns, and rhinoceros hides. The prices offered by the military for these materials were lower than market rates, as the military also incurred significant costs for storage and transport to Blue Star. Wait, Instructor Wu, Su Yiting hasn't returned yet. Sun Yin raised his hand, his eyes still glistening with tears, weakly inquiring. The other candidates also noticed that Su Yiting, who had been regarded as the top scorer even before the exam, had not yet returned, causing an uproar. Could it be that even he had perished in the star domain? Zhou Qingqing and Lu Jian exchanged glances. The last time they had seen Su Yiting was near Camp Number 6 of the Silver Moon Wolves, and they could not help but speculate that an accident had befallen him there. This saddened them deeply, as Su Yiting had once saved their lives. Instructor Wu had been monitoring Su Yiting and was aware that no accident had occurred, replying, "He will be here shortly. It's just that his pace is a bit slower than yours." "Are you joking? Su Yiting is the fastest among us," Sun Yin retorted skeptically. Thud, thud. Just as the students of Class 7 were about to continue their inquiries, a slow yet heavy sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned to look, and there, a silver mountain was approaching. All held their breath. It was no mountain but rather a massive pile of silver moon wolf pelts bound together with resilient python skins. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, beneath the pelts, Su Yiting was panting heavily, and upon closer inspection, he had a tail of the silver moon wolf, gleaming with pure brilliance, hanging from his waist. Am I seeing things? Is he here for the exam or to stock up? How many star beasts did he slay to bring back so many wolf pelts? I knew he wouldn't be dead. His total score for the practical examination is 7. 320. Qi Wuhan only has 600 points. Such a staggering lead. How could he possibly be dead? Countless eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before them. Having faced star beasts themselves, they understood well the horror of Su Yiting's actions. While they were racking their brains to hunt a single star beast, it seemed Su Yiting had come merely for a leisurely outing, casually collecting local specialties on his way out, in a moment of speechlessness. Qi Wuhan numbly observed the scene. Throughout the examination, he had been fixated on the leaderboard. Each time he fought valiantly and checked his ranking, he found the gap between himself and Su Yiting widening. Now, he had completely abandoned any thought of competing with him. After all, they were not on the same level. "Sorry, I hope I'm not late." Su Yiting slowly walked into the base under the gaze of the crowd, who parted to make way for him. Bang! An unfathomable quantity of star beast materials was discarded onto the ground. "Instructor Wu, will you be collecting these?" Su Yiting scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Instructor Wu endeavored to maintain his composure as an instructor. Suppressing his astonishment, "Yes, we need to tally the quantities," Su Yiting exhaled in relief. The silver moon wolf pelts could be fashioned into brushes, soft armor, bedding, tapestries, and winter clothing among other necessities, far exceeding his expectations for annual consumption. While the officers were tallying the materials, Su Yiting caught sight of the bodies of the candidates who had been brought back, and his pupils constricted. Among them was someone he recognized, his classmate, Chen Jian, with whom he had shared a meal. It was hard to believe he had met such an untimely end in his memory. Chen Jian came from a modest background, having lost his father early, leaving only his mother and younger sister. Though his talent was limited, he was diligent, yearning to change his fate through martial arts. Old Chun succumbed to snake venom. By the time he called for help, it was already too late. Sun Yin approached, his eyes reddened. Having witnessed Chen Jian's death firsthand, Su Yiting fell silent. Such events were to be expected in the star domain, where death was commonplace. It was just that he had yet to become accustomed to seeing the bodies of familiar faces. The world does not cease its rotation for the death of an individual. Before long, several soldiers had finished tallying the materials Su Yiting had brought back, determining a recovery price of 15 million. This amount was merely 1/3 of the market price. However, Su Yiting could not take them back and was selling them wholesale, so he did not haggle, merely inquiring, "With the deaths of candidates, is the compensation 1 million? Instructor Wu, accustomed to such scenes, though saddened, remained relatively composed. "Yes, it will be dispersed in a few days." "Could this 15 million be used to allocate 1 million to Chen Jian's family?" Su Yiting asked. Though he too was in need of money, seeing his classmate perish stirred a sense of compassion within him, prompting him to assist his family within his means. "Certainly." Instructor Wu regarded Su Yiting with appreciation and agreed. While he lacked the authority to allocate state-funded resources, the star beast materials were his personal spoils, allowing him the freedom to distribute them as he saw fit. Chapter 79. An unfriendly trending topic. Boom! The returning aircraft powered up. Su Yiting sat in his seat, directing his consciousness toward the sword-testing stone panel. Life force, 16.3, first stage. Punching power, 7,308 kg speed, 33.8 meters second mental strength, 19. 2 martial arts techniques, star-shattering flowing light sword, Azure Lotus Sword Technique, Wandering Dragon Threefold. Skill levels, Swordsmanship, 4th Stage 12.1, Body Technique, 4th Stage 2, Sword Immortal Awakening Progress, 53, can conduct Chi Infusion. Reaching 100 will awaken the Sword Immortal. I have nearly exterminated all the Silver Moon Wolves in Camp Number 6, and yet my progress is only at 53. Su Yiting squinted, dissatisfied with his advancement. However, once he returned home, he could begin the Chi Infusion in the Star Domain. He had to remain vigilant against star beasts, and without knowing how long the infusion would take, he dared not attempt it. Preferring to wait until he was home. Sugu, you're trending again. This time, you're number 1, Sun Yin said enviously beside him. Oh? Su Yiting glanced at his smart wristband, where the most popular apps displayed trending topics regarding the college entrance examination. The most eye-catching headline, adorned with an explosive character, read, "A dark horse from Qingyuan City, nationwide practical examination top scorer." The initial practical examination was broadcasted live nationwide. However, after candidates were seen dying during the live stream, the broadcast was halted, leaving only the real-time national leaderboard. Yet, even this leaderboard was sufficient for netizens to engage in fervent discussion. Each shift in the top 10 rankings would surge onto trending topics. This year's discourse was unprecedented, largely due to Su Yiting's emergence. In previous years, the top 10 scores had been monopolized by the 4 major cities, but this year, the number 1 position remained unchallenged, firmly held by a single name. I wonder how they will discuss me. Curiosity piqued, Su Yiting clicked on the trending topic to glance at the most liked comments. Isn't this Su Yiting, the previously ranked 7th on the Hidden Dragon list? Yun Wuliang only scored 4,700 points and was outperformed by him in the practical exam. Yun Wuliang is no ordinary figure. He must be acting alone, while Su Yiting likely teamed up with others to pick up the slack. His first place finish is merely due to Pei Buqing being a special recruit, still training in Blue Eyes, and not participating in the entrance exam. Otherwise, he would only be second. Perhaps he comes from a wealthy family and hired numerous candidates to work for him. Isn't there someone in Qingyuan number 1 high school with X-ray vision? Searching for star beasts would be incredibly easy. The freshman grand tournament will be when his true colors are revealed, much to Su Yiting's surprise. The online commentary was far from friendly. Those who express high praise either suspect him of bribing candidates to gain an advantage or assert that Pei Buqing, who possesses the extraordinary ability of thunder, did not participate in the college entrance examination, thus allowing him to attain the top position. In any case, his success is attributed to anything but his own merit. This infuriates Su Yiting immensely. He claims that the results are fabricated and begrudgingly admits that Pei Buqing is indeed superior to him. When accusations of wealth arise, he finds it utterly unacceptable. Where would I acquire such wealth? Are these people delusional, perhaps hired trolls? They even allege that I am assisting Su Yiting. Zhou Qingqing, with her brows furrowed and chest heaving, is the very individual in the trending topic possessing the ability of X-ray vision, and she has seemingly become an accomplice in Su Yiting's alleged deception. Sugu, it appears you have provoked someone. The comments under other trending topics are similarly accusatory, but what is most alarming is that some individuals truly believe this nonsense. Can the college entrance examination results really be faked? Surely not every candidate is colluding with Sugu, right? Brothers, I'm in a heated argument. Join me in the comments on the Xiagua Daily's Weibo. Inside the aircraft, other candidates from Qingyuan City also feel that these comments are profoundly unfair to Su Yiting. They are well aware of the circumstances surrounding the examination and genuinely admire Su Yiting, rallying together to counter the accusations in the comments section. However, their numbers are limited, and they are quickly overwhelmed by the tide of disparaging remarks. As time passes, Su Yiting, now ranked 3rd nationally in the Tianqi world, is accused of purchasing his scores. It indeed seems like a smear campaign. Could it be that instructor from the Magic Capital Martial Arts University? Su Yiting ponders, having rarely encountered conflict, save for perhaps offending Wu Minxiu from the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, leading him to suspect this direction. Otherwise, the situation is too bizarre, being labeled a fraud and score buyer for achieving first place nationally. Where is the justice in that? After observing the comments for a while longer, more neutral parties emerge, with many of them believing the accusations. Most of them have no experience in martial arts, but under common reasoning, a student from Qingyuan City should not be able to secure the top position nationally. Intriguing. Su Yiting decides against further engaging with the trolls' comments, instead closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Sugu, come argue with me. Can you really endure this? Sun Yin continues to type fervently on his virtual keyboard. What good would it do to win the argument? It brings no monetary reward, nor does it enhance my strength. Besides, if they insist I am wealthy, I may just become rich. Let us consider it a blessing. Su Yiting remains with his eyes closed, softly responding. 2 hours later, the aircraft lands at Qingyuan No. 1 High School. Injured candidates are sent to the hospital for treatment, while those with minor injuries receive preliminary care and restorative medications. Soon, the candidates return to their respective homes, reuniting with their families. Su Yiting, under the escort of a small aircraft, joyfully returns home. His parents and younger sister, having seen his results on the news, have already paused their activities. Preparing a lavish feast. To his surprise, Principal Tu Xinghai and Uncle Yin are also present, sharing drinks with his father. Our top achiever has returned, Principal Tu exclaims with a smile upon seeing Su Yiting. Principal, Uncle Yin, Su Yiting greets with a smile, fully aware that his accomplishments today are thanks in no small part to their support, an appreciation he will never forget, no matter how strong he becomes. Are you hungry? Let us eat first, Chen Xian says with concern, pulling him to sit down. Su Yiting picks up his chopsticks and enjoys the delectable meal, toasting with his elders and relishing the tranquility following his interstellar journey. It is not until midnight that Principal Tu and Yin Zhenghua leave, somewhat inebriated. After washing up, Su Yiting returns to his room, feeling invigorated as he dispels any lingering effects of alcohol without delay. He focuses his mind, sitting cross-legged on the floor, allowing his consciousness to sink into the spiritual realm to begin the infusion of spiritual energy. Chapter 80. The flying sword. Spiritual energy is the natural force that roams freely between heaven and earth. In the myths of Xiaogua, it is said that during ancient times, Blue Star was connected to the immortal realm, resulting in a rich abundance of spiritual energy. However, following the Black Emperor Xuanqiu severing the connection between the two realms, the spiritual energy began to wane. Su Yiting is unaware of the truth behind these myths. He lives in an era of great fortune. At this moment, he senses a refreshing energy flowing into his body from the surrounding air. This sensation is reminiscent of consuming life-enhancing elixirs or organ-strengthening liquids, but the two are incomparable. Spiritual energy is purer and directly effective in enhancing the physical body. Your vitality has increased from 16.3 to 16.5. Is it possible that my vitality has already improved, and we've only just begun? Su Yiting is secretly astonished as he observes an energy permeating through his organs, bones, meridians, and every corner of his body. When consuming organ-strengthening liquids, he sometimes experiences discomfort or even pain. However, spiritual energy brings only benefits, with no side effects whatsoever. Su Yiting closes his eyes, practicing the breathing technique from the sword cultivation method in an attempt to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. As he is uncertain how long the infusion will last and wishes to absorb as much as possible, breathe in, breathe out. In a state of semi-consciousness, Su Yiting feels a current of air swirling around him. As the Tongshi sword is enveloped by this flow, slowly levitating in mid-air, is a typhoon approaching. During Su Yiting's absorption of spiritual energy, the wind near the noodle shop suddenly intensifies, leaving many bewildered by the change in the air. The weather forecast did not predict a typhoon in Qingyuan City. Only the urban area houses masters of the martial arts, and the strongest individuals in Nanshan District are merely at the second level of perfection. Thus, no one realizes that amidst them, someone is fervently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a full 2 hours, the surging spiritual energy dissipates, and Su Yiting finally opens his eyes. He feels no fatigue. Rather, he is brimming with vigor, every fiber of his being radiating strength as gone. But not entirely. Su Yiting meticulously senses the air around him, surprised to discover that the peculiar energy has not fully vanished with the conclusion of the spiritual energy infusion. Instead, it has become exceedingly thin. This means that after the infusion, I have gained the ability to sense and capture spiritual energy, allowing me to attempt absorption even after the process has ended. This thought invigorates Su Yiting. The ability to autonomously capture spiritual energy is a hallmark of a master. Even though the quantity of energy he can capture pales in comparison to that of a master, among first and second level martial artists, he is already far ahead. Furthermore, his status panel has undergone a remarkable transformation following the 2-hour infusion. Vitality, 19.5, first level, punching power, 10,086 kilograms speed, 43. 5 meters second mental strength, 22.8 Martial Arts Techniques. Star-Shattering Light Sword, Green Lotus Sword Technique, Dragon's 3 Turns, Skill Levels, Swordsmanship, 4th Stage 12.1, Body Technique, 4th Stage 2, Sword Immortal Awakening Progress, 53, 100 Progress required for Awakening, compared to my capabilities before entering the Star Realm. It could be said that my strength has doubled. If I were to enter now, I could easily sweep through Camp 6. The enhancement of strength always brings joy to Su Yiting, who instinctively raises his hand, intending to grasp the hilt of the Tongshi sword. Yet, he finds nothing. Where is my sword? Su Yiting waves his hand in vain, suddenly struck by a peculiar sensation, and looks up to see the Tongshi sword suspended beneath the ceiling, gently vibrating with his breath. Come back. Su Yiting extends his mental energy, silently commanding, and the Tongshi sword swiftly returns to its sheath. Come out, he silently commands again, and the Tongshi sword flies out of its sheath without his physical touch. Ha! Su Yiting cannot help but laugh, like a child, as he continues to control the Tongshi sword to soar around the room. After manipulating it back and forth dozens of times, the Tongshi sword falls to the ground. Simultaneously, Su Yiting feels a buzzing in his head, overwhelmed by a headache. I've depleted my mental energy. Shaking his head, he retrieves the Tongshi sword. Though his head aches, he lies on the bed, still brimming with excitement. Controlling objects with mental energy is not an extraordinary feat. Any martial artist with mental strength above 20 can accomplish it. Yet, he perceives the distinction between himself and others. For an ordinary person, lifting an object a few centimeters with mental energy would leave them drenched in sweat. He feels no peculiar connection with other items in the room. Only when manipulating the Tongshi sword does he sense a communion of intent. That is the benefit he has gained from practicing the sword cultivation method with the Tongshi sword. The combination of breathing techniques and formidable mental energy enables him to control the Tongshi sword's flight with mere thought. Moreover, in certain aspects, his flying sword technique surpasses that of a master's externalization of true energy. A master can only envelop their sword within a radius of 300 meters, but he feels that by exhausting his mental energy, he could send the Tongshi sword 1,000 meters away. How grand it would be to send the Tongshi sword soaring 1,000 miles, cleaving the heads of enemy generals amidst the throng. Su Yiting finds himself lost in this reverie. However, he also understands that he should not be overly ambitious. While the flying sword appears formidable, once the Tongshi sword is released, he cannot inject it with energy, making close combat inferior to wielding the sword directly. The next day, Su Yiting awakens to the sound of a video call notification. On the other end of the line is Hong Mingyun, the deputy director of the Qingyuan City Martial Arts Bureau. Hong Mingyun was evidently aware of Su Yiting's performance in the practical examination, as he approached him with congratulations. Xiao Yi, congratulations. You have brought glory to Jiangnan province. It was merely luck, Su Yiting humbly replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hong Mingyun got to the point. The reason for my call, aside from congratulating you, is to inform you that the Martial Arts Bureau has decided to elevate your contract level to SS grade. Previously, Su Yiting's contract level was a grade, which was evidently insufficient for him at this stage. An SS grade contract, however, entailed resources worth millions. Naturally, Su Yiting felt elated, yet a tinge of confusion lingered. Wasn't it stated that we would wait until after the freshman competition to assess performance? Hong Mingyun shook his head, smiling as he replied, there is no need for that. The practical examination has proven everything. As for the upcoming freshman competition, our expectations for you are simply to place in the top 3 in the individual events. The team events will depend on luck. To put it bluntly, your teammates from the same school are, in comparison to the 4 prestigious academies, somewhat lacking. Top 3? I will do my utmost. Su Yiting did not overly boast, as he still did not even know who his opponents were. Chapter 81. The journey. After concluding his conversation with Hong Mingyun, another call came in almost immediately. Su Yiting pressed the answer button. Teacher Qian. At this moment, Qian Cheng was in his office, surrounded by the busy hustle and bustle of the end of the college entrance examination period. Qian Cheng first expressed his congratulations on Su Yiting's results, before cautiously asking, in the past few days, has any other school reached out to you? Su Yiting was taken aback, realizing that Qian Cheng was concerned about other schools potentially luring him away with breach of contract payments. He chuckled, no need to worry. Even if they did, I would not agree. Qian Cheng sighed in relief. Su Yiting's displayed talent was exceedingly remarkable, to the point where it left the admissions office in a state of unrest. Compared to other prestigious schools, our national funding is indeed limited. However, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them, and we will do our best to accommodate. Su Yiting had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Responding with a smile, "No need, it is already sufficient. My father is in good health now." Qiansheng nodded and then inquired, "All right then, when do you plan to come for registration?" Su Yiting pondered briefly before saying, The school starts on July 1 st. I will go on that day." Qiansheng looked puzzled. "So late?" "Many students arrive early. This is a prime time for cultivation. This trip to Wulin City may take a long time before I can return, so I want to spend more time with my family," Su Yiting replied candidly. "Very well." Qiansheng did not press the matter further, simply feeling that Su Yiting was quite exceptional, especially since many students were eager to leave home as soon as possible. After hanging up, Su Yiting glanced at his smart wristband, which displayed numerous messages. One of them indicated that he had received 14 million from selling Star Beast materials. "This is the money I've truly earned through my own efforts. The Star domain is indeed lucrative." Su Yiting beamed as he looked at his balance, which was nearing 15 million, and opened the Martial Arts Academy's marketplace. Now that his vitality had surpassed 19 and his internal strength was nearly complete, he could already consume the marrow-cleansing liquid in advance. The second stage of martial arts, known as Tongmai, required more than just unblocking meridians. The initial step upon entering the second stage was to undergo a cleansing process, eliminating impurities from the body, followed by expanding the meridians, and finally channeling energy to break through and open the internal pathways. If one attempted to unblock their meridians with excessive impurities and fragile, narrow channels, they could easily end up with severed meridians. The marrow-cleansing liquid was priced at 200,000, and Su Yiting purchased 5 bottles at once for backup. Following that, he ventured into the premium section of the marketplace, which he had previously hesitated to explore due to its high-priced offerings. The premium items were rare and expensive, including spirit weapons forged from 5th-grade Star Beast bones, complete sets of spiritual armor, high-grade Star Beast pets, and Tongmai pills, although many were out of stock. 300 grams of spirit stones, priced at 10 million. Amidst a row of gray, out-of-stock products, Su Yiting spotted a shining spirit stone. How much spiritual energy can 300 grams absorb, selling for 10 million? Curiosity piqued. He clicked on it, only to find it was once again out of stock, evidently snatched up the moment it was listed. Such strength! Su Yiting couldn't help but be astonished. He had heard of spirit stones, which were essentially a type of or nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing humans to absorb their spiritual essence, akin to inhaling spiritual energy. However, spirit stones were rare, typically found in star domains rich in spiritual energy and buried deep underground, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain, with prices consistently high a century ago. Humanity had discovered a star domain abundant in spirit stones, leading to a large-scale war with star beasts, resulting in the fall of several true lords without successfully conquering ITI in the eyes of the wealthy. "My 10 million assets are merely that of a pauper." Su Yiting closed the marketplace, realizing he could not afford a single item in the premium section. Spirit stones were something one could only buy for their younger relatives if they had money to spare. First, he needed to pay off his mortgage. Su Yiting's family had been paying their mortgage for many years. However, a portion had gone towards interest, and there were still hundreds of thousands outstanding. He rushed downstairs to transfer the necessary mortgage payment to his mother. This time, Chun Xian did not refuse, and that evening, she prepared several additional delicious dishes. 3 days later, the college entrance examination results were released. Su Yiting confirmed his admission to Jiangnan Martial Arts University without checking his scores. While the class group chat buzzed with messages, as the conversations flowed, they organized a gathering for their classmates. Su Yiting gladly accepted the invitation, and the venue was a modest restaurant, with costs shared equally. "It's over, Sugu. I will never see you again. I'm heading to the northern mountains," Sun Yin lamented after a few drinks, his face sorrowful. His results were so poor that he hadn't even qualified for Qingyuan Martial Arts University and could only attend a lesser-known institution in a remote location. "It's not the end of the world. You're not dying," Su Yiting consoled him. That moment, he realized that only Lu Qi from their class had been accepted into Qingyuan Martial Arts University, while the others either went to distant cities or had to settle for ordinary universities. "Haven't you heard? For many people, high school graduation is the last time they see each other in this lifetime." Sun Yin exclaimed dramatically. This was indeed true. Su Yiting nodded, feeling a twinge of sadness. "What of classmates?" After graduating high school and moving to other cities, many would only see their parents once a year, or even less frequently die in an era plagued by star beasts. No one knew what might transpire during their absence. Following the gathering, Su Yiting reduced his training time to spend more moments with his family, even helping out at the noodle shop occasionally. During this period, his vitality did not increase significantly, but the continual tension of his spirit relaxed, and his mental strength rose to 23.5. His control over the flying sword also grew increasingly proficient. Time flew by in this tranquil manner, and soon it was July 1st, the final day for new students to report. Despite a myriad of reluctance, Su Yiting could only set forth on the path to Wulin City. Early that morning, Chen Xian meticulously checked Su Yiting's luggage. 2 large suitcases and a backpack were filled with her care for her child. "All right, enough already. What era are we in? You can buy all this at school," Su Hongqiao urged. "Nothing from outside can compare to what comes from home." Chen Xian ignored Su Hongqiao's urging, ensuring once more that the luggage was securely zipped. When Su Yiting and Su Qianqian descended the stairs, she finally felt at ease to pull the zipper on the suitcase. The family boarded an unmanned electric vehicle and headed to the station. "Dad, Mom, I'm off." "Qianqian, remember not to make Mom and Dad angry," Su Yiting reminded with a few parting words, waving goodbye under the reluctant gazes of his family as he embarked on the magnetic levitation train bound for Wulin City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. Chapter 82. Jiangnan Martial Arts University Nanshan District is situated 600 kilometers from Wulin City, and the train arrived at Wulin North Station an hour later. Wulin City has historically been a bustling place, renowned for its beautiful scenery and willowy trees. Even in this technologically advanced era, it retains numerous iconic sites, the most famous being Shiliang Lake. Guided by intelligent robots, Su Yiting emerged from the station. Burdened with his bulging backpack and 2 large suitcases, it was the season for new students to report, and outside the station, crowds bustled with activity, while rare flying cars from Nanshan District zipped through the sky. Su Yiting hailed a taxi to the university city. The roads of Wulin City were broad, and despite the heavy traffic, there were no signs of congestion. He soon arrived at the entrance of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. The architectural style of the gate was unique, embodying the grace of Jiangnan's waterways while also exuding the vigor of martial arts. A towering stone gate loomed above, with soaring dragons carved on either side, and the name Jiangnan Martial Arts University was prominently displayed above in 6 bold, crimson characters, exuding a sense of strength. Beneath the gate, many new and returning students engaged in lively conversations. It was then that Su Yiting noticed he was the only one carrying luggage and arriving via an unmanned vehicle. Most of the other students were greeted by family drivers and carried not a single package. Nevertheless, even without luggage, there were enthusiastic seniors welcoming the newcomers at the entrance. Some beautiful girls, despite only carrying a shoulder bag, had seniors eager to assist them. "Such high standards," Su Yiting remarked, impressed by the warm reception. As for himself, due to wearing a mask that obscured his face and carrying so much luggage, no one approached him for help. He was not bothered by it. After all, ladies first. After sending a message to Teacher Qian, he patiently awaited at the stone pillar by the school gate. "Are you a freshman?" he was asked by a girl with dyed yellow hair and a short skirt who approached him shortly after he sat down. "Yes," Su Yiting replied. "Why are you wearing a mask on such a hot day? Do you think you're a celebrity? Which college are you from? I'll take you to the registration area," the girl stated, making to lead the way into the school gate, her expression hinting at reluctance. The only reason she engaged Su Yiting in conversation was the credit reward for receiving new students. Although Su Yiting could not see her face clearly, he could tell she was not from a wealthy background. Had there not been other handsome rich heirs eager to assist, she would not have bothered with him. After all, only by mingling with those affluent heirs or geniuses from the Martial Arts Academy could she hope for meaningful exchanges. Su Yiting, perceptive as he was, easily discerned her unwillingness and declined. "No need. I'm waiting for someone." The girl turned back, arms crossed over her chest, frowning. "Waiting for whom? If it weren't for those credits, I wouldn't bother with you. Do you think anyone else will pay you any attention? Expecting a beautiful senior to come and assist you? Dream on." Her tone was somewhat haughty, yet Su Yiting did not wish to start an argument upon his arrival in Wulin City, so he lowered his head and chose to ignore her. Another one with a dull mind. No matter what achievements you had in your previous city, everyone at Jiangnan Martial Arts University had to start anew. Don't think you're still the center of attention as the top student. You wasting my time. Seeing Su Yiting remain seated, the girl tossed out a parting comment before returning to her friends at the school gate. What is up? Isn't that kid a freshman? A vagrant? A round-faced girl chuckled. He is a freshman, claiming to be waiting for someone. Probably a fool thinking of having a romantic encounter with a beautiful senior in college, the girl in the short skirt retorted. Normal. I was among the top 10 in cultural subjects in high school and thought I would be the focus upon entering. Look at me now, she scoffed. Forget him. He'll probably leave here in disgrace. The round-faced girl glanced at Su Yiting with a hint of pity. Anyone entering Jiangnan Martial Arts University, whether from the Martial Arts Academy or any other, was likely to have been an outstanding student in their previous school. Most would come to accept their ordinariness upon enrollment, recognizing they were just one of many. It seemed not everyone possessed a high level of quality. Su Yiting could indeed hear their conversation and mused to himself. Suddenly, a loud roar of an engine interrupted. A bright red flying car sped through the campus in an ostentatious manner. Who is that? Driving recklessly in broad daylight? Isn't it against the rules to fly cars on campus? A new student looked up in confusion. Shut up. That's Director Zhang Hongqiu of the admissions office. If you were a master, you could drive a flying car on campus too. Amidst the eager gazes of the upperclassmen, the flying car slowly descended at the school gate. Its overall design resembled that of a dolphin, crafted from lightweight alloy materials, its colors shifting with the light, exuding elegance. After landing, transparent wings unfurled, and a pair of long, slender legs clad in black flats emerged from the driver's seat. A remarkably young and beautiful woman, appearing to be around 25, gracefully stepped out. Her tall stature and delicately fair skin were enough to incite envy among women. The form-fitting black dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, the neckline perfectly cut, revealing a long and elegant neck that extended into a deep cleavage. Stunning. Is she a teacher? Or the admissions director? She is even prettier than our school's belle. The new students at the gate were captivated, their eyes wide with amazement. The woman before them was more beautiful than the stars of the silver screen, particularly with her composed yet proud demeanor, which held a fatal allure for these newcomers. Don't be ridiculous. Director Jiang is the school's recognized goddess. Not only teachers but many students have tried to pursue her, and none have succeeded. Some who were too persistent even got expelled. With your kind, she wouldn't even glance your way. However, why was Director Jiang here? She had never involved herself in welcoming new students before. Not to mention, the teachers from the admissions office seldom came here unless it was for a genius worthy of their personal attention. Why was she approaching that rustic fellow sitting on the pillar? Once Zhang Hongqiu appeared, everyone at the school gate found it hard to tear their eyes away, following her every move. They then saw her walk towards the rustic fellow still guarding his luggage. Chapter 83, Registration. Zhang Hongqiu stood before Su Yiting, scrutinizing him closely, and unexpectedly revealed a charming smile. Come on, let us go inside. Su Yiting was certain he did not know her. Having made an appointment with Teacher Qian, he naturally would not break it. I'm waiting for someone. Don't wait any longer. Qian Chengwen T be coming. Today, I will handle your enrollment procedures, Zhang Hongqiu said, extending her slender hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Hongqiu, the admissions office director. Hello. Su Yiting quickly stood up and gently shook her hand. Zhang Hongqiu released his hand, glanced at the luggage Su Yiting brought, blinked, and said, You've brought quite a few things. Su Yiting scratched his head. It's all packed by my family, and there are some noodles, homemade, and if you like, you can take a little, just a little. I still need some for myself, Su Yiting added. Zhang Hongqiu raised an eyebrow. If it's that precious, you should keep it for yourself. As they spoke, the two walked towards the flying car. Zhang Hongqiu placed Su Yiting's luggage in the trunk and personally opened the passenger door before starting the car and leaving amidst the gaze of the crowd. What the heck? Who is that kid? The son of Jiangnan's richest man. Impossible. Even the richest wouldn't receive such treatment. When the flying car took off, the crowd could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Gasping in astonishment, I've kept my distance for Director Jiang, and she actually betrayed me. A third-year student ground his teeth in frustration. What do you mean by keeping your distance? You just haven't found a girlfriend. Don't flatter yourself. Who on earth is that guy? Is he some rich heir pretending to be humble, lugging around bags for show? The discussions at the school gate were rife with speculation regarding the rustic fellow's identity. Suddenly, a new student had a revelation. I heard Su Yiting didn't go to one of the 4 prestigious schools but chose Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Are you referring to that Su Yiting who ranked first in the actual college entrance examination? Impossible. The geniuses from Wulin No. 1 High School all went to the 4 prestigious schools. How could he not? It seems to be true. I have a friend from Nanshan District, and everyone at their school knows Su Yiting chose our university. I thought he was just boasting. The school hasn't he announced it yet. Maybe it wasn't he confirmed at that time. That's the only possibility. Otherwise, who could make Director Jiang personally welcome them at the gate? I heard Su Yiting's family is too wealthy, and the more I think about it, the more it fits. Wearing a mask is also to avoid drawing attention. Amidst the discussions, the crowd felt goosebumps. The national top student had indeed arrived. He is Su Yiting? The girl in the short skirt turned pale, realizing she had just suggested that Su Yiting shouldn't he think he was still that top student in the limelight. The round-faced girl beside her was equally dumbfounded. Even in her wildest dreams, she hadn't he imagined that rustic fellow would turn out to be the national champion, a formidable presence in the realm of star beasts. Indeed, people from small cities often found themselves feeling ordinary upon arriving at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Su Yiting, however, was different. While others needed to enter prestigious schools to prove their worth, it was Su Yiting whom prestigious schools needed to validate their own significance. Didn't he that senior greet you just now? It seems you're quite popular, Zhang Hongqiu teased, a smile dancing on her lips within the flying car. Not really. That senior just wanted to help me. But I had an appointment with Teacher Qian, Su Yiting replied. Oh? With that, I want to even have the chance to let her copy the school rules to get back at you. Zhang Hongqiu's smile grew wider. As she let her perception spread, she had indeed overheard the two girls' remarks about Su Yiting and was curious to see his reaction. She did not expect him to remain so calm. Devoid of the arrogance typical of a youthful genius, Su Yiting did not answer but gazed out the window. From the sky, Jiangnan Martial Arts University lay before him, its layout reminiscent of an ancient Jiangnan water town. With a plethora of distinctly styled buildings scattered harmoniously in the central area, several towering metallic structures stood tall, emblazoned with the words Martial Arts Academy, surrounded by lush gardens and clusters of villas, evoking a sense of tranquility and opulence. First, let's set down the luggage and tidy up the room, then proceed to the admissions office for registration. The finance department will issue your contract fee. In the afternoon, there will be a class meeting for the new students of the Martial Arts Academy, and you will be the last to arrive. Zhang Hongqiu parked the vehicle at a villa dormitory named Xuanwu and led Su Yiting towards a villa. Those residing here are all geniuses and instructors of the Martial Arts Academy. In 2 days, Master Qi Ruyo will return to stay here. You may pay him a visit. Flower Sword Qi Ruyo, the Grandmaster of Swordsmanship. Su Yiting disregarded the preceding remarks and fixated solely on the name Qi Ruyo. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, you have already reached the subtle realm. It will be quite challenging for the class instructor to guide you. If you can become a disciple of Qi Ruyo, I believe you will gain much. Zhang Hongqiu's voice trembled slightly as she mentioned the subtle realm. She herself had only reached the 4th stage, yet this young man before her, still underage, was already so close in skill. Very well, when he arrives, I shall pay him a visit. Su Yiting nodded. Jiangnan Martial Arts University offers relatively free teaching. Many masters and grandmasters merely hold honorary titles, and exceptionally gifted new students often choose to seek personal tutelage to gain further guidance. As they conversed, the two entered the villa, which spanned nearly 1,000 square meters and even had an underground martial arts room, replete with all manner of facilities, a stark contrast to ordinary dormitories. Now then, to the admissions office. After Zhang Hongqiu personally assisted in organizing the room, the two hurried towards the teaching building for registration. After signing and entering student information, Su Yiting completed his registration, and it was already afternoon. He and Zhang Hongqiu exchanged green bubbles and then proceeded to the Martial Arts Academy up close. The Martial Arts Academy appeared even more solemn and majestic, with its grand entrance and a spacious plaza where numerous campus club members were recruiting new students. The Swordsmanship Club? So many people. Is swordsmanship so popular at Jiangnan Martial University? Su Yiting surveyed the area. There were numerous clubs, not only those related to martial arts, but also clubs for the supernatural, astronomy, mecha, and more, offering a veritable cornucopia of options. Among them, the Swordsmanship Club captured his attention. A multitude of new students gathered around the Swordsmanship Club's advertisement, and Su Yiting glanced at the sign, which read, 100 members in the club, including 50 females, with sharpened sword equipment and regular social events. The phrase social events was prominently displayed on the advertisement, Quite I-catching. It turns out swordsmanship is merely a gimmick. To be precise, it is a matchmaking club, Su Yiting thought to himself, shaking his head. However, students are at a prime age for romance, and he could not concern himself with others' affairs, so he intended to leave. Why are you shaking your head? At that moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Chapter 84. Brother Su Yiting turned around to find a displeased girl standing behind him, her ponytail swaying, her appearance quite charming, with a katana in the style of Sakura country hanging at her waist. What are you shaking your head for? The girl pressed further when Su Yiting fell silent, her irritation growing. Su Yiting could hardly anticipate that merely shaking his head would provoke such questioning. He speculated that she might be a member of the matchmaking swordsmanship club and explained, "Apologies, I merely have cervical spondylosis." The girl was relentless, stepping closer and fixing her gaze on Su Yiting. "Oh? Cervical spondylosis? I've been watching for quite some time, and everyone else looks thrilled, yet you shook your head after seeing the advertisement. What do you mean by that?" "I truly mean nothing," Su Yiting felt exasperated. He indeed did not like the swordsmanship club's slogan, but it was their prerogative, and he had no desire to meddle or create conflict. "You practice swordsmanship too?" The girl glanced at the Tongshi sword wrapped in black cloth on Su Yiting's shoulder. Her suspicion evident. "I know a little, but my skills are shallow. Seeing the swordsmanship club made me feel ashamed, and due to my cervical spondylosis, I simply shook my head without any malice," Su Yiting concluded, choosing not to linger in conversation with the girl and began to walk away. "Stop." The girl was unwilling to let Su Yiting leave so easily, her voice sharp. With that, several boys beside the swordsmanship club advertisement stood up, pushing through the crowd with an aggressive demeanor and approaching the girl. "What's wrong, Wan?" One boy wielding a heavy sword asked. "It's nothing." The girl, somewhat frightened, patted her chest and said weakly, "That person said our swordsmanship club members are lacking in skill. I wanted to ask him why, and he said he would beat me into having cervical spondylosis." Su Yiting, who had not gone far, paused in shock and confusion. Such audacity! Do they truly believe they can bully the swordsmanship club? Merely looking down upon the swordsmanship club is one thing. But how dare you speak ill of Wan, our club spell? He appears unfamiliar. He must be a new student, speaking arrogantly with only a bit of merit. The members of the swordsmanship club were incensed, regardless of the veracity of the girl's words, berating Su Yiting. "You little punk, today, I shall teach you a lesson." A spirited youth roared, drawing his long sword and charging at Su Yiting. His speed was astonishing, covering 3 meters in a single stride, clearly beyond what a new student could possess. "Apologize to Wan." In mere moments, the youth reached Su Yiting's back, thrusting his sword towards him. "Sigh!" The youth heard a light sigh, and then his sword halted in midair, unable to advance another inch. 2 fingers, as steady as a rock, clamped down on the long sword, rendering it immovable despite the boy's efforts to break free from this seemingly gentle yet unyielding grip. "I never said those words." Su Yiting held the sword firmly, offering no further action as he explained. "Are you implying Wan is lying?" The youth's face flushed with anger. "Just now, I merely refrained from launching a sneak attack. I did not use my full strength." Crack! Before he could finish speaking, the sword in his hand shattered like a withered branch, breaking under Su Yiting's grip. The youth's expression changed, retreating several steps in horror. Although the sword had not been sharpened, the force he had infused into it had been entirely obliterated. This could only indicate that the new student before him possessed a far superior mastery of force. "Brother Yin, are you all right?" The girl named Wan rushed forward, helping the youth up, her eyes brimming with tears. "That new student is truly arrogant, daring to brawl on campus, utterly disregarding school rules. Wait, wasn't it the swordsmanship club that initiated the conflict? Then let me ask you, does senior sister Li Wan have any fault? Indeed, no matter the individual, senior sister Wan's demeanor is as gentle as a breeze. Her character is truly vulnerable to bullying, and many girls have labeled her as a green tea type, likely out of jealousy for her beauty and gentleness." This commotion drew the attention of surrounding students, who began to murmur, all commenting on Su Yiting's unruly demeanor. At this moment, Su Yiting finally comprehended the meaning of June Snow and the injustice of Doidup. "Brother Yin, you did your best. I will certainly avenge this grievance for you." Li Wan stood and, with her fair hand, grasped the katana at her waist. "Wait, Wan, just be beautiful on your own. This rascal, I will teach him a lesson." A sturdy youth among the swordsmanship club stepped forward, wielding a dark, heavy sword, clad in a simple white t-shirt that tightly clung to his well-defined muscles. The fabric straining against his physique. Gu, perhaps we should let this go? What if you get hurt, then I would truly be the sinner. Li Wanwan's eyes glistened with tears, desperately trying to dissuade him. This pitiful appearance sparked the protective instinct in the muscular youth, who boldly declared, "A mere new student cannot possibly contend with my dark iron heavy sword. If I can take him down? How about we go watch a movie tonight? Perhaps that newly released Peach Blossom Sword Fairy? That would be delightful. I shall book the entire venue for us to enjoy together. Gu, do remember to be cautious. This fellow is arrogant but possesses the credentials to be so." Li Wanwan expressed her concern. "Once I make my move, victory is assured." The robust youth reassured Li Wanwan, suddenly leaping high into the air. Shouting, "Wild horse jumps the gorge." A holiday had passed, and Hu Man had already perfected his skills to the third stage. Judging by his speed, his vitality must exceed 17. Within the swordsmanship club, he was likely the strongest. Will it result in a fatality? In terms of strength, this muscular youth truly exuded dominance. The force of his strike elicited gasps from onlookers. "What a nuisance! What have I done to deserve this?" Su Yiting, no matter how good-natured, could no longer endure. These people were utterly unreasonable, clinging to him like flies, causing annoyance. To others, the muscular youth's speed appeared swift and his strength fierce, but in Su Yiting's eyes, the heavy sword's slicing speed was as slow as a snail. With a swift turn of his body, his joints cracked as he swung a punch towards the incoming heavy sword. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to thunder crashing in the sky above the plaza. The heavy sword shattered under Su Yiting's punch, breaking apart as if it were fragile glass, cracks spreading swiftly from the point of contact, covering the entire blade. Subsequently, the sword emitted a series of cracking sounds, shattering into countless metal fragments that embedded deeply into the ground. Su Yiting retracted his fist, coldly stating, "I shall say it once more. I never uttered those words," she claimed. Chapter 85. Green tea in the plaza of the Martial Arts Academy. Hu Man gazed in bewilderment at the broken sword in his hand, surrounded by an eerie silence. The Swordsmanship Society at Jiangnan Martial Arts University was not regarded as a formidable organization, yet due to the presence of Li Wanwan, it held a modest reputation. At this moment, a newcomer, who appeared to be a fresh student, had astonishingly defeated 2 members consecutively, igniting a sense of absurdity in the hearts of all present. A transfer student, perhaps? Where did the school unearth such a prodigious talent? Some speculated that the boy before them, though seemingly unfamiliar, was actually a transfer from a prestigious institution and not a mere novice. It was quite plausible. Look at him wearing a mask. He must have some level of notoriety. A freshman defeating Hu Man? Absolutely inconceivable. With a vitality of 17 and a mastery of 3 stages perfected, even if he were in Modu or Shangjing, he would undoubtedly be a celebrated genius. Su Yiting's punch, which shattered the impact of the heavy sword, was profoundly shocking, leading many to conjecture about the boy's identity. At that moment, Li Wanwan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. However, she quickly regained her composure, raising her arms protectively in front of Hu Man. Her voice tinged with desperation. "Yes, he hasn't said a word. It was all my misunderstanding. Please, do not continue to fight. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. Wanwan, please stop. It is our incompetence, not your fault. You need not lie to shield us. You are such a gentle soul. If he has the strength, let him take us all on. I will definitely report this to the administration." The members of the Swordsmanship Society, witnessing Li Wanwan's distressed demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to protect her, and they gathered around her. Li Wanwan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "No, please do not report this. I am telling the truth. He truly hasn't said a word. Let us leave. Otherwise, he might retaliate against you in a place unseen by others." A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes. At this moment, her mental prowess was gradually enhancing. She had discovered long ago that whenever the boys around her developed feelings for her and sought to protect her, her spiritual energy would rise. She was uncertain whether this was a supernatural ability, as the school had failed to detect it, but the sensation was utterly addictive. Her gaze inadvertently darted towards Su Yiting, and she mused. Perhaps it is the joy of the heart that elevates one's spirit. However, it seems I have chosen the wrong person this time. This seemingly foolish boy before me is indeed formidable. Is he truly a genius transfer student? Had I known, I would have befriended him sooner. The stronger the protector, the quicker my spiritual energy ascends. Yes, she covertly observed the boy. Suddenly, the sword wrapped in black cloth behind him stirred. Clang! The sound of the sword resonated throughout the plaza. She could scarcely perceive the boy's motion as the dazzling light of the sword enveloped her vision. Subsequently, the sword light traced from her eyes down to her chest, her waist, and her legs. Ultimately striking the ground in that fleeting moment, it felt as though she had been cleaved in two. Boom. As the sword tip met the ground, a deep, penetrating sound echoed, resembling a mournful wail emanating from the depths of the earth. In the next instant, a striking fissure, akin to the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, rapidly tore through the ground from the sword's point of impact. The crack was at least a meter deep, its edges sharp and even, stretching over 10 meters in length, resembling a serpentine giant rampaging across the earth, scattering debris in its wake. The members of the Swordsmanship Society, standing before Su Yiting, felt an intense tremor. Their bodies swaying, with some even tumbling directly into the chasm. Su Yiting had, unbeknownst to them, sheathed his sword, his pupils radiating a chilling coldness as he spoke indifferently. "Speak another word, and I shall kill you." The members of the Swordsmanship Society swallowed hard, none daring to utter a sound. Li Wanwan's expression turned to one of terror. In that fleeting moment, she had felt the sensation of impending death, akin to facing the fierce leader of a star beast during the college entrance examination. Most alarmingly, the palpable aura of murderous intent surrounding her served as a constant reminder. The boy before her had indeed taken lives. "Su Yiting, what are you doing standing there? The class meeting is about to begin." A melodious voice rang out amidst the silence. From within the gates of the Martial Arts Academy emerged a strikingly attractive girl, clad in a black crop top and athletic shorts, perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure, particularly her long legs, which captivated the gaze of many. As she approached, she immediately became the center of attention, alleviating some of the heavy atmosphere. Some began to compare her to Li Wanwan, quickly realizing that Li Wanwan could not measure up. However, she was accompanied by a charming young man, who made many abandon their fanciful thoughts about her. "Zhou Qingqing? Lu Jian? What brings you here?" Su Yiting was taken aback. The individuals before him were students from Qingyuan No. 1 High School, whom he had known perhaps not well, yet in this unfamiliar environment, it imparted a sense of encountering an old friend. What puzzled him was that both of them possessed the capability to attend one of the 4 prestigious schools, yet they had not. "Let us talk later. The class meeting is about to begin." Coming. Not bothering with the members of the Swordsmanship Society any longer, Su Yiting followed Zhou Qingqing into the Martial Arts Academy. "Wait, did she just call that person Su Yiting? I heard her say the same." Hiss. An almost endless sound of inhalation filled the plaza. All were students, and even if they had not seen him, they had heard of Su Yiting's name. Now, as they turned to look at Li Wanwan, the gazes of the crowd turned skeptical. Despite Su Yiting's less than stellar reputation online, with allegations of purchasing scores, he hailed from Jiangnan province, where most students were engaged in online battles with hired commenters. In such an atmosphere, it was hard for them to believe that Su Yiting would insult the Swordsmanship Society without cause. Does strength grant one the license to act with impunity? The members of the Swordsmanship Society, however, were undeterred. Li Wanwan was undoubtedly the most radiant flower of their organization and would never lie at that moment. Li Wanwan had regained her composure, her gaze fixed on Su Yiting's retreating figure. Pondering, if I could conquer him, to what heights would my spiritual energy ascend? "Su Yiting, for damaging school property, you are fined 200,000 to be deducted from your contract fee." On the podium of Class 1, a teacher with an imposing demeanor spoke in a flat tone. The other students in the classroom turned to glance at Su Yiting in the back row, stifling their laughter. The commotion outside had been so loud that they could hear it within the classroom. Rather than the brawl, they were more astounded by the fact that they were truly classmates with the top scorer of the college entrance examination. However, Class 1 was considered the elite class during high school. While the students were curious, they did not delve too deeply into the matter. Indeed, Su Yiting replied from the ranks, his heart bleeding for the fine of 200,000. However, he felt no regret. That girl had inexplicably slandered him. And if they were in the star domain, he would have dearly loved to stab her with a sword. After addressing Su Yiting's issue, the teacher continued, "Today's class meeting will cover two main topics. First, the election of a class monitor. Second, the selection of 5 participants for the freshman competition." Chapter 86. Class monitor. The mention of the freshman competition invigorated the students present. Unlike other classes, Class 1 consisted of students who had excelled in the college entrance examination. Their primary objective upon enrollment was to prepare for the freshman competition. This event, second only to the global campus competition, garnered immense attention within Xia country and held a significant influence internationally. Participants who shone in the freshman competition could very well be contenders in the global campus competition years later. However, according to the rules, each martial arts university was allowed only 2 participants for the individual competition and 5 for the team competition, meaning they would need to vie for their spots. Let those interested in the class monitor position step forward. The teacher, Shi Shinro, clapped her hands and declared. No one stepped forward. All eyes turned towards Su Yiting. They were self-aware enough to realize that should Su Yiting choose to run for class monitor, they would have no chance. "What are you looking at me for?" Su Yiting pointed to himself. Shaking his head, "I won't do it." Su Yiting was equally self-aware. In the martial arts university, the role of class monitor was not a mere title. The responsibilities of organizing activities, resolving disputes, and promoting the class fell squarely on the monitor's shoulders, with academic credits awarded. Furthermore, having served as a class monitor at the martial arts university could be a noteworthy entry on one's resume when seeking employment. While his strength was formidable, he was not as adept at handling such mundane affairs as other outstanding students. "Since Su Yiting won't take it, I shall." A handsome young man stepped forward. Su Yiting was willing to accept being led by him. Yet he could not abide the words of others. "You two were my subordinates at Wulin No. 1. If you can take the position, why can't I?" Upon hearing Su Yiting's refusal to serve as class monitor, several students began to step forward, each exuding an air of distinction. The speakers were all students from Wulin No. 1, familiar with one another, and it was safe to say that none would yield to the other. "Introduce yourselves, then the class will vote. The one with the most votes will be the class monitor." Shi Shinro nodded, expressing no surprise at Su Yiting's decision not to run. Su Yiting was a talent of a different caliber, and focusing on his cultivation was indeed the most important task, especially since he was the only student likely to represent Jiangnan Martial Arts University in the global campus competition in the coming years. Song Yong, with a vitality of 14, serves as the class leader. "After assuming this role, I shall also participate in the novice competition. I shall not forsake either endeavor. I kindly ask my fellow classmates to cast a vote in my favor." The first to step forward was a strikingly handsome youth who proceeded with his self-introduction. In terms of appearance, he could be deemed exceptionally distinguished, garnering favorable attention from several young ladies. Subsequently, a girl dressed lightly approached. After casting a glance at Song Yong, she declared, "I am Su Qingyin, vitality 14.5, with the ability of penetration. I believe everyone here is familiar with me? I must mention that Song Yong is my defeated opponent." Immediately, Song Yong's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, "Every time we compete, you exploit your ability to hide behind walls. Is that fair? Ha! If you lack the ability, that is not my fault." Su Qingyin scoffed. "If your strength were sufficient, you could easily make your arrows penetrate the wall. Unfortunately, you cannot, you pitiful wretch." The two engaged in a heated argument, with Song Yong at a complete disadvantage, both in strength and in the debate. Su Yiting looked at Su Qingyin with surprise, realizing she was an ability user, and her powers bore some resemblance to Zhou Qingqing's. X-ray vision allows her gaze to traverse through certain objects. And while Su Qingyin cannot see what lies beyond the wall, she can pass through it directly. If her abilities were sufficiently developed, could she not evade incoming attacks by phasing through them in an instant? Suddenly, Su Yiting contemplated the myriad possibilities of penetration. Although lacking abilities himself, he refrained from delving deeper. "All right, you two, step aside." "Next," Shi Shinro interjected, halting their quarrel. Soon, another student approached. He stood over 6 feet tall, his muscular physique radiating strength. With bronze skin and prominent brows and eyes, exuding a rustic charm. "I am Zhang Tuo, vitality 14.2. I aspire to join the military and hope to enhance my resume post-graduation. I kindly ask for your votes." As he spoke, his face grew warm with embarrassment, and upon finishing, he eagerly took his place beside Song Yong. The last individual was Zhou Qingqing. As she stepped forward, the line erupted in cheers, albeit only from LGN and a few boys. I am Zhou Qingqing, Vitality 13.9, with the ability of X-ray vision. In a moment, we will vote to select a hotel. Any establishment will do, and I shall treat you all tonight. Zhou Qingqing conducted her introduction with poise. However, she resorted to cunning, attempting to win over her classmates with monetary allure. Coming from a family that manufactures flying cars, she certainly had the means. Moreover, Jiangnan Martial Arts University is indeed exceptional. Previously, in Class 7, I was the only one with a vitality of 10. Su Yiting pondered internally, uncertain of whom to cast his vote for. Shi Shinro surveyed the group and stated, if no one else wishes to run, we shall proceed to the voting. The freshmen murmured amongst themselves, while LGN navigated through, tirelessly rallying support for Zhou Qingqing. After much contemplation, Su Yiting inscribed Zhang Tuo's name on a blank sheet. For he seemed the most deserving of the class leader position. 5 minutes later, the voting concluded. Shi Shinro glanced at the results and announced, 5 abstentions. Song Yong, 10 votes. Su Qingyan, 15 votes. Zhang Tuo, 20 votes. Zhou Qingqing, 18 votes. The contenders for class leader possessed comparable strength, and the vote counts were closely contested, ultimately resulting in Zhang Tuo being appointed as class leader. Thank you all. I shall strive diligently, Zhang Tuo exclaimed. Visibly exhilarated, his face flushed. Despite his high aptitude, his family's financial situation was not robust, and the credits awarded to the class leader would provide him with some assistance. You four are undoubtedly the strongest students in the class, and the contestants I have my sights set on for the novice competition. As Shi Shinro spoke, dissenting shouts erupted from the crowd. She raised her hand to quell them and added, however, vitality alone does not determine everything. We shall now commence the challenge round. Anyone who believes they possess the ability to participate in the novice competition may step forward. Su Yiting immediately advanced. Shi Shinro cast him a sidelong glance and admonished, return to your place. Why are you stepping forward? You have already secured a slot, and I trust no one wishes to challenge you. Only then did Su Yiting comprehend why the teacher had not mentioned him. Returning to the line. Chapter 87, Dragon Roar Iron Shirt. I'll do it. LGN was the first to step forward. He had come to Jiangnan Martial Arts University with the intent of pursuing Zhou Qingqing. And now that she was set to participate in the novice competition, he naturally wished to join as well. After all, candidates for the team competition must undergo cooperative training, which would afford him more opportunities to interact with Zhou Qingqing. Whom do you wish to challenge? The female teacher Shi Shinro inquired. LGN surveyed the four before him. Challenging Zhou Qingqing was out of the question, and Su Qingyan and Song Yong appeared formidable. Thus, he settled on Zhang Tuo, who seemed like a simpleton and thus easier to manipulate. You it is, class leader, LGN proclaimed with arrogance. Upon his selection of Zhang Tuo, laughter erupted among the students from Walin No. Zhang Tuo appeared quite naive, yet they alone understood how formidable he truly was. Even Su Qingyan was merely on par with him. Were it not for Jiangnan Martial Arts University providing him with superior resources, he could have easily entered one of the 4 prestigious academies. I will do my utmost, Zhang Tuo declared, clenching his fist. Everyone stepped aside, granting them space. LGN approached the weapons rack and drew a sharpened long sword. Noticing Zhang Tuo's lack of action, he asked, aren't you going to use a weapon? I fight using my palms, Zhang Tuo replied with an innocent smile. LGN felt a surge of joy. Jiangnan Martial Arts University had privileges allowing even students not registered with the Martial Arts Bureau to wield sharpened weapons in class. Before the fight had even begun, he already had the advantage of a deadly weapon. Begin. Shi Shinro, hands in pockets, stood by as the referee. Being a master, with her present, students would only sustain minor injuries, which was why the Martial Arts University was confident in permitting students to use sharpened weapons in class. Be careful. LGN, eager to showcase his progress over the holiday in front of Zhou Qingqing, called out and made the first move. As he charged forward, everyone observed his footwork twisting erratically, akin to a snake weaving through a jungle, unpredictable. Second-tier sword technique, chaotic snake sword. Su Yiting silently nodded. LGN's series of movements was not due to a lack of skill, but rather the application of chaotic snake sword. This technique emphasized the integration of footwork and swordplay, executing strikes that were elusive and unpredictable, and the footwork derived from the snake-like steps of Bagua Palm. Under such erratic movements, it was nearly impossible for an average person to discern where to defend, leading to a disarrayed mind. However, Zhang Tuo remained rooted, his fierce gaze fixed on the sword held by Eljian. Eljian, initially waiting for Zhang Tuo to reveal a flaw, found himself unable to contain his impatience. He surged forward, gripping the sword hilt tightly, the blade glimmering menacingly, akin to a white snake striking swiftly towards Zhang Tuo's throat. "Hey!" Zhang Tuo shouted, raising his rough hand instantly to shield his throat. "Fool! You've fallen for it." Eljian rejoiced, twisting his wrist, altering his attack, the sword now upside down, aimed at Zhang Tuo's chest. This move was unexpected. Showcasing his profound understanding of chaotic snake sword, catching Zhang Tuo off guard regarding the sword's true trajectory. Where is the teacher to intervene? He might actually stab him, Eljian thought as the sword tipped near Zhang Tuo's chest. In that fleeting moment, confusion flickered through Eljian's mind, yet he steeled himself and thrust downwards. Zhang Tuo remained motionless, his muscles taut, bulging outward, his skin slightly reddening as heat surged from within. Gradually, the color deepened, transforming into a richer bronze hue, resembling forged iron. When the sword tip finally made contact with his body, it failed to penetrate even a fraction, producing instead a resounding metallic clash. Dragon Roar Iron Shirt. Eljian gasped in astonishment. The Dragon Roar Iron Shirt and Tiger Roar Golden Bell were two martial arts techniques that struck fear into the hearts of students. This was due to the extreme difficulty of their training. The initial requirement was to endure blows. As the saying goes, 7 parts rely on being hit, 3 parts on rubbing. Practicing Dragon Roar Iron Shirt necessitated a gradual process of being struck repeatedly by hard objects, progressing from light to heavy, hardening the muscles, followed by gentle kneading to soften them. Only with muscles that were both hard and soft could one withstand various forms of attack. Zhang Tuo, coming from a modest background, could not afford ample vitality potions in his youth, thus relying on scholarships for relatively inexpensive medicinal baths to strengthen his body, leading to a state where he felt uncomfortable if he went a day without being struck. As for why it was named Dragon Roar Iron Shirt, it bore no relation to dragons. It was simply a more powerful variant of the traditional iron shirt that lacked an appealing name. One could hardly call it Dog Barking Iron Shirt, could they? Ha! While Eljian was in shock, Zhang Tuo let out a mighty roar, his right arm's muscles bulging instantaneously, akin to a leaping dragon. Veins protruding prominently, his hand, which had shielded his throat, now shot out, grasping the sword's body and squeezing fiercely. Crack, crack, under his grip. The long sword emitted a mournful cry, gradually being crushed, yet his palm remained unscathed. Not a drop of blood oozing forth. 5 C's iron sand palm. Eljian finally understood that he had chosen a tough opponent, to be able to crush a weapon without sustaining injury. One could only imagine the suffering this seemingly foolish giant had endured to master such hard techniques. He immediately released the long sword and retreated rapidly. Who? As soon as Eljian moved his foot, Zhang Tuo charged forward like a colossal bear, swiftly advancing. His left foot, akin to a dragon, wedged itself into Eljian's right, rendering him immobile. With a firm push of his calf outward, Eljian immediately lost his balance. Simultaneously, Zhang Tuo launched his left elbow, unleashing a powerful gust that howled through the air. Had that elbow landed squarely, Eljian would undoubtedly have suffered broken ribs, confined to bed for 3 days. However, this was ultimately a classroom setting, and Zhang Tuo judiciously held back, refraining from delivering a true blow. I have triumphed, Zhang Tuo exclaimed, helping Eljian to his feet with a goofy grin. Zhan Yi Shi Ba Dai? He chuckled. Eljian, unable to contain himself, let out a few silly laughs and couldn't resist glancing at Su Qingyan. This hulking figure, when engaged in combat, was more ferocious than a bear. Yet he had once lost to that very woman? Shi Shinro declared the victor, stating coolly, the winner is Zhang Tuo. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? The students flanking them looked on in astonishment. Even those who were already aware of Zhang Tuo's prowess were taken aback, for he had evidently improved since the college entrance examinations. Following this, several others stepped forward to challenge him, but each met with inevitable defeat. Zhang Tuo, Su Qingyan, Zhou Qingqing, and Song Yong were all prominent figures within the martial arts class, possessing the potential to gain admission to the prestigious 4 major universities. Conversely, While the abilities of others were not lacking, they still fell short when compared to these individuals. Thus, the list of competitors was established. Among those participating in the individual competition was Su Yiting, while another would be selected from among the training of the four. Shi Shinro moved to the center of the classroom to announce. The meeting is adjourned for today. Over the next 3 days, the trial tower will be open to all new students free of charge. Seize this opportunity. Afterwards, entering the trial tower will require the expenditure of credits. Chapter 88. The trial tower. After the class meeting concluded, Zhang Tuo, drenched in sweat, began collecting contact information from his classmates, subsequently forming a class group. The students remained full of energy, moving in small clusters toward the exit of the classroom. Their conversations seemingly centered around a visit to the trial tower. Su Yiting, are you going? Zhou Qingqing, Ljian, and 2 candidates from Qingyuan City approached Su Yiting to inquire. On the very first day of school, students had already formed various small groups, often aligning with those from the same city. I want to go and see. Su Yiting readily agreed. The trial tower was exclusive to the martial arts university, and he had never entered it before. However, his expectations were not particularly high. While the star beasts within the trial tower were composed of condensed energy, offering a more authentic experience than the virtual world. He had already undergone the rigors of the college entrance examination and yearned more for real combat. The group exited the martial arts academy building side by side, stepping into the plaza where the ground remained unrepaired. The members of the Sword Society had vanished, leaving only a few recreational clubs still recruiting. Deep within the campus, a towering metallic structure rose, 30 stories high, its surface adorned with an intricate network of patterns spiraling up its sides. At the entrance, 2 enormous metal doors stood tightly shut, with a massive stone tablet labeled Martial Arts Monument placed before it. The inscriptions on the tablet flowed, chronicling the top 100 talents from Jiangnan Martial Arts University's students who had ranked within the trial tower. Beside the large stone monument was a smaller one, recording the historical achievements of the new students, though only the top 10 records were noted. The elite class of new students has arrived. Su Qingyin, who ranked 5th in the entrance examinations of Wulin City. I wonder how far she can ascend. That one with the sword is Su Yiting. News has spread all over the campus forum. Quickly, inform everyone. Su Yiting is about to enter the trial tower. Outside the trial tower, numerous new students and curious upperclassmen gathered, chattering excitedly upon the arrival of the class's students. Many activated their smart wristbands to notify friends and family. So many people. Su Yiting was somewhat taken aback, not because of the crowd, but rather due to the number of individuals snapping photos of him, including some wielding professional high-speed cameras. These individuals were from the media school, many of whom engaged in social media. Entering the trial tower would surely generate considerable traffic for first-hand reports. Ljian felt a pang of envy. While he considered himself handsome, no one was photographing him. Cameras were focused solely on Su Yiting, with only a few aimed at Zhou Qingqing and Su Qingyin, both of whom were exceptionally beautiful. However, the new students' competition is about to commence. It would be wise not to reveal too much of your abilities. Retain some reserves. Many will scrutinize you, particularly those from the 4 major universities. In both individual and team competitions, they do not wish to see you claim victory. Zhou Qingqing cautioned. Su Yiting nodded. Whether in the national campus competition or the new student tournament, most competitors would conceal a portion of their strength. Notably, the favored candidates for victory often faced intense scrutiny, their performances examined under a microscope. As the previous global campus competition champion, Beiting Xiongwu, had not showcased his abilities in public for nearly a year leading up to his title defense. Boom. Just as they spoke, the doors of the trial tower swung open, and a dejected new student emerged. His expression indicated a poor performance, failing to alter the rankings on the stone tablet outside. Shortly after, another new student scanned their entry and stepped inside. 3 minutes later, the first level of the trial tower lit up with a green light, signifying that this new student had passed the initial stage. However, within 30 seconds, the second level illuminated a red light, and the door opened, allowing the new student to exit, looking disheveled. The first level comprised a single star beast with 8 vitality points and 5 star beasts with 7 vitality points. To pass the first level, one typically needed a vitality score of at least 9. This new student was considered quite decent. Su Yiting contemplated, recognizing that the new students of Jiangnan Martial Arts University generally had vitality scores around 9, while those with exceptional talent might reach 10 or even 11, signifying the level of the elite class. Let us go, we need to queue. Su Yiting suggested. Normally, only one person could enter the trial tower at a time, and it typically required the expenditure of credits. However, as it was the beginning of the semester and the trial tower was open for free to new students for 3 days, many chose this time to enter. Forcing Su Yiting and his companions to wait in line. As he stood in line, more and more people flocked toward the trial tower, hailing from various colleges, all drawn by the news of Su Yiting's entrance. After approximately half an hour, the students from his class began to enter the trial tower one after another, most only reaching levels 3 to 5. A few participants in the new student competition performed admirably. Song Yong and Zhou Qingqing reached the 6th level before being expelled, while Zhang Tuo and Su Qingyin managed to surpass the 6th level, only faltering at the 7th. Ljian, however, fared poorly. Though he entered the 6th level, he was expelled after a mere 10 seconds. Unfair. I could have reached the 7th level. The trial tower doesn't allow for any rest, and I exhausted my stamina, Ljian complained upon exiting. How did those monsters manage to reach the 11th level? That level has a star beast with 18 vitality points and 5 with 17. Zhou Qingqing gazed at the names and scores inscribed on the martial arts monument. Astonished. The records for the top 10 new students indicated that each had the strength to surpass the 11th level. Although their records were not set upon entry, they were nonetheless impressive. Zhou Qingqing mused that even given a year, she would find it challenging to break through to the 10th level. Ljian pondered. The trial tower has been established for several decades. Surely some prodigies have chosen not to attend the 4 major universities, leaving behind a few exceptional talents. Indeed, Su Yiting was one such individual. Su Yiting, how far do you think you can go? The highest record for new students is 15 levels, set by Hong Yi, who, despite being a monster, only reached the 64th place in the global campus competition during his senior year. Even after realizing the gap between himself and the prodigies during the practical college entrance examination, Zhou Qingqing still felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. The record set by Hong Yi was now beyond her reach, yet Hong Yi was merely a drop in the ocean on a global scale. I need to give it a try. After a lengthy wait, Su Yiting ascended the steps, passing through the information recognition at the entrance before stepping into the trial tower. Chapter 89. The Tower Challenge. Su Yiting has entered. One can only wonder how far he will ascend, at least to the 12th level. In recent days, several new students from prestigious universities had also entered the trial tower. Yun Wuliang from Shenyang Martial University reached the 12th level. Wu Mu from Haimin Martial University did the same, and Fang Shintong from Linyuan Martial University followed suit. While Pei Buqing had even reached the 13th level, Su Yiting surely wouldn't fall short of them, perhaps even exceeding their achievements. The individuals you mentioned treat vitality potions as if they were mouthwash, and after the entrance exams, they've been purchasing spirit stones and rare treasures at exorbitant prices. Su Yiting may be lacking in financial resources. Despite his superior skills, he may not match them in vitality. Outside the trial tower, hundreds of students gathered, many of whom had hurried to witness Su Yiting's entrance. They eagerly discussed among themselves, comparing him to the talented newcomers from the prestigious universities. In terms of skill, Su Yiting's prowess was widely acknowledged, yet many believed that his vitality might be the shortcoming he faced against other prodigies. After all, a student from Qingyuan City achieved first place in the college entrance examination, instilling a sense of urgency among many talented individuals from prestigious families, prompting them to intensify their efforts. No longer did they acquire rare treasures like spiritual stones at market prices. The Pei family from the magical city even purchased them at double the price. This surge in competition invigorated the lives of the elite from several renowned schools. In the realm of cultivation, the essentials are the law, wealth, companions, and land, with wealth naturally holding its esteemed position for good reason. With sufficient financial resources, nearly every resource along the path of cultivation can be acquired, barring a few secret techniques. Although Su Yiting had received state sponsorship, he remained far from the wealth of those grand conglomerates and illustrious families. Upon entering the trial tower, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Just as Su Yiting suspected a malfunction, a voice echoed in his ear. Su Yiting, first year, student ID. Trial begins. Suddenly, 5 beams of laser light shot forth from the tower walls, forming 5 star beasts, while the ground transformed, resembling yellow earth rather than the original metallic floor. Iron-armored cattle, Su Yiting observed with keen interest as the bull-like star beasts appeared. Standing 2 meters tall, Their bodies were cloaked in hard fur akin to naturally forged black armor. With thick horns adorned with spiral patterns, their tips sharp as daggers. Moo! Just as Su Yiting was observing, the iron-armored cattle charged forth in an instant. They were driven by concentrated energy and by design. Possessed a strong desire to attack, which explained why many students were expelled from the tower within seconds of entry. Whoosh! Without any visible movement from Su Yiting, the Tongshi sword suddenly unsheathed, slicing through the air. And the 5 bullheads fell to the ground. The non-tiered star beasts posed no training value to him at present. Su Yiting shook his head. Congratulations on passing the first layer. Please proceed to the second layer. The voice of notification rang out as the Tongshi sword returned to its sheath, and Su Yiting made his way to the second layer. To his disappointment, defeating these virtual star beasts did not contribute to his progress as a swordsman, not even a mere 0.01. He had indeed passed the first layer swiftly. After Su Yiting entered, students outside the trial tower watched intently, unable to see the interior but judging the progress by the red and green lights. Unsurprisingly, a green light illuminated the first layer, confirming Su Yiting's rapid breakthrough. 10 seconds later, the green light for the second layer also lit up. Still rapid. Yet the vitality of the star beasts in the second layer was merely 9 points, making such speed quite normal for his strength. However, was it not a bit absurdly fast? Was he not wielding a sword? Was 7 seconds not sufficient to gather energy, and could 3 seconds suffice for drawing his sword? 3 seconds could accomplish many things, which was understandable. Then, the green light for the third layer illuminated within 10 seconds as well. The third layer featured 1 star beast with 10 vitality points and 5 with 9 points. Such speed was, indeed, questionable. 10 seconds to pass the third layer was feasible, but doing so without doubt was improbable. After all, it was Su Yiting, which seemed to remain within the realm of understanding. Gradually, students outside the tower began to sense something amiss. 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer, 7th layer. That I was timing it. Still 10 seconds. Was this still within the realm of comprehension? Just moments ago, several new students from Class 1 had been halted at the 6th layer. Yet he passed in 10 seconds? The disparity could not possibly be this vast. Earlier, some speculated that he had already mastered his skills, and it turned out to be true. Without group attack abilities like Thunder, yet able to traverse so swiftly, there was no doubt he had indeed refined his techniques. He had yet to reach 18 years of age. Passing the 7th layer of the trial tower was not an extraordinary feat. Yet Su Yiting accomplished it in 10 seconds each time, signifying that he had passed the trials with a lethal efficiency. Even without visibility into the interior, the impact and shock of such rapidity left the students outside in disbelief and awe. 8th layer, 9th layer. The successive green lights transformed the astonishment of all into a state of numbness. This was almost beyond human capability. In the history of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, never had a new student pass the trial tower's 9 layers with such speed. Looking at the global history, few could advance through the trial tower with such overwhelming prowess. It was only upon reaching the 10th layer that Su Yiting's speed began to wane, taking half a minute to complete the trial. Yet, this slowness was only relative to himself. To others, this pace remained truly incredible. Surely, he would not be entering the freshman rankings on his first day. Was this not a foregone conclusion? Now, it was merely a matter of how far he could go. Hong Yi's record stood at the 15th layer. Perhaps he had a chance to break through. Upon realizing that Su Yiting might create history, the students erupted in excitement, as if the individual within the tower was not Su Yiting, but themselves. It was akin to the sprinting feats of the bygone era. Even if the record breaker was not oneself, as witnesses, they too would feel exhilarated. Your skill level has increased from stage 412. 1 to stage 418.2. Your skill level has increased from stage 418.2 to stage 420.1. After the college entrance examination, I took a brief respite, yet the enhancement of my mental strength allowed me to wield the flying sword with greater finesse. Resulting in an increase in skill, Su Yiting gazed at the message on the sword testing stone, nodding to himself. In truth, after refining his skills, he had somewhat lost direction in further enhancement, but the flying sword unveiled a new path for him. The integration of physical control and flying sword techniques would forge a grand avenue. Chapter 90. Thunder Crocodile. In the 11th layer of the trial tower, the star beasts that appeared included 1 with 18 vitality points and 5 with 17 vitality points. Yet, Su Yiting felt no pressure. His vitality was on the verge of surpassing 20, and with his refined skills, first-tier star beasts posed no threat unless in a swarm, as they couldn't even graze his fur. Congratulations on passing the 11th layer. Please proceed to the 12th layer. Congratulations on passing the 12th layer. Please proceed to the 13th layer. The 15th layer. As Su Yiting ascended the steps, energy gathered, revealing 6 star beasts resembling crocodiles, crackling with arcs of electricity, while the ground transformed into a sticky swamp. Of course, this was not a true swamp, merely a simulation of the sensation underfoot. Thunder Crocodile. Su Yiting's gaze sharpened. The strongest star beast on the 15th layer boasted a vitality of 22. Measuring 10 meters in length, its scales a deep gray, each the size of an adult's palm, immensely formidable, resembling a battleship. What posed the greatest trouble was that thunder crocodiles typically roamed the star regions during thunderstorms, their bodies crackling with electricity, rendering their attacks imbued with a faint lightning attribute. Any ordinary person attempting to strike at a thunder crocodile might find themselves incapacitated by electric shock. Roar. As the 6 thunder crocodiles emerged, they offered Su Yiting no time to prepare, releasing thunderous roars and charging at him from various directions. The overwhelming momentum they exuded was not akin to that of mere crocodiles, but more reminiscent of a dragon stirring the seas. At last, the trial presented some genuine difficulty. Faced with such star beasts, Su Yiting too felt a mix of pressure and excitement. Clang! He struck the sword sheath, and the Tongshi sword whistled forth as Su Yiting simultaneously leapt into action, gripping the hilt and, in a single breath, thrusting out 7 or 8 strikes towards his left. Bang, 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 bang. One thunder crocodile with 21 vitality points, its scales as hard as steel, ignited sparks upon contact with the sword's edge but remained unbroken. So sturdy. This provided no opportunity for me to conserve energy. Su Yiting's gaze sharpened. Those few strikes had not been executed with full force, believing them sufficient to slay one, only to discover the defense remained intact. Whoosh! His earlier attack failed, and the thunder crocodile's razor-sharp claws, crackling with blinding lightning, surged towards him. Feeling the imminent threat, Su Yiting ceased holding back. His refined perception, akin to invisible ripples, radiated outward from his core. Under this heightened awareness, the descending claws slowed dramatically. Each claw's trajectory unfolded in his mind as intricate maps, allowing him to exert a slight force, leaping gracefully backward, executing a rapid lateral spin in midair. The several claws that had approached from the side and above missed their mark, colliding with one another and sparking a shower of embers. Then, using the momentum from his spin, he deftly pushed against the adjacent wall, altering his body's direction and narrowly evading a pair of claws diving down from above like arrows. Light splitting, shadow shifting. Having evaded a barrage of attacks, Su Yiting launched a fierce counterattack. Channeling all his energy, with a flick of his wrist, the Tongshi sword unleashed countless sword shadows. The shadows intertwined, piercing, slicing, and thrusting, each imbued with formidable might, ultimately shredding a thunder crocodile into fragments. Those once impenetrable scales transformed into countless shards scattered across the ground. This technique, light splitting, shadow shifting, required the ability to strike rapidly while channeling power into each sword stroke, a feat of extreme difficulty, attainable only through refinement, and also the third form of the Shattering Star Flowing Light Sword. It is already the 15th level, and I stand second on the freshman leaderboard. If I can achieve a breakthrough, I shall be tied for first with Hong Yi. The students outside the tower are even more anxious than Su Yiting, wishing fervently for him to shatter the record at this very moment. Several campus media outlets are simultaneously capturing the illuminated 15th level of the trial tower, eagerly awaiting to disseminate this first-hand news. Pei Buqing remains at the 13th level. I have already surpassed him. I wonder who would still dare to claim that Pei Buqing is stronger than Su Yiting. Indeed, Pei Buqing possesses the ability of Thunder, which grants him group attack capabilities, making Su Yiting's challenge all the more formidable. This endeavor is undeniably laden with significance. The freshman leaderboard has become almost trivial. It is only the first day, and even if he cannot break through today, within half a month, Su Yiting will undoubtedly ascend to first place. Amidst the fervent excitement of the students, the green light of the 15th level flickers to life. The stone tablet outside the tower now displays Su Yiting's name moving up a rank, tying him with Hong Yi for the top position. This signifies that Su Yiting has successfully conquered the 15th level of the trial tower. He has truly surpassed the 15th level. Such a remarkable individual has chosen to attend our school. In the freshman competition, we are certain to place in the top 3, with a considerable chance of securing first place. The odds of victory are immense. Who just claimed that vitality was Su Yiting's flaw? Without vitality, even with finesse, it would be impossible to conquer the 15th level. The students gathered here at Jiangnan Martial Arts University are all prodigies from various cities, typically composed. Yet now the atmosphere before the tower resembles a bustling marketplace. Do you think Su Yiting can surpass this challenge? It seems he did not take much time at all. Someone gulped nervously and posed the question. This inquiry silenced many, for the historical leaderboard's stone tablet reveals that even the 100th ranked student has only reached the 17th level. Moreover, those on the leaderboard typically only set records as they approach graduation. Could it truly be possible to enter the historical rankings on the very first day of enrollment? Suddenly, amidst the discussions regarding Su Yiting's potential next steps, the 16th level of the trial tower unexpectedly illuminates with a red light, and the doors swing open. Moments later, Su Yiting strides forth, appearing hardly fatigued, save for a slight sheen of sweat on his brow. So many people? As he emerged, Su Yiting was taken aback. The crowd outside was even larger than when he entered the tower. A sea of heads and camera flashes before him. The crowd did not express disappointment at his appearance, nor did they create a ruckus, instead silently observing him. Just as Zhou Qingqing had predicted, my entrance into the trial tower has garnered an extraordinary level of attention. Fortunately, I recalled this fact and refrained from continuing my ascent. The results of the freshman competition hold far greater weight than the number of levels traversed in the trial tower. As Su Yiting quietly departed, the students erupted in astonished exclamations, swiftly activating their smart wristbands to share the news across various platforms. Upon Su Yiting's return to his dormitory, the clock struck 9 in the evening. After reassuring his family of his well-being and tidying his room, he took a leisurely stroll around the villa. The balcony on the second floor resonated with his taste, tranquil yet exquisite, adorned with a tatami mat in the center, outdoor sofas, and a round glass coffee table nestled in the corners. Standing before the intricately carved railing, he gazed out, captivated by the stunning vista. Concurrently, Jiangnan Martial Arts University disbursed its funding, amounting to 2.5 million Blue Star coins and 2 million in credits. The original contract stipulated a total of 10 million over 4 years. But given that it was merely April's assessment period, it seemed the school had decided to augment the financial support without prior notification, likely intending to surprise the students. This level of assistance, while substantial, did not fully correspond with the extraordinary talent Su Yiting had displayed. He understood that the national funding received by Jiangnan Martial Arts University paled in comparison to the 4 prestigious institutions. Regardless of the increased financial backing from the state, it could never rival the resources of elite families and shrewd merchants. Ultimately, one's cultivation must rely on personal effort. Seated cross-legged on the tatami mat, Su Yiting returned to the rigors of intensive training, focusing his mind on the Tongshi sword, breathing in a rhythmic pattern. The Tongshi sword soared into the air, its speed unhurried, orbiting continuously just 10 centimeters from his body. From a distance, it appeared as if a stream of azure light enveloped him. After 20 minutes, the distance remained unchanged, yet the speed had significantly increased. The gentle breeze generated by the spinning sword ruffled his hair. Su Yiting finally exhaled deeply, ceasing his practice. At this moment, his complexion had turned notably pale. The 10-centimeter proximity demanded utmost vigilance, as a moment of carelessness could lead to self-injury, necessitating an intense state of awareness that drained considerable energy. This method, albeit effective, felt somewhat clumsy. My rate of skill improvement had diminished compared to before, and I could only await an encounter with Grandmaster Qi Ruyo to inquire about the cultivation techniques following such a state of finesse. Despite the alarming speed at which his skills had been advancing, Su Yiting remained somewhat dissatisfied. His aspirations had never been to merely compete with the students of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Rather, he aimed to measure himself against the prodigies of the nation and even the world, without limitation to freshmen. The university's expectations for him were to achieve notable results in the global campus competition. Although attaining the 4th stage of finesse was formidable among freshmen, the global campus competition, even at the preliminary rounds, demanded a vitality exceeding 25 and a skill level surpassing 50. After sitting in silence for a while to restore his energy, Su Yiting finally rose to wash up, then lay down on his bed. Opening the Green Bubble app, he noticed numerous messages in the class group chat, tagging him. Sugu, something major has happened. Don't go to sleep. The record you just set has been broken. This group of individuals lacks martial ethics, seizing the opportunity to break the record while you rest. Why not head back to the trial tower and reclaim it? The discussions in the class group were fervent. Upon reading the chat history, Su Yiting realized that surpassing the 15th level of the trial tower not only set a new record for this year's freshman at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, but also for the entire nation. As various campus media outlets disseminated the news, his achievement sparked widespread debate. The freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities were naturally incensed upon hearing the news, and the most distinguished among them, Pei Buqing from Modu University, Yun Wuliang from Jingda, Wu Mu from Linyuan Martial Arts University, and Fang Shintong from Haimin Martial Arts University, immediately entered the trial tower overnight. Clearly, they had previously held back their strength. This time, they unleashed their full potential, each surpassing the 15th level, with Pei Buqing even reaching the 16th level, thereby breaking Su Yiting's newly established record. It was rumored that Pei Buqing sustained severe injuries as a result. Pei Buqing is indeed formidable. The 16th level houses beasts of Vitality 23, and my own estimation barely reaches level 17. Su Yiting could not help but admire. In recent days, he had gained some insight into Pei Buqing. The latter was undeniably powerful, hailing from a prestigious lineage and possessing the Thunder ability, making him a chosen one. Many believed he could rank among the top 3 in Modu University's history and had the potential to transcend into the realm of true sovereigns. However, he had no intention of rising at this moment to reclaim the record of the trial tower. That would be utterly meaningless. With Pei Buqing wielding Thunder and the previously encountered Rapid Healing. It was said that this year there was also a possessor of the Precognition ability at Modu University. Their team in the competitions was fearsomely strong. Su Yiting compared the strength of his classmates with the freshmen at Modu University and concluded that unless he could single-handedly take on 5 opponents, the team competition in the freshman tournament would prove exceptionally challenging. On the second day of classes, while other students began their lessons, Su Yiting and 4 classmates participating in the team competition commenced their cooperative training. Their opponents were second-year seniors, one of whom had previously competed in the last freshman tournament, sharing invaluable experience with Su Yiting and the others. When matching with opponents, you must kneel together and humbly pray to the heavens. Your performance hinges on when you encounter competitors from the 4 prestigious universities. This advice proved crucial. The senior meticulously instructed them on the proper posture for kneeling, the manner of prayer, and the words to be spoken during the prayer, which greatly benefited everyone. However, when training commenced, Su Yiting single-handedly swept through the 5 seniors, including the once prominent freshmen. This rendered the training ineffective, leading to Su Yiting being designated as a free agent, with L. Jian stepping in as a substitute. Reluctantly, Su Yiting returned to his classes, but the instructor shared the same skill level as he did. 4th stage finesse, primarily teaching the intricacies of achieving finesse, which felt like a waste of time for him. Thus, he returned to his dormitory to engage in solitary cultivation. After 2 days of intensive practice, he finally received notification from Qiancheng that Grandmaster Qi Ruyo had returned to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Reaching the status of Grandmaster signifies one is far beyond mere teaching. Their daily pursuits involve cultivation, hunting star beasts, and engaging in interstellar warfare, making their arrival significant. Su Yiting felt a sense of anticipation. The strongest individual he had encountered thus far could only project their true energy. The title of Grandmaster implies that one has transformed their true energy into liquid form, reaching the pinnacle where their essence flows like mercury. Such individuals are formidable figures in any city. Upon receiving the news, Su Yiting promptly set out. Qi Ruyo resided in the same dormitory area, not far from him. After traversing a few small paths, he soon spotted the standalone villa beside the artificial lake. This villa was enveloped by a profusion of blossoms, beginning with an ocean of flowers at the courtyard gate, flanked by exuberantly blossoming tulips. While climbing roses adorned the walls, and the balcony and windows were meticulously decorated with a variety of flowers, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. With the title of Flower Sword, it is indeed fitting. Su Yiting glanced around before stepping forward to ring the doorbell. Chapter 92. The Sword's Momentum. Just as the doorbell chimed once, 2 individuals emerged from within the villa. Point 1 was an elderly man in a butler's uniform, stooped in posture, while the other appeared to be of a similar age to Su Yiting, seemingly also there to seek apprenticeship, though his expression was far from pleasant. marked by an endless sense of loss. After the student departed, the butler turned to Su Yiting, revealing a faint smile. "You must be Su Yiting? Please follow me." Under the butler's guidance, Su Yiting entered the villa. In the living room, a middle-aged man exuding masculine charm lounged on the sofa. Clad in a white suit with a bouquet of red flowers pinned to his chest, his legs casually resting on the coffee table, exuding an air of nonchalance and irreverence. "Teacher Qi, Su Yiting has arrived," the butler announced with a bow. "All right, you may leave now. The flowers in the backyard need watering." Only then did the middle-aged man, Qi Ruyo, straighten up and scrutinize Su Yiting, his gaze so intense it made Su Yiting's scalp tingle. "Principal Yuan and Zhang Hongqiu have mentioned you to me. Come, let us proceed to the front yard." Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, Qi Ruyo picked up two long swords resting against the sofa and headed outside, with Su Yiting hurrying to keep pace. The front yard featured a rare 5-meter square patch devoid of flowers, where Qi Ruyo stood with his hands clasped behind his back and remarked, "I have reviewed your information. Achieving such accomplishments at your age surpasses my own at a similar time. However, my swordsmanship is not suited for you." A jolt of apprehension coursed through Su Yiting's heart. It seemed Qi Ruyo had no intention of taking him on as a disciple. "Others refer to me as Flower Sword, and the swordsmanship I practice is known as the Flower Sword School. Since I grasped the essence of momentum, I have wielded my sword at will, frolicking through life. Clearly, you cannot do the same. It is evident that you have yet to experience a romantic relationship." Qi Ruyo spoke candidly, making it clear that he had felt the stirrings of affection since elementary school and had likely been involved with numerous partners since then. It dawned on Su Yiting that Qi Ruyo's flower sword encompassed not just blossoms, but also the essence of infidelity. "Were you an ordinary person, I could accept you as a named disciple, but inevitably, you would surpass me one day. Forcing yourself to practice flower sword would be detrimental rather than beneficial." Qi Ruyo plucked a flower, inhaled its fragrance, and continued, "To achieve momentum and intention, one must carve out their own path. Relying on the swordsmanship of others will never lead to true accomplishment." "What constitutes momentum?" Su Yiting inquired, bowing respectfully. "Human effort has its limits. Momentum is both personal vigor and the greater forces of nature. Draw your sword and give it a try." As Su Yiting reached for his sword, Qi Ruyo simultaneously placed his hand on the hilt. The initially casual demeanor of Qi Ruyo shifted dramatically, exuding a chilling essence akin to a winter plum blossom. This coldness felt tangible, and in an instant, Su Yiting felt as though he were enveloped in an icy wilderness, with howling winds and plummeting petals like sword blades cutting through the snowstorm, each one stinging him painfully, as if his very hands were frozen, rendering him unable to draw his sword. At that moment of shock, Qi Ruyo retracted his aura and spoke slowly. "Whether in skill or physical form, everything begins with one's own strength. Once you reach your limits, you must draw upon the forces of nature. After achieving momentum, your presence integrates with the world, allowing you to overwhelm your adversaries without lifting a finger." Su Yiting extricated himself from the icy grip. Gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his back, yet he found himself plunged into contemplation. He quickly grasped Qi Ruyo's meaning. While the concept of momentum seemed esoteric, it was, upon reflection, rather commonplace. For instance, a man depleted by indulgence encountering a butcher would find himself overpowered by the butcher's mere presence, unable to muster the courage to resist before any confrontation even began. The skills of the fifth tier involve manifesting personal momentum through the greater forces of nature. A timid individual, when confronted by the sword's momentum, would instantly crumble mentally, while those with more fortitude would feel a tangible psychological pressure, much like Su Yiting had just experienced, genuinely believing he was amidst a storm of plum blossom swords. In that moment, he comprehended why Qi Ruyo was reluctant to accept him as a disciple. Their personal lifestyles and philosophies diverged too greatly. Though forcibly mimic Qi Ruyo's momentum, only lead to incongruity. Observing Su Yiting's brow unfurling during his contemplation, Qi Ruyo expressed admiration, saying, "While I cannot impart my swordsmanship to you, I possess some wisdom in other areas that you may inquire about at any time." "I do have some uncertainties," Su Yiting pondered briefly before presenting his recent queries, including how to rapidly enhance his skills after reaching a certain level and issues regarding the cleansing of marrow and unblocking of meridians for second-tier warriors. "It seems your vitality is also progressing at a commendable pace. Qi Ruyo regarded Su Yiting with a keen eye. The realm of skill reflects one's swordsmanship aptitude, while vitality correlates with physical prowess. He had initially assumed Su Yiting came from a modest background and had devoted considerable time to honing his skills, expecting his vitality to be slightly lower than that of his peers. To his surprise, Su Yiting had already begun the process of marrow cleansing. "Come, let us spar," Qi Ruyo beckoned with a gesture. Very well, Su Yiting did not decline, recognizing that Qi Ruyo wished to assess his current strength for tailored guidance. The two engaged in combat on the 5-meter square patch, with Qi Ruyo extending a finger and allowing Su Yiting to strike, merely countering with that single finger. Indeed, human strength has its limitations. Relying solely on the refinement of one's body cannot achieve such heights. Continuous absorption of natural energy is essential for sustained physical enhancement, and only such warriors can rise above the technological advancements of the age. Becoming the true mainstay of the battlefield, Su Yiting was astounded. Despite Qi Ruyo not employing any true energy, his finger felt as if forged from steel, impervious to Su Yiting's strikes, leaving no marks even. This displayed an astonishing level of physical strength. Conversely, Qi Ruyo found himself amidst a flurry of sword light, with the positioning of his finger shifting continuously, a tempest of emotions surging within him. He had mentally prepared for Su Yiting's formidable talent, but he remained astonished in pursuit of the 6th stage of sword intent. He had tirelessly trained in various sword techniques, endeavoring to amalgamate the strengths of many schools, including Qingping sword technique, Qinglian sword art, and Shattered Star flowing sword, all of which he had explored. What astonished him was that each move Su Yiting executed bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the creators of these 3 sword techniques. As if he were the originator rather than merely a practitioner, mastering sword techniques, whether through reading scores or watching instructional videos, could never achieve such precision. Even guided instruction would fall short. This young man must have encountered some fortuitous circumstance. Fortunately, Qi Ruyo was not rigid. He knew that should he change his moves, Su Yiting would not be overly fixated on the sword's form. Qi Ruyo's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. To become a grandmaster, one must possess exceptional talent, yet now he saw glimpses of a true master's youthful spirit reflected in Su Yiting. Chapter 93. The Value of the Global Campus Competition. Perhaps he could ascend to become a human immortal beyond the true monarch. On Blue Star, no human immortal adept in swordsmanship had yet emerged. Suddenly, Qi Ruyo felt a twinge of regret at not being able to accept Su Yiting as a disciple. With this sentiment, Qi Ruyo's enthusiasm waned. He deflected Su Yiting's descending blade and gestured. "All right, let us conclude here. Teacher Qi, how should I proceed to enhance myself further?" Su Yiting sheathed his sword, wiping the sweat from his brow, and respectfully inquired. "Your swordsmanship is impressive. If you wish to accelerate your improvement, you cannot focus solely on sword techniques." Despite his lack of enthusiasm, Qi Ruyo patiently elucidated, clarifying Su Yiting's future path. While skills can indeed enhance your physical form, they are akin to merely being handsome while pursuing romantic interests, effective, yet limited. When coupled with wealth, however, the results can be extraordinary. What you lack is wealth. The Daling Group's marrow cleansing scripture and muscle transformation scripture, Taoist breathing techniques surpass those of the Buddhist school. Yet, in terms of bone and meridian structure, Buddhist methods are superior. Any swordsmanship pales in comparison to the practices of Buddhism in this regard. Su Yiting experienced an epiphany. Until now, he had only practiced sword techniques and body techniques. Never delving into other forms of cultivation, on one hand, he hesitated to spend money on cultivation methods. On the other, he genuinely believed they offered little enhancement to his swordsmanship. Now, with Qi Ruyo's insights, he found validity in his reasoning. The Buddhist and Taoist schools have historically produced countless masters and classics. Even top-tier warriors can glean wisdom from their teachings. As for skills, you have already entered a nuanced understanding. I trust you can discern that nuance refers to the body entering a particular state. While your perceptions may be sharper than ordinary individuals, they do not equate to true nuance. To illustrate with a gaming analogy, nuance is akin to microcontrol. To execute microcontrol, one must maintain a high level of concentration. It is impossible to be fully focused during a chaotic battle. Naturally, those at the 3rd tier of skills, lacking any operational finesse, cannot truly engage in microcontrol. No amount of focus would be effective. For experts in nuance to determine victory, it comes down to who can concentrate more intensely and for longer durations. Transitioning from the fourth to the fifth tier of skills is a challenging process, as it requires relentless diligence. I personally spent 8 years in this endeavor, as Chiruyou spoke. A hint of nostalgia colored his words, reminiscent of the arduous training years past. Indeed, while I could practice for hours without fatigue, finely tuning my awareness to every subtlety around me would lead to swift exhaustion. Su Yiting realized. However, I can recommend a method of cultivation to you. Consume the cleansing essence, and then proceed to the martial arts hall on campus, which is equipped with a gravity chamber and instruments related to neural response. However, be prepared to feel fatigued. Chiruyou revealed a mischievous smile. That was his former method of training. It sounded easy. Yet in practice, it was as challenging as climbing to the heavens. During his university years, he could only endure for a mere 15 minutes until his senior year. Thank you, Teacher Qi. Su Yiting expressed his gratitude, feeling immensely aided by their conversation, even though Chiruyou had not formally accepted him as a disciple. Moreover, Jiangnan Martial Arts University appeared to be even better than he had anticipated. He had never encountered a gravity chamber during his time in Nanshan District. I have helped you. It is only proper that you express your thanks. Chiruyou suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and stated, there is only one way for you to show your gratitude, and that is by achieving excellent results in the global campus competition. I once faltered in the preliminary rounds, and I hope you can progress further, ideally qualifying for next year's competition to gain that experience. Su Yiting was taken aback. You faltered in the preliminary rounds. Chiruyou rolled his eyes. What do you think? How many countries and schools are there worldwide? Only 64 individuals advanced to the elimination rounds. While countless others falter in the preliminaries, do not assume that it is merely a playground for young people. Several major nations take the competition very seriously, as it determines the rights to certain star domains. Chiruyou held great expectations for Su Yiting and spoke with rare seriousness when discussing the global campus competition. Blue Star is riddled with spatial rifts. A century ago, humanity successfully occupied a star domain. But at that time, many nations contributed to the effort, and the question of who should retain the subsequent development rights of the resource-rich star domain arose. To prevent civil strife among humanity, high-ranking officials from several countries proposed a martial arts competition to decide the matter. However, when the true men and true lords stepped in, the very heavens and earth trembled, making it impossible to compete. Thus, it evolved into the current global campus competition, where young prodigies engage in combat. In a certain sense, the global campus competition serves as a substitute for war. Achieving results there can secure development rights for star domains, a value beyond measure. At present, no one is pressuring you, but that is solely because everyone knows you will not meet the competition standards in your freshman year. Su Yiting's eyes widened. The nation had indeed been promoting the importance of the global campus competition, but he had never heard of the competition results determining development rights for star domains. No wonder, the funding for the Martial Arts University was so substantial. Su Yiting was astonished, perhaps sensing that Su Yiting might be overwhelmed by the sudden pressure. Chiruyou comforted him, however, you need not feel burdened right now. Your current goal should be to achieve commendable results in the freshman competition. Not only will it bring you honor, but the rewards vary each year. And there will be rare resources among them. I understand. Su Yiting deeply bowed to express his gratitude to Chiruyou. Go ahead. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. You can also message me when I am not at school. Chiruyou remarked calmly. After exchanging contact information, Su Yiting took his leave. Although Teacher Qi appeared somewhat flamboyant, he turned out to be quite amiable. Su Yiting had expected a more imposing demeanor. After departing from Chiruyou's villa, Su Yiting exhaled softly. This visit had been immensely beneficial, broadening his horizons. All the subsidies I have received thus far come from the nation. Achieving results in the global campus competition is a responsibility I cannot shirk. Others believe I will only meet the competition standards next year, but I cannot afford such complacency. Ideally, I should compete this year. Even if I do not achieve outstanding results, I will gain invaluable experience. Moreover, there are still 6 months until the global campus competition. With a month of training, participating in the freshman competition, and then entering the star domain for further training, if I can awaken what is termed the Sword Immortal, I might not be without a fighting chance in the global campus competition. As Su Yiting pondered, he returned to his dormitory and retrieved the remaining bottles of cleansing essence before heading to the martial arts hall on campus to begin his training as Chiruyou had advised. Chapter 94. Training. Jiangnan Martial Arts University also features a martial arts hall that occupies a vast area. nearly 5 times that of an ordinary martial arts university. In addition to instruction and training, resources can be exchanged for credits, and various tasks can be undertaken within the martial arts hall. The first floor houses the task area, where the university collaborates with the Martial Arts Bureau. Many tasks involve assisting in capturing criminals and eliminating star beasts, and only students from the Martial Arts Academy can undertake them. The screen at the entrance displays the layout of the martial arts hall, and Su Yiting proceeded directly to the third floor, where the ordinary martial rooms and gravity chambers are located. The front desk allows students to exchange credits for martial arts techniques and resources. "Hello, I would like to exchange for the cleansing scripture and changing tendon scripture," Su Yiting inquired at the front desk. The staff member, a part-time senior student, recognized Su Yiting immediately but maintained her composure. After some operations on her light brain, she said, "You still have one free exchange for a technique below the 4th tier. The changing tendon scripture is priced higher. I suggest you opt for the free exchange. The cleansing scripture costs 1.5 million, but with the intern patrol discount, it is 1.425 million, which can be deducted from your credits." Su Yiting nodded. The free exchange for techniques was also included in his contract, and he felt delighted that the patrol discount applied on campus. Transaction successful. After scanning his smart wristband on the machine, Su Yiting's Martial Arts Academy now had the cleansing scripture and changing tendon scripture added to it. The Daling Group is valued at over $1 trillion. Their martial arts techniques are sold overseas. Making a fortune, Su Yiting reflected on this, realizing that the Daling Group, originally the Daling Temple of Buddhism, had produced many experts after the revival of spiritual energy, and their techniques have continuously evolved. It is now an enormous entity on a global scale. If he could also create his own techniques, that would be true financial freedom. Not hurrying to examine the techniques, Su Yiting left the front desk and approached the gravity chamber marked 3404. Scanning to enter. The credit consumption for the gravity chamber is 200 per hour. Combined with the cleansing essence, the daily cost adds up, but there is no way to avoid it. The gravity chamber's walls are constructed from a peculiar black stone that emanates a metallic sheen, embedded with densely packed energy crystals. In the center of the room stands a machine to adjust the gravity multiplier. After studying the machine, Su Yiting discovered that, in addition to adjusting gravity, it could also activate the neural response training that Chirio had mentioned. After tentatively pressing a button, small holes began to appear, slowly crawling along the surrounding walls. If activated, rubber bullets would be shot out at high speed through these holes for training purposes. Having confirmed how to operate the machine, Su Yiting then retrieved the cleansing scripture and changing tendon scripture. The cleansing scripture emphasizes how to cultivate essence, chi, spirit, and intent, particularly focusing on developing the brain's regions. Essentially, it encourages one to delve into minute details. All martial arts techniques ultimately lead to the same goal. After perusing the cleansing scripture, Su Yiting noticed that it bore some similarity to the 3 secret techniques of the celestial ear from the land of Tianzhu. Practiced to perfection, it could allow mastery over 3 of the 6 supernatural powers of Buddhism: the heavenly eye, heavenly ear, and divine foot-powered eye. In essence, it enhances perception, vision, hearing, and physical strength. For Su Yiting, the first half of the cleansing scripture holds little utility, as he has already achieved a certain level of subtlety and does not require the recorded methods for training. However, the latter part concerning the divine foot power offers him some benefits. The so-called divine foot power is akin to opening the dragon's spine. Through specific techniques, it enables a martial artist to maneuver their body freely and effortlessly. Su Yiting has already opened his dragon's spine, but the techniques recorded in the cleansing scripture possess an additional advantage. They can accelerate metabolism, eliminate bodily waste, and achieve the goal of cleansing the marrow. This is precisely what he needs. While both the cleansing essence and sword techniques can expel impurities from the body, the cleansing scripture is more effective, which is why Teacher Chi advised him to practice this technique. After finishing the cleansing scripture, Su Yiting then turned his attention to the changing tendon scripture. The first half of the changing tendon scripture also pertains to essence, chi, and spirit, assisting martial artists in achieving subtlety, while the latter half guides the flow of force through the meridians, thereby expanding and unblocking them. Having memorized both techniques, Su Yiting consumed a bottle of cleansing essence and began practicing the cleansing scripture. The cleansing scripture consists of 18 movements, engaging the brain marrow, bone marrow, and spinal marrow, primarily revolving around the lumbar spine. Its distinctive feature is that, when combined with the cleansing essence, metabolism accelerates significantly. After completing a set, Su Yiting felt the cleansing speed was still too slow, so he increased the difficulty by activating triple gravity. Instantly, every inch of his skin felt as though it were being constricted by taut bowstrings, and his breathing became exceedingly labored, as if his legs were rooted in a quagmire. The results were remarkable. Sweat began to seep from Su Yiting's pores, and upon closer inspection, it was mixed with fine impurities resembling minute dust, faintly revealing a murky gray-black hue. After completing 3 sets, Su Yiting finally deactivated the gravity and sat cross-legged on the ground to rest. Half an hour later, he got up and pressed the red button on the machine, setting the speed to the fastest level 5, activating the neural response device. The neural response training commenced. A cold voice emanated from the machine as the walls began to writhe, and a series of dark holes emerged, reminiscent of ominous gun muzzles. Bang, 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 bang. From all directions, bullets were unleashed in rapid succession. Swift as a flash, Su Yiting's gaze shifted, his awareness expanding, entering a state of meticulous precision. Like a fish gliding through water, he darted and weaved among the hail of bullets. Each of his movements was executed with remarkable accuracy, allowing the projectiles to merely graze his body as they whizzed past. Bang, 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 bang. After the first barrage ended, a second wave followed closely, with even more bullets than before. Even Su Yiting found it somewhat challenging to evade them, and he was struck by a rubber bullet. Though it was merely a rubber projectile, the pain it inflicted was still palpable, as teacher Chi remarked. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th stage represents the journey from a skilled practitioner to a professional, where even the slightest advancement becomes exceedingly arduous. This method of training is indeed effective. Su Yiting, however, did not feel disheartened. Instead, it ignited his competitive spirit. During the 3rd round, he no longer merely evaded, but drew his Tongshi sword, employing his swordsmanship to deflect the bullets. After 7 or 8 minutes, Su Yiting was utterly exhausted, his face bruised and battered, and he hastily pressed the stop button. Once the barrage ceased, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. This was still conducted in a zero-gravity environment. How much more effective would it be under normal gravity? Su Yiting felt a flicker of anticipation as he leaned against the machine to rest for a moment before stepping into the small recuperation room within the gravity chamber. This space was designated for students to recuperate, furnished only with a counter and a wooden tub where they could pay for a simple medicinal bath to hasten their recovery. Chapter 95. The Innate Escape Sword Technique. On July 15th, half a month had passed since the start of the semester. Inside the Jiangnan Martial Arts University Martial Arts Hall, room 3404 of the gravity chamber, the walls were alive with the rapid movement of rubber bullets. Sometimes hurtling straight, sometimes arcing, and at other times crisscrossing, relentlessly targeting the youth in the center of the room. At this moment, the gravity had been adjusted to 5 times the normal level, yet Su Yiting appeared unaffected by it. In an instant, as the bullets were fired, he exerted force in his waist, twisting his body at an exceptionally acute angle to evade. Simultaneously, the Tongshi sword was drawn, transforming into a dazzling arc of light that continuously deflected the incoming bullets. Throughout this process, he not only had to perceive the direction from which the bullets approached, but also maneuver his body to evade and manipulate the flying sword to block them. His mind was stretched to its utmost limits as he juggled 3 tasks at once. Beads of sweat began to seep from his body, darker in hue than before, resembling thick ink. After this round of training, he had been struck once at speed level 5, earning an evaluation of SS grade. A full 20 minutes passed before an emotionless voice echoed through the room. Su Yiting suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. For those 20 minutes, both his perception and body techniques had been in a state of meticulous precision, and he had even employed the flying sword. It could be said that in the last 5 minutes, he had relied solely on his willpower to endure, making his current exhaustion entirely understandable. What a foul stench! Su Yiting caught a whiff of a noxious odor, glancing at his soiled palms, seemingly coming to a realization as he swept his gaze over the sword-testing stone panel. Life Force, 21.3, second stage. Punching Power, 21,588 kilograms. Speed, 63 meters second. Mental Power, 25.8. Martial Arts Techniques, Star-Shattering Flowing Light Sword, Muscle Transformation Classic, Swimming Dragon Threefold, Skill Realm, Swordsmanship, 4th Stage 25. 3. Body Techniques, 4th Stage 14. Sword Immortal Awakening Progress, 53, 100 progress required for awakening the Sword Immortal. The 4th floor of the Sword Hidden Pavilion has been unlocked, granting 1 transmission opportunity. The darkness covering him was merely the impurities within his body. The cleansing of marrow and sinew had concluded. Su Yiting's face lit up with joy. Indeed, the process of marrow cleansing was lengthy. He had been internally cultivating for quite some time, continuously consuming cleansing liquids and training, only to complete the cleansing today. This was, in fact, also related to his family circumstances. Some offspring of prominent families pay attention to their diet and engage in medicinal baths from a young age. While he lacked such opportunities, resulting in a greater accumulation of impurities in his body. Naturally, he would lag behind during the marrow cleansing phase. Fortunately, he was able to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth in advance, which had somewhat compensated for his shortcomings over the past half-month, making the effects of the cleansing process even more beneficial than the cleansing liquids. The fourth floor had also been unlocked. Previously, my skills had not reached a level sufficient to access it. The sword techniques there likely required the use of meridian strength or even true energy, and even if I had entered back then, I would have been unable to utilize them. Su Yiting's consciousness then entered the realm of the mind. As his power increased, the sword-hidden pavilion grew increasingly majestic. Above the pavilion's peak, white cranes occasionally soared by, blurring the lines between reality and the mental realm. Upon entering the fourth floor, he found towering bookshelves on all sides, still filled with numerous ancient texts. Luckily, Su Yiting could scan with his mind, allowing him to search without expending too much time. Spirit Tortoise Breath Technique, an evolution from tortoise breathing skill. Besides swordsmanship and body techniques, Su Yiting also discovered a breathing technique on the shelves. This method prolongs life through breath control, allowing one to hold their breath for several hours even underwater with deep practice. However, he merely glanced at it. After all, he had not yet reached the stage where longevity was a concern. Innate Escape Sword Technique, Wind from Clouds Escape. After scanning through all the techniques, Su Yiting opened his eyes and hastened to the corner bookshelf. Indeed, it was a technique involving flying swords. Upon opening Innate Escape Sword Technique, the first thing that caught his eye was an illustration depicting a middle-aged man in a white robe commanding a flying sword to slay a rampaging dragon. Although it was merely a picture, Su Yiting could still sense a trace of the sword immortal's grandeur through the paper. I have never heard of this sword technique in reality. Since childhood, Su Yiting had a passion for swords. Even if he hadn't seen certain techniques, he had heard of them to some extent. Yet, this innate escape sword technique was entirely unfamiliar to him. If it is truly unique, I should choose it for my transmission opportunity. As I can purchase other sword techniques with money, Su Yiting made a decisive choice, consuming his transmission opportunity to practice innate escape sword technique. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed, revealing towering waves and a dragon beneath the sea. On the shore stood a man in white robes, holding a wine gourd, unfazed by the surging waves that crashed around him. Instead, as the waves approached his body, they parted to the sides. Clang! Suddenly, a faint red light glimmered at the man's fingertips. And in an instant, that red light illuminated the heavens, blazing like the sun. Su Yiting clearly saw that suspended within the red light was an ancient sword. The flying sword, akin to a blazing sun, vaporized the floodwaters beneath its sword aura, and the dragon, shrouded in sword light, spewed forth blood, swiftly severing its head from its body. The scene then shifted once more, and Su Yiting found himself back in the sword-hidden pavilion. Is that it? Has it ended so soon? Indeed, as one progresses further in skill, the focus shifts more towards the elevation of the mind, intent, and spirit. Su Yiting furrowed his brows. The image of the sword immortal slaying the dragon lingered vividly in his mind. Yet this time it seemed different from previous transmissions. There were not many techniques or methods for cultivation. Rather, it was more about enlightening his mind and comprehending the essence of the sword. In terms of combat skills, I have reached the limits of what I can learn. Now it feels like I have been given a general direction, with the rest left for me to explore. Akin to reading the Buddhist sutras or Taoist texts, each person's insights gleaned from them would inevitably differ. Su Yiting pondered deeply, refusing to be fixated on mastering innate escape sword technique in a single day. The image of the flying sword slaying the dragon had been indelibly etched in his consciousness, ready to be recalled and contemplated at any moment. He then began to peruse Wind from Clouds Escape. Compared to the mystique of innate escape sword technique, Wind from Clouds Escape was more straightforward, teaching one to perceive the flowing air and thereby move with the wind. This belonged to the realm of master-level body techniques. Although my ability to sense the essence of heaven and earth is still quite feeble, practicing this technique will yield significant benefits. Having acquired 2 new techniques, Su Yiting's consciousness returned to reality. He cleansed the grime from his body and ordered a nutritious meal. After a while, a delivery robot placed the meal at the entrance of the gravity chamber. After dining, Su Yiting resumed his training. Despite the intensity of his regimen, he felt no pain. Instead, he relished the enhancement of his strength. Meanwhile, the campus media, which had tasted the sweetness of attention, struggled as they frequently sought out Su Yiting to publish sensational news, only to find that he had vanished after the trial tower. Another half-month flew by, and Su Yiting ceased his training, emerging from the gravity chamber, for the new student competition was imminent. Chapter 96. The Magic City on August 2 ND. The atmosphere at Jiangnan Martial Arts University was ablaze with excitement. The holographic advertisement projectors at the entrance had been activated, showcasing the holographic images of Su Yiting and his companions, resembling celestial figures towering over the campus. Everywhere within the university, fiery red banners and promotional boards adorned the surroundings, and discussions about the new student competition echoed from every corner, their fervor igniting an unprecedented fervor for the event. In previous years, the new student competition had been met with indifference from the students of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, lacking any substantial anticipation. However, this year's competition marked a departure from the norm, as their representative team included Su Yiting, presenting an opportunity to achieve a historic breakthrough, thus creating an atmosphere of unparalleled enthusiasm. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the campus square was filled with thousands of students clad in uniforms, who, in a show of unity, refrained from encroaching upon the central area where over 100 students and several accompanying teachers stood. These individuals, handsome young men and beautiful young women, constituted the selected cheerleading squad destined for the magical metropolis. After all, the competition was to be held in this city, and they were to fight on foreign soil. If only the competitors were allowed to attend, the audience would likely remain silent in the face of the formidable contestants from the prestigious institution. Su Yiting stood at the forefront of the throng, gazing at his own uniform. While the design of the outfit was commendable, red and white, fitting him well, he found the numerous advertisements of sponsors on the sleeves and chest somewhat disconcerting, particularly the one for a small umbrella. Beside him stood Zhou Qingqing, Zhang Tuo, and others who had just concluded their coordinated training, while Lu Jian joined as a substitute contestant. However, the competitors wore expressions tinged with anxiety. In contrast, the substitute Lu Jian exuded calmness and, noticing Zhou Qingqing's nervousness, seized the opportunity to offer reassurance. "It's fine. The competition starts on the 5th. Who knows, we might be eliminated in the first round on the 6th. Such comforting words clearly fell flat, and had it not been for the crowd, Zhou Qingqing would have relished the chance to retaliate against Lu Jian. Su Yiting, for this competition, focus your energy on the individual contest. Our team is at a significant disadvantage compared to the top-tier academies. Sustaining an injury could lead to losing both the match and our morale," whispered a teacher accompanying them. Su Yiting recognized the teacher as Zhang Hongqiu, the director of the admissions office. "Understood," Su Yiting replied calmly, and in contrast to the agitation and anxiety of the other competitors, he possessed an extraordinary tranquility and composure. This transformation stemmed from a profound awakening. Beyond his demeanor, his skin radiated an almost translucent quality, with the scars from his past martial training now entirely vanished. Half an hour later, an aircraft emblazoned with the insignia of Jiangnan Martial Arts University descended from the sky into the square. A sprightly elder emerged, clad in a fitted short-sleeve shirt and shorts, his large hands suggesting boundless strength. The students erupted into fervent cheers upon seeing him. Su Yiting observed the elder with curiosity. This was Yuan Manshan, the president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, a master who had achieved the 5th realm of true enlightenment and the university's sole true adept. Yuan Manshan appeared remarkably amiable, waving to the students before casting encouraging words towards Su Yiting and a few other participants in the freshman competition, then stating, "Let us proceed." The 100 students, along with their teachers, boarded the aircraft, which then soared into the heavens, vanishing in an instant. Su Yiting gazed through the glass, catching sight of students below waving their hands. 3 hours later, the magical metropolis emerged on the horizon, its skyscrapers rising majestically amidst the cityscape, with flying cars weaving through the sky, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary prosperity and busyness. During the period of the freshman competition, The security in the magical metropolis was of utmost importance. From a distance, armed helicopters could be seen patrolling, eradicating any potential disturbances. The aircraft of Jiangnan Martial Arts University enjoyed priority passage, gliding effortlessly through the strictly regulated airspace of the magical metropolis until it reached the city center. Here, Su Yiting beheld a colossal mountain constructed in the heart of the city. Viewed from above, the summit resembled a volcanic crater, within which lay a massive arena, surrounded by a plethora of buildings. Is that the Magic Mountain? The venue constructed for the global campus competition? This year's main stage isn't in Xiagua. It's being used for the freshman contest. Su Yiting, having previously resided in Wulin City, was still astounded by the splendor of the magical metropolis, particularly the grand arena, which appeared capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators, even with a substantial area occupied by the competition stage itself. Half of the top corporations from Xiagua were based in the magical metropolis. Residing here for an extended period made the quaintness of Qingyuan City seem almost rural in comparison. As Su Yiting surveyed his surroundings, the aircraft descended at the foot of the Magic Mountain, with students disembarking in succession. From this vantage point, the Magic Mountain appeared even more awe-inspiring, soaring into the clouds, with a magnificent entrance standing proudly at its base. Flanked by enormous stone pillars adorned with exquisite carvings depicting auspicious symbols of dragon and phoenix. The area was already teeming with flying cars, filled with students and teachers from various institutions. "Look over there. Those are the students from the 4 grade academies. They seem rather relaxed," remarked Zhang Tuo, standing beside Su Yiting. Su Yiting raised his gaze and, from their demeanor, could discern that the students from the 4 grade academies exhibited superior qualities compared to those from other institutions. Brimming with confidence and devoid of any hint of nervousness, casting a condescending glance at students from other schools, Su Yiting, after a month of intense cultivation, "What is your current strength?" Su Qingyan approached. Her curiosity evident that Su Yiting was about to respond when President Yuan Manshan clapped his hands, announcing, in the group, "The map and competition details have been released, indicating each of your accommodations. All expenses at the reception hotel are covered. But external shops will incur personal costs. You have trained long enough. Now, you may choose to relax and await the competition, or continue your cultivation until the event begins." Upon hearing this, many students from the cheerleading squad opted to depart. Eager to explore the magical metropolis for the first time, Su Yiting, however, joined Zhang Tuo, Song Yong, and several other competitors as they made their way to the competitors' reception hotel within the Magic Mountain. Still clad in their uniforms, they were recognized by numerous students from other schools, who, to Su Yiting's surprise, exhibited considerable hostility. "Is that you scoundrel?" Suddenly, a girl in a black uniform from Magic University charged forth, glaring fiercely at Su Yiting. The girl possessed a striking beauty, her dark eyeshadow and lipstick adding an alluring touch, while her uniform's zipper was undone, revealing a black crop top that accentuated her slender waist. "You are that ability user?" Su Yiting was taken aback. Although her appearance bore some differences from those in the world of the apocalypse, he recognized her as Luo Tongxia, the ability user with rapid healing, whom he had previously battled. Just remember that. Wait for it. Last time, my vitality was limited to 10 due to the constraints of the apocalypse world." Luo Tongxia clearly harbored resentment over her previous defeat, especially after Su Yiting had so brutally vanquished her, leaving a lasting impression as if he had truly ended her life once. Now, facing Su Yiting, she radiated confidence. With her rapid healing ability, she possessed a considerable advantage over others. Her recovery speed after training had accelerated significantly. During this time, she had immersed herself in her cultivation, her vitality continuously enhancing, and with the competition occurring in reality, her physical strength surpassed that in the virtual world. She was convinced she could not be defeated again and eagerly awaited her chance for revenge in the freshman competition. "Then let us meet on the competition stage," Su Yiting replied coolly, not overly concerned about Luo Tongxia. Having already triumphed once, he felt no trepidation. He could hardly fathom what had emboldened Luo Tongxia to speak so boldly. The expressions of those around him, however, grew serious. After all, Luo Tongxia was a contestant from Magic University, and her success there was indisputable. In terms of individual combat, they were hardly her match. "I just hope you don't get eliminated by others before encountering me. I shall personally ensure your defeat." Luo Tongxia spat defiantly before storming back to join 3 other students, all clad in Magic University uniforms. These three students exuded an extraordinary presence, having emerged from the university's internal selection competitions and standing among the strongest of the current batch of freshmen. So this is Su Yiting? He does possess some presence, but those accompanying him seem significantly inferior, akin to ordinary students and team competitions. I could handle them all myself, remarked a burly young man, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yiting. With a buzz cut and a stature even taller than Zhang Tuo, his uniform strained against his muscular frame, suggesting explosive strength even without being a martial artist. Do not underestimate him. He has undergone a thorough transformation, cautioned a slanted-eyed boy standing beside the burly student, his eyes nearly squinting shut as he scrutinized Su Yiting. Luo Tongxia was taken aback. The slanted-eyed boy possessed the ability of precognition, and in terms of mental acuity and perception, Pei Buqing could not compare. If he claimed Su Yiting had undergone a transformation, there was no room for doubt. The last of the trio was a girl with short, pink hair and large eyes, who, with a cheerful demeanor, chimed in, "Hee, why are you all taking this so seriously? In the individual competition, naturally, Pei Buqing will handle him. In the team competition, he alone cannot possibly contend with all five of us. Perhaps he won't even cross paths with us." Luo Tongxia's expression shifted to one of confusion. Speaking of which, where is Pei Buqing? The pink-haired girl gestured nonchalantly. Over there, at the end of the street stood a branch of Linglong Pavilion. And just then, a figure emerged. A man standing at 1.85 meters, clad in a black form-fitting outfit, his hair flowing freely. Through the strands, one could glimpse a visage of extraordinary strength, though his unkempt appearance and scruffy beard somewhat marred the impression. In his hand, he held a vial of healing elixir worth over 10,000, merely taking a sip before carelessly discarding it into the trash bin. Crash! As he walked, faint flashes of blue lightning flickered within him, causing those around to hesitate in their approach. Was this monster refining his body with thunder even while walking? Luo Tongxia displayed an expression of helplessness. After conceding defeat to Su Yiting, she had been undergoing excruciating training. Yet she still fell short compared to Pei Buqing. Pei Buqing's dedication was beyond mere diligence, bordering on madness in his pursuit of mastery. While a prodigy is not to be feared, a diligent prodigy is a force to reckon with. After a stroll around Demon Mountain, Su Yiting and his companions followed the map markers within their group to the contestants' reception hotel. Outside, numerous media outlets had gathered, eagerly awaiting interviews with the participants. Su Yiting was taken aback by the spectacle, bypassing the reporters to enter the hotel through a special access point, scanning his identity. The hotel lobby exuded opulence. A colossal crystal chandelier hung from the soaring dome, with countless crystals cascading like stars, and the surroundings were bustling with reception staff and patrolling robots. I had checked online. Lodging here typically costs upwards of 10,000 per night. Zhang Tuo, whose family circumstances were comparable to Su Yiting's, gazed around in awe, his expression revealing that he had not encountered such luxury before. Prices would be even steeper during this period, as wealthy individuals from other cities flocked to witness the event. With finals tickets reportedly soaring to 5,000 in the hands of scalpers, while VIP seats exceeded 100,000. Zhou Qingqing, however, was accustomed to lavish hotels and casually explained the situation. Amid their casual conversation, the group was guided by staff to their respective rooms. The view from their rooms was spectacular, overlooking the imposing Chongshan Dojo, with an artificial lake situated between the hotel and the dojo. Looking down, they saw a throng of people, mostly local citizens from Modu, who had come to support the Modu Martial Arts University. Su Yiting wasted no time, sitting by the window, practicing the Yijinjing, channeling his energy through his meridians in an attempt to expand them. August 3rd. All participating schools for the national freshman competition had arrived, followed by fervent promotions and pre-competition interviews for the contestants. Only major media outlets were permitted to conduct interviews in the hotel, and Jiangnan Martial Arts University could not refuse, arranging for several other contestants to be interviewed. Su Yiting, however, enjoyed special privileges, focusing solely on his training without being sidetracked by trivial matters. This behavior led some media to speculate that he was acting aloof. Amplifying the narrative, Su Yiting was aware of this information circulating online, but he remained unfazed. Since the end of the college entrance examinations, he had noticed individuals hired to tarnish his reputation, though he could not ascertain who they were. He had never bothered to refute these claims. To him, they were merely underhanded tactics. Past contestants had experienced similar situations, ultimately serving to apply psychological pressure. As long as one's strength was formidable, all naysayers would be silenced. Compared to himself, he was more concerned about the mental state of Zhou Qingqing, Su Qinyan, and others, as this was the home ground of Modu Martial Arts University, and it was likely that few would lend them support. Chapter 98. The inauguration of the freshman competition on August 5th. The day of the freshman competition arrived. As more spectators flocked to Modu, the atmosphere around the competition center, Demon Mountain, grew increasingly fervent. With high-level martial artists refraining from casual displays of power, this event had become nearly the most prestigious martial arts competition visible to the public, second only to the Global Campus Tournament. Near Demon Mountain, holographic advertisements and banners filled the streets, and various live streaming platforms had begun their pre-event build-up. Contestants from 16 of the top martial arts universities in Xia Country set off in the early morning from the reception hotel, riding in vehicles provided by sponsors towards the competition venue, the Chongshan Dojo. Along the route, Su Yiting observed countless citizens cheering for the Modu University contestants, while security checks commenced at the dojo entrance. Even on the first day of competition, tickets had sold out within an hour of going on pre-sale, showcasing the formidable purchasing power of the Modu populace. The vehicles carrying the contestants and their supporters, escorted by the Martial Arts Bureau, proceeded without obstruction, entering the dojo amidst the cacophony. Inside the vehicle designated for Jiangnan Martial Arts University students, an air of palpable tension enveloped them, particularly Zhang Tuo, whose legs trembled slightly. Su Qinyan, why don't you take the personal match? Zhang Tuo stammered. The freshman competition comprised individual and team events. Each martial arts university was allowed 2 participants in the individual category, totaling 32 contestants. Zhang Tuo had performed exceptionally well in previous training sessions, defeating 3 others to be chosen as the second individual contestant alongside Su Yiting. Yet now, he felt a wave of stage fright wash over him. The mere thought of stepping onto the stage before 300,000 spectators and a global audience made his anxiety surge. What nonsense are you spouting? You defeated me, so naturally, it's your turn. You a grown man. Can't you muster a bit of courage? Su Qinyan retorted angrily. Zhang Tuo, this is a rare opportunity for growth. Overcoming this hurdle will elevate your mindset, added their homeroom teacher, Shi Shinro, who was seated with them. The roster had already been submitted, and any changes would not be approved by the judging panel. Then I'll give it a shot. Zhang Tuo took a deep breath, attempting to calm his nerves. Su Yiting, on the other hand, remained composed, gazing out at the Chongshan Dojo. From an exterior perspective, the Chongshan Dojo bore some resemblance to the virtual arena of the tournament, featuring a stage measuring 1 kilometer in both length and width, with a circular seating design that ascended from the edges of the stage, resembling an ocean of seats. Anyone who entered would feel an overwhelming sense of pressure and awe. At 9 in the morning, contestants, commentators, judges, and security were all prepared, as hundreds of thousands of spectators began to take their seats, filling the stands to capacity. Su Yiting and his companions waited backstage for their entrance. It was at this moment that the freshman competition contestants formally convened. Contestants from the 4 prestigious universities, Modu Martial Arts University, Shangjing Martial Arts University, Haimen Martial Arts University, and Linyuan Martial Arts University, stood at the forefront, showcasing their remarkable status. Compared to participants from the other 12 martial arts universities, they indeed stood apart, for typically, other universities could only admit students remaining after the 4 elite universities had made their selections. Life Force 14, Life Force 17, Life Force 20.5, Life Force 22. Su Yiting stood before the Jiangnan Martial Arts University team, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, lingering on Pei Buqing, whose life force reached an impressive 22 points. Clearly standing out from the crowd, Life Force 22.5. Suddenly, Su Yiting detected a contestant with a life force of 22.5. The individual was strikingly handsome, with red lips and white teeth, and uniquely sported a shaved head, adorned with prayer beads around his neck, quietly clasping his hands together in silent contemplation. Linyuan Martial Arts University, Fang Shintong? Recognizing the name printed on the back of his uniform, Su Yiting identified him. Most contestants had life forces ranging from 13 to 16, while those from the 4 elite universities were generally above 16. Pei Buqing, Wu Mu, and Yun Woyang all surpassed 20, and Fang Shenong, even more impressively, reached 22.5. Judging by his demeanor, He appeared to practice Buddhist techniques. Su Yiting surmised that Fang Shuntong must have trained in the Shisui Jing and Yijinjing and possessed exceptional physical talent, explaining his remarkable life force. Though his martial skills remained undetectable to Su Yiting, be wary of Fang Shuntong. He has close ties with the Daling group and refined a Buddhist relic prior to the competition. Exercise caution, Su Qinyan warned. Having sensed Su Yiting's focus on Fang Shuntong, her insights were evidently more comprehensive than Su Yiting's solitary dedication to cultivation. A relic? Understood. Su Yiting nodded slightly. The relic was a golden pill left behind by a martial artist of the Buddhist realm upon death, containing formidable power. Although he had never consumed one, Su Yiting could imagine its immense value. Su Qinyan pulled out a booklet from her pocket and opened it, continuing, however, the one you should be most cautious of is Pei Buqing, the top contender for the championship. He is the number 1 seed, while you're merely the second. Oh, don't we have contestant profiles? Why are you still purchasing this? Su Yiting asked in surprise. He had seen the booklet Su Qinyan held. It was something some shady merchants sold on the roadside for 100. The school provided profiles prior to the college entrance examinations, but in the 2 months since, contestants had not showcased their abilities, leading to numerous changes during that time. The booklet contained many rumors that Su Qinyan flipped through the booklet, introducing various contestants to Su Yiting. Su Yiting frowned. This so-called booklet seemed to be filled with fabrications and sensationalism, even including gossip about various contestants. Among the top contenders, the seed rankings even had odds annotated, promoting certain betting companies. Gambling leads to ruin. You should refrain from indulging in this. Su Yiting cautioned. Su Qinyan chuckled. I placed a bet of 10,000 on our team winning the championship. The odds are 80. However, I didn't wager on gambling. It's a legitimate martial arts betting site. Boom. As they conversed, a thunderous roar echoed above the Chongshan dojo, as dozens of flying vehicles lined up, releasing colorful exhaust trails as they soared overhead, heralding the commencement of the competition. Good morning to the audience both present and watching from screens. I am Zhong Jiayue, the host for this year's Summer National Freshman Competition, a female host, adorned in a black high-slit qipao and exuding a sweet smile, gracefully approached the podium. First and foremost, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the distinguished guests of this event, the Deputy Director of the Martial Arts Bureau of Modu. Simultaneously, I express my gratitude to Zhong Jiayue's voice reverberated throughout the Chongshan dojo, albeit the content lacked substance, merely adhering to the customary practice of welcoming prominent figures and acknowledging the sponsors of the competition. After an extended welcome, Zhong Jiayue's voice crescendoed. Next, let us welcome the competitors to the stage. The first to take the stage is the defending champion, Modu Martial Arts University, Chapter 99, the first dual Modu. Victory is ours, invincible, boom, boom, boom. 5 competitors from Modu, led by Pei Buqing, emerged from the passageway. The audience erupted in a thunderous cheer, with fervent supporters vigorously beating on the leather war drums. The overwhelming atmosphere instilled a palpable sense of pressure among competitors from other institutions. The advantage of performing at home was unmistakably apparent in this moment. The Modu representative team, captained by Pei Buqing, had previously declared their intention to secure victory in both individual and team competitions during pre-match interviews. We eagerly await their performance. Seeing the Modu competitors, host Zhong Jiayue beamed with delight. Her tone elevated a few notches. Amidst the roaring cheers, the 5 athletes from Modu strode confidently to the center of the arena. Pei Buqing walked with an air of indifference, viewing the cheers not as pressure but as boundless motivation. Next to grace the stage was the representative team from Shangjing Martial Arts University. Once the Modu athletes settled, Zhong Jiayue continued to introduce the next team. The team from Jingda, led by Yun Wuliang, donned golden uniforms. However, their entrance garnered little applause, with only their cheer squad and a handful of supporters who had traveled from Shangjing offering their cheers. In terms of atmosphere, their entrance paled in comparison to that of Modu. Following this, the representative team from Haimen Martial Arts University made their appearance, followed by the Linyuan Martial Arts University representative team, the Jiulong Martial Arts University representative team, and the Dongxi Martial Arts University representative team. In accordance with the results from the previous competition, competitors from various institutions took to the stage in succession. With a total of 160 participants, excluding substitutes, the process was rather lengthy. Yet, the audience showed no signs of boredom. Each contestant could potentially become a master, a grandmaster, or even a true practitioner in the future. At that time, Wishing to witness these individuals compete on the arena would be nothing short of a fantasy. Next to appear was the representative team from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Their captain, Su Yiting, was the top scorer in practical examinations this year. His teammates included Zhou Qingqing, Song Yong, Zhang Tuo, Su Qingyan, and substitute player L Jian. Upon hearing the host's introduction, Su Yiting, guided by the staff, led his team out of the competitors' passage. As they advanced, sunlight poured down, and the clamorous cheers surged like a tidal wave from the end of the passage. Hey, Modu, Modu! Although it was Jiangnan Martial Arts University making their entrance, the audience erupted in chants for Modu. Accompanied by jeers. Except for Su Yiting, the others stiffened, their expressions tense. The previously entered teams had faced jeers as well, yet the volume directed at them was far greater. At that moment, they genuinely felt the stark difference between facing tens of thousands in person and being seated with hundreds of thousands in a virtual realm. Only their accompanying cheer squad remained, vociferously cheering amidst the sea of spectators. Don't be nervous, Su Yiting whispered, his calm demeanor somewhat contagious, and their steps gradually grew more resolute. They were not the final team to appear. There were institutions with even poorer performances from the last competition, and only after 20 minutes did all competitors finally take the stage. Next, allow me to introduce the judging panel for this competition. With Chief Judge Yu Yuan hailing from the Martial Arts Bureau of Modu, known as the Shadow Guardian, the last to appear was the judging panel for the freshman competition, consisting of 5 members. Chief Judge Yu Yuan, a formidable figure, was a special grade guardian at the real practitioner level. The other 4 judges were grandmasters, tasked not only with determining the outcomes but also with preventing any unforeseen incidents during the competition. After all, this was a contest involving real weapons, and with such talented contestants, the loss of any one of them would be an unthinkable calamity. As for the high-tech protective measures, they were hardly reliable in such grand competitions. Only Grandmaster-level judges possessed the capability to avert all mishaps, of course. Once the judges intervened to halt the match, it would signal that the outcome had already been decided. Today's event will feature individual matches progressing from 32 to 16 and then from 16 to 8. Competitors, please proceed to the resting area to prepare. With everything in place, the host began to explain the competition rules, while the contestants retreated to their respective resting and preparation zones below the stands. The freshman competition is a nationally anticipated event designed to accommodate viewers of all ages. Hence, the process is not overly complicated, featuring random matchups in a single elimination format, ensuring that participants from the same institution do not face each other until the top 8. The first day of competition consists of individual matches, with a total of 24 bouts scheduled. While this may sound extensive, in reality, many competitors from prestigious institutions can resolve their opponents in just a few minutes or even seconds, allowing the entire process to conclude within a few hours. Now, let the competition commence. Let us see which 2 contestants will take to the stage for the inaugural battle. As Zhong Jiayue concluded her remarks, she descended from the podium, replaced by the renowned commentator Meng Chong. Above the Chongshan Dojo, 4 screens displayed the names and schools of the 32 contestants, which then began to scroll rapidly. As the scrolling slowed amidst the cheers, each name's appearance elicited a wave of gasps from the audience. He Yujing from Modu Martial Arts University versus Zhang Tuo from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. The screen froze. He Yujing. His opponent is from Jiangnan Martial Arts University? There's no need to fight. He's already won. Who is this Zhang Tuo? I only know Su Yiting from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. He Yujing. Victory is assured. With the matchups revealed, a clamor arose in the stands. Most spectators appeared exceedingly relaxed, clearly not believing that their representative, He Yujing, would lose to someone whose name they had never heard before. Meanwhile, in the Jiangnan Martial Arts University preparation area, a palpable silence descended, and a layer of leaden gray clouded Zhang Tuo's eyes. If he were to face competitors from other institutions, he might have a fighting chance, but against a contestant from Modu, his prospects for victory seemed bleak. Why isn't at Luo Tongxia? Didn't she make bold statements just a few days ago? How is it that she isn't participating in the individual matches? Su Yiting was equally taken aback. In the individual competition, each institution could only send 2 representatives, and once determined, substitutions were not allowed. Pei Buqing undoubtedly occupied one spot, and he had assumed the other participant would be Luo Tongxia.